Lin Ju, hand over the soul sword quickly. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you feel the pain of thousands of blades piercing your heart. Devil, don't resist stubbornly. Now we, the major religions of the righteous path, have united to destroy your evil land. A net has been laid here for a long time, and you can't escape today. Lin Ju, you are a demon with no humanity. In order to refine the soul sword, you are willing to sacrifice the lives of millions of people. Your crimes are unforgivable even in the 18 levels of hell. You are not worthy of being a human being. Lin Ju, wearing a tattered black robe, with disheveled hair and blood all over his body, looked around. The robe rustled in the breeze. Bright red blood flowed out from hundreds of cracks under the black robe. Just standing there, in a few breaths, a pool of blood gathered under Lin Ju's feet. Besieged by heroes and surrounded by powerful enemies, there is no way out at all. The overall situation was decided, and he would definitely die today. Lin Ju had a clear understanding of the situation, but even though death was approaching, he remained calm and composed. His eyes were deep and as quiet as a lake. The righteous heroes who besieged him almost gathered all the strong men on the continent. Some were the elders of a school, some were young heroes who were famous all over the world, and even some old monsters who had been in seclusion for many years and disappeared were also among them. At this time, they tightly surrounded Lin Ju. Some were roaring, some were sneering, some had vigilant eyes, and some were covering their wounds and looking at them in fear. He did not take action because he was afraid of Lin Ju's counterattack before death. They confronted each other for several hours, and the sun set in the west. The afterglow of the sunset was like a raging fire, lighting the sunset glow on the mountainside. Lin Ju, who had been silent as a sculpture, raised his head slightly. This subtle movement instantly caused a commotion, and the besieging heroes took a big step back. At this moment, Lin Ju's face had turned pale as paper due to excessive blood loss. Looking at the long rainbow in the sky, Lin Ju sighed. Morning dew is easy to pass away, and life is like a dream. It is true that the hair is black in the morning and white in the evening, and the impermanence of the world is in vain. When he said this, all kinds of things in his previous life suddenly appeared in front of him. He was an ordinary employee on Earth, living a life of being oppressed by his leaders and cold-eyed by his colleagues every day. By chance, he traveled to this world, wandering for 4 centuries and traveling across the world for 100 years. Such time passed in the blink of an eye. Many memories buried in his heart suddenly came alive at this moment. Even if I try my best, I will lose in the end. What a pity, what a pity. Lin Ju sighed in his heart, feeling very emotional, but he did not regret it at all. He had foreseen this result. When he chose it, he was mentally prepared. The so-called devil's way is to be ruthless, not to cultivate good results, and to use any means to achieve the goal. It is not tolerated by heaven, not accepted by the earth, and the whole world is the enemy, but it is still unbridled. If the soul sword is really effective, I will still be that evil demon in the next life. Thinking of this, Lin Ju couldn't help laughing out loud. The laughter was as harsh as the chirping of night snacks. Devil, why are you laughing? Everyone be careful. This demon is going to counterattack. Hand over the soul sword quickly. The heroes pressed forward, and just at this moment, there was a loud bang, and Lin Ju blew himself up. The spring rain followed the wind into the night, quietly and silently moistening Mongfing Mountain. However, whether it was the town at the foot of the mountain or the sword manor located on the top of the mountain, they were all brightly lit, making this rainy night seem not so cold. In the sword manor, in an inconspicuous wooden house, on a firewood bed, a 10-year-old boy suddenly opened his eyes. The young man sat up, holding his forehead and shaking his head. The scene in front of him made him feel both familiar and strange. However, the next moment, the young man stood up excitedly, looking at his tender hands. He couldn't help but look up and laugh, and that laugh was exactly the same as Lin Ju's. Ha 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 ha, soul death. Soul death. Ha ha ha. This soul death sword was made by Lin Ju after he had spent a lot of effort to find the remains of the immortal sword, slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people, and angered the heavens and people. Its function is to reverse time and space and return to the past. But this is just a rumor, and people have different opinions. Some believe it, while others are skeptical. And if you want to activate its power, you must sacrifice your entire body and all your cultivation at the cost of your own life. This price is too expensive. Even if someone gets the Soul Death Sword, they dare not use it for nothing. If the rumor is false, wouldn't it be a loss? If Lin Ju hadn't been desperate, he wouldn't dare to use it. But now he believed it thoroughly, because the facts are in front of him, and there is no room for rebuttal. He is indeed reborn. After laughing, Lin Ju said in an almost crazy tone, I went back to 500 years ago. Those treasures in memory have not been discovered or opened yet. One by one, major events can make it easy for me to grasp the context of history. When and what kind of people will appear. Hundreds of years of hard training experience, rich combat experience with these, it is undoubtedly an absolute advantage. As long as the operation is proper, it is only a matter of time to travel across the world and reproduce the style of the Giant of the Magic, or even go further. But immediately, Lin Ju's ambition subsided. How should it be operated? Lin Ju frowned slightly, looking at the night rain outside the window, and thinking. Thinking about it this way, I feel 1,000 threads. Hundreds of years are really long, and many memories have become blurred. Even the many treasure secret places and immortal master opportunities that are deeply remembered are mostly thousands of miles away, or can only be opened at a specific time. The most important thing is cultivation. In the past 500 years, even if I have awakened to the path of sword master cultivation, I have become a first-level sword master. But I am just a person with low qualifications and cannot be valued by the sword manor at all. Now, the first problem facing him is to improve his cultivation, and he must do it quickly before history and get as much benefit as possible. If he does it slowly like in a previous life, then won't the daylily be cold? But before Lin Ju could figure out what to do next, something more important than improving his cultivation woke him up instantly. Since I have returned to the past, did you bring the soul with you? As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ju immediately sat cross-legged and checked his spiritual sea. As he continued to go deeper into his body, he saw a dark gray long sword floating above his spiritual sea. The sword was narrow and tall, like a wisp of solidified night, and there was a layer of light mist lingering. But the next moment, his brows suddenly frowned, because he saw that although the whole sword still had a sword shape, the whole body had been broken into countless pieces. But when he thought that he could be reborn, the damage to the soul seemed acceptable. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Ju chuckled a few times. The soul is still there, although it is asleep, although it is broken. But since I was able to refine it in my previous life, then if I want to repair it in this life, wouldn't the difficulty be halved? And the next step, I also know how to go. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ju raised his head slightly. His face became extremely evil, his eyes were cold, and there was a gloomy smile on his mouth, revealing a few sharp teeth. There was a glint of cunning and viciousness in his eyes, and that smile looked particularly strange in the dim light, making people shudder. Chapter 2. A Century of New Insights. 9 levels of sword masters the following day. The rain had ceased, and the flora, washed by the night's downpour, appeared particularly resplendent. Delicate beams of sunlight filtered through the mountains, enveloping the sword manor in a gossamer mist. With a creak, the wooden door swung open, and Lin Ju stepped outside. As he traversed the cobblestone path, inhaling the refreshing, earthy scent mingled with that of trees and wildflowers, his mind felt remarkably clear. Yet, where was he headed? Naturally, to the academy within the sword manor. In this esteemed establishment, upon awakening the path of the sword master at the tender age of 10 through a ceremonial rite, one is mandated to study swordsmanship for 5 years, regardless of innate talent. After this period, the higher echelons of the sword manor would determine one's future based on growth and cultivation. Those of exceptional caliber would be retained, with resources allocated towards their development as core disciples. Conversely, those deemed inferior would be relegated to the iron or mines for arduous labor. While termed as training, it was, in truth, a guise for servitude, where one toiled until death, with little regard for their welfare. In his previous life, Lin Ju had been ensnared by the myriad of beguiling falsehoods spun by the elite of the sword manor, serving as a free laborer in the mines for a decade. When he finally escaped, he had been stripped of his humanity. He had once loathed his inadequate talent, resented the heartlessness of the sword manor, and raged against the unfairness of fate. Why did others, who traversed into this realm, receive various advantages in the adoration of beautiful women, while he, simply striving to survive, found his desires to be mere fantasies? However, now, with centuries of experience behind him, he scrutinized this journey anew, harboring no trace of animosity. What was there to be indignant about? What was there to lament? If one's talent was lacking, then one was akin to refuse. And should refuse not reside within the refuse heap? As for those systems and the remnants of powerful beings that sought to dictate one's actions, they were merely instruments of manipulation, dressed up as benevolent mentors, yet in essence, one was but their marionette. The path must be tread by oneself. Sustenance must be earned by oneself. External forces, after all, are merely that, external, never truly one's own. Centuries of experience had unveiled the truth to him, leaving only a singular pursuit in his heart, the pinnacle of the sword path. Revenge was not his intention, nor was there any compromise with the demonic path. Contemplating this, Linju couldn't help but lift his head slightly and let out a hearty laugh. The ancient architecture, with its soaring eaves and curved corners, adorned with the plaque of the academy, resonated with the sounds of instruction. In the primordial era, when the universe was newly formed, amidst the chaos was born a divine sword, the Chaos Sword. This blade, imbued with boundless power of destruction, was obtained by a transcendent being known as the Sword Ancestor. With the Chaos Sword, the Sword Ancestor cleaved through chaos, establishing the first realm of swordsmanship and founding the Sword Ancestor sect. He imparted the teachings of the sword, transforming sword techniques into the laws of nature, infusing sword intent into all things. As time flowed on, disciples of the Sword Ancestor sect spread across the land, ensuring the unbroken legacy of the sword path. Subsequent generations revered the Sword Ancestor, continuously exploring the mysteries of swordsmanship, giving rise to myriad sword sections. From the ancient Heavenly Sword sect to the medieval Sword God Hall, and now to the present Sword sect, the sword path has experienced its ebbs and flows, yet remains the most resplendent lineage within the realm of cultivation. The sword cultivators embark upon their journey through the blade, shattering the vastness with their swords. The might of the sword transcends time, becoming an immortal legend in the realm of cultivation. You, having awakened to the path of the sword for approximately a month, have begun to carve out your own spiritual seas and have all attained the initial realm of sword masters. In the classroom, an elder from a prominent family is articulating his thoughts with great eloquence. Opposite him sits a gathering of 49 attentive youths, each absorbed in his words. The power and mystique of the sword masters have long left an indelible mark on their hearts, and every recounting of the history of the sword draws them in deeply. At this moment, one young boy raised his hand, and upon receiving permission, stood to pose his question. Esteemed elder, I find myself somewhat unclear about the classification of sword masters' realms, and I am equally perplexed by sword energy and sword intent. Could you elaborate further? The elder nodded, gesturing for the boy to take his seat. There are 9 realms of sword masters, ascending from the 1st to the 9th. Each major realm is further subdivided into 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. You have only recently become sword masters, all residing in the early stage of the 1st realm. Should you diligently cultivate in the future, your mastery will naturally elevate, allowing you to ascend to the 2nd and 3rd realms. Of course, the higher one's aptitude, the greater the likelihood of advancement. Those of lower aptitude may find their spiritual seas muddied and filled with impurities, often capping their cultivation at the 1st or 2nd realms. Those of moderate aptitude possess clearer spiritual seas, enabling them to reach the 3rd or even 4th realms. As for those of high aptitude, their spiritual seas are exceptionally pure, making them the most suitable candidates for sword mastery, capable of breaking through to the 5th or 6th realms. As for realms beyond the 6th, each practitioner is a legend, seldom seen since ancient times. Our esteemed master of the estate is merely a 4th realm sword master. Regarding sword energy, sword intent, sword soul, and sword heart, ordinary individuals may spend their entire lives and only ever attain sword energy. The latter 3, however, can only be grasped through one's personal comprehension of the sword path and insights into the cosmos. The youths listened intently, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Many involuntarily glanced at a little girl seated in the front row. They envied Inueshi, the sole high aptitude individual among them. High aptitude is a rare gift. The comprehension of sword intent and sword heart would come easily to her. With such potential, she is destined to be an absolute powerhouse in the sword path, truly deserving of the title dragon among men. Basking in the envious and admiring gazes of her peers, Inueshi's delicate face could not suppress a burgeoning sense of pride. This was the feeling of being the center of attention, of being revered, of standing atop the pinnacle and gazing down upon all. Suddenly, a soft creak echoed as the classroom door swung open. A plainly dressed youth entered, drawing everyone's gaze. Upon recognizing Linju, their attention quickly shifted elsewhere. With a slight sidelong glance, Linju immediately noticed the haughty Inyueshi and smiled faintly as he made his way to an empty seat in the back corner. Once seated, he chose not to engage in the elder's lecture like the others, but instead laid his head on the desk and succumbed to slumber. No one paid him any mind, not even the patriarch, for who would concern themselves with a self-destructive individual of lowly talent. At the podium, the patriarch passionately recounted the wonders and might of sword cultivation, alongside the myriad of extraordinary tales from the realm of cultivation. Yet to Linju, it was akin to a lullaby. Initially intending merely to take a brief respite, he succumbed to slumber, enchanted by the melody. As the spring breeze swept in, enveloping the verdant mountains and clear waters with its refreshing essence, it caressed Linju's face. Unbeknownst to him, the class was drawing to a close. The patriarch's final announcement resonated. This week, I shall impart the art of swordsmanship to you. It is time for each of you to possess your own sword. Following the conclusion of this lesson, you shall proceed to the sword chamber to select a blade that suits you. Oh, in the next moment, the entire classroom erupted in cheers. The cacophony stirred Linju from his drowsiness, and with a lingering sense of sleepiness, he murmured, "To choose my own sword. What kind of sword should I select?" Chapter 3. Why concern oneself with others' opinions? The sword chamber is situated adjacent to the academy, modest in size, encompassing merely 100 square meters. For a swordsman, the quest for a sword that resonates with one's spirit is of paramount importance. As soon as classes conclude, the exuberant youths flock towards the sword chamber, forming an orderly queue to enter. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonates as guardians stand watch outside. The first to step inside is none other than Inyueshi. However, she soon emerges, cradling a beautifully crafted sword in her grasp. After pricking her finger and allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the blade, it glimmers momentarily, and with evident delight, Inyueshi departs, following her exit. The remaining youths take their turns, each emerging with expressions radiating joy. At last, it is Linju's moment to enter the sword chamber. Within, an array of swords is displayed, each emanating its own distinctive luminescence. The swords, both long and short, are artfully arranged upon the racks, their blades varying from cold, fierce glints to vibrant, flowing hues, as if each sword possesses its own soul. Sunlight streams through the windows, reflecting dazzling rays off the blades, twinkling like stars. This is the realm of swords, where each blade stands as a work of art, patiently awaiting the touch of one who understands its essence. These swords, akin to the swordsmen themselves, are categorized into 9 distinct grades, and the swords before Linju are all of the first tier. He surveys the surroundings with a keen awareness. To elevate a low-tier sword into a higher grade or even a celestial sword demands significant materials and resources. The average swordsman may scarcely achieve such ascension in their lifetime. Should he choose the azure sword once again, as in his past life? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Linju strides purposefully towards the far left end of the sword rack. Before him lies a long sword of white and azure hues, and though he reaches for it, a moment of hesitation ensues. His gaze darkens slightly, and without a second thought, he relinquishes it, opting instead for a neighboring sword. Named Immortal, this blade is slender and darkly radiant, exuding a faint, ethereal glow. As all are first-tier swords, the distinctions are minuscule. After acknowledging the sword with a drop of blood, Linju absorbs it into his spiritual sea and exits the chamber. Outside, a lengthy queue remains, and a subsequent youth, seeing Linju's emergence, eagerly dashes into the sword chamber. Upon leaving, Linju heads towards a nearby restaurant. Not out of hunger, but to meet someone. "Innkeeper, is Mrs. Meal not ready yet?" calls a familiar voice. It is none other than Inyueshi. After classes, she often indulges in meals at this establishment. In his previous life, Linju was her most devoted follower, a fact he has not forgotten. "Missin, do not fret. Your meal is coming." As he speaks, a short, portly middle-aged man with a shiny visage hastily approaches, carrying a tray. He sets the dishes upon the table and presents a bowl of rice. "Miss, please enjoy," he says. "Next time, be quicker." Inyueshi retorts, somewhat irked, tossing 5 spirit stones to the innkeeper. He receives them with both hands, a broad smile spreading across his face as he retreats promptly. In this world, spirit stones serve as currency, measuring the value of all goods, akin to gold on earth, and are also vital resources for cultivation. Just as Inyueshi was about to savor her meal, a figure abruptly entered her line of sight. She slightly raised her delicate face, her gaze ascending until she clearly discerned the newcomer, a palpable disdain etched upon her features. With her crimson lips parting, she coldly inquired, "Linju, what business do you have with me?" Upon hearing Inueshi's unapologetic question, Lin Ju's previously proud expression transformed instantaneously, adopting an overly obsequious demeanor, tinged with a hint of flattery. He chuckled awkwardly, bending slightly, and cautiously said, "Missin, I have a matter I wish to humbly request your assistance with." Inueshi merely emitted a cold snort in response, then spoke in a tone imbued with superiority. "Do go on." Having received permission, Lin Ju eagerly stepped closer. Lowering his voice, "Missin, the next time you and your esteemed sister embark on a mission for the Sword Manor, might I have the honor of accompanying you both?" He gazed at Inueshi with hopeful eyes. However, upon hearing his request, Inueshi, without a moment's hesitation, hurled her bowl to the ground. The porcelain shattered with a sharp crack, scattering the unfinished rice across the floor. Almost immediately, a wicked smile graced Inueshi's face as she arched an eyebrow. "You wish to accompany us? Humph. Kneel down this instant and eat every grain of rice you've spilled on the ground, and I might consider it. Otherwise, there's no chance." Her tone was as arrogant as it was imperious. With her sister already a second-tier swordsman in the Sword Manor and her father an elder, coupled with her own superior talent, she had the makings of a minor protagonist, and it was no wonder she could be so brazen. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Ju's legs weakened, and he promptly knelt, shoveling the muddy rice into his mouth. In his previous life, he had endured a similar humiliation in his pursuit of Inueshi's favor. However, unlike before, he now felt no embarrassment or concern for appearances. His dignity held no value in his current existence. Watching Lin Ju on the ground, resembling a dog, Inueshi chuckled. The patrons in the restaurant were captivated by the spectacle, showering Lin Ju with scorn and ridicule. Some even regarded him as a beggar, deliberately tossing their leftover food at him, landing upon his person. "Hurry up, little beggar. Is that enough? I have more if you need it, haha." Miss Inueshi's dog is truly obedient. In the face of harsh words and peculiar gazes, Lin Ju remained utterly unfazed, his expression unyielding as he continued to shove rice into his mouth. He comprehended that the insults and mockery of others bore no relation to him. They were merely the opinions of bystanders. If one were to live by the judgments of others, how could one ever savor life? The essence of existence lies in living according to one's own desires, listening to one's inner voice, and pursuing one's ambitions. The means to an end are of little consequence. As the last morsel of rice slipped down his throat, Lin Ju slowly lifted his gaze. At that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, with remnants of food tossed by other diners clinging to his hair and clothing. Yet, he seemed entirely indifferent to it all, and the ingratiating smile that naturally adorned his face remained, albeit tinged with a hint of flattery. Observing this, Inueshi nodded slightly. "At 1/4 past the morning in a month's time, I shall be waiting at the west gate of the Sword Manor." "Thank you, Missin. Thank you, Missin," Lin Ju hurriedly replied, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Now, be gone at once. I still have my meal to finish," Inueshi remarked. Her brow furrowed in mild annoyance as she waved her hand dismissively. Of course. I shall leave immediately," Lin Ju acquiesced, feigning an ecstatic demeanor as he hastily exited the restaurant. However, the moment he stepped out of the door, the charming smile vanished without a trace, replaced instead by a sinister allure. With purposeful strides, he made his way toward his dilapidated wooden abode. Along the journey, memories of his past life with Inueshi flooded his mind, and he could not help but murmur, "Inueshi, in my previous life, I toiled endlessly to win your favor. In this life, I Chapter 4, the grass-cutting sword technique, duel and gamble upon returning to the modest wooden cottage." Lin Ju swiftly brushed off the remnants of food clinging to his attire. Subsequently, he adeptly settled cross-legged upon the straw bed, eyes gently closed, entering a state of meditation. For Lin Ju, daily meditation had become an indispensable ritual. Through this practice, he not only harmonized the circulation of his internal energy, allowing it to flow more smoothly, but also organized his thoughts, thus enabling him to strategize and plan his subsequent actions. As anticipated, it mirrored the events of his previous life. He had acquiesced. He held no fear of Inueshi's potential change of heart, given her excessively prideful nature, with so many witnesses present in the restaurant. Her words had been crystal clear. This was precisely why he had sought her out. Although it was a place of profound humiliation, it was equally a hub for gossip and information. Moreover, in her eyes, Lin Ju was likely regarded as less than refuse. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during his mission, having a disposable pawn like him would undoubtedly serve her interests. With this thought, a faint smile of cold amusement graced Lin Ju's lips. How delightful it was that the first step had been successfully accomplished. Now, the second step awaited, seizing the spirit stones. Every week, the Academy distributed 30 spirit stones to each student. These stones could be utilized for daily sustenance or to enhance one's cultivation. If he could acquire the spirit stones from his fellow disciples, the mere thought set his heart racing, and a wicked smile crept upon his face. As for the method of seizing the spirit stones and how to respond should the Academy elders discover his actions, Lin Ju had already devised a comprehensive plan, leaving no detail overlooked. He had even prepared the justifications he might need for the occasion. However, today marked only the third day of the week. The opportunity to seize the spirit stones would have to wait until next week's distribution. Thus, Lin Ju forced himself to quell the restless excitement within, fully immersing himself in meditation. The sky was clear and transparent, revealing a profound and pure azure hue. The sun shone resplendently, while clouds as white as snow floated gracefully. A flock of egrets chirped joyfully, soaring beneath the blue sky and white clouds, crafting a picturesque scene. These egrets only appeared in large numbers during spring, their plumage immaculate and devoid of any blemish. They built nests among the trees and reeds, foraging in rivers and ponds. The spring breeze had painted the mountainside with lush green grass, while wildflowers bloomed in a vibrant display, drawing honeybees and butterflies to dance among the blossoms, a scene brimming with life and vitality. The essence of spring was so palpable that even the sword training field resonated with its charm. This training ground spanned 4 acres, its surface leveled and adorned with thick, wide grayish-blue stone bricks, some of which were sprouting moss between the cracks. 50 boys, around 10 years of age, stood in the training field, arranged in 2 straight lines of 25, gazing attentively at the Academy elder positioned at the front of the formation. This was a practical lesson focused on imparting sword techniques to the young disciples. The art of swordsmanship serves as the cornerstone for a swordsman embarking on the path of martial prowess. It is the rhythmic dance of the blade in one's hand. It is characterized by techniques that take form, grounded in strength, with its true brilliance lying in the myriad transformations of its moves, enabling swift transitions between offense and defense, striking directly at the enemy's vital points. Yet, despite its formidable nature, swordsmanship remains constrained by techniques and routines. Only by mastering the art to its zenith and comprehending the essence of the sword can one transcend limitations and ascend to a more profound realm of swordplay, seeking truth through the sword and validating one's path. Now, allow me, the elder of the Academy, to impart to you some fundamental sword techniques. As he spoke, a white flash emanated from his forehead, materializing in his hand as a white sword. The elder, a third-level swordsman who had already attained sword energy, summoned forth a blade named the Flowing Moon Sword, equally of the 3rd tier. With a gentle smile, he urged them to observe closely. He then gracefully lifted his sword, the tip quivering lightly as the sword's radiance spread like rippling water. His form shifted, and the sword play unfolded like flowing clouds and water, each move seamlessly connected, devoid of any stiffness. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, leaving silvery trails akin to shooting stars across the night sky. At times, the sword would point skyward, its brilliance soaring towards the heavens. At others, it would sweep the earth, the shadows of the blade billowing like the wind dispersing clouds. His swordsmanship embodied both fierce power and agile grace, a harmonious blend of strength and flexibility, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The elder moved with an ethereal grace, the sword following his every motion, glimmering around him. Each thrust exuded a poised elegance, and each retraction mirrored the tranquility of still waters. His sword dance was not merely a demonstration of skill, but a feast of beauty that captivated the beholder, leaving them spellbound and yearning for more. The young spectators, their eyes wide with astonishment and rapt attention, were utterly entranced, scarcely daring to blink lest they miss a single detail. Incredible, truly magnificent, they exclaimed in wonder. With a gentle breeze accompanying him, the elder executed a light finishing stance, standing poised with the sword. Did you all see clearly? Yet, before his words could fully settle, the youth surged forward, encircling the elder, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Only Lin Ju remained hidden within the throng, his expression cold and impassive. In his past life, he had reached the 6th tier of cultivation and founded the Heavenly Demon Sword sect in Central Continent, commanding thousands of disciples and earning the title of a formidable figure in the demonic path, renowned far and wide. The elder was merely a 3rd-level swordsman, still in his early stages. To Lin Ju, the displayed techniques appeared as the erratic flailing of a 5-year-old wielding a stick, and his heart stirred not even a scintilla of emotion. Return to your previous positions. for I shall now slow down the movements and teach you each technique step by step. As the elder concluded his instruction, the youths eagerly brandished their swords, attempting to mimic the graceful movements. As they lifted their blades, they exerted too much force, causing the swords to tremble slightly. Their motions were awkward, the tips often veering off course, yet each individual was intensely focused, beads of sweat trickling down their cheeks, none daring to wipe them away. With a commanding shout from the elder, the youths lunged forward, their blades mostly veering off target, producing a cacophony of chaotic sounds. They exchanged shy smiles, yet quickly adjusted their stances and immersed themselves back into their practice, their youthful faces etched with determination. Even Linju had to feign a similar attitude. Though he found it tedious, it was the sole activity to pass the time. He was waiting for the sword duel that would unfold in an hour. With each chant of hey, hey, ha, yeah, time slipped away until the command to sheathe their swords was issued. The elder instructed the youths to stand at attention, swords in hand. Next, the first row was directed to turn around and engage in swordplay against their opponents behind them. The 25 victors would each receive 5 spirit stones as a reward. A critical reminder followed. No harm to life, only a demonstration of skill. The youths, filled with anticipation, were eager to showcase their learning. Positioned at the end of the second row, Linju observed as the boy in front turned to face him, Xiaozhan. Oh, look who it is. Xiaozhan's expression transformed into one of smug satisfaction upon realizing his opponent was the seemingly inept Linju. Linju, with your inferior talent, I advise you to surrender. I would hate to harm you. Linju couldn't help but scoff internally at such words. How eloquent. It was merely a ploy to seize those spirit stones. Since you desire them so much, allow me to sweeten the deal. Tossing his remaining 10 spirit stones into the air, he challenged Xiaozhan. You seem quite confident. How about a wager? Let us both put up 10 spirit stones. The winner takes all. What do you say? Xiaozhan's confidence wavered as doubt crept in. This normally timid Linju was behaving unusually bold and generous. His eyes flickered between Linju and the scattered stones, emanating a faint glow on the ground, revealing his internal struggle over whether to accept the challenge. Linju's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He raised his voice, laced with mockery. What's the matter? Don't you want those spirit stones? If you can defeat me, these 10 stones are yours, plus the 5 from the elder, totaling 15. That's half of what one could earn in a week. Linju's words wormed their way into Xiaozhan's mind like a wily worm. After all, Xiaozhan was merely 10 years old. Despite retaining some semblance of clarity, he was still too youthful and naive to resist the temptation of profit, easily led astray. As seconds ticked by, Xiaozhan's gaze increasingly lingered on the shimmering spirit stones on the ground. Gradually, the greed that had been subdued by reason began to stir within him, gaining the upper hand. Possessing a moderate level of talent, I should have no reason to decline such an opportunity. Moreover, why should I fear this insignificant individual before me? Those are a total of 15 spirit stones. If I could acquire them, they would perfectly alleviate my shortage of cultivation resources. Upon this realization, Xiaozhan appeared to resolve himself, his gaze growing resolute. In the next moment, he shouted loudly, How could I refuse spirit stones offered so freely? I accept your wager. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly extracted 10 spirit stones from his robe, unhesitatingly casting them to the ground, producing a crisp sound. When the scales of benefit tip entirely in one's favor, the insatiable greed of human nature is ignited, while reason gradually retreats under such extreme temptation. In moments like these, the frailties of humanity are laid bare. It is often when one is most triumphant and self-assured that they are most easily swayed by their desires, leading them to make decisions that defy reason. Ultimately, he was still too inexperienced. Linju mused inwardly before advancing with his sword toward Xiaozhan. Come forth. Witness my blade. Chapter 5. You will only dismiss the insufficient. Linju moved like lightning, his speed astonishing. As he approached like a specter, the once relaxed expression on Xiaozhan's face transformed instantaneously into one of disbelief. He could not comprehend why a seemingly worthless individual could instill such an overwhelming sense of pressure. It felt as though he was a feeble mouse, while the other was a black cat ready to pounce. Confronted by such intimidation, Xiaozhan felt a rush of panic. His mind went blank, completely forgetting the swordsmanship imparted by the family elder just moments prior. At that moment, he could only rely on instinct, wildly swinging the sword in his hands in a futile attempt to fend off Linju's onslaught. Yet, what purpose did such uncoordinated resistance serve? Linju's gaze sharpened as he swung his sword with a fierce motion, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the air. Xiaozhan's sword flew from his grasp like a kite severed from its string, soaring high into the air. Without hesitation, Lin Ju unleashed a powerful fist, striking Xiao Zhan's cheek with the force of thunder. Another dull thud resonated as Xiao Zhan was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground like a heavy sandbag. Simultaneously, the sword, suspended in midair, fell directly beside him. Lying motionless on the ground, Xiao Zhan appeared utterly defeated, while Lin Ju stood nearby, expressionless. This scene immediately captivated everyone's attention, even stirring the elder of the academy. The spectators hurriedly sheathed their swords and rushed over, not to cheer Lin Ju's victory, but to express concern for the fallen Xiao Zhan. Cradling Xiao Zhan in his arms, the elder looked down to see the boy's left cheek grotesquely swollen. The imprint of a fist stark against the redness, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes glazed over, presenting a pitiful sight. Fury ignited within him as he lifted his head and shouted at Lin Ju, who stood at a distance. Lin Ju, look at what you have done. Simultaneously, other youths turned their gazes toward Lin Ju, their faces marred by anger. However, unexpectedly, Lin Ju was bent over, intently gathering the spoils of his victory, completely indifferent to the reactions around him. Lin Ju, Xiao Zhan has already been knocked unconscious. Do you not even care to take a glance? Is there no humanity left in you? Lin Ju, come here quickly. In an instant, a cacophony of accusations and curses arose, akin to a raucous flock of sparrows. Yet, regardless of how loud and piercing the voices became, Lin Ju remained unmoved, as if his world contained only the radiant allure of the spirit stones. Once he collected the final spirit stone, Lin Ju slowly rose and walked toward the crowd. With each step, the atmosphere around him seemed to grow increasingly tense. With a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth, Lin Ju revealed a nearly imperceptible smile. Oh, what is the matter? Have I committed some wrongdoing? Just moments ago, the elder had advised against causing harm to others and emphasized moderation. I can confidently assert that I have not transgressed either of these principles. Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, a furious young man burst forth from the crowd, his eyes wide with anger as he pointed accusingly at Lin Ju, shouting, Lin Ju, do you have no shame? Look at what you've done to Xiao Zhan. Do you intend to evade responsibility? His words instantly ignited a fervent response from the crowd, who rallied in support, their outrage palpable. Yet, in the face of this collective condemnation, Lin Ju merely chuckled softly, her laughter laced with disdain and mockery. First of all, Xiao Zhan has merely fainted. His life is not in peril. Secondly, if we are to speak of moderation, then how can one discuss stopping if the crucial point has not yet been touched? Thus, if blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at him for failing to withstand even a single blow from me. Upon hearing her words, the previously raucous crowd fell into a sudden silence, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Even the elder, who had presided over the gathering, wore an expression of astonishment. For although Lin Ju's arguments seemed somewhat specious, upon reflection, they bore a semblance of truth. Consequently, the atmosphere grew thick with an awkward silence. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Lin Ju navigated through the throng, making her way directly to the elder. She did not cast a single glance at the unconscious Xiao Zhan in his embrace, but instead extended her right hand without hesitation, her tone calm. I have triumphed. Now, the spirit stones, please. This declaration struck the elder like a thunderclap. His countenance transformed to a deep shade of fury, his teeth grinding audibly, and his eyes widened like copper bells. Yet, despite his myriad of grievances and indignation, he could not contravene the promise he had made earlier. With a fierce motion, he retrieved 5 spirit stones from within his robes and hurled them toward Lin Ju, declaring, you need not attend the subsequent lessons. Depart at once. Lin Ju, unfazed, accepted the stones and, without uttering another word, turned to leave. Her graceful exit incited a mix of fury among the assembled youths, who watched, seething, as the culprit sauntered away with the spirit stones in hand. The simmering anger within them erupted like a volcano. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, bang. A member of the crowd, unable to contain their wrath, hurled an object at Lin Ju. She let out a muffled grunt, momentarily halting her steps, only to discover that it was a spirit stone. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a voice filled with rage rang out. You scoundrel, since you covet the spirit stones so dearly here. In quick succession, another spirit stone struck her forcefully. This act seemed to ignite a chain reaction among the other youths. Thud, 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 the sound of relentless impacts filled the air. Every inch of Lin Ju's skin was bruised and battered by the relentless onslaught of spirit stones, a gash torn into his scalp, crimson blood flowing freely, cascading drop by drop from his hair to the ground, forming a series of shocking crimson blossoms. Yet, in the face of such a dire predicament, Lin Ju remained utterly silent. On the contrary, his eyes gleamed with a fervent excitement, akin to a famished wolf beholding its prey, filled with insatiable greed and fervor. He prostrated himself on the ground, hands swiftly gathering the scattered spirit stones as if caught in a tempest. To an outsider, Lin Ju's actions might appear utterly disheveled, even devoid of dignity. However, if one were to shift their perspective, imagining a scenario on Earth where gold was incessantly hurled at you, even if it left you battered and bruised, one would hardly find the inclination to complain. In fact, instead of lamenting, you would eagerly scramble to collect and seize every piece, perhaps even grumbling that there was not enough. Enough. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the air. The elder's reprimand compelled everyone to cease their actions, a palpable fear preventing any further transgressions. Is this not chaotic enough? What a sight, you all present. Return home at once. Consider today as lessons cancelled. With that, he cradled the injured Xiao Zhan and departed without a backward glance. Lin Ju, struggling to rise from the ground, limped heavily, each step a testament to the excruciating pain he endured. The others, witnessing his plight, felt a twinge of discontent, yet could only sigh in resignation before dispersing in their own disheartened ways. However, amidst the uproar, one individual remained steadfastly silent, uttering not a word nor making any move throughout the entire ordeal. This person was Yueshi, who stood quietly to the side, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she silently observed Lin Ju's retreating figure. Chapter 6. Lin Ju's tears dragging his agonizing body. Lin Ju stumbled unsteadily through the vast sword manor. The brilliant sunlight poured down unreservedly, illuminating his pallid face. With each faltering step he took, the previously subdued corners of his eyes began to overflow with tears, cascading down his cheeks in an unrelenting stream. Indeed, he wept, deeply, with a heart-wrenching sorrow, overwhelmed by an insatiable remorse. Why had he dared to provoke Xiao Zhan? Why had he unleashed that fateful punch? In that moment, Lin Ju was consumed by regret, deeply resenting his own recklessness and folly, incessantly berating himself. The pain coursing through his body paled in comparison to the torment within. The profound guilt felt like a sharp blade, mercilessly slicing through his soul, leaving him with no escape, forcing him to silently endure the agony of his own making. Ah! But how naive! If Lin Ju truly felt such guilt, he might as well throw himself to the ground and perish, forsaking any talk of demonic might. The tears that fell were never born of physical suffering. As for regret, there was not an ounce of it. At this very moment, his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy, and the tears that streamed down his face were merely those of ecstatic delight. Despite his seemingly expressionless visage streaked with tears, his heart had already plunged into boundless elation. Initially, he had thought he would be fortunate to gather merely 15 spirit stones, yet who could have anticipated this? Who could have foreseen it? His mind raced with excitement, his countenance gradually illuminating with sheer joy. Which benefactor had first cast down the spirit stones, igniting this chain reaction? If there had been no passers-by on the road at that moment, Lin Ju would have likely laughed aloud, freely expressing his exuberance. After all, that punch he had thrown had yielded an astonishing profit of 98 spirit stones. This was equivalent to the amount dispersed by the Academy over 3 weeks. Compared to such a vast fortune, what were his injuries worth? Furthermore, the reason he walked slowly and unsteadily was not solely due to his wounds, but rather because he was burdened with an overwhelming weight of spirit stones. Hey, Lin Ju. Suddenly, a clear, ethereal voice broke through the ecstatic reverie in which Lin Ju found himself. This voice was familiar to him. He halted, slightly turning his head to look back. There, standing before him, was a young girl clad in resplendent attire, her beauty striking. It was none other than Miss Yueshi. What brings you to seek me? Lin Ju inquired, his expression devoid of warmth. Hearing the coldness in Lin Ju's tone, and Yueshi's brows furrowed in irritation, a wave of anger surging within her. Lin Ju, how dare you address me in such a manner? Lin Ju, upon witnessing the situation, let out a soft sigh, turned around, and addressed Yueshi, saying, If Missin has come here to reprimand me, I shall listen attentively. Not at all, Yueshi replied coldly. You, Lin Ju, are nothing but a waste. Your victory over Xiao Zhan merely indicates that he is even less capable than you. Why would I squander my breath on him? I simply find you remarkably different today. In the past, Lin Ju had been timid, and just yesterday he had bowed and scraped before her, a portrait of weakness. Yet today he displayed an unprecedented demeanor, as if he had transformed entirely. Such a stark contrast piqued Yueshi's curiosity. Lin Ju began to speak, but was interrupted by Yueshi. Lin Ju, if this is your clandestine declaration of strength, an attempt to prove you are not a wastrel, I advise you to abandon that notion. Some things are fated and cannot be altered by mere effort. Xiaozhan possesses greater talent than you, and his future achievements will undoubtedly surpass yours. If he harbors resentment over this matter and seeks retribution, will you not regret your actions today? Humph, deluded, she concluded, turning away with a flourish. Linju stood silently, his gaze fixed on the receding figure until she vanished from sight. Yet, in the next moment, his previously calm countenance darkened considerably. Overshadowed as if by a thick layer of storm clouds, his expression so grim that even sunlight seemed unable to penetrate it. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Sword Manor, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The family elder of the academy was bowing respectfully, cautiously reporting to a figure in front of him. This silhouette needed no introduction. It was the master of the Sword Manor. Master, this Linju is of low talent and has a vile nature. In my opinion, it would be best to expel him from the academy, the elder proposed. Is this the solution you have devised? The master's voice was low. Yet the invisible pressure it carried was as heavy as a mountain, causing beads of sweat to form on the elder's forehead as he stammered a response. The master did not allow him to continue, promptly asking, Song Nan, think carefully. If this matter were to spread, what impact would it have on the academy? Upon hearing this, the elder fell silent, the sweat cascading down his brow. After a while, he hesitantly inquired, then, how should we handle this? After a brief contemplation, the master decisively issued his command. Take 200 spirit stones to Xiaozhan's parents to appease this situation. Remember, act swiftly and do not allow further complications. As for Linju, let him clean the academy for a week as punishment. Understood. The elder responded with relief, almost as if pardoned, and slowly exited the hall. After the departure of the elder from the Tsong family, the estate owner slowly lifted his head, softly murmuring, a person of inferior talent has managed to knock out one of medium aptitude with a single blow, and has garnered a considerable amount of spirit stones. The academy will certainly have to deal with the aftermath. This is, indeed, quite intriguing. Undoubtedly, Linju's performance successfully captured the estate owner's attention. This, in fact, was the true intent behind Linju's actions. The wager on spirit stones was merely a fade. Since those exalted figures in high positions would never deign to notice an orphan of humble origins and mediocre talent, perhaps they were even unaware of his very existence. He had no choice but to seize opportunities for himself, compelling them to acknowledge his presence. Chapter 7, not an end, but a beginning. Having traversed the stone-paved path and turned through several winding trails, Linju arrived at a quaint apothecary. Upon entering, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped him. The shop was replete with an array of ingredients and elixirs, a veritable treasure trove. Linju approached the counter and conveyed his request to the proprietor. He sought to purchase some potions capable of invigorating the blood and dispelling stagnation. The shopkeeper skillfully retrieved several vials from the shelves and placed them upon the counter, informing Linju of the price. Linju produced 5 spirit stones to settle the transaction. With the potions in hand, he returned to his modest wooden abode. Disrobing, Linju sat naked upon his bed, his scars a testament to his trials. He poured the elixir into his palm, gently anointing his battered body. Yet, his gaze was not fixed upon the wounds, but rather upon the small pile of spirit stones before him. He pondered silently, I currently possess 103 spirit stones. Should I opt for the most economical meals each day, I would expend 4 spirit stones daily. This calculation leaves me with approximately 90 stones after 4 days. Fortunately, in 4 days, I will acquire an additional 30 stones. However, in total, that merely amounts to just over 100 stones. A frown creased his brow. The distance to amass 1,000 spirit stones within a month remained vast. I must devise alternative strategies. After a brief interlude of contemplation, he lifted his gaze towards the azure sky outside the window, a sudden glint of mischief igniting in his eyes. It appears I must seek someone to borrow some spirit stones. But whom shall I approach? How shall I ask? A plan had already begun to form in Linju's mind. Time slipped away, and soon it was the following day, Friday. As the sun ascended, casting a vibrant glow, the swordsmanship class commenced punctually. The youths congregated at the practice field, each one focused intently, diligently emulating the postures and movements taught by the elder of the Songnan family. In a corner of the training ground, Linju, broom in hand, methodically swept the ground at a leisurely pace. Occasionally, as he passed by the young aspirants, they would scurry away, as if in the presence of a plague. Linju remained undeterred, engrossed solely in his task, seemingly oblivious to their avoidance, while inwardly plotting his next move. As dusk approached, the sun's descent painted the sky a crimson hue. The fading light caressed each jubilant youth who had just been released from their studies. These boys, brimming with exuberance, radiated uncontainable excitement. Vacation time. At last, the freedom to frolic without restraint. Yet amidst their revelry, Lin Ju felt like an outsider, alone beneath the setting sun. His silhouette elongated by the waning light, Lin Ju bore an impassive expression, his demeanor cold and detached, as though the surrounding merriment held no relevance for him. A gentle breeze tousled his unrestrained locks, amplifying his solitude. Gently lifting his head, he gazed into the deepening twilight, the fading glow of the horizon captivating his profound eyes. In a soft murmur, he uttered, "The afterglow dissipates, and night descends. O setting sun, you once imparted to me that darkness is not an end, but rather a new beginning." As the final word fell from his lips, Lin Ju suddenly quickened his pace, striding purposefully towards the exit of the Sword Manor. He walked further away, ultimately leaving behind only a resonant echo of steadfast footsteps in the tranquil night sky. Chapter 8. The Essence of Demonic Path, Part 1. The Sky. Adorned with a radiant moon and sparse stars, unfurls like a tranquil and enigmatic painting before one's eyes. The gentle night breeze caresses, bringing forth the refreshing scent of nature, akin to a melodious nocturne flowing through the air. The moonlight, pure as water, cascades down like a delicate veil, enveloping Lin Ju in its silvery glow. He moves gracefully through the woods, one hand gripping a dark brow, while the other clutches a bloodied rabbit. With each step he takes, the crimson blood of the beast drips like pearls from a severed string, leaving a striking trail of gore upon the ground behind him. Lin Ju's intention is to use this scent of blood to lure spirit beasts into attacking him. Will he realize his desire? Indeed. Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl shatters the stillness of the night, reverberating from afar. In quick succession, dozens of shadowy figures dart through the underbrush like lightning, accompanied by the sounds of whistling winds and heavy footsteps. In the blink of an eye, these shadows close in on Lin Ju's position. With a rustle, a black wolf leaps forth from the thicket, baring its razor-sharp fangs and lunging directly at Lin Ju. Its scarlet eyes gleam with a chilling light in the inky darkness. A first-tier spirit beast, the bristle wolf. Lin Ju thinks, and at that moment, his body instinctively reacts. He bends his waist backward with force, allowing his upper body to tilt back, embodying the tension of a bow drawn to its limit, poised for release. As the ferocious bristle wolf descends from above, akin to a black meteor streaking across the sky, Lin Ju's gaze sharpens, and his reflexes are remarkably swift. His sword lunges forward, piercing fiercely toward the wolf's heart. A heart-wrenching howl erupts, accompanied by a fountain of crimson blood spraying into the air, creating a gruesome curtain of rain. The bristle wolf, severely injured, crashes to the ground, convulses a few times, and then lies still, devoid of life. Lin Ju straightens his posture, his face now splattered with the vivid crimson of blood. Yet he pays it no mind. Just then, another, larger bristle wolf charges at him, claws bared and fangs exposed. Strangely, despite the distance between them, Lin Ju stands firm, sword in hand, neither dodging nor retaliating. The wolf's claws slice through the dark night like a tempest, striking toward Lin Ju with blinding speed. A muffled thud resounds as Lin Ju is propelled several meters back by the force of the impact. Tick, tick, tick. In the cold moonlight, deep claw marks can be clearly seen etched across Lin Ju's chest. Crimson blood flowed incessantly from within, each drop cascading to the ground, starkly visible under the pale moonlight. Not only that, but a few trickles of blood also seeped from the corners of his mouth. Yet, despite his dire predicament, Lin Ju's countenance betrayed no sign of anguish. On the contrary, a perplexing smile graced his lips, curving in an enigmatic arc, raising his head slightly. Lin Ju surveyed his surroundings and discovered, to his astonishment, that dozens of maned wolves had encircled him. These wolves bared their teeth, their menacing demeanor radiating a palpable aura of death. However, faced with such peril, Lin Ju's laughter grew increasingly wild and unrestrained. What a delightful turn of events! His raucous laughter echoed through the air. Yet, in an instant, as if transformed, Lin Ju burst into tears without warning, his cries heart-wrenching and evoking deep sympathy. Clutching his chest tightly with one hand, he turned and fled desperately, calling out for help. His voice tinged with terror, as if pursued by vengeful spirits. The pack of wolves behind him relentlessly pursued, their agile forms gliding through the moonlight like specters. Their speed astonishing, akin to a surging tide. Witnessing such a scene, one cannot help but wonder what had befallen Lin Ju. Could he have lost his sanity? Or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. Within this mountainous forest, the lights of several households still flickered brightly. Among them, one wooden house stood out prominently. At that moment, the aroma of a sumptuous meal wafted from within. A beautiful young girl busily arranged dishes on the wooden table. She gently called out, "Grandfather, brother, come and eat." This young lady, with her lustrous black hair and skin as white as snow, appeared even more radiant under the flickering candlelight. As her words faded, the wooden door creaked open slowly, revealing two figures entering. Leading the way was a robust young man, his steps firm and confident. Following closely was an elderly man, his visage kind yet marked by the signs of age. The grandfather and grandson shared laughter and conversation, exuding a sense of intimacy and harmony. They approached the dining table, seated themselves, and began to savor the evening meal. Gazing at the table laden with delectable dishes, the young man's eyes sparkled with delight. "Xiaojin, it seems your culinary skills have reached new heights." Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Xiaojin's lovely face, and she proudly replied, "Of course." With that, she gracefully took her seat at the table. Unable to contain his eagerness any longer, the young man swiftly grasped his chopsticks and unhesitatingly selected a morsel to savor. In a fleeting moment, a rich aroma enveloped his mouth, and an involuntary smile of happiness blossomed on his face. The elderly man seated nearby also smiled, extending his chopsticks to savor a dish, relishing its flavors. Moments later, he nodded in satisfaction. Thus, the three of them gathered around the dining table, joyfully enjoying a dinner steeped in warmth and camaraderie. They ate and chatted, laughter resonating throughout the cozy room. However, just as they were indulging in their meal, the old man suddenly set down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression growing serious as he turned to the young man, slowly articulating, "Iyo, tomorrow morning, you must deliver all the prey we have captured during this time to the Sword Manor in exchange for some spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the young man hastily swallowed his food and eagerly replied, "Of course, Grandpa, you can count on me. This time, our haul is quite substantial. Not only have we captured numerous ordinary beasts, but we also managed to ensnare several level 1 spirit beasts. Altogether, we could exchange for at least 50 spirit stones." These families had resided on Mongfing Mountain for generations, relying on hunting for their livelihood. Trading the captured beasts for spirit stones at the Sword Manor had become a crucial means of sustaining their existence. Consequently, each household possessed a certain quantity of spirit stones. Yet, at that moment, Xiaojin furrowed her brow slightly, about to speak, when suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry for help pierced through the air, instantly capturing the attention of the three within the room. Without a moment's hesitation, they flung open the door and rushed outside. They were not the only ones responding. Other hunters from their neighboring homes also burst forth in a frantic dash. Before their eyes appeared a blood-soaked youth, staggering towards them in desperate flight. His garments were tattered, revealing skin marred by numerous wounds, a sight both shocking and distressing. Hot on his heels was a pack of Maine wolves, their eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson glow. Fangs bared, the wolves raced like the wind, closing in on the fleeing boy, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart in the next heartbeat. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt no hesitation. They swiftly turned back into their homes, retrieving their hunting bows, hastily knocking arrows and drawing taut the bowstrings. A series of sharp whistling sounds echoed as arrows shot forth like lightning towards the pack of wolves. In an instant, several wolves, unable to evade, were struck in vital areas by the speeding arrows, collapsing with anguished howls. Yet, before the surviving wolves could catch their breath, a second wave of arrows descended upon them. As the saying goes, even the smallest creatures strive for survival. How much more so for humans and beasts alike? When one's life is threatened, an innate sense of fear surges within, transcending all else. Thus, the pack of wolves, sensing the dire situation, had no choice but to turn tail and flee, abandoning their pursuit of Linju. At this moment, as Linju desperately called for help, a flicker of recognition crossed his terrified face upon glimpsing a somewhat familiar figure. This smile was complex, revealing 3 parts of undeniable joy, yet overshadowed by 7 parts of chilling malice. "Su Jin, though you once saved my life in a past existence." Lin Ju mused inwardly, his thoughts swirling like a tumultuous tide. Suddenly, he felt as if all his strength had evaporated, deliberately slowing his frantic pace. His body beginning to tremble uncontrollably as he staggered toward the hunters ahead. A muffled sound escaped his throat, and then he violently expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid tracing a harrowing arc through the air before splattering onto the ground around him. With the surge of blood, Lin Ju felt as though the very essence of his strength had been siphoned away, the world before him becoming increasingly blurred. With a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, hands outstretched, lips trembling as he struggled to utter 2 words, "Save me." In his now hazy vision, he could faintly distinguish a woman and a man rushing toward him. Yet before he could clearly discern their faces, an engulfing darkness consumed him entirely, plunging him into an abyss of silence. Chapter 9. The Essence of the Devil's Path Part 2. Under the blazing sun, the scorching rays cascaded down, illuminating the azure sky that stretched endlessly without a cloud in sight. The brilliant sunlight appeared as a golden brush, delicately painting the tender green leaves. Each leaf seemed to be gilded with a layer of resplendent gold, shimmering with an enchanting glow. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves to sway gracefully like light-footed dancers, the golden light joyfully leaping in tandem with their movements. After a night of dedicated care from the Su family, Linju, who had sustained severe injuries, was showing signs of improvement. At this moment, he lay quietly on a bed adorned with animal skins, his upper body wrapped in white bandages. A soft groan escaped Linju's lips, marking the gradual return of his consciousness after a prolonged state of unconsciousness. His eyes, long tightly shut, trembled slightly before slowly opening, blinking increasingly faster until he regained full awareness. Despite feeling weak and feeble, Linju summoned his indomitable will to laboriously prop himself up, sitting on the edge of the bed. Instinctively, he raised a hand to cover his chest, feeling the dull ache emanating from his wound. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized the familiar yet strange decor, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the haunting experiences of his past life. In his previous existence, at the tender age of 14, he had ventured out on a mission, only to be ambushed by a savage spirit beast along the way. To his dismay, his companions abandoned him at the crucial moment, leaving Linju to flee for his life, teetering on the brink of annihilation, just as despair threatened to consume him. Sui and a band of fearless hunters appeared in the nick of time, rescuing him from the jaws of death. Moreover, Sui's sister, Su Jin, tended to his grievous wounds with utmost care and compassion. It is no exaggeration to say that without the Su family and these kind-hearted hunters, Linju would have long been consigned to the underworld. How nostalgic. Reflecting on the past, Linju could not help but silently lament within his heart. "You are awake." Suddenly, a melodious voice floated into his ears. He gently lifted his head, his vision gradually sharpening. Before him appeared a graceful figure, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Jin. Though her attire was exceedingly simple, it could not conceal her beauty. Struggling to move, Linju clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect towards Su Jin, expressing earnestly, "Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Such a profound kindness shall forever remain etched in my memory." Su Jin waved her hand lightly, responding, "You are too kind, young brother. It was not I who saved you, but my brother and grandfather." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise crossed Linju's face, but he quickly composed himself. He smiled gently at Su Jin and sincerely replied, "If that is the case, I would be grateful if you could convey my heartfelt thanks to your brother and grandfather. This kindness shall always be remembered." Seeing his earnestness, Su Jin returned his smile with warmth, saying, "There is no need for such formality, young brother, as you have awakened. I presume you are rather famished? How about we dine together?" "Certainly," Linju replied readily. However, due to his injuries still not having healed, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, causing him to stumble unsteadily as he rose from the bed. Observing this, Su Jin hurriedly approached to support him, expressing concern, "Be cautious, do not overexert yourself." At the same time, she handed Linju a new white robe. "Thank you for your care, miss." Linju expressed his gratitude once more, accepting the robe and donning it with Su Jin's assistance. With great difficulty, he made his way to the door, gently pulling open the slightly aged wooden door, revealing the scene within. Sui and Old Master Su were seated at the dining table, engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Linju emerge, Sui rose with a broad smile and warmly beckoned. "Ah, little brother, you are finally awake. Come, take a seat. My sister's culinary skills are exceptional." Hearing this, Linju readily complied, taking a seat under Sui's guidance, while Su Jin settled onto a stool as well. The four of them were oriented in 4 different directions. "Please." Sui gestured invitingly to Linju. Without hesitation, Linju picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth. As he bit into the dish, a rich aroma immediately enveloped his palate. After merely a couple of chews, Linju's eyes widened in astonishment. Instantly, he found his movements with the chopsticks and the pace of his chewing accelerating uncontrollably. Sui, witnessing Linju's voracious appetite, displayed a subtle smile and remarked softly, "It seems this little brother is quite ravenous." Simultaneously, Su Jin exhibited a similar expression, even going so far as to extend her hand to add more food to Linju's bowl, in stark contrast to the warm hospitality of the siblings. Old Master Su remained silent, exuding a certain aloofness. His keen eyes remained fixed on the ravenously eating Linju, his mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Why would a mere 10-year-old boy be alone in this mountainous forest at night? What circumstances led him to be pursued by a pack of wolves? More importantly, why did he end up before us? These inquiries enveloped old Master Su's thoughts like a thick fog. Linju, of course, sensed the scrutinizing gaze of old Master Su. However, he displayed no signs of discomfort, continuing to relish the meal as if nothing were amiss. Yet internally, Linju quietly mused, This old man Su is indeed a meticulous hunter. He harbors suspicion even towards a mere 10-year-old boy. His doubts intensified. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Sujin slowly inquired, May I ask how you are addressed, little brother? From whence do you hail, and what led to your pursuit by the wolves? Upon hearing this, Linju, who had been hastily consuming his food, found his movements suddenly slow, as though the chopsticks had become unbearably heavy. Meanwhile, the once serene expression on his face began to gradually reveal a profound sorrow. Linju slightly lifted his head and, with a voice tinged with hoarseness, responded, I am known as Xiaozhan. Orphaned at a young age, I am a student of the Sword Manor Academy. Upon hearing Linju mention his origins from the Sword Manor, Su Yi, who had maintained a stoic demeanor, involuntarily shifted his expression for a brief moment. However, in the blink of an eye, he swiftly regained his composure. Linju continued recounting his experiences. Not long ago, I was tasked alongside several classmates. Unexpectedly, we encountered a pack of ferocious Mane wolves, which relentlessly pursued us. In the ensuing chaos, we were scattered and fled in all directions. At this juncture, Linju paused. Inhaling deeply before continuing, in the midst of this frantic escape, I unfortunately sustained injuries, and the scent of my blood instantly attracted more Mane wolves. Fortunately, I had learned some sword techniques from the venerable Elder Tsong at the academy, which allowed me to mount a feeble resistance. Yet, outnumbered, my efforts against the wolves proved trivial. My body gradually succumbed to the assaults of their fangs and claws, leaving me bloodied. I had no choice but to flee desperately, and in my panic, I inadvertently stumbled upon this place. Upon hearing Linju's account, Su Ye's keen gaze showed no sign of relaxation as he solemnly inquired, Since young brother Xiao claims to hail from the Sword Manor Academy, do you possess any item that could validate your identity? Linju, after a moment of contemplation, promptly replied, Indeed, there should be a token hidden within the tattered clothing I wore previously. However, I am uncertain of its whereabouts. No sooner had Linju's words fallen than Su Jane, who had been standing nearby, interjected, Is this the token you speak of? She revealed a token of deep azure hue, intricately engraved with the character for sword, which she had discovered while sorting through the tattered clothing the previous night. Upon seeing the token, Linju's face instantly lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Indeed, that is it. That very token. He extended his hands to receive the token from Su Jane, presenting it before Su Yi. Su Yi scrutinized it closely, and with his extensive experience, he recognized that this token unmistakably belonged to the Sword Manor Academy. In an instant, Su Ye's demeanor transformed dramatically, akin to the swift changes of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. The corners of his mouth lifted in a warm smile, an expression of exuberance that starkly contrasted his earlier cold and austere visage. My sincerest apologies. It is entirely my fault for failing to recognize that young brother hails from the Sword Manor. Truly a grave oversight. At this moment, Su Ye's face radiated with goodwill, his smile imbued with a hint of cordiality. Observing their grandfather's demeanor, the two siblings exchanged glances of surprise. Linju wore a faint smile on his face, outwardly appearing calm and composed in response to Su Yi. However, he was acutely aware that this old man was a quintessential sycophant, attempting to ingratiate himself with the mighty Sword Manor. Linju inwardly scoffed at such a character, yet he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity for his own ambitions. After swallowing his food and pausing momentarily, Linju finally ventured to make a request. Su Yi, might I trouble you to lend me a few spirit stones? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yi eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Spirit stones are but a trifle. I shall fetch them for you right away. With that, he swiftly rose and hurried towards a nearby wooden rack. Upon reaching the rack, he opened a wooden box placed atop it, retrieving a handful of spirit stones, and then turned, hastening back to Linju. Little brother, here, these spirit stones are all yours. Su Yi beamed, presenting the stones before Linju. Trembling, Linju accepted the offering with gratitude, smiling as he expressed, Thank you, Su Yi, for your generous assistance. I shall remember this kindness and repay it in the future. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as Su Yi was about to engage in further pleasantries, his words were abruptly severed, coming to an unexpected halt. Almost instantly, his body began to tremble, and his previously rosy complexion turned ashen. Slowly lowering his gaze, Su Yi gazed in disbelief at his chest, where a dark, gleaming long sword had inexplicably pierced through. Following the blade with his eyes, he discovered that the wielder was none other than Lin Ju, who had moments ago appeared so grateful. Little brother. Su Yi struggled to utter a few words, but Lin Ju had no inclination to heed his feeble attempts at speech. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Ju's eyes as he unhesitatingly withdrew the ink-black sword from Su Ye's chest. In an instant, the blade gleamed, and a spray of crimson blood erupted from Su Ye's wound, resembling a blossoming flower of blood that splattered onto Lin Ju's snowy garments. Su Ye's body collapsed limply, crashing heavily to the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events, as life swiftly ebbed from his form until it vanished entirely. Chapter 10. The True Nature of Evil. Part 2. The two siblings of the Su family, witnessing this harrowing scene, were rendered speechless, their faces as pale as parchment. They could scarcely believe their eyes, as their usually amiable grandfather lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Coming to their senses, they stumbled forward, rushing to their grandfather's side. Collapsing to their knees, trembling hands grasping the now cold body. "Grandfather, what has happened? Grandfather!" Su Jin cried out in heart-wrenching anguish, her voice steeped in boundless sorrow and despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential flood, cascading onto her grandfather's already frigid visage. Meanwhile, Su Yi rose in a fury, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Ju, their reddened rims betraying his wrath. Clenching his jaw, his entire body quivered with rage as he bellowed, "Xiaozhan, why did you kill my grandfather? We saved your life." In response to Su Yi's accusation, Lin Ju laughed coldly, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. After his sinister laughter subsided, he finally dropped his facade, slowly rising to his feet and casting a disdainful glance at Su Yi, a chilling smile grazing his lips. "Saved my life? Humph. And what of it? I am indeed grateful to you. However, I borrowed spirit stones from you, and such a debt must eventually be repaid. But if the one who lent me the spirit stones has perished, then would not the debt vanish into thin air? Ha ha ha! You heartless, unfeeling monster." Su Yi seethed with fury, his blood boiling at Lin Ju's cruel and inhumane words. Unable to contain his inner rage any longer, he shouted and lunged at Lin Ju with clenched fists. Yet, how could an ordinary person contend with a swordsman, especially one who had lived for over 5 centuries? In an instant, Lin Ju evaded the oncoming blow with a ghostly agility, his movements as swift as lightning. He then brandished his sword with a swift and fierce stroke aimed at Su Yi's neck. In a heartbeat, Su Yi's head was severed, soaring high into the air as a fountain of warm blood erupted, painting the scene in a gruesome tableau. With a resounding crash, Su Yi's headless body crumpled forward, crashing onto the dining table, splintering it into fragments with a thunderous impact. "Brother!" Witnessing this horrific spectacle, Su Jin let out a soul-piercing wail, her heart rent with despair. She recklessly lunged towards her brother's lifeless form. Looking down upon the weeping Su Jin, Lin Ju's expression remained impassive as he coolly commanded, "Lift your head." Trembling violently, Su Jin gradually raised her gaze. Her once radiant face now drowned in tears, the streaks of sorrow etched clearly upon her features. Nevertheless, within her beautiful eyes burned a fierce and unquenchable wrath, as if seeking to incinerate the cold-hearted individual before her. Lin Ju's lips curled slightly into a sardonic smile. "Truly radiant, like the sun itself, so dazzling that it renders me speechless." Before the echoes of her words faded, the ink-black eyebrow in his hand waved once more. In a glimmer of cold light, the sharp tip of the sword accurately grazed Su Jin's delicate and fair visage. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, breathless. Her exquisite face, helplessly, from her forehead and brow to her lips and chin, began to seep a slender line of crimson. The line widened, and the vivid blood slowly oozed, trickling down from one side of her nose and lip. Yet Lin Ju remained utterly indifferent, preoccupied solely with the number of spirit stones contained within the wooden box he had just opened. "Lin Ju, have you no sense of humanity left? In a previous life, the Su family had pulled him back from the brink of death, with old Master Su even allowing him to reside in their home for over a year. During that time, the entire Su family showered him with care, and Su Jin herself harbored feelings for him. Yet, such kindness he repaid with annihilation. Truly, a cause for both divine and human outrage. Had these words been spoken to the Lin Ju of his past life, he would have been consumed by shame and mortification, perhaps even resorting to self-destruction on the spot. Alas, the Linju of today was no longer the kind-hearted and innocent youth he once was. After undergoing the trials of life and death, he had transformed into a merciless devil. No matter how well the Su family had treated him in his previous life, or how deeply Su Jin had loved him, what did it matter? The past was the past. It bore no relevance to this life. With sword in hand, Lin Ju strode unwaveringly across the blood-soaked corpses, directly toward the wooden box that contained the spirit stones. His steps were resolute, as if he treaded not upon lives but mere blades of grass. Upon reaching the box, he opened it without hesitation. In an instant, a faint blue light emanated from within. Upon closer inspection, the box was filled to the brim with spirit stones, roughly estimated to number at least 70 or 80. Greed instantly filled Lin Ju's eyes at the sight of the stones, his previously indifferent expression twisting with excitement. He quickly closed the box, clutching it tightly, and strode out of the room without a backward glance. "Old Master Su, my bow is broken. Could you assist me in repairing it?" Suddenly, a voice called out, causing Lin Ju to lift his previously lowered head abruptly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, directed toward the source of the sound. A robust young man hurriedly approached, gripping a bow that had snapped in two. However, as his eyes met the blood-soaked Lin Ju, wielding a sword stained with crimson, the young man's expression froze, replaced by sheer terror. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the blood sprawled across the ground and the lifeless body lying in the pool of gore, his body trembling involuntarily. In but a fleeting moment, terror completely engulfed his heart, rendering his legs weak and causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. "Why you?" the young man stammered, his lips trembling. Lin Ju, with an impassive expression, slowly advanced towards him, each step feeling as though it was crushing the young man's very heart, intensifying his frantic heartbeat. Finally, when Lin Ju was merely a few paces away, the young man could no longer bear the weight of such overwhelming fear and screamed hysterically, "Help!" accompanied by that piercing cry. Lin Ju raised his hand without hesitation and brought it down with force. A flash of cold light passed, and in an instant, a head rolled to the ground, splattering blood across the earth. The young man's desperate pleas faded into the distance, drawing the attention of nearby hunters who quickly converged upon the scene. Upon their arrival, the hunters were met with a gruesome tableau, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. After a brief silence, a wave of furious murmurs erupted from the crowd, each hunter glaring with rage, gritting their teeth as they readied their bows and aimed at Lin Ju, poised to strike him down. In the face of this menacing assembly, Lin Ju's lips curled into a slight smirk as he let out a cold chuckle. In an instant, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and swung it forward with great force. Instantly, a blade of energy surged forth, sweeping across the ground with a fierce momentum. The sound of rustling filled the air as the sword energy sliced through everything in its path, causing grass and trees to bow down, even chipping away at sturdy stones. In the blink of an eye, this formidable sword energy had reached the hunters surrounding Lin Ju. Boom! The hunters barely had time to react before they were cleaved in two by the relentless force. Limbs and severed body parts flew in all directions, and crimson blood gushed forth like a torrent, quickly pooling together and seeping into the earth beneath, staining it a disquieting shade of dark red. Lin Ju's expression remained grim as he stepped over the heap of corpses, the sound of blood oozing beneath his feet sending chills down the spine. His gaze was fixed firmly on the adjacent household, and without hesitation, he strode forward. With a series of muffled thuds, Lin Ju vanished like a specter, swiftly approaching the next dwelling. His steps were resolute and merciless, driven by an obsession that compelled him to continue his slaughter. For what he coveted was not merely the spirit stones of the Su family, but the wealth contained within all the hunters' homes in this region. As time slipped away, Lin Ju's blade danced through the air, each swing heralding a wave of bloodshed and demise. It was not until the last woman of the dozen households fell helplessly into a pool of blood that he finally ceased his relentless assault. At that moment, Lin Ju's eyes were bloodshot and nearly frenzied. His once snow-white garments were now thoroughly soaked in blood, devoid of any trace of white. Even his hair and face bore the marks of crimson, leaving an impression of dread upon those who beheld him. Amidst the sanguine river formed by a confluence of blood, Lin Ju stood, his head tilted skyward as he erupted into a maniacal laughter. His mirth reverberated through the desolate expanse, as if to shatter the very fabric of existence. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the previously serene azure sky morphed into a tempestuous canvas. Dense clouds surged forth like a tumultuous tide, swiftly obscuring the sun's radiant glow. In quick succession, brilliant streaks of lightning cleaved the firmament, accompanied by resounding claps of thunder that echoed through the air. Before long, a torrential downpour cascaded from above, with raindrops as large as beans mercilessly crashing onto Linju's form. The deluge ruthlessly washed over him, cascading along the blade of his ink-black sword, striving to purge the sanguinary essence that clung to him. However, no matter how fierce the rain fell, it could never cleanse the sins and darkness deeply entrenched within Linju's soul. To repay kindness with malice, to forget gratitude, to respond to virtue with resentment, to harm others for personal gain, to kill and plunder, such is the true essence of the demonic path. Chapter 11. The bone sword in the white carving the torrential rain seemed to be orchestrated by an invisible hand, relentless and unending. The deluge descended from the heavens like the Milky Way bursting its banks, with dense raindrops crashing onto the earth and splashing into layers of water. Pea-sized droplets crackled as they pelted the branches and leaves of the forest, producing a sound as crisp and chaotic as an army of thousands in fierce combat. Within the woods, thick mist enveloped the surroundings like a ghostly shroud, with trees appearing and disappearing in the haze. Yet, this inclement weather did not deter Linju from returning to the Sword Manor. He stood tall, his feet sinking into the muddy mountain path, each step sending mud flying. The howling wind, accompanied by the torrential rain, lashed against his body like a sharp arrow, yet he remained unfazed, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. In such weather, both beasts and humans typically opted to remain indoors. The wild creatures of the forest had long retreated to their nests, curled up in dark corners to escape the ravaging storm, while humans locked their doors tightly, gathered around warm fires, praying for the rain to cease. For Linju, however, this was undoubtedly the most opportune moment to return to the Sword Manor undetected. This rain was not a manifestation of heaven's wrath or sorrow towards Linju, but rather a divine blessing. A slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth, grateful for the timely arrival of the downpour. The rain not only concealed the scent of blood clinging to him, but also blurred any traces of his passage. As for the corpses of the hunters, they were nothing but mere grass to Linju. Those bodies would decay, emit a foul stench, and ultimately turn to a pile of bones, becoming yet another forgotten sacrifice in the forest. At this moment, Linju carried a bulging bag on his back, traversing the rain-soaked woods. The bag was filled with spirit stones, his spoils from the hunters he had slain. A rough estimate suggested he had acquired over 800 spirit stones. The excitement on Linju's face was increasingly difficult to suppress, his smile widening with each passing moment. The blood-stained garment he wore gradually shed its horrifying crimson hue under the relentless rain, revealing its original white, resembling a demon from hell transforming into an angel of purity. Suddenly, a soft sound pierced the darkness like a shooting star, reaching Linju's ears. Though faint, it struck his heart like a heavy hammer, compelling him to halt in his tracks. His brows furrowed, a wave of vigilance sweeping over him, every nerve in his body taut as if on the brink of snapping. Another crisp sound echoed. Linju swiftly turned his head to the right, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, scanning the surroundings for the source of the noise. At last, he discerned that the sound emanated from the rocky wall obscured by the thicket. The wall, shrouded by layers of foliage, appeared both mysterious and foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, Linju took long strides towards it. He splashed through puddles, sending water flying with each step. He pushed aside branches, which clawed at him like desperate hands, striving to impede his advance. He traversed the underbrush, the blades of grass rustling beneath his feet as if composing a symphony in his honor. He pushed aside the creeping vines, which coiled around him like verdant serpents. Yet he deftly cast them off one by one. After a considerable trek, Linju found himself before a heap of colossal boulders at the base of a rock face. The stones were overrun with wild grasses, and various mosses clung to their surfaces like a lush green tapestry. Standing before this chaotic assemblage, Linju scrutinized it closely, convinced that the sound he had heard emanated from within. It was the sound of a sword's song. Linju furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. He cast aside the spirit stone, brushing back his rain-soaked hair, which clung limply to his forehead, allowing it to cascade down his back. Then, he leaned over the pile of stones, meticulously searching for an opening. His hands explored the rugged and frigid surfaces of the stones, leaving no crevice unchecked. Time ticked away as Linju remained hunched over the boulders for a quarter of an hour. At last, he noticed a gap between two massive stones that caught his attention. A surge of joy welled up within him, as if he glimpsed the dawn of hope. Linju approached the fissure, observing it closely, and discovered that its width was just enough to accommodate his form. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to descend through the narrow opening. The passage was exceedingly constricted, with the walls pressing tightly against him, making each movement laborious. He propelled himself forward, his toes gripping the minuscule protrusions on the stone walls, inching his body downward. The rough and uneven stones scraped against his clothing, producing a rustling sound, and left tiny lacerations upon the back of his hands. Yet he gritted his teeth, showing no sign of retreat. Time passed as he descended, though he could not say how long it had been. Suddenly, the constraints around him vanished, and he was enveloped in a sensation of weightlessness. Thud! Linju plummeted into an underground chamber. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his bones had been dislocated. Supporting his head, he shook it to regain clarity. Standing up, he found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see even his own hand. The silence around him was unnerving, save for the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Yet, Linju felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration coursed through him. In such an environment, in such a place, he was bound to unearth treasures. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a sudden brightness illuminated his surroundings. A beam of white light appeared not far ahead, like a beacon in the darkness, instantly illuminating a small area around him. This radiance exuded a gentle yet resolute warmth, and Linju's heart stirred as he contemplated the possibilities. He disregarded any potential hazards or traps along the inky path, propelling himself forward towards the glimmer of white light. The stone path beneath his hurried steps resonated with a dull thud, while the dim surroundings blurred into the background. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the faintly glowing object ahead. As Linju drew nearer, the form of the radiant item gradually became clearer. He discerned that it was a sword. Upon finally reaching the sword, his steps slowed, imbued with a sense of reverence and caution as he approached it slowly. Indeed, it was the bone sword Baishua. Upon witnessing the true appearance of the sword, Linju's voice brimmed with excitement, his previously measured tone elevating several decibels. His body trembling slightly in response. The sword stood quietly atop a protruding stone platform, as if awaiting the arrival of its destined wielder. This bone sword was forged entirely from eerie white bones, its blade distorted and grotesque, the surface riddled with menacing cracks resembling a desiccated river of blood, culminating in a skeletal hand with fingers curled like claws. Linju's eyes were riveted upon the sword as he murmured, "Although this sword is currently of the first tier, it is indeed a paragon among them." His voice was soft, yet brimming with exhilaration and astonishment. This sword could be described as both simple and formidable. Its simplicity lay in its method of advancement. It merely required continuous offerings of bones to ascend in rank. Its might, however, was formidable, once matured. It would become a weapon that instilled terror in the hearts of many. In his previous life, Linju knew of an individual who had forged this sword into his fateful blade. That individual was a reclusive and ruthless sword master of the demonic path, yet possessed an extraordinary talent. He hunted various high-tier spirit beasts, feeding their bones to this bone sword, even daring to oppose high-ranking sword masters to extract human bones. After years of relentless effort, he finally elevated this bone sword to the 7th tier. The Sword-aster was thereafter revered among the demonic practitioners as the Bone Sword King. Armed with this bone sword, the Bone Sword King roamed the demonic realm unchecked, instilling fear in all who encountered him. Linju had once glimpsed the Bone Sword King from afar. The terrifying aura emanating from the bone sword still haunted him. Now, with this very bone sword before him, an intense yearning surged within Linju. Yet, this longing did not overpower his reason. From where had this sword originated? Why was it that he had come upon it? Chapter 12. What is emotion? Before Linju could ponder further, a sound akin to a bolt of lightning shattering confinement erupted, soaring high into the air. It radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to a multitude of fragmented stars coalescing, illuminating the entire space. The sudden intensity of the light compelled Linju to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. His fingers pressed tightly together, yet a shimmering glow seeped through the gaps, leaving flickering patterns on his palm. After a considerable moment, Linju gradually lowered his hand. Before him lay an expanse of approximately 80 square meters, resembling a corner forgotten by time. The surrounding stone walls were damp, cool, and slick to the touch. Thick green moss enveloped the walls, its vibrant hue intensified by the light, while creeping vines coiled around them like serpents, some even cascading from the top of the stone, forming curtains of greenery. Water trickled continuously from the crevices, each drop splashing onto the ground, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound that added a lively essence to the otherwise silent space. Linju surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with curiosity and vigilance. By chance, he caught sight of a white skeleton at his feet. It remained with but a single hand, the bones pale and gaunt, fingers slightly curled as if still attempting to grasp something. Draped over the bones was a tattered garment of white powder, the fabric long since worn and riddled with holes, swaying gently with the slightest breeze. Clearly, this skeleton belonged to a woman. Lin Ju furrowed his brow. There was no trace of memory regarding this place in his past life. He yearned to reach out and touch the skeleton, to uncover the secrets it might hold. Just then, a voice echoed in his ear, filled with a delicate timbre, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." In this enigmatic underground cavern, the sudden intrusion of another's voice was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples of unease. Even Lin Ju felt the hair on his neck stand on end, his scalp prickling with trepidation. His body froze, eyes wide, scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness in search of the voice's origin. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, each thump resonating like a war drum within his chest. In the next instant, a male voice emerged, imbued with an indescribable tenderness and affection. Ruo Lan. These two simple syllables carried boundless emotion, lingering in the air. Wait, Lin Ju thought. As the tone of adoration twisted his brows into a knot, a flicker of confusion and shock passing through his gaze. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sharp as arrows, piercing straight ahead. Before him, the once unremarkable surface of the stone wall began to ripple, the light and shadow transforming like ethereal sprites. In a fleeting moment, a vivid scene emerged before Lin Ju's eyes, as if a portal to the past had gradually opened, revealing a long-buried memory. In this tableau, a beautiful female swordswoman stood beneath a lush tree at the edge of a cliff, accompanied by a handsome male swordsman. The tree, with its verdant leaves swaying gently in the breeze, seemed to dance in celebration of their union. The female swordswoman, graceful in stature, held a scabbard that glimmered softly in the sunlight, her face radiating joy and her eyes brimming with affection for the male swordsman. He, tall and distinguished, grasped her hand tenderly as their heads leaned together, exchanging sweet whispers that filled the air with an intoxicating atmosphere of love. In an instant, Lin Ju recognized the male swordsman. Despite the passage of time and the subtle alterations in his appearance, the essence of his features remained unmistakable. Lin Ju's gaze turned icy and piercing, as if he could penetrate the very fabric of the scene. Memories of a painful past surged forth. This man was Jian Changkong, the master of the sword mansion who had deceived Lin Ju into servitude in the mines for a decade. Those 10 years in the mines marked the darkest period of Lin Ju's life, laboring in damp, shadowy caverns by day and suffering inhumane treatment by night. Clenching his fists tightly, the knuckles turned pale from the intensity of his grip. He focused intently on the unfolding scene, which shifted rapidly. The once loving couple gradually transformed from lovers to adversaries. Suddenly, Jian Changkong's expression darkened, his eyes filled with shock and terror as he realized that Rulan was, in fact, a practitioner of the dark arts. Yet, as a disciple of the righteous sword mansion, he had been indoctrinated since childhood with the belief that the paths of righteousness and malevolence were irreconcilable. To him, the dark arts symbolized evil, an entity that must be eradicated, in order to uphold the honor of the righteous path and the reputation of the sword mansion. Jian Changkong was compelled to make a harrowing decision to eliminate the dark forces. He slowly drew his sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling light, foreshadowing the impending brutality. Rulan's eyes were filled with despair and anguish. She could scarcely fathom that the man who once loved her dearly would now turn against her in the name of righteousness. Both stood at the mid-stage of the third realm. Although Rulan belonged to the dark path, her heart had blossomed with genuine affection for Jian Changkong from the very moment they met. This love took root in her soul, akin to a flower blooming in the darkness. During their many encounters, despite the knowledge of their opposing stances, she always held back, her heart torn with reluctance and conflict. In the heat of battle, she would subtly redirect her sword's edge or deliberately slow her pace to avoid harming him, fearing even the slightest injury. However, Jian Changkong disregarded their past bond entirely. Seizing the opportunity presented by Rulan's momentary hesitation, a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes. With lightning speed, his sword struck, and with a sickening sound, Rulan's arm was severed. Blood spattered forth, cascading onto the ground, its crimson hue starkly piercing in the frigid battlefield. Lan Ruo sustained grievous wounds, and her fated sword lay shattered into countless fragments. Her heart brimmed with sorrow and resentment, yet she found herself powerless to continue the fight. Forced to flee in a state of panic, she stumbled along, blood streaming from her severed arm, each step seemingly draining the last vestiges of her strength. Ultimately, she sought refuge in this secluded spot. Surrounding her was an eerie silence. As Lan Ruo lay upon the ground, her life force gradually ebbing away. Soon after, She closed her eyes forever, leaving behind the solitary, unblemished white jade sword. As the film concluded, the surrounding brilliance began to fade slowly, retreating like a receding tide. The white jade sword descended gently, emanating a faint, ethereal light, hovering before Lin Ju. Lin Ju squinted slightly, grasping the hilt forged from human wrist bones. A soft sigh escaped his lips, deep and tinged with derision. What foolish devotion! You beckon me because you sense I am of the demonic path. Yearning for vengeance on your behalf? His voice resonated in the stillness, as if engaging in a mute dialogue with the sword. At that moment, the white jade sword suddenly shimmered, seemingly affirming Lin Ju's words, expressing a desire for retribution. Taken aback, Lin Ju burst into raucous laughter, his mirth echoing loudly in the vast emptiness. Ha ha, let us not dwell on your foolishness. While others seek your demise, you hold back at every turn. Even more perplexing is how a denizen of the demonic path could harbor feelings for a righteous soul. Feelings? What are they worth in spirit stones? It neither nurtured you nor granted you anything, leaving you instead battered and bruised, sorrowfully descending to the underworld. As he laughed, Lin Ju scoffed, his expression rife with disdain. To him, this realm of cultivation was merely a shambles of survival of the fittest, rife with disputes over gain. In this chaotic expanse, feelings were but an invisible tether, appearing soft yet sharp as a blade. Once ensnared, even a formidable tiger would lose its regal essence, devolving into a cornered beast, endlessly circling in place, unable to progress. Ultimately, one could only succumb to the entanglements of emotion, step by step descending into degradation and demise, becoming mere dust within this world of cultivation. Chapter 13. The Sword of Destiny. Lin Ju stood in this somewhat desolate location, his eyes slightly narrowed, and a flicker of gratitude arose within him toward Jian Chongkong. Were it not for Jian Chongkong compelling Ruo Lan's demise here, how would he have serendipitously arrived at this place to encounter Bai Shuo? With a faint expression, he pondered, revenge? Why should I avenge a stranger who has departed this world? His voice reverberated through the stillness of the space. Bai Shuo, which had been lying quietly in his hand, began to tremble violently upon hearing his words. The intensity of the quaking escalated, and the sword emitted a low hum, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free from its confines, attempting to escape Lin Ju's grasp. Observing the incessant quivering of Bai Shuo, a slight smile graced Lin Ju's lips as he softly uttered, "Oh, now that I hold you, do you still wish to flee? Can you even escape?" Soul Mourning. Lin Ju lightly breathed these two words. The Soul Mourning sword, which had remained tranquil within his spiritual sea, sensed its master's call and trembled ever so slightly. Simultaneously, a faint gray light flickered between Lin Ju's brows. Despite the Soul Mourning sword being of a remarkable tier, Lin Ju's current strength was still far from fully wielding it. However, merely invoking its essence was sufficient to instill immense pressure upon Bai Shuo. The suppression of a 7th-tier Soul Mourning against a 1st-tier Bai Shuo was akin to an elephant trampling an ant, an insurmountable disparity. In an instant, the previously struggling Bai Shuo ceased its defiance, and the tremors of the sword gradually subsided. Suddenly, the gray light underwent a transformation. It coalesced into a small orb emanating an eerie glow, resembling a gray flame. This flame exuded a paradoxical warmth and chill, flowing slowly along Lin Ju's form until it enveloped Bai Shuo. In that fleeting moment, the entire blade was shrouded in this gray fire, crackling with a fierce intensity. Ah! Ah! A series of piercing screams erupted from within the sword, reminiscent of the cacophony of night creatures, excruciatingly jarring to the ears. Lin Ju, however, remained unperturbed, for he recognized this as a remnant of Ruo Lan's vengeful spirit. With a cold snort, he resolutely settled into a meditative posture. Indeed, he had made the decision to refine this Bai Shuo's sword into his own Sword of Destiny. The Sword of Destiny is not a selection to be made lightly. There exists a stringent limitation on its number, which must not exceed 5. Therefore, one must be exceedingly cautious in choosing a Sword of Destiny, leaving no room for carelessness. This sword holds profound significance for a swordsman, intricately linked to the very essence of their being, and serves as the cornerstone of their swordsmanship. Should the Sword of Destiny shatter, the swordsman would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, potentially even facing mortal peril. Furthermore, a swordsman can adeptly coordinate their Sword of Destiny with auxiliary swords, unleashing more formidable sword techniques and astonishing sword formations. With hands forming intricate gestures, Lin Ju's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed upon the Bai Shuo sword ensconced in the gray flames before him. Without hesitation, he activated the Soul Grief. An aura of unparalleled power surged forth like a roaring torrent, forcefully erasing the mark left by Lan Rua on the sword. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Lin Ju took a deep breath, and then struck his own chest with a powerful fist. The blow was as thunderous as a tempest, causing excruciating pain to radiate through his chest, and blood was instantly expelled from his mouth. This blood was the essence of his life force and the quintessence of his swordsmanship. It surged forth like a crimson lightning bolt, accurately splattering upon the blade of the white sword. In an instant, the sword emitted a dazzling red glow, and the blood gradually melded into the blade like fire, its anguished cries fading into silence. Excitement began to illuminate Lin Ju's face. He knew the crucial moment had finally arrived. His hands swiftly transitioned through intricate gestures, akin to a graceful dancer, each movement executed with impeccable precision. Then, Lin Ju suddenly extended his arms outward, resembling a majestic rock spreading its wings. A resounding bang echoed as the red light instantly enveloped the surroundings, fading gently away. The white sword now radiated a faint, ethereal glow, quietly hovering before Lin Ju. The sword of his destiny was complete. Lin Ju grasped the hilt tightly, rising to his feet as a chill coursed from the blade into his palms, stirring something deep within him. He inhaled deeply and swung the bone sword with fervor, unleashing a streak of white sword energy that darted forth like a bolt of lightning. However, this energy was not of an ordinary crescent shape. It manifested as a fearsome skeletal hand, with a fierce slicing sound. It lunged forward with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy collided brutally against the stone wall, the solid rock tearing apart instantaneously, debris raining down like a tempest, and the very space quivering slightly. Witnessing this, Lin Ju erupted into joyous laughter, his voice reverberating through the vast cavern. "What a magnificent sword! Truly a remarkable sword!" he exclaimed with heartfelt admiration. Yet, this overwhelming joy did not cloud his judgment. He swiftly regained his composure. "I now possess 2 of the 5 swords of destiny, 1 soul grief and 1 white swa. The remaining 3 must be approached with utmost caution," he contemplated inwardly. Furthermore, an urgent dilemma presented itself before him. Though he had acquired the sword, how would he escape this place? Climbing out through the previous opening seemed a plausible solution. Yet Lin Ju was acutely aware that with his current abilities, leaping to such heights was beyond his reach. What to do? In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the skeleton at his feet, a confident smile gracing his lips as he thought, within 3 steps, there must be an antidote. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and stomped down fiercely. With a crack, the skeleton was instantly shattered. Bones splintered and fragmented, scattering into countless tiny shards that flew in every direction. Unexpectedly, the remnants of the bones did not scatter across the ground. Instead, at the moment of being crushed, they transformed into a wisp of white radiance. This luminous essence seemed almost alive, swirling gracefully in the air, as if guiding Lin Ju towards something significant. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Ju wasted no time and swiftly tucked the bone-collecting sword into his spiritual sea. Then, with fervent determination, he pursued the ethereal glow. His footsteps were urgent and powerful, each step echoing with a distinct sound upon the ground. As he chased after it, the wisp of white light soared further away, yet Lin Ju persisted, quickening his pace, thereby narrowing the gap between them. However, in the next fleeting moment, the radiant wisp abruptly dissipated, and simultaneously, a white materialized before Lin Ju's eyes. A flicker of realization coursed through him. That was the exit. Just as he prepared to dash towards it, a tremendous roar erupted from behind him. Startled, he turned to see the underground space he had just vacated violently collapsing and shaking. This was dire. Lin Ju swiftly pivoted and ran desperately forward. With each pounding step, the white dot grew larger within his sight. At last, like an arrow released from its bow, Lin Ju burst forth from the exit. A flash of white light enveloped him, and suddenly, the world opened up before him. He had emerged. The scene outside the entrance was none other than the vicinity of the Sword Manor. The sky continued to pour torrential rain, each droplet drenching Lin Ju to the bone. He abruptly glanced back, a wave of dread washing over him. The passage he had just exited was now sealed completely by massive boulders, not a single crevice remaining. He silently thanked his swiftness, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a thought struck him like lightning. "No," he exclaimed in disbelief. He suddenly recalled that he had forgotten something crucial. With no time to ponder further, Lin Ju immediately turned and sprinted in a specific direction. His footsteps splashed through the standing water, rain soaking his clothes and hair, but he paid no heed to such trivialities. His mind was solely fixated on one thought: retrieving his belongings. In a frenzied dash through the rain, Linju accelerated, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just him and what he sought. Branches along the way lashed against him, yet he felt no pain. Driven solely by a singular purpose. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground. However, he swiftly regained his footing and continued to run, without a moment's hesitation. Eventually, he reached his destination. Panting heavily, Linju gasped for breath, his chest feeling as though it were being scorched by fire. He was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. The item he had forgotten was none other than the pouch of spirit stones. He stood in place, gazing at the scene before him, a wave of despair surging within him. The once chaotic pile of stones had vanished, replaced by a deep, gaping pit. Evidently, the recent collapse of the underground led to a cascade of rocks being entombed, and with it, the bag of spiritual stones vanished into the depths of darkness. A flicker of regret passed through Linju's eyes, yet he quickly shook his head, offering a faint smile as he turned and walked slowly towards the direction of the Sword Manor. In pursuit of his goals, Linju had resorted to ruthless measures, mercilessly slaying his benefactor from a past life and annihilating the hunters in the mountains. However, it seemed he had gained nothing, as if all his endeavors were in vain. Is it truly an exercise in futility? If you believe so, you are gravely mistaken. Although those 800 spiritual stones held significant value for him, they paled in comparison to what he had acquired. The worth of the White Shuang sword and the secrets of the sword that shatters the void far surpassed the mere 800 spiritual stones. To gain, one must lose. This is an immutable truth of existence. Amidst the curtain of rain, Linju's silhouette receded, resembling a specter. Chapter 14. The kindness of a good Samaritan amidst the torrential downpour, resembling a curtain of pearls, the entire Sword Manor was enveloped in a veil of rain. The pathways within the estate were washed into streams, deserted save for Linju, who dashed through the rain with fervor. His figure flickered in and out of visibility as he hurriedly aimed to return to his wooden cottage. The splashes of water echoed beneath his feet. Upon reaching the cottage, he pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth greeted him. Without a moment's hesitation, Linju swiftly shed his soaked garments and ignited the candles in the hearth within. The fire blazed fiercely, crackling with life and casting a comforting glow upon Linju's face, enveloping him in a sense of ease. He settled beside the fire, unwrapping the bandages to inspect the wound left by the wild wolf. The injury bled slightly, yet thankfully showed no signs of swelling, indicating it was not severe. With a sigh of relief, Linju basked in the warmth, allowing the rainwater on his skin to evaporate. He applied some herbs to his wound and donned a lighter garment. Sitting upright on the wooden bed, he closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and began to meditate. On the morning following the heavy rain, the air was particularly refreshing, imbued with the fragrance of earth and grass, as though each breath could cleanse the soul of its burdens. The sky was a deep azure, with wisps of white clouds leisurely drifting by. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, casting a gentle glow that cloaked the earth in a golden veil. Dewdrops clung to the leaves and tips of grass, shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. Birds chirped joyfully in the branches, seemingly celebrating the vitality bestowed by the rain. Within the Sword Manor, a bustling general store thrived with activity. The shop was filled with a myriad of items, dazzling to behold and overwhelming to the senses. Linju's gaze was drawn to the section displaying spatial storage devices, where he was selecting a suitable item for himself. Dressed in a thin garment, he felt a slight chill in the spring breeze. His eyes, sharp and discerning, scrutinized the rings, pouches, and even belts before him, contemplating which to choose. These storage devices either bore exorbitant prices that deterred him or offered too little capacity to meet his needs. Linju couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Just then, his attention was captured by a particularly worn and seemingly ancient storage ring. Its dark golden hue rendered it somewhat inconspicuous, yet for reasons unknown. It stirred an inexplicable feeling within Linju. Without much deliberation, he instinctively reached out to grasp the ring. However, at the moment his fingers were about to make contact, another hand reached out simultaneously, seeking to seize the ring as well. Linju was taken aback and swiftly turned his head, only to find a young woman, around 17 or 18 years of age, standing beside him. She possessed an exquisite figure and a beauty that could rival that of a fish leaping from the water. As she turned to look at Linju, their gazes met in the air. Linju instantly recognized the person before him. With a composed demeanor, he bowed slightly and greeted her. Junior greets senior. And indeed, the young woman before him was none other than Yuechi's sister, and Yuqiao. In Lin Ju's memories from his past life, and Yu Qiao was a paragon of grace and propriety, embodying a temperament that starkly contrasted with her sister's vivacity. Upon noticing the polite demeanor of the young boy, and Yu Qiao's lips curled into a faint smile, she gracefully extended her hand, gently helping Lin Ju to his feet. As she scrutinized his features, a sense of familiarity washed over her, prompting her to inquire hesitantly, "You are Lin Ju, are you not?" Lin Ju's lips curved upward as he replied softly, "I am truly honored that Seniorin remembers me." And Yu Qiao smiled lightly and explained, "I encountered you once while escorting Xiaoxi to school." Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Ju's attire, which appeared exceedingly thin, as if a mere breeze could topple him. Witnessing this, a wave of compassion surged within Yu Qiao. With a thought, she noticed a faint glow emanating from the ring adorning her finger, and shortly after, several translucent spirit stones appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she extended the spirit stones toward Lin Ju, gently urging, "Though it is spring, the weather has yet to warm. To purchase a few thicker garments to avoid catching a chill." "Oh, by the way," and Yu Qiao seemed to recall something suddenly, her gaze returning to the ring. "You desire this ring, do you not? It is priced at merely 5 spirit stones, and I shall cover it." Upon hearing this, Lin Ju accepted the spirit stones with trembling hands, his voice quivering with gratitude. "Thank you." And Yu Qiao nodded with a smile, "Farewell." With that, she turned and gracefully walked towards the shop's entrance, her light steps soon melding into the bustling crowd, gradually vanishing from Lin Ju's sight. Overwhelmed with emotion. Indeed, there are still many good-hearted individuals in this world. While Yuechi had compelled Lin Ju to kneel on the ground to eat, her sister had generously given him spirit stones to procure warm clothing to shield him from the cold. Lin Ju was on the verge of tears, his voice wavering as he sobbed, "Whoa, ha." His cries initially echoed with a subdued, suppressed tone, as if he were struggling to contain his feelings, but gradually, they transformed into a low, mirthful laughter. Lin Ju lifted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he gazed in the direction Yu Qiao had departed. Murmuring to himself, "Yu Qiao, your kindness will be your undoing." After removing the ring, he settled his account at the counter and seamlessly blended into the crowd. On the other side, the residence of the Yin family is nestled within a courtyard surrounded by lush greenery. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the spacious sword training ground. Amidst this interplay of light and shade, Yueshi stands tall, her white practice attire gently billowing in the breeze. Grasping a long sword, its blade gleams like a mirror, reflecting a chilling light that sends shivers down one's spine. Her gaze is focused and sharp, fixated intently on an imagined adversary ahead. With a crisp, clear exclamation, Yueshi's form springs forth with the grace of a flying swallow, her toes barely grazing the ground as she leaps forward like a bird skimming the water. Her movements are both light and swift, the long sword in her hand tracing an elegant arc through the air, its tip resembling a shooting star, unwaveringly directed ahead. The wind from her strikes howls past, as if the very air is sliced apart by the fierce energy of her sword, emitting a hissing sound. At times, she twirls gracefully, the sword's light scattering like fluttering petals, dazzling the eye. At other moments, she delivers powerful slashes, her strikes as forceful as thunder, unstoppable in their momentum. Each stroke is executed with precision and strength, devoid of any hesitation. Sweat trickles from her hair tips, dampening her forehead and attire, yet she appears utterly unperturbed, wholly absorbed in the realm of swordsmanship. Her breathing is steady and rhythmic, each inhalation perfectly synchronized with her movements, rendering her technique even more fluid and natural. This remarkable prowess is a testament to her exceptional aptitude, coupled with the abundant resources provided by the Yin family, which have propelled her swordsmanship to unprecedented heights, now reaching the mid-level of a first-tier swordsman. Chapter 15. The Tomb of the Four Lords. The sword in Yueshi's hand traced a graceful arc through the air before she elegantly sheathed it. Standing firm in her place, she breathed softly, her chest rising and falling, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on her forehead, yet a smile graced her lips. She had successfully mastered the first level of the willow-whispering sword technique imparted by her father. "I did it," and Yueshi murmured, her voice tinged with uncontainable joy. At that moment, a gentle voice reached her ears. "You possess remarkable talent and work diligently in your training. Little stream, you will undoubtedly become a renowned master of the sword." The familiarity of the voice stirred something within Yueshi, prompting her to turn quickly. When she beheld the figure approaching, her eyes widened in surprise, a flash of delight illuminating her gaze, and her smile blossomed even more radiantly. "Sister!" Yueshi exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy and anticipation. And Yu Qiao appeared like a spring bloom, her steps light and graceful. Without hesitation, and Yueshi cast her sword aside, dashing towards her sister like an exuberant little bird. Observing her sister's approach, and Yu Qiao's smile grew even more tender. She bent slightly, arms outstretched, preparing to embrace her sibling. In an instant, Yueshi surged into Yu Qiao's embrace like a gust of wind. She held her sister tightly, looking up with affectionate eyes. Her voice soft and sweet. "Sister, you finally returned." Yu Qiao affectionately ruffled Yueshi's hair, responding gently, "Yes, I'm back. Did you miss me?" The spring breeze caressed them, tousling their dark tresses as they settled onto a bench beside the training ground. With a radiant smile, Yu Qiao animatedly recounted the extraordinary people and experiences she encountered during her travels, while Yueshi listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Utterly absorbed in her sister's tales. "Oh, by the way, little stream," Yu Qiao suddenly recalled, interrupting her narrative. "What is it, sister?" Yueshi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "When I returned, I passed by a shop and encountered one of your classmates." "Who is it?" "Lin Ju." However, upon hearing the name Lin Ju, Yueshi's expression darkened instantly, a clear disdain surfacing on her face. "Oh, that talentless waste?" she remarked without reservation, her tone laden with contempt. Yu Qiao's expression faltered at her sister's disparagement of another. She understood that Yueshi, with her exceptional talent and diligent training, held a certain pride. But she never anticipated such disdain for others. "Little stream, your words are excessively harsh." Yu Qiao spoke solemnly, asserting that every individual possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. We must not merely judge a person based on their innate qualities. Her words carried a hint of reproach, as she wished for her younger sister to comprehend that treating others with equality is a fundamental virtue and an indispensable lesson on the journey of growth. However, it appeared that Yueshi was not receptive to her sister's counsel, responding with a dismissive pout. Observing her sister's reaction, Yu Qiao could not suppress a sigh. She recognized that altering her sister's perspective would not be an easy task, yet she resolved to continue guiding her, instilling an understanding of the significance of equality and respect. After all, in this world, the differences among individuals are manifold. Only by learning to embrace and accept can one truly cultivate refinement. Before Yu Qiao could speak again, Yueshi, seemingly anticipating her words, flashed a smile and exclaimed, "Sister, I'm off to practice my swordplay." Yu Qiao, though somewhat exasperated, could only shake her head in response. At that moment, a servant from the Yin family hurriedly approached Yu Qiao, bowing respectfully. "Miss, the master requests your presence in the study." Yu Qiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. You may leave now." The servant, having received instructions, slowly retreated. Yu Qiao rose, adjusted her attire, and addressed her sister, who was diligently practicing. "Xiaoxi, father has summoned me. Please continue your sword practice here." "All right, sister." Yueshi replied cheerfully, her sword dancing with vigor. Meanwhile, Lin Ju had returned to his wooden cabin. Upon entering, he walked directly to the bedside, sitting up straight and fixating his gaze on the ring in his hand. The ring appeared rather antiquated, as if it had withstood the test of time. The shopkeeper had informed Lin Ju that it was sold to him by a wandering rogue. The term rogue piqued Lin Ju's curiosity. He knew these individuals typically roamed the vast expanses, traversing the continent with a carefree spirit, often harboring untold stories and experiences. A thought swiftly crossed Lin Ju's mind. Could there be hidden secrets within this ring? An inexplicable sense of anticipation washed over him. He gradually closed his eyes, focusing intently, and released a fragment of his consciousness into the interior of the ring. However, the moment his consciousness breached the ring's confines, a blinding red light erupted, and he was forcefully ejected by a formidable power. He abruptly opened his eyes, his brows furrowed in astonishment. This is a restriction. A ring with restrictions, what does this imply? Lin Ju understood well that it could either contain a precious artifact or a powerful spiritual tool. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, he promptly summoned the spiritual energy within him and levitated the ring into the air. Subsequently, he once again concentrated his mind, his consciousness delicately weaving like a spider's silk as it cautiously ventured into the spatial ring, meticulously exploring the intricate patterns and vulnerabilities of the restrictions within. In his previous life, Lin Ju had conducted extensive research on various prohibitions. After a brief moment, he bit through the tip of his right index finger, swiftly tracing mysterious runes upon the surface of the ring with his blood. As the runes were completed, he softly recited an ancient incantation, his hands rapidly forming complex seals. Streams of ethereal light surged from his palms into the ring, colliding with the restrictions and producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The luminous barriers on the surface of the ring began to flicker erratically, gradually revealing cracks. He bit into his tongue, allowing a drop of his essence to fall onto the ring, which instantly merged with it, amplifying its radiance. With a crisp crack, the restrictions were finally shattered, and the space within the ring opened up, unveiling the treasures hidden inside. A golden stream of light shot forth from the ring, spiraling through the air before darting toward Lin Ju like a meteor. Startled, Lin Ju immediately raised his hand, gripping the golden light with a force akin to a vice. As he tightened his hold, the golden glow gradually dissipated, revealing its true form, a scroll. Lin Ju examined the scroll in his hands, noting its slightly yellowed surface and tattered edges. As he unfurled the scroll, he was astonished to discover that it was a map, but not an ordinary one. It lacked the typical roads, mountains, and rivers. Instead, it resembled a schematic of an underground tomb. Not only that, but even the details of burial chambers and mechanisms were clearly marked. In the 500 years of his previous life, Lin Ju had never ventured to such a place, nor had he encountered anything resembling it. Yet, as he scrutinized the map, four characters on the far right side struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. The four characters boldly proclaimed, "Tomb of the Four Lords." After a considerable pause, Lin Ju regained his composure, his voice trembling with excitement. "The Tomb of the Four Lords. Could it be? Is this the map to the Tomb of the Four Lords?" His eyes widened in astonishment, and his initial shock gradually transformed into euphoric delight. Unable to contain his joy, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha! The Tomb of the Four Lords. What a tremendous stroke of fortune." However, a sudden recollection struck him. In his previous life, he had read in a tome about those who had gained recognition within the Tomb of the Four Lords. The sword immortal, Qin Ge. The description of him was succinct, a flamboyant swordsman, an arrogant gentleman. Yet Lin Ju understood that behind those mere 10 words lay boundless elegance and legend. Qin Ge wielded his sword as a pen, capturing the world's charm. His blade dancing with a nonchalant grace, severing all constraints. He forged a proud soul with his talent, raising his cup to the moon, embodying a carefree spirit in the face of life, unrestrained by the mundane. He is a transcendent being in the realm of swordsmanship, leaving countless tales of excellence in the martial world and etching immortal legends through the passage of time. His charm and arrogance served not only as a sharp edge in his journey across the heavens and earth, but also as the distinctive character that sets him apart in the mortal realm. Chapter 16. Honor is but an illusion in the study of the in-residence. Sunlight poured through the windows like a golden veil, casting a warm glow upon the floor. At the center of the room stood an antique writing desk, where an elderly gentleman sat with poise. Despite his advanced age, he exuded a vibrant spirit, radiating an aura of dignified authority without uttering a word. In his hands, he held a scroll, engrossed in its contents, completely immersed in the literary world. Occasionally, a slight furrow would appear on his brow, while at other times, a smile would grace his lips, indicating his deep interest in the text. Suddenly, a soft creaking sound disrupted the tranquility of the study. The door was gently pushed open. Upon hearing the sound, the elder lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with intensity. When he recognized the visitor, a smile emerged on his lips, and he placed the scroll upon the desk, clasped his hands behind his back, and rose slowly. "Trower, you have arrived," he spoke in a deep and gentle voice, imbued with wisdom and experience. And Yu Qiao hurried into the study, approaching her father with a respectful bow. Indeed, this venerable figure was the Grand Elder of the Sword Manor and the father of Yu Qiao and Yu Shi and Yin. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the 3rd level, earning him considerable renown within the Sword Manor. As Yin gazed upon his daughter, a flicker of pride illuminated his eyes. He extended his hand to assist Yu Qiao, smiling as he said, "Well done, well done. Your recent endeavors have significantly enhanced your cultivation. I believe it will not be long before you reach the late stage of the 2nd level." Hearing her father's praise filled Yu Qiao's heart with sweetness akin to honey, yet she remained grounded, pondering the true purpose of his summons and how to alter Yu Shi's haughty perspective. Just as she contemplated, Yan's expression shifted slightly. "Qiao, the reason I have called you here is to discuss 2 matters," he spoke slowly. "Please, father, proceed," and Yu Qiao replied promptly. "Firstly, in approximately a month, you are to visit the Bamboo Grove Mountain. The phoenix tail orchid will be in full bloom, and it is imperative that you bring it back. Yu Shi will accompany you on this journey, providing her an opportunity to experience the outside world." And Yu Qiao nodded in understanding. And Yin continued, Secondly, I wish for you to guide Yushi, encouraging her to adopt a more egalitarian view of others. Upon hearing the second point, Yu Qiao paused in surprise. Father, you also. Yin sighed softly. Yushi's only flaw is her arrogance. This is partly my fault, as I have been preoccupied and neglected her education. After a brief pause, he added, Qiao, I entrust this matter to you. Yushi is a rare talent that our family has not seen in a century, and she is crucial to our family's future leadership of the Sword Manor. His tone grew noticeably weighty, revealing his high hopes for Yushi. Understood, father. Yu Qiao responded softly, then gracefully turned and withdrew. Yin stood still, watching Yu Qiao gradually fade into the distance, a shadow of concern flickering in his eyes. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. Water droplets fell from the leaves, resembling glistening pearls that gently landed on the tips of the grass, rolling slowly down the verdant blades before quietly merging into the soil. The two-day holiday had swiftly passed, and the swordsmanship lessons at the academy commenced punctually. Xiao Zhan had returned, yet it was evident that he had not yet recovered from the blow dealt by Lin Ju. That heavy strike had not only injured his body, but also left an indelible mark on his heart. Every time he laid eyes on Lin Ju, he would scurry away like a startled rabbit. Others also harbored trepidation towards Lin Ju, especially when they sensed the dark aura that enveloped him, causing them to steer clear. Consequently, there was no one left willing to engage him in combat. Lin Ju sat alone in a corner of the training ground, his right hand resting casually on his knee, supporting his head. He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Yushi, who was engaged in a duel. Has she already reached the mid-stage of the first level? Lin Ju pondered, somewhat taken aback by this outcome. He recalled his past life, remembering that it had taken him another week to attain this realm. Could it be that certain actions he had taken in this life differed from those in his previous one, triggering a chain reaction? Yet, after considerable reflection, Lin Ju remained uncertain about the specific factors involved. In light of this, it appeared essential for him to elevate his own cultivation, otherwise his plans might prove difficult to execute. Meanwhile, Yushi had also noticed Lin Ju's gaze. She let out a cold huff. Her prejudice undiminished by her sister's counsel from the previous day. She still refused to meet Lin Ju's eyes. As time passed and dusk approached, the setting sun bled across the horizon, tinting half the sky crimson. The afterglow streamed through the windows of the academy, where 50 students sat upright, quietly awaiting the elder of the Tsang family to call their names and distribute spirit stones. Lin Ju, the elder's voice resonated within the classroom. Upon hearing his name, Lin Ju slowly rose from his seat at the back by the window. He ascended the platform and received a bag from the elder's hand, containing 30 spirit stones. Take it and sit down quickly. Do not disrupt others, the elder remarked, his expression impassive, tinged with a hint of impatience. Lin Ju paid no heed, tucking the bag into his robes and nonchalantly returning to his seat. As time ticked by, nearing the end of the session, the elder solemnly announced an important matter. In 3 months, a quarterly assessment will be conducted for you all. The top 3 performers will receive rewards of 100, 80, and 60 spirit stones, respectively. Furthermore, the first place will earn the title of honorable student. As the elder's words echoed, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of excitement, a buzz of voices rising in fervor. 100 spirit stones. If I could claim the first prize, it would be a windfall. Some individuals radiated excitement, exclaiming with fervor. However, there were those who remained indifferent, such as Yueshi and the offspring of other elders, for whom spirit stones were in abundant supply. Yet, they held the title of honorary scholar in the highest esteem, as it symbolized glory and conferred a unique status that elevated one above others. Just as the crowd was swept up in fervent emotion and passionate enthusiasm, Lin Ju quietly departed. He harbored no interest whatsoever in this so-called honor that was sought after by the masses. To him, these accolades were merely a construct of the elite, designed to galvanize subordinates into action, devoid of any genuine significance. In contrast, he would much prefer to possess a few tangible spirit stones rather than pursue those elusive honors. Honor, akin to a mirage or the reflection of the moon in water, appears beautiful, yet is ultimately ephemeral and insubstantial. No matter how earnestly one strives to grasp or pursue it, it remains unattainable. Only that which can be held firmly in one's hand truly belongs to oneself. With this thought in mind, Lin Ju let out a cold laugh. Chapter 17. Robbery and Kidnapping. Lin Ju had left the school early, leisurely leaning against the entrance as he casually scanned the surroundings. Before long, he noticed the first group of students gradually approaching him. Look, it's Lin Ju, someone whispered. What is he doing at the entrance? Another inquired, puzzled. Ugh, every time I see his lifeless expression, it makes me feel nauseous, someone complained indignantly. Don't mind him. Let us just go about our business, another remarked dismissively. As the youths continued their chatter, they approached Lin Ju without a second thought. However, when they reached him, he suddenly turned sideways, brandishing his sword to block their path. Lin Ju raised his head slightly, his expression impassive as he gazed at them, and spoke in a deep voice, "You wish to pass? That can be arranged, but each of you must pay 5 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the youths were instantly taken aback, a mix of astonishment and fury washing over them. "What did you say? Repeat that. Lin Ju, have you lost your mind? How dare you extort us at the school gate? Are you out of your mind? To think you could target us? Get out of my way, or I swear I'll kick you aside." In the face of their inquiries and threats, Lin Ju remained unfazed, his sword still firmly pointed at them. Suddenly, without warning, Lin Ju made his move. He swung his sword with force, and a crescent-shaped blade of energy shot forth like lightning, striking the ground near one of the youths, sending dust spiraling into the air. The boy, startled by this abrupt turn of events, froze in place. That's sword energy. How do you possess sword energy? To wield sword energy is no trivial matter. It requires not only extraordinary swordsmanship but also a significant level of internal strength. After all, sword energy is an art that harmonizes both inner and outer mastery. Only with both can its true power be realized. How could a mere 10-year-old boy possess such a thing? It seemed utterly preposterous. As this blade of energy manifested before them, the students collectively harbored this incredulous thought, their eyes widening in astonishment as they instinctively took a few steps back. In his past life, Lin Ju would have never dared to even contemplate such acts as robbery. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. Reborn with 5 centuries of worldly experiences, he may still possess the body of a youth. Yet his mastery of swordsmanship had reached remarkable heights. Daily meditation and training had also fortified his internal strength considerably. "What do we do about the sword energy?" one exclaimed, a mix of fear and surprise evident in their voice. "What else can we do? Rush him. Let us bring him down," cried another, anger erupting. "Right. He may have sword energy, but our swords are not to be trifled with. Let us all attack together." However, just as they drew their swords, Lin Ju was already well ahead of them, ready to take action. He swiftly traversed several steps, plunging into the throng. Grasping his longsword, he swung it with ferocity, producing a sharp crack as the blade struck a young boy's wrist. Taken by surprise, the boy suffered a severe blow, pain coursing through him, causing his sword to slip from his grasp and clatter to the ground. Observing this, Lin Ju wasted no time and delivered a powerful kick to the boy's abdomen. The force was overwhelming, leaving the boy no choice but to roll his eyes back and collapse to the ground, unconscious. However, at that moment, another youth shouted furiously, lunging at Lin Ju with his sword aimed directly at his face. Unperturbed, Lin Ju leaned back, his body arching like a taut bow, evading the strike. He planted his hands on the ground, and in an instant, his feet soared like a whirlwind. One foot kicked the sword from the boy's hand with a resounding clang, sending it flying far away, while the other foot struck the boy's jaw with tremendous force. The impact was staggering. The boy let out a grunt, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth as he convulsed, moaning in agony. Lin Ju executed a somersault, landing gracefully on the ground. Yet, he showed no signs of halting, charging back into the crowd like a tiger among sheep. Having endured countless storms of bloodshed in his previous life, Lin Ju's combat experience was unparalleled, forged through life and death battles. In contrast, these youths were merely fledglings, inexperienced and naively unaware of the world, incapable of standing against him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ju had dispatched the entire group of youths. Some lay unconscious, while others writhed on the ground, gasping in pain as if their bones had been shattered, suffering immensely. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. A dashing young man hurried onto the scene, his face a mask of astonishment as he beheld the unfolding chaos. At the entrance of the academy, Lin Ju stood amidst a grim tableau of sprawled students. The scene remarkably brutal. "He trying to extort our spirit stones," shouted a boy lying on the ground, clutching his abdomen, struggling against the agony. "Oh, so you still have the strength to yell?" Lin Ju responded calmly, delivering a swift kick to the boy's abdomen. "Ow!" the boy cried out, curling up like a cooked shrimp, terror etched on his face, tears streaming down as he pressed his lips tightly together. This scene induced a collective intake of breath from the onlookers, who finally grasped Lin Ju's ruthlessness. Lin Ju raised his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the dashing young man. Oh, it's the descendant of Elder Luo, Luo Tuming. Lin Ju silently mused that although his aptitude was merely average, his comprehension abilities were surprisingly commendable. Given time, his achievements would undoubtedly be significant. Nevertheless, no trace of admiration graced Lin Ju's countenance, and his voice remained icy. Enough. Hand over 5 spirit stones, and I shall allow you to depart from here. Otherwise, the individuals lying on the ground shall serve as your examples. With that, Lin Ju stepped forward decisively. Lin Ju, we are all classmates and should support one another. Your actions of assaulting others and seizing spirit stones are utterly excessive. Luo Tuming questioned with a face full of indignation, his right hand tightly gripping a shimmering silver sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju couldn't help but let out a cold smirk. Classmates? Humph. You all have ridiculed and derided me, deeming me a complete waste, avoiding me as if I were a harbinger of misfortune. At that time, why did you not regard me as a classmate? Luo Tuming's statement, though outwardly righteous, was in essence a classic example of moral coercion. He sought to impose his so-called camaraderie to compel Lin Ju to acquiesce, adhering to what he deemed an acceptable code of conduct. However, this approach was undoubtedly an infringement upon Lin Ju's personal agency. The essence of moral coercion lies in the perpetrator wielding their subjectively defined moral standards as a weapon to coerce the victim into actions that contradict their true sentiments. It is akin to the familiar phrase often heard on earth, "We do this for your own good." Those who utter such words frequently believe they are justified in their interventions, disregarding our feelings and choices. Worse still, they may exploit our feelings of guilt and remorse to sway our decisions, compelling us to act in accordance with their expectations. They show no concern for our thoughts, nor do they heed our voices, instead imposing their own beliefs and notions upon us without regard for our willingness. Chapter 18. Undercurrents. Seeing Lin Ju's indifference to his words, Luo Tuming could not help but furrow his brow. Lin Ju, if you remain so obstinately blind, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. However, in the face of Luo Tuming's threat, Lin Ju merely scoffed, dismissing him entirely. In an instant, he darted past Luo Tuming with remarkable speed, leaving him utterly astonished. Before he could react, Luo Tuming could only hurriedly swing his sword, aiming for Lin Ju's head. Yet, Lin Ju's movements were swifter still. He raised his left arm like a shield, blocking Luo Tuming's wrist as he swung. Simultaneously, with a deft twist of his right wrist, he thrust the end of his sword's hilt towards a vulnerable point just below Luo Tuming's collarbone, delivering a sharp jab. A dull thud resonated through the air. Luo Tuming's vision blurred, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking youths involuntarily gasped, their momentum instantly halted. Lin Ju's combat prowess and technique astonished them, rendering him an enigma in their eyes. Each of Lin Ju's strikes was executed with precision. Those who were struck either fainted or suffered excruciating pain, incapacitated for a time, with none seriously injured. Otherwise, the ground would have been awash with blood and severed heads. To yield or not to yield, Lin Ju stepped forward, striding over the fallen Luo Tuming, his imposing presence bearing down on the other youths. Faced with Lin Ju's challenge, the youths exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of determination and trepidation. Then, they either gritted their teeth or roared in anger, rushing toward Lin Ju in unison. Seeing this, Lin Ju swiftly evaded their attacks, his agility unmatched. Simultaneously, he retaliated without hesitation. Although his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of a sword master, so too were these youths. With an icy calmness, Lin Ju executed his moves with speed and accuracy. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly, and in mere moments, several more had fallen. Slowly lifting his gaze, Lin Ju's piercing stare fixed upon the girls who had yet to join the fray, already trembling. They were now visibly shaken by his gaze, their bodies quaking more violently. Their faces drained of color, they flailed their arms in a panicked retreat, stammering, "Don't come any closer. We will yield. We will yield." Lin Ju, his expression impassive, took the spirit stones and released them. The girls stumbled to their feet and fled through the school's main entrance. However, as soon as they departed, more students began to arrive. To exit the school, the main door was the sole passage, and by blocking it, they effectively obstructed the escape route for all students. Lin Ju stood at the entrance like an insurmountable mountain, obstructing every individual attempting to exit. Regardless of gender, Anyone who refused to offer spiritual stones would find themselves ruthlessly dispatched to the ground. Master, as a respected teacher of the academy, can you merely stand by and watch him act with such impunity? A concerned servant of Song Nan remarked. Another servant, visibly incensed, added, Master, Lin Ju has gone too far. He brazenly extorts before our very eyes, utterly disregarding the law. At your command, I shall immediately apprehend this rogue. Lin Ju's blockade at the door and his overt extortion had already caught attention from the outset. However, upon learning of this matter, the elder of the Song Nan family did not hastily issue orders to intervene. Instead, he leisurely ascended to the pavilion, observing the scene from a distance. Song Nan gently stroked his beard and pondered aloud. Intervene? Apprehend? Why should we do so? Although he harbored a certain disdain for Lin Ju, his voice remained deep and calm, as if the inquiry were of little consequence. Yet, the servants exchanged glances, their faces painted with confusion. Noticing their reaction, Song Nan chuckled softly. Are you aware that this youth possesses neither background nor resources, yet he dares to act in such a manner? Showing disdain even for the offspring of elders? What could be the reason for this? The servants replied in unison, we do not know. Song Nan's lips curled into a faint smile. It is simple. This indicates that he must have a far more formidable backing, rendering him fearless of anyone. Do you remember what I mentioned a few days ago? Song Nan continued. Master, do you mean? The tone of a subordinate shifted from doubt to astonishment. Song Nan did not respond directly, but rather stated casually, this is merely my conjecture. Presently, the entire sword manor is rife with undercurrents, with a silent struggle ongoing between the manor lord and the grand elder in Yin. When the time comes for the masks to be torn away, we cannot avoid choosing sides. However, which side shall we align with? When shall we take our stand? Caution is essential. Narrowing his eyes, Song Nan continued to observe Lin Ju's figure. This youth is akin to a stone, and the sword manor resembles a lake surging with hidden currents. His disturbance is likely to provoke tumultuous waves. With a light chuckle, he added, let him cause a ruckus. As long as it does not escalate too far and does not result in loss of life, it shall suffice. At that moment, more than 10 students lay sprawled on the ground at the entrance, evidently just felled. Lin Ju stood firm, chest held high, a long sword in hand. Before him, 2 young maidens trembled uncontrollably, their faces etched with terror. Don't come any closer. If you do, what will happen? Lin Ju's lips curled into a disdainful smirk as he continued to advance towards the maidens. Despite their overwhelming fear, one of the maidens gritted her teeth, raising her sword and lunging fiercely at Lin Ju. However, Lin Ju remained utterly motionless, not even flinching. The glinting tip of the sword drew ever closer, poised to pierce his body. In that critical moment, Lin Ju suddenly raised his left hand, extending 2 fingers to firmly grasp the blade thrusting toward him. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Ju's effortless neutralization of her attack. Before she could regain her composure, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Ju's eyes as he swiftly seized upon her moment of vulnerability. In a manner akin to how he had incapacitated Luo Tu-Ming moments before, he deftly delivered a precise strike, rendering the girl unconscious on the ground. Meanwhile, another girl, already paralyzed with fear, had lost all will to fight. Her legs gave way beneath her, and with a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Tears streaming down her face like a torrential flood, sobbing in a manner reminiscent of weeping pear blossoms. Lin Ju, please don't come any closer. I beg you. Spare me. Lin Ju looked down upon her, his expression impassive. 5 spirit stones. The young girl, suddenly enlightened, hurriedly cradled the bag that Song Nan had just given her. Lifting it toward Lin Ju, please don't harm me. I'll give you everything. I promise. With an unreadable expression, Lin Ju extended his right hand, slowly prying open a corner of the bag. His fingers were remarkably slender, seemingly devoid of strength, yet they exuded an indescribable aura of pressure. As the bag was opened, Lin Ju delicately extracted 5 stones. However, to the girl's eyes, his hand appeared as a demon's claw, instilling a profound sense of dread. I told you, just 5 will suffice. Now, be gone. Lin Ju's voice remained as calm and unruffled as a placid lake, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, the girl stared at Lin Ju for a considerable time, her legs feeling as if they were leaden, requiring immense effort to stand. The old general of the Song Nan family observed this scene in its entirety. He could not help but shake his head helplessly, a silent sigh escaping his lips. Those students who dared not draw their swords, or even lift a finger, even if possessing moderate talent, would likely struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Chapter 19. Promotion to Mid-Level. Before long, the final group of trainees arrived, comprising only 7 individuals. Among them were Inyueshi and Xiaozhan. As the others witnessed Lin Zhu's ferocious demeanor, an immediate wave of terror surged within them, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Xiaozhan, in particular, was utterly petrified, to the point of extracting his spirit stones, seemingly prepared to surrender them at a moment's notice for the sake of his safety. In stark contrast to her peers, Inyueshi exhibited no fear whatsoever. She confidently approached Lin Zhu, standing face to face with him. Their brows furrowed slightly as their gazes locked, reminiscent of a silent confrontation. A gentle breeze wafted through, softly tousling their hair, causing it to flutter delicately. "Do you dare to seize even my spirit stones?" Inyueshi lifted her chin slightly, locking eyes with Lin Zhu, her tone imbued with authority. Lin Zhu smirked subtly, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. "Of course not, Missin. Please," he said, as he inclined his body to the side, bowing slightly and gesturing with his hand in a respectful manner. Seeing this, Inyueshi did not hesitate. She strode past Lin Zhu with her head held high, not even casting him a glance. With an air of haughtiness, she scoffed and walked past the fallen individuals, leaving the classroom without a backward glance. "Master, given this situation, do you think your assumptions might be misguided? This fellow is so deferential. He let Missin go. Could he possibly be affiliated with the eldest elder?" A servant beside Song Nan expressed his doubts, mirroring the uncertainty in another's expression. Song Nan, however, remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his conviction and his hypothesis solidified. Lin Zhu must undoubtedly be an ally of the estate master. The remaining 6, witnessing Inyueshi's unscathed passage, instinctively shifted their feet, preparing to follow suit. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Lin Zhu mercilessly kicked the nearest boy to him, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained groan. Lin Zhu lifted his gaze slightly, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the remaining 5, coldly stating, "Missa may pass, but you cannot." "Lin Zhu, you..." One boy began to speak, only to be interrupted by Lin Zhu. "What?" A hint of impatience laced Lin Zhu's voice. "Do you not wish to hand over your spirit stones? That is acceptable. However, the consequences will align with those of your fallen companions." As he spoke, he gestured toward the boys on the ground, some unconscious, others still writhing in pain. At this scene, the remaining boys could not help but gasp in shock. They understood clearly that Lin Zhu, with his strength, was not someone they could contend with. "We cannot defeat him. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. It is better to surrender for now and survive this ordeal," one concluded. "Indeed, let us bide our time. When we return, we shall inform our masters, and he will surely pay for this." With the cautionary tales of the preceding youths in mind, the remaining few, despite harboring intense resentment, could only acquiesce to Lin Zhu's extortion, dutifully offering up their spirit stones. However, just as the 5 were about to turn and depart, Lin Zhu's voice pierced the air. "Xiaozhan, wait a moment." Xiaozhan, upon hearing this, trembled slightly, his complexion paling instantly. "Lin Zhu, I have already surrendered my spirit stones. Do you intend to go back on your word?" Lin Zhu cast a casual glance at the sprawled youths on the ground, letting out a soft sigh. "Xiaozhan, do you truly believe I would stoop to search each of them individually?" Taken aback by Lin Zhu's words, Xiaozhan hesitated, uncertainty flickering across his face. Observing this, Lin Zhu's gaze intensified, fixating on Xiaozhan with an increasingly chilling demeanor. Under the weight of Lin Zhu's oppressive stare, Xiaozhan ultimately succumbed. He slowly bowed his head, murmuring, "All right, I understand." With that, he crouched down and began to rummage through the pockets of the fallen youths. In no time, he extracted several spirit stones from each of their bags, presenting them all to Lin Zhu with both hands, making multiple trips back and forth. The class comprised 50 students, excluding himself and Inyueshi. The remaining 48 collectively possessed 240 spirit stones. Adding his own, the total exceeded 300. Indeed, the business of robbery and extortion, devoid of investment, is invariably the most lucrative endeavor, regardless of the place or realm. Lin Zhu mused internally, his countenance betraying no emotion. He casually stored the spirit stones in his spatial ring and sheathed the Mo-Mei sword into the Ling Hai, striding away with an air of nonchalance, leaving behind a scene of desolation as the youths lay either unconscious or groaning in pain. As for the fate of these youths, whether anyone would come to their aid was of no concern to him. The night descended like a vast black curtain, slowly enveloping the earth. The streets grew increasingly barren, and Lin Zhu walked alone along the desolate thoroughfare, His pace hurried as if in pursuit of something elusive. At last, he stumbled upon an inn at the street corner. Entering without hesitation, after paying 5 spirit stones, he received a room and hastily ascended the stairs. His reluctance to return to his modest wooden cabin stemmed from a desire to avoid disturbances while he sought to break through to a new cultivation realm. During the day's extortion and robbery, he sensed that he was on the cusp of advancing to the mid-stage. Once inside the room, Lin Ju swiftly secured the doors and windows, then settled himself cross-legged upon the floor in the center, adjusting his breath to calm his mind. Surrounding him were 27 spirit stones, arranged in a circle that enclosed him within. These stones emitted a faint glow, seemingly providing him with the energy needed for his cultivation. Mid-stage, here I come. Lin Ju silently contemplated, a flicker of resolute light flashing in his eyes. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness into his spiritual sea. In this murky ocean, 3 swords floated above the water: Soul Morning, White Carving, and Ink Brow. Soul Morning hovered at the top, its blade enveloped in a shroud of black mist, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. In contrast, White Carving and Ink Brow were firmly restrained by the oppressive force of Soul Morning, unable to move. Arise. With a single thought, Lin Ju stirred the tranquil waters, which began to swirl as if disturbed. As the waters spun, waves of ripples emerged, increasing in number and size, gradually forming a vortex. The waters within the vortex emitted a cacophony of sounds. Next, Lin Ju swiftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing in the air with an effortless grace reminiscent of flowing clouds and cascading waters. With each motion, 27 spirit stones seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force, emanating strands of azure light that flowed like rivulets from the stones. These beams of light converged in the air, ultimately coalescing into a brilliant orb of blue luminescence above Lin Ju. Again, Lin Ju called out, his spirit igniting like a powder keg, surging with fervor. Simultaneously, the previously tranquil vortex in his spiritual sea began to churn violently, expanding in size. Recognizing the opportune moment, Lin Ju unhesitatingly formed his hand seals once more. White Carving, go. At his command, the bone sword transformed into a dazzling beam of white light, shooting directly into the colossal vortex. In an instant, a radiant explosion of light erupted from the vortex, accompanied by the resounding clamor of metal colliding. At the heart of this brilliance and noise, the sword energy released by White Carving surged forth like a dragon bursting through the sea. Where the sword energy passed, the waters were torn asunder, marking the purification of the spiritual sea. With each resounding clash, the previously impure waters began to dissipate under the sword energy's onslaught. One by one, the 27 spirit stones shattered, turning to dust and vanishing into the air. Only after the last spirit stone was completely destroyed did Lin Ju begin to withdraw his energy. He took a deep breath, slowly lowering his hands as the bone sword, White Carving, emerged from the vortex. The immense whirlpool gradually subsided, returning to its initial state of calm. I have advanced to the mid-stage, Lin Ju exclaimed joyfully. Opening his eyes, Chapter 20. The pristine moonlight streamed through the window like a silken veil, gently illuminating Lin Ju's countenance. Time slipped by quietly, and it was already the hour of the pig. He slowly rose to his feet and approached the window, gently pushing it open. A refreshing night breeze enveloped him, tousling his hair. Lin Ju tilted his head slightly, gazing at the luminous moon hanging high in the sky, pondering silently. By now, those individuals must have begun to stir. What Song Nen had previously mentioned contained a kernel of truth. Lin Ju indeed harbored intentions to unsettle the Sword Manor. Thus, how might one stir this tranquil pond? The answer lay in his act of robbery towards the crowd, while treating Inueshi with utmost respect, allowing her to depart unscathed. Was he unaware of the clandestine struggles between the manor's master and the Grand Elder? What did you say, Zhang? Lin Ju extorted you? Indeed, father. It is not just me, it is everyone. Yet, curiously, he granted Inueshi a passage and treated her with great deference. In the open courtyard of the Xiao family, Xiao Zhang sat across from his father, Xiao He, with a stone table between them bearing 2 cups of tea. Xiao He, a mid-level sword master and a blacksmith of the Sword Manor, held a certain standing within the estate. His rugged appearance displayed a muscular physique, exuding strength and vigor. Upon hearing his son's words, Xiao He furrowed his brow, stroking the stubble on his chin. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Ever since Lin Ju struck you last time, I found it perplexing that the master was willing to expend 200 spirit stones to mediate the situation, with punishment merely amounting to a week of sweeping the academy. It seems as though the master is shielding him. Could he be one of the master's own? But why then let the infamily's daughter go? Is it out of fear of Eldarin? Yet, Luo Tuming was also taken. His father, Luo Jianhai, is a formidable figure at the mid-level of the Third Realm, wielding considerable influence within the Sword Manor. As Xiao He continued, the situation appeared increasingly suspicious, prompting him to click his tongue in contemplation. His mind was awash with thoughts, and his brow furrowed even deeper. Observing his father's unusual reaction, Xiao Zhang felt a pang of confusion. "Father, have you thought of something?" Xiao He gradually lifted his gaze, fixing it upon Xiao Zhang. After a pause, he replied, "It is nothing. Just be more cautious of Lin Ju in the future." At this, Xiao Zhang's heart tightened. Just as he was about to inquire further, Xiao He added, "Moreover, starting today, you must double your training regimen. As the son of a blacksmith, to be felled by another with a single blow is quite shameful." Though reluctant, Xiao Zhang dared not defy his father's command and could only respond helplessly, "Oh." Meanwhile, within the Luo family's pavilion, Luo Tuming sat opposite a middle-aged man. This man possessed striking features, with delicate facial contours, his hair cascading like a waterfall over his shoulders, and his deep-set, bright eyes radiated wisdom and composure. Luo Tuming buried his head deeply, his face awash with shame. The incident where he was defeated by Lin Ju left him feeling utterly humiliated, as if he had betrayed his father's diligent cultivation. After listening to Luo Tuming recount the events surrounding Lin Ju's robbery of the Spirit Stones, Luo Jianhai offered a faint smile. Gently, he addressed Luo Tuming, "Enough, my son. Do not be too hard on yourself. It's best you retire for the night." "Yes, father," Luo Tuming replied slowly, retreating, leaving Luo Jianhai alone in the pavilion. Rising to his feet, Luo Jianhai clasped his hands behind his back, standing tall. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, as if the radiant moonlight could illuminate the thoughts within his heart. Lin Ju, an orphan with no parents and a simple background, is indeed a fine pawn, he mused, defeating everyone while respectfully allowing the young Missan to pass. To the common eye, Lin Ju merely appears as a servant of the infamily. In this manner, all animosity would be directed towards the infamily. However, he pondered, "Master, if he is truly the sword you have been nurturing in the shadows, has this blade not been revealed too soon?" Meanwhile, outside the inn residence, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. A throng of people gathered, predominantly middle-aged men and women, each face etched with anger. It was evident that they were parents of the youths who had been robbed by Lin Ju. "Eldarin, we have matters to discuss with you." A voice cried out from the crowd. "Why did you incite Lin Ju to attack our children and seize their spirit stones? Indeed, as an esteemed elder, you owe us an explanation." Another voice chimed in. "Return the stolen spirit stones and apologize to us." The clamor grew louder. Fueled by the mounting fury of the crowd, their emotions ignited like a powder keg ready to explode. The 4 guards outside the inn residence were nearly toppled by the surging tide of people, desperately attempting to hold them back, yet clearly outmatched. "Everyone, please, allow me to speak," one guard shouted, striving to bring a semblance of calm to the tumultuous scene. "Our young lady has stated that it was Lin Ju who struck, and the spirit stones he took are not related to us at all." However, his words were swiftly drowned out by a chorus of jeers and insults. "Nonsense!" someone bellowed furiously. "Lin Ju is but a helpless orphan, devoid of skills and connections. How could he possibly have the audacity to commit such acts?" "Exactly," another echoed. "If this has nothing to do with you, then why did he specifically let in Yueshi go while robbing all the other children? My child witnessed everything." Lin Ju's demeanor towards Yueshi was one of utter obsequiousness, treating her like a revered ancestor. "I even heard that Lin Ju knelt before Yueshi in a restaurant, and when she ordered him to eat food from the ground, he obediently stuffed it into his mouth. Such submissiveness. Devoid of dignity. If he is not a servant of your family, then who is?" Another voice cried out in indignation, faced with the accusations and inquiries of the crowd. The guards found themselves at a loss for words, helplessly witnessing the growing agitation and escalating emotions of the masses. Amidst this cacophony, a middle-aged man stood out distinctly. Incongruous in his demeanor, he discreetly lingered at the rear of the throng, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Hee, the mission is accomplished," he murmured softly to himself. No sooner had he uttered these words than he turned on his heel without hesitation. His steps light as he made his way toward the inn where Lin Ju resided. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the stillness of the night, shattering the tranquility. Lin Ju, who had been leaning against the window admiring the moon, turned his head slightly, casting his gaze toward the door, and spoke softly, "Enter." As his words fell, the door creaked open, revealing a slightly portly middle-aged man who appeared at the threshold, his face adorned with a servile smile. He entered the room briskly, closing the door behind him, and bowed, saying, "Master Lin, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me." A smile played on Lin Ju's lips as he rose from his perch by the window and strolled over leisurely. "Oh, is that so?" The man nodded eagerly, his posture subservient, and replied, "Indeed, Master Lin, just as you instructed, those individuals have surrounded the inn residence to the point of absolute blockade." Lin Ju's smile deepened as he remarked softly, "Hee, Wang Qi, well done." Upon hearing this praise, Wang Qi's heart leaped with joy, and his smile radiated even more brightly as he obsequiously replied, "Thank you for your commendation, Master Lin. It is merely my duty." Wang Qi was previously an ordinary individual from the Jian Manor, idling away his days in leisure. However, just the day before, Lin Ju had unexpectedly sought him out and entrusted him with 2 tasks, promising a reward of 50 spirit stones for their successful completion. The first task involved swiftly locating the parents of the youths who had been brutally assaulted after Lin Ju's extortion, and candidly informing them that their children had been violently beaten, with their spirit stones stolen as well. How would these parents react upon witnessing their children lying on the ground, faces etched with pain and terror, possibly bearing injuries? Undoubtedly, they would be consumed with rage, for no parent could endure such harm befalling their child. The second task required a cunning manipulation of human nature. In moments of fury, individuals often lose their rationality. If Wang Qi could subtly incite them, guiding their ire toward a specific individual, they might easily accept the blame. Specifically, it was imperative for Wang Qi to convince these enraged parents that Lin Ju's actions were, in fact, incited by an Yueshi. While they might initially express skepticism, one must not forget that multiple youths had witnessed Lin Ju's deference toward an Yueshi and her subsequent departure. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, and the words of victims are typically deemed credible. Thus, when these parents hear the testimony of a youth, they will naturally lend credence to such claims. Imagine, if you will, a scene where a throng of enraged parents marches down the street, their children grievously harmed, firmly believing that all of this is orchestrated by an Yueshi. Such a spectacle is bound to attract the attention and discourse of onlookers. Furthermore, what of the parents of those youths previously released by Lin Ju? Upon learning the truth, how could they remain indifferent? They would undoubtedly join this collective without hesitation. Humans possess an inherent tendency to follow when the majority subscribes to a particular belief. Even those with reservations may find themselves swayed by the prevailing sentiment, ultimately choosing to align with the consensus. Chapter 21. The kill is to set fire. As Lin Ju approached, Wang Qi's sycophantic smile intensified, and he incessantly remarked, "Lord Lin, look at me. I have fulfilled the tasks you entrusted to me. Now, about your promise to me, is it?" Heh. While speaking, he rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on Lin Ju with an eagerness reminiscent of a dog wagging its tail in submission. Lin Ju's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed as a bag flew towards Wang Qi, seizing the opportunity. Wang Qi hastily reached out to catch it, anxious that the contents might be compromised. In his impatience, he tore it open, revealing an array of spirit stones within. The stones clinked against each other, producing a crisp sound, as if they were cheering for Wang Qi. Wang Qi's eyes sparkled with greed, his previously ingratiating smile instantly replaced by a look of avarice, his gaze magnetically drawn to the spirit stones, unable to look away. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Ju had been waiting for. With a swift mental command, he summoned the white Jua. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and, in a lightning-fast motion, unleashed a flash of cold light. A swift strike to the throat. In an instant, a faint line of crimson appeared along Wang Qi's neck. The bag of spirit stones slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud. His eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck with both hands. A look of utter astonishment etched across his face, struggling to utter a single word. "You." Before he could finish, his body collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. He convulsed a few times before succumbing to death, blood pooling around him to create a dark stain on the floor. Lin Ju gazed down at Wang Qi's lifeless body, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of disdain. "For such a trivial deed, you dared to dream of receiving 50 spirit stones? Is there such a delightful bargain in this world?" His tone was cold and detached. Then, shifting his demeanor, Lin Ju spoke with a grave tone. "Your demise serves merely to eliminate a potential threat." No sooner had he spoken than he lifted the white Jua, its tip directed at Wang Qi's corpse. In the next moment, A tearing sound resonated as Wang Qi's body appeared to be rent asunder by an unseen force, bones protruding from his skin, blood splattering everywhere, including upon Lin Ju's face. The exposed white bones, still connected by sinews, dripped continuously with blood, emitting a nauseatingly potent scent. Yet, the horrific scene did not conclude there. As the skeletal remains became visible, the sword's blade, the white jua, began to tremble slightly, a white mist seeping from its surface, as if drawn to the bones. As time progressed, the mist thickened, ultimately coalescing into a massive skull. The skull floated silently in the air, its hollow eye sockets exuding an eerie chill. Suddenly, it opened its gaping maw and emitted a low, resonant growl, charging toward the skeletal frame with the ferocity of a ravenous tiger, swallowing it whole. After consuming the bones, the skull seemed to attain a certain satisfaction, gently drifting back into the white jade sword, the trembling of the sword's body ceasing in tandem. Lin Ju observed this scene with an impassive expression, leisurely returning the sword to the sea of consciousness. Beneath him, the corpse of Wang Qi had become a grotesque sight. Organs such as lungs and intestines had spilled from the skin-clad shell, littering the ground, while even brain matter splattered about, creating a repulsive spectacle. Yet, within Lin Ju's gaze, all of this appeared utterly mundane, his heart stirring not even a ripple. Moonlight cascaded like water upon his blood-smeared visage, casting an unusually terrifying aura. The remnants of Wang Qi's blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, and he extended his tongue to gently lap at it, the metallic taste spreading across his palate. Yet he felt no revulsion. With a mere thought, the decaying flesh and the spirit stone soaked in blood soared into the storage ring upon his finger. You suggest that if the blood on the ground remains unaddressed, its stench will attract unwanted attention? What to do? What to do? It's quite simple. Lin Ju merely licked it up. Just a jest. There exists a saying about killing and setting fires, since a life has already been taken. It is time to ignite the flames. Lin Ju approached a corner of the room, grasped an oil lamp, and coldly hurled it to the floor. Instantly, the entire room was engulfed in roaring flames, the wooden structure crackling and burning rapidly under the heat. Lin Ju stood quietly amidst the blazing inferno, his figure surrounded by the dancing flames. However, not a trace of fear graced his features. Instead, a slight smile played at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, like a light-footed bird, Lin Ju burst through the window, shooting toward the neighboring house like an arrow. Bang, bang, bang. His feet struck the tiles, producing crisp sounds. Under the moonlight, his silhouette resembled a specter, darting swiftly across the rooftops. As he departed, the fire grew fiercer, the heat intensifying. Billowing smoke filled the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Finally, the innkeeper became aware of the dire situation, urgently shouting, "Fire! Quickly, fire!" Hastily, the attendants responded, grabbing buckets and rushing to the water source. With a splashing sound, they doused the burning room, water erupting in the flames, hissing in protest. The inferno gradually weakened under the deluge, yet it continued to burn stubbornly. After a tense quarter of an hour of firefighting, the blaze was finally extinguished. Thin wisps of smoke rose, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants. All the bloodstains that once adorned the room have vanished without a trace, washed away by the dual baptism of fire and water. What lies before the eyes is nothing but an expanse of darkness. The innkeeper, consumed by fury, found himself compelled to stifle his rage upon learning that Lin Ju was a scholar and a swordsman. After all, what could one expect from a mere mortal devoid of cultivation? Chapter 22. Benefits and reputation. The remnants of Wang Qi's flesh, now little more than discarded refuse, were carelessly cast aside in the desolate wilderness by Lin Ju, left for the wild beasts to gnaw and tear apart. Those remnants would be consumed by the creatures, digested and absorbed, ultimately decomposed into various nutrients, and expelled as waste. If the parents of those young men were to awaken to the truth and seek Wang Qi for a confrontation, it would be a feat more arduous than ascending to the heavens. He had vanished from this world long ago, leaving no trace behind. Would they, upon failing to find Wang Qi, embark on a quest to uncover his whereabouts? Certainly not. It is akin to having a vagrant who idles away his days, loitering at your doorstep. What would your sentiment towards him be? Would he be a nuisance or perhaps endearing in his way? If one day this vagrant were to suddenly disappear, would you rejoice at his departure or hastily rush to the authorities? One need not ponder long to know the answer. While Lin Ju's troubles found resolution, the atmosphere at the inn residence remained tumultuous. In the grand hall of the inn estate, Yin sat regally in the main seat, his brow furrowed and his eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity. His two daughters, Yueshi and Wenxian, stood on either side of him. Yueshi seethed with indignation, exclaiming, "Father, that Lin Ju is nothing but a scoundrel. How dare he spread rumors and incite the masses to denounce our family? He must be weary of life. Tomorrow, I shall ensure his legs are broken." Meanwhile, Inyuchi wore a worried expression, her brow knitted and lips pressed tightly together, clearly distressed by the unfolding situation. "Father, allowing them to continue their ruckus is not a viable solution." She voiced her concerns with evident anxiety. And Yin rose slowly, hands clasped behind his back. He instructed Inyueshi to take her leave and rest, then turned his attention to Inyuchiao. "Xiao, there are 3 potential courses of action to resolve this matter." Inyuchiao promptly replied, "Please, Father, do share. First, we could simply allow them to create a commotion outside, ignoring them entirely. After all, no matter how fervently they protest, they will eventually tire and retreat. Second, we could suppress these troublemakers through force. However, while this may swiftly quell the unrest, it would undoubtedly lead to a loss of trust in the Sword Manor and incite negative public sentiment. Moreover, once violence is employed, it becomes difficult to rein in, potentially escalating into greater chaos. Third, we could appease them with spirit stones, quelling their anger. Yet, this would effectively imply that Lin Ju is indeed one of ours, acting on our behest, which would render us targets of public scorn. After articulating these 3 options, Yin approached Inyuchiao, his gaze fixed upon her, as if awaiting her decision. Inyuchiao found herself in a profound quandary, for none of the choices appeared beneficial for the Yin family. Observing her dilemma, a subtle smile played upon Yin's lips. He then turned to a servant of the Yin estate and commanded, "Prepare the spirit stones." After the servant departed to carry out his orders, Yin personally stepped towards the door, evidently intending to offer an apology to the instigators. Inyuchiao, however, stood in bewilderment, momentarily frozen in place. Yet, Yin discerned his daughter's thoughts and, as he walked, he elucidated, "Xiao, if this is a scheme, why not turn the tables on them?" Upon hearing this, Inyuchiao's eyes sparkled with realization, and she hurriedly followed suit. Outside the estate, 4 guards stood resolute, forming an impenetrable barrier against the unruly crowd. Despite the tumultuous emotions of the protesters, they were unable to breach the defenses maintained by the vigilant guards. "The head of the household has arrived." With this exclamation, the previously chaotic scene fell into an immediate hush. Moments later, the gates slowly swung open, revealing Yin and Inyuchiao emerging from within. Accompanying them were 2 servants carrying a substantial wooden chest. Upon seeing Yin, the unruly crowd instinctively quieted, their gazes converging upon him. The 4 guards, recognizing the moment, parted to grant Yin passage. He advanced steadily, approaching the throng of dissenters, and bowed deeply, his demeanor profoundly sincere. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for making you wait outside my humble abode for so long. Lin Ju is not one of my family. I implore you not to heed rumors that unjustly malign an innocent." However, before he could finish, the crowd erupted once more, disregarding Yin's words entirely. The parents of the youths were not solely swayed by the manipulations of Wang Qi, each harbored their own calculations. Lin Ju, a solitary orphan. If he were to demand the return of the spirit stones directly, and was refused, would they truly resort to violence? To assault a mere child with the strength of adults, how could they maintain their dignity in the Sword Manor thereafter? To outweigh the few with the many, what honor would remain? Rather than resorting to such disgrace, they preferred to leverage the situation, coming to Yin's estate to emulate Lin Ju's approach. "You give me the spirit stones, and I will depart. If not, I shall continue to create a disturbance." Yin sighed softly, having already surmised the crowd's intentions, yet he could not expose them. "Please, allow me to speak a moment longer. Lin Ju is but an orphan, having lost both parents at a young age. I ask you not to hold this incident against him. As for the spirit stones he took, I, as the Grand Elder of the Sword Manor, am willing to compensate 100-fold. As Yin concluded his statement, the 2 servants approached with the chest, placing it gently upon the ground and slowly opening it. A dazzling light burst forth from within, and as the crowd beheld the contents, their earlier anger and dissatisfaction evaporated into thin air. Excitement, astonishment, and even greed illuminated their faces as they fixated hungrily on the chest filled with spirit stones. 500 spirit stones, an ample sum for an ordinary family, would sustain them for an extended period. The injuries their children had sustained could be easily treated with these stones, leaving them with a surplus. What was initially a mere 5 stones in compensation had transformed into 500. It was as if a windfall had descended from the heavens. Eldarin's generosity is truly beyond our gratitude. Eldarin, with his kind-heartedness, is indeed a great fortune for the Sword Manor. Eldarin, May we now take the spirit stones? At last, one individual could no longer contain his excitement and impulsively inquired, swallowing hard as he spoke. Please, everyone. Eldarin replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. No sooner had he finished speaking than the parents surged towards the box of spirit stones like famished tigers pouncing on their prey, fearful of losing out. The scene quickly descended into chaos as people jostled and pushed one another, unwilling to yield. Observing this, Eldarin stepped back hastily to avoid being knocked over by the throng. Simultaneously, the 4 guards by his side sprang into action, positioning themselves protectively in front of him. Eldarin regarded the frenzied crowd, his expression impassive, with a slight narrowing of his eyes that betrayed a hint of disdain. To him, this assembly resembled a pack of starving dogs fighting over a bone, devoid of dignity. For them, as long as the benefits outweighed the losses, the so-called losses ceased to be regarded as such. As for Eldarin, even if the spirit stones were gone, he could always acquire them through other means. However, once his reputation was tarnished, it would be irretrievable. Particularly in a context where 2 factions stood in opposition, reputation held paramount significance. After a tumultuous scramble, everyone departed, their garments heavy with the weight of their acquisitions, yet they did not forget to express their gratitude to Eldarin before leaving. Upon returning home, Inyuchio appeared somewhat subdued and remarked, Father, dispatching those individuals cost our family over 20,000 spirit stones. It feels somewhat unjust. However, Eldarin appeared unfazed by such expenditure. He spoke slowly. Chao, to achieve great things, one must harbor vast ambitions and set one's sights far into the distance. Although this situation was a mess created by that Linju, I shall repay them 100-fold. How could they not be grateful to me, having received my kindness? Will their children not be of service to me in the future? Pausing for a moment, he added, Chao, please conduct a thorough investigation into this Linju and ascertain whether he has close ties with the Manor's master. Seeing her father's serious demeanor, Inyuchio promptly replied, Daughter understands. With that, she turned and left in haste. Eldarin watched her retreating figure, slightly raising his head, his gaze transforming into one of sharp intensity in an instant. Chapter 23, Request for a month's leave. At the heart of the Sword Manor stands an extraordinarily magnificent residence, exuding a grandeur that instills a sense of reverence. Above the entrance, a colossal plaque hangs, inscribed with the characters for Sword Manor, clearly marking this as the abode of the manor's master, Jian Changkong. Inside the main hall of the Sword Manor, illuminated by flickering candlelight, a man with silver-white hair, clad in a pristine white robe, comes into view. He possesses refined features and an elegant demeanor, resting his cheek on his left hand as he listens intently to a black-clad figure reporting matters before him. Master, this is the situation, the figure states. Jian Changkong nods slightly. Thank you, Yu. Continue to monitor Linju. With a wave of his hand, he dismisses the black-clad man. After a respectful bow, the man turns and vanishes without a trace, leaving only a faint wisp of black mist. Linju, once a source of injury, was mediated by me, Jian. Now, conflict arises anew, yet it falls upon Yin to manage the aftermath. How remarkable, Jian Changkong muses, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he softly hums, his tone light and teasing. Meanwhile, where is Linju? He hides in the shadows, watching his beast consume the flesh of Wang Qi, feeling relieved before he departs. However, he does not return to his modest wooden cabin. Instead, he heads toward the academy of the Sword Manor. Knock, knock, knock. The old patriarch of the Tsongnan family has long since succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he perceives a faint knocking at the door. Though soft, it resonates with clarity. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Still drowsy and somewhat irritable, who could it be at this late hour? The voice from outside promptly responds with respect, reporting to the master. It is a student from the academy, claiming urgent business with you. Songnan's brow furrows slightly as he rises from his bed, donning a robe while casually inquiring. Which student is it? The subordinate hastily replies, it is Linju, the one who extorted spirit stones. Linju? Upon hearing this name, Songnan's previously half-closed eyes widen in surprise. What does he want with me? With lingering questions, Songnan approaches the door and pushes it open. Outside, his subordinate respectfully steps back, bowing deeply. Inside the hall, dozens of candles burn brightly, illuminating the space as vividly as daylight. The person receiving Linju stands to the side, their expression grave, seemingly astonished by Linju's arrival. Noticing the scrutiny, Linju raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Why do you stare at me so? Yet, The individual does not respond, maintaining their silent observation. Just then, Songnan strides in from outside. Linju and the attendant turn in unison to bow. Upon seeing Linju, Songnan's already dark expression deepens further. He approaches Linju with purposeful strides, unceremoniously demanding, "Linju, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you here to recount the details of your robbery and extortion, or to share your elation at acquiring a trove of spirit stones?" As he speaks, Songnan's brows knit tightly, clearly displeased with Linju's visit. However, in the face of the elder of the Tsang family's inquiries, Linju maintained an impassive expression. He replied with a measured tone, "Elder Tsang, what are you insinuating? My actions are merely a reflection of your tacit approval." The elder's eyes widened in surprise at Linju's words, and he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? When have I ever endorsed such behavior?" A glimmer of cunning flickered in Linju's eyes as he continued, "While the school's regulations do not explicitly condemn extortion among classmates, as the highest authority in this institution, how could you possibly condone such actions? Strangely enough, no one has intervened to halt my actions from beginning to end. If that is the case, may I conclude that my conduct lies within the boundaries of your tolerance? If it falls within your tolerance, does it not imply your implicit approval of my behavior?" The elder was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Linju's astute reasoning. Indeed, the reality was as Linju stated. He had only seized 1/6 of the spirit stones, well below the threshold of half. And none of those he had bested were gravely injured, all well within what the elder could endure. Conversely, to act against Linju would invite severe repercussions. Yet, Linju did not cease there. He added, "Furthermore, I have assisted you in discerning which individuals possess potential and which, like myself, are merely mediocre." This statement struck the elder like a dagger to the heart. If Linju could be deemed mediocre, then those he had defeated were surely inferior. With such reasoning, it would be better for the school to close its doors altogether. After a moment of silence, the elder slowly spoke, "I never realized you possessed such insight and audacity." Linju stood in silence, bowing respectfully before stating, "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, and I ask for your forgiveness for my boldness." Observing the sudden shift in Linju's demeanor, the elder naturally adopted the authoritative stance of a teacher. With a flick of his sleeve, he seated himself in the central position of the room, regarding Linju with an impassive expression. "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush." The elder's voice was low, imbued with a sense of gravitas. Linju straightened his posture and replied neither obsequiously nor defiantly, "I would like to request a leave of absence." "Granted." The elder permitted without a moment's hesitation. After receiving approval, Linju bowed once more and expressed, "Thank you, Elder Song. I shall return punctually in a month." With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the hall, the elder suddenly regained his composure and called out, "Wait." Linju halted, turning back to face him. The elder, astonished, questioned, "You said a month? What do you intend to do? Are you planning to abandon your studies?" Clearly, the elder was quite displeased with Linju's proposed duration of absence. The slight change in his perception of Linju had swiftly evaporated. In response to the elder's inquiry, Linju remained remarkably composed. "Song family elder, did you not mention that there would be an assessment after 3 months? If I remain in the academy, absorbing the same knowledge as everyone else, the disparity among us shall remain minimal." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Thus, I believe that rather than squander time within the confines of the academy, it would be far more beneficial to venture into the mountains and forests in search of spirit beasts, honing my abilities through combat with them." Songnan's lips curled into a slight smile, a light chuckle escaping him. He regarded Linju before speaking slowly. "Linju, I truly find it difficult to assess you. Should I commend your bravery or criticize your overconfidence? The spirit beasts dwelling in the mountains are not to be trifled with. Some of the more formidable ones could easily best even me. And you, a mere fledgling in the realm of cultivation, possess such hubris. Do you not fear for your life?" In the face of Songnan's inquiry, Linju remained remarkably composed, responding, "Elder, there is no need for your concern. I am well aware of the challenges posed by the spirit beasts in the mountains, yet I shall not embark on this journey alone. There are those who will protect me." As he spoke, a confident expression illuminated Linju's face, as if he held unwavering faith in this so-called protector. Observing this, Songnan furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself, who could this be? Might it be someone from the estate? With this thought, he inquired, "Is there someone protecting you? May I know who this person is?" Linju offered a slight smile. "Song family elder, there is no need for you to concern yourself with that. In any case, with them by my side, I shall undoubtedly remain safe." Song Nan gazed intently at Linju, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant you this leave. I am eager to see what surprises you will bring me in a month's time. Thank you, Elder Song, for your understanding. Who could possibly protect Linju? As previously mentioned, there are indeed two. Chapter 24. The tracker is also the protector at dawn. As the sun had yet to ascend from the eastern horizon, the sky was only faintly pale, and the black curtain of night began to recede. The air was imbued with the lingering fragrance of the night, as if nature was bidding farewell to the darkness with its final tender whisper. On the streets, crowds began to stir, and the sounds of bustling life soon filled the atmosphere. Make way, clear a path for me. A sharp and crystalline voice pierced the morning tranquility. People turned to see a petite figure darting through the throngs like a bolt of lightning. This was Inyueshi, a well-known presence among the residents of the Sword Manor, who parted ways to allow her passage. The morning in the mountains often carried a slight chill. Yet Inyueshi seemed entirely oblivious to it. A fire burned within her heart, her face alight with fury. The audacious Linju has embroiled my family in public scandal. To quell this uproar, my father has squandered over 20,000 spirit stones. Today, I shall confront him with righteous indignation. Inyueshi thought, her heart brimming with indignation. However, this torrent of anger found no suitable outlet. Inyueshi hurried to the academy, initially believing she could confront Linju directly, only to receive the unexpected news that he had taken a leave of absence. This revelation struck her like a heavy hammer, deflating her spirit and flooding her with feelings of frustration and disappointment. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Linju strolled leisurely, his feet gliding over the grass, dew clinging to his garments, a thin mist rendering his figure ethereal. Suddenly halting, he bent down to part the grass, revealing a delicate blue plant that stood out conspicuously among the greenery. He plucked it and examined it closely. The leaves were a pale blue, long and supple, exuding a faint fragrance. After a thoughtful moment, he sighed, somewhat disheartened, not the soul-entrancing herb. With that, he cast the plant back into the underbrush and continued deeper into the woods. However, just as Linju turned away, a pair of eyes observed him intently from a nearby tree. The owner of these eyes was Yu Qiao, who, concealed by the branches, silently scrutinized Linju's every movement. It seems he is searching for something, she mused to herself. Just as she resolved to follow him, a shadowy figure, akin to a specter, silently landed on another tree beside her, and Yu Qiao's eyes widened in shock as she swiftly turned her head. The figure was cloaked entirely in dark garments, a black cloth obscuring their face, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Their hands were casually crossed over their chest, also fixed on Linju's receding silhouette. Indeed, this sudden apparition was Yu. With a slight turn of his gaze, Yu's attention was drawn to the nearby Yu Qiao. However, in the next instant, a brilliant flash of white light suddenly appeared, and Yu Qiao, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly summoned her beloved sword and propelled herself directly towards Yu. Yu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately discerned Yu Qiao's intent. With a swift motion of his arm, 3 gleaming daggers shot forth like meteors, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Observing this, Yu Qiao abruptly swung her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The sound of crisp collisions echoed as the daggers were severed in midair, tumbling to the ground in 2 halves. Yet, when she turned her gaze again, she was astonished to find that Yu had vanished without a trace from the tree. Who was this person? Why was he following Linju? Moreover, given his evident prowess, he seemed to be quite formidable. Yu Qiao pondered these questions, her brow furrowing deeper in concern. At that moment, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. Where was Linju? Yu Qiao hurriedly leaped down from the tree and scanned her surroundings, only to discover that Linju had already disappeared without a trace. She let out a frustrated sigh, lamenting her carelessness in allowing Linju to slip away right under her nose. With no other recourse, Yu Qiao turned back towards the Sword Manor. Meanwhile, Yu doggedly trailed after Linju, showing no signs of relenting. As time passed, the sun gradually ascended, the dawn breaking forth as myriad golden rays pierced through the azure mist, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. Under the gentle caress of sunlight, the mountains and forests teemed with vibrant life, lush and verdant. Yet, in stark contrast to this scene brimming with hope and vitality was Linju's exceedingly somber demeanor. A sly smile played upon his lips as he muttered to himself, "Has one slipped away? No matter. This Yu possesses the strength of a peak twofold, which is still sufficient." It was revealed that the protectors Linju had mentioned to Song Nan were none other than Yu Qiao and Yu. He had long anticipated that, given Yan's suspicious nature, she would inevitably dispatch someone to investigate him. Moreover, Jian Changkong and In Yin were akin to a pair of smiling tigers, both cunning and formidable, when a large crowd gathered and caused a commotion before the inn residence, and when it became clear that he was the catalyst for it all. How could Jian Changkong not seek to uncover his true intentions? Thus, those who followed could, in a sense, be viewed as protectors. For if the pursued were to meet an unfortunate demise, would not the pursuer's hidden masters be left in ignorance of the truths they sought? However, the elusive charm of the mesmerizing fragrance still eluded Linju. This left him quite vexed, logically, given that it was spring, a season of rebirth. Such a plant should have been easy to find, yet he had not spotted a single one. Why was Linju searching for the mesmerizing fragrance, you may wonder? The answer was simple. He had been unable to amass the requisite 1,000 spirit stones over the past month. While the method of robbing fellow students did indeed yield some spiritual stones, engaging in such conduct once might suffice, but should it occur 2 or 3 times, he would likely face expulsion from the academy. At that point, not only would obtaining 1,000 spiritual stones be out of the question, but even 30 would be unattainable. Thus, after careful contemplation, Linju resolved to modify his plan, opting for a more prudent approach. He would no longer confine himself solely to the act of thievery, but instead, direct his efforts towards searching for the various spiritual herbs required for the soul-enticing incense, of which the soul-enticing herb was the most critical. As he scoured the area, seeking here and there while gazing ahead, an unusual fragrance wafted into Linju's nostrils. This scent was remarkably distinctive, and he instantly recognized it as the unique aroma of the soul-enticing herb. His eyes widened in astonishment, and a surge of elation coursed through him. At long last, he had found it. Without hesitation, Linju followed the direction from whence the fragrance emanated, his footsteps quickening from a leisurely pace to a full sprint. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the heart of the forest. The terrain here was intricate, filled with branches, stones, and thickets. But Linju paid no mind to these obstacles. His sole focus was on discovering the elusive soul-enticing herb. He pushed aside the branches that obstructed his path, leaped over the stones before him, trampled the grass underfoot, and parted the dense underbrush. Finally, a cave emerged before Linju. He inhaled deeply, and he was certain that within this cave lay the coveted, soul-enticing herb. Chapter 25. The azure glass python. The rhythmic sound of Linju's footsteps echoed through the cavernous expanse, as though the very cave had been roused by this auditory presence. With a mere thought, a dark brow, akin to a streak of black lightning, shot forth from his forehead and settled into his grasp. Linju clutched the sword tightly, unwilling to afford even a moment's relaxation, uncertain of the safety that the cave might offer. The air within was unusually arid, constricting his throat. He tread lightly, his demeanor solemn, eyes fixed ahead, vigilant for any hint of anomaly. As he ventured deeper, a fragrant aroma intensified, enveloping him in a sense of serene delight. Suddenly, the crisp sound of flowing water reached his ears, causing his body to tense instinctively and his steps to slow involuntarily. This sound was jarringly out of place in the stillness of the cave. As the water's murmur grew louder and more pronounced, a faint glimmer appeared before his eyes. The brilliance was blinding, revealing a hidden paradise within the cavern. Linju approached the source of the illumination, where sunlight poured through the cave's opening like golden arrows, directly illuminating the pool of water below. The surface shimmered under the sun's caress, resembling a tapestry of dancing gold. At the edge of the pool, the verdant grass lay like a soft emerald carpet, blanketing the ground. Amongst this lush greenery, delicate blades of grass adorned with pink and blue hues sprouted, their petite blossoms exuding an enchanting fragrance. Linju's eyes sparkled with recognition, the mesmerizing charm herb. However, before he could take another step, the water began to bubble violently. A sudden tension gripped Linju's heart as he sensed the encroaching danger and halted abruptly. In the next moment, the water's surface erupted in spiraling ripples, as if an invisible giant hand stirred the depths. Before the waves could crest, the entire pool began to murmur ominously. Then, with a thunderous crash, the water erupted as though struck by an unseen hammer, sending silvery columns soaring skyward, coalescing into towering walls of water. Within this aqueous veil emerged a pair of crimson vertical pupils, and the once fresh air was rent by a damp, acrid scent, causing the very atmosphere to twist. Linju's eyes widened in shock, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprang into action. With a powerful push from the ground, he leapt backward, gracefully flipping through the air like a nimble swallow, landing securely on solid ground. As the mist gradually dissipated, the silhouette of a colossal serpent materialized before Linju. Its head bore 2 azure horns, akin to sharp spears, protruding from either side of its forehead. Its body was cloaked in vibrant green scales, while its underbelly gleamed white. The serpent's tongue flicked, exuding an aura of chilling malice, its malevolent gaze radiating an unsettling coldness. When it raised its head, the entire space seemed to lower, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Only half of its body was visible, the remainder thrashing within the pool. A level 3 spirit beast, the azure glass python. This creature possessed a formidable territorial instinct, Lin Ju thought, furrowing his brow in concern. His eyes tightened, and he instinctively gripped his sword tighter, beads of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. With his current cultivation, it was utterly preposterous for him to defeat the azure-scaled python. Cautiously, Lin Ju retreated, his movements slow and deliberate, lest he attract the creature's attention. However, his subtle maneuvers did not evade the watchful gaze of the azure-scaled python. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar that echoed like thunder, shaking the very air around him. The sound surged forth like a tempest, causing Lin Ju's garments and hair to billow wildly. In the next moment, the python opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs glistening with saliva, and lunged fiercely towards Lin Ju. Seeing this, Lin Ju's expression darkened. He reacted with incredible speed, dodging left and right amidst the python's ferocious onslaught. His movements so swift they seemed almost ethereal, leaving spectators in a daze. His figure became indistinct, as if multiple Lin Jus existed simultaneously. This was his self-created ultimate technique, the ethereal cloud flow. This technique not only rendered Lin Ju's form elusive, akin to a shadow, making it difficult for opponents to grasp, but also allowed him to close in on enemies rapidly to deliver a decisive blow. As he spun and rolled through the air, Lin Ju artfully evaded the python's relentless strikes. Though the python's assaults were fierce, they could never land a blow on him, always passing just inches away. The creature, increasingly enraged, widened its bloodshot eyes and let out another furious roar. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as the ground beneath them fractured, revealing numerous fissures. Lin Ju glanced downward, only to see a root, as thick as a bowl, erupting from the earth like a spear, aimed directly at his head. He jerked his head back, barely avoiding the root as it grazed past his cheek, the rough bark scraping against his skin, leaving a stinging sensation. Yet, there was no time for respite or reaction, as an abundance of spear-like roots surged forth from behind, surrounding him in every direction, filling the air with a sharp whistling sound. They intertwined densely, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape, leaving him cornered. Was this to be the day Lin Ju met his demise? Would he have to endure the excruciating pain of being pierced by countless roots? In this critical moment, however, a complex expression emerged on Lin Ju's face. There was fear, a hint of anxiety, but predominantly an inexplicable sense of ease. Just as the barrage of roots was about to strike him, a flurry of shadows shot forth like meteors. The sound of cracking echoed as flashes of light danced through the air. The roots that had seemed so formidable were effortlessly severed into fragments, akin to paper, by the swift strokes of blades. With a series of thuds, the broken roots fell to the ground, creating small craters upon impact. The azure-scaled python shifted its gaze, now focused on the presence behind Lin Ju. A faint rustling sound echoed as someone tread softly upon the grass. Lin Ju chuckled softly and turned his head slightly. In his line of sight, a figure approached slowly. The figure approached, shrouded entirely in a dark robe, rendering his true visage nearly indecipherable. His eyes, akin to shards of ice, were a penetrating gaze that seemed capable of piercing one's very soul. In his grasp, he wielded a long sword of ink and silver, its blade entwined with tendrils of shadowy mist. His steps were steady and powerful, each footfall resonating like a heavy hammer against the ground. Night speech had arrived. His presence was akin to a specter in the night, silent yet profoundly disquieting. As he drew near, an invisible pressure enveloped the air. With a swift gesture of his left hand, he uttered a single word, "Return." Upon the utterance of this command, the dark shadows that had lingered nearby surged back towards him like summoned phantoms, merging into the fabric of his robe. Night speech halted beside Lin Ju, casting a subtle glance at his countenance. To his astonishment, there was no trace of shock upon Lin Ju's face at his unexpected arrival. Not even the slightest flicker of surprise. Could it be that he had long anticipated my pursuit? Night speech pondered silently. At that moment, a furious roar erupted, the ferocious cry of the Qingli python. It seemed that the creature's ire had not waned with Night speech's arrival. Rather, it raged even more violently, demonstrating its fury towards both Night speech and Lin Ju. Night speech raised his gaze slightly, his eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Chapter 26. Dual Sword Splendor. Yi Yu lightly raised her left arm, her fingers fluttering slightly. Linju understood the unspoken cue. He recognized that this was Yi Yu's domain and thus retreated without hesitation. Stepping aside, with a flicker of thought, Yi Yu swiftly summoned her other fated sword, the Crimson Blade, Insu. Both swords were of the second tier, emanating a faint luminescence. She placed her hands together before her chest, aligning the two blades vertically. Taking a deep breath to center her focus, she unleashed her power with fervor. In an instant, her back resembled a peacock unfurling its plumage, releasing hundreds of first-tier auxiliary swords into the air. These auxiliary blades danced in the sky, glimmering with a chilling light that dazzled the eye. With a mere thought, the auxiliary swords, as if responding to an unseen command, swiftly darted towards the two fated blades in her hands. They traced graceful arcs through the air, racing like shooting stars, seamlessly merging into the sword bodies. With a whoosh, the blade of Insu ignited in violet-red flames, the fierce blaze licking the sword's surface. Simultaneously, the previously sparse dark mist thickened, coalescing into a dense shroud of black clouds. However, the Qingli python would not afford Yi Yu the luxury of time to gather her strength. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing razor-sharp fangs, and surged toward her like a bolt of lightning, intent on swallowing her whole. In that critical moment, Yi Yu suddenly raised her gaze. Her eyes steely and resolute, whispering, "Dual sword splinter." At the instant her words fell, she shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, her figure a fleeting flash. Brilliant and breathtaking. In the wake of her rapid dash, a long trail of light followed, akin to the tail of a comet in the night sky. Radiating an enigmatic and dazzling glow, the formidable force of her charge compressed the surrounding air, creating visible waves that rippled outward like layers of undulating water. In the spot where Yi Yu had stood, only a dark silhouette remained. Her assault was not only swift but also immensely powerful, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The Qingli python, confronted with such an onslaught, felt its pupils constrict in fear, instinctively wishing to retreat, yet it was far too late. At the moment when the dual swords made contact with the Qingli python, a resounding explosion echoed, centered around the python. A tempest of violet-red flames and black mist surged outward, akin to tumultuous waves, shaking the very fabric of space. Caught in the eye of the sword chi storm, the Qingli python was rendered powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the sword chi unleashed by Yi Yu relentlessly tore and ravaged. As it felt its scales being brutally stripped away, each segment's departure brought excruciating pain, as if its very soul were being wrenched apart. Flesh was mercilessly carved away, blood gushing forth, staining the waters beneath it crimson. The azure-scaled python let out a harrowing scream that echoed throughout the space, sending shivers down the spine. Yet, no matter how it wailed, the harsh reality remained unchanged. As time progressed, the creature's cries gradually diminished in intensity. The onslaught from Yi Yu was relentless, akin to a tempest, offering the python no respite. At last, with a swift motion, Yi Yu's previously darting figure returned to the shadowy spot it had vacated, resembling a phantom. In the next instant, a thunderous sound erupted, bang. As Yi Yu withdrew, the previously compressed storm of sword energy erupted violently. In a mere moment, the airwaves surged, and shockwaves swept through the surroundings like a raging tide. The flesh of the azure python was violently scattered, its entrails reduced to mere fragments strewn across the ground. The scene was grotesquely bloody, the pungent scent overwhelming. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once crystal-clear pond had transformed into a pool of vivid crimson. Amidst this sanguine expanse, a colossal serpent bone floated forlornly. Linju observed everything from the shadows, standing still like an iceberg, cold and unfeeling. He had already gathered the soul-enthralling herbs he sought. His gaze deepened slightly as he regarded Yi Yu, harboring a hint of admiration. The dual sword technique was indeed remarkable. Mastering the dual swords requires impeccable coordination between both hands. Even a slight misstep could lead to a loss of precision and diminish the strike's potency. Moreover, the swords differed in weight and characteristics, demanding precise control of wrist movements and strength application. A moment's carelessness could result in the sword spiraling out of control. Additionally, wielding dual swords necessitates a high degree of balance from the practitioner. In the heat of battle, a miscalculation could leave one vulnerable to counterattack. However, Yi Yu's adeptness in maneuvering the dual blades was undeniably impressive. With a relaxed grip, Yi Yu's swords arced gracefully through the air like shooting stars, transforming into streaks of light that carried hundreds of auxiliary swords, akin to a flock of returning birds, soaring towards Yi Yu's brow and entering his spiritual sea. Suddenly, A series of crisp applause resonated through the air. Yu, taken aback, slowly turned his head to find Linju approaching from behind. A peculiar smile adorned Linju's face as he clapped, seemingly appreciative of Yu's performance. Truly a formidable talent under the Master's command. Yu, your name. Derived from the unique language of night, darkness, stars, moonlight, whispers of the wind, and the chirping of insects, comprises a breathtaking tapestry, the most fitting backdrop for murder, does it not? As he spoke, Linju had reached Yu's side. Yu turned to face him, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them as they gazed into each other's eyes, as if time itself had frozen. Finally, breaking the stillness, Yu's voice emerged, low and tinged with curiosity. How did you come to know the meaning behind the name the Master bestowed upon me? Linju did not respond. His face bore no expression, yet his deep-set eyes remained fixed intently on Yu. After a considerable pause, Linju slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the pool where the azure lizard had previously been, speaking in an authoritative tone. Go down. Yu, somewhat taken aback, narrowed his eyes and glared at Linju. Do you dare to command me? Linju's tone was as calm as still water. Caves of third-tier spirit beasts often harbor valuable treasures. I wish to ascertain if such is the case here. However, if you, a novice swordsman, were to descend and meet with misfortune, how would you report back to the swordmaster? Would you admit your carelessness in underestimating the dangers within? Or would you offer some other explanation? Bang! Yet before Linju could finish his sentence, Yu had already leapt into the blood pool, sending sprays of crimson blossoms into the air. Observing this, Linju stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly, transitioning seamlessly from pursuer to protector, and ultimately to executor, a truly flawless transformation. Chapter 27. Feeding and Alchemy. And Yuchio hurried back to the inn residence, her heart racing with anxiety. She could hardly contain herself as she sought out her father, recounting every detail of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his daughter's account, Inyen's expression turned grave. The mention of the mysterious figure in black caused a shadow of concern to flicker in his eyes. He was all too familiar with this individual, known as the dual-wielding swordsman, Yu, a master under the command of the manor's lord. The fact that he was tracking Linju raised two possibilities in Inyen's mind. He was either there to ensure Linju's safety or to investigate him. Naturally, Inyen leaned towards the former. Meanwhile, a sudden splash erupted from the blood pool within the cave. With a thunderous sound, Yu emerged from the water, droplets of crimson splattering around him as he landed gracefully on the ground, his body drenched and stained with blood. There was indeed something at the bottom of the pool. In his grasp was a translucent emerald crystal, faintly glowing. As for Linju, he had not vacated the blood pool. On the contrary, he remained seated at the water's edge, meditating in tranquility. Upon hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes. However, he did not see Yu. Instead, only the green crystal lay quietly before him. Linju picked up the stone and stood, examining it closely with a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. Suddenly, a mischievous smile spread across his face, his laughter echoing through the stillness. Ha ha ha, it is indeed lapis lazuli. What splendid material for sword forging, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. He stored the lapis lazuli in his spatial ring, then shifted his attention to the snake bones within the blood pool. These bones also held significant value and should not be squandered. Swiftly, he collected them into his ring and departed, continuing his quest for other spiritual herbs. However, just as he was about to leave, a figure stealthily emerged from the shadows. It was Yu, who had not truly departed but lingered in the darkness, skirting the edge of light. His mission was to monitor Linju. Yet, he never anticipated that in the days to come, he would find himself unwittingly working for Linju without compensation. 27 days later, the sky was overcast, with spring rain delicately falling. The fine mist of rain enveloped Mongfing Mountain in a veil of haze. Linju walked along the path of the sword manor, his countenance radiant with joy. At this moment, his spatial ring was brimming with various items, including several essential spiritual herbs for the soul-calling incense, along with the hides and bones of various spirit beasts. In stark contrast, Yu appeared weary, his fatigue evident despite his eyes being the only feature visible. At this moment, he found himself within the sword manor, reporting in detail to Jian Changkong about the progress of his tasks. After listening to the narration, a hint of perplexity appeared on Jian Changkong's face. Linju's quest for spirit herbs and his collection of beast remains, what could this possibly signify? After pondering for a moment, Jian Changkong still found himself unable to unravel this enigma. Consequently, he resolved to temporarily suspend Yu's surveillance of Linju and instructed him to take some rest. Upon returning to his rustic wooden cabin, He was greeted by its dilapidated state, which even exuded a faint musty odor. Yet, Lin Ju remained utterly indifferent to these conditions. He gently closed the door and, without hesitation, seated himself upon the floor. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he spoke with a hint of mirth. 27 days. Yi Yu has fought alongside me for a full 27 days, slaying dozens of third-tier spirit beasts without a moment's respite. Even a man of iron would likely struggle to endure such relentless combat. Wouldn't you agree? Throughout these protracted 27 days, Lin Ju made some truly astonishing decisions. Despite the presence of safe and easily obtainable spirit herbs before him, he deliberately chose to ignore them, opting instead to gather from areas infested with spirit beasts. The reason behind this choice was known solely to Lin Ju himself. His intent was to harness Yi Yu's strength to acquire the bones necessary for Baijua's ascension. To Lin Ju, Yi Yu was akin to a laborer. And since he was a laborer, it was imperative to maximize his worth within the limited time frame, regardless of the exhaustion it might cause. However, what Lin Ju did not anticipate was how remarkably smoothly his plan would unfold. He exerted minimal effort and effortlessly obtained what he sought, even stumbling upon some unexpected gains. Now, as Yi Yu rested, the family at home remained completely unaware of Lin Ju's return. Thus, he could finally summon Baizhua without reservations. Everything was progressing in accordance with Lin Ju's envisioned plan. With a mere thought, a stream of white light surged forth from Lin Ju's forehead. Hovering before him and gradually revealing its true form, the bone sword, Baizhua. Subsequently, Lin Ju swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful torrent of white energy that erupted from the sword's body. This energy spiraled and danced in the air, gradually coalescing into a massive white skull. Its hollow eye sockets radiated a chilling aura, fixated intently on Lin Ju. In the face of this bizarre scene, Lin Ju remained remarkably composed. He slightly raised his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Are you hungry? No need to rush. As his words fell, Lin Ju raised his hand, releasing the spirit beast bones from his storage ring. The skull gaped wide, effortlessly swallowing the bones regardless of their size. Witnessing this, Lin Ju was not filled with fear. Rather, he erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Eat up, ha ha. His laughter was imbued with an indescribable thrill and anticipation. Time passed, second by second. A quarter of an hour later, all the beast bones within the spatial ring were completely devoured by the skull. The skull appeared to be satiated, slowly drifting back into the body of the White Zhua sword, akin to a well-fed child returning to the embrace of its mother. Grasping the hilt of the White Zhua, Lin Ju could sense that the sword, having consumed a substantial amount of spirit beast bones, was undergoing a subtle transformation. Excellent, splendid, he murmured to himself. Having consumed so many spirit beast bones, is it finally on the verge of advancing to the second tier? A surge of uncontainable excitement welled up within Lin Ju. For he knew that once the White Zhua successfully ascended to the second tier, its power would be significantly enhanced. However, he too must rapidly elevate himself to the rank of a second-tier sword master. It seems I must seize the moment. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ju retracted the White Zhua into his spiritual sea. He then extracted the spirit herbs from the spatial ring, arranging them neatly around himself. These spirit herbs emitted a faint fragrance, refreshing and uplifting to the spirit. As he surveyed the array of spirit herbs, a slight smile graced Lin Ju's lips. The soul-entangling incense, discovered in a tome in a previous life, possesses the ability to control another's soul for a limited time. As he spoke, he began to circulate his inner vital energy. In an instant, the vital energy danced like sprites under Lin Ju's command, swiftly converging from the 8 extraordinary meridians to his fingertips. Soon after, his hands moved in a mesmerizing manner, swiftly forming seals, as grayish-white flames shot forth like meteors, crackling with fierce intensity, racing from his fingertips towards the spirit herbs. The flames instantly enveloped each spirit herb, igniting them in a fierce blaze. Under the relentless scorching of the flames, the spirit herbs gradually softened and melted, releasing rich and potent spiritual energy that coiled around the flames like tangible mist. With the continued refinement of the flames, this spiritual energy began to condense, transforming into a spirit liquid, resembling lustrous pearls cascading down from the spirit herbs drop by drop. Subsequently, Lin Ju waved his arms, akin to conducting a grand symphony. He skillfully manipulated the spirit liquid, allowing it to flow in an orderly manner through the air, intertwining and permeating, presenting a fantastical and exquisite spectacle. Despite this being his inaugural attempt at concocting a potion, his control was surprisingly adept. Each drop of spirit liquid appeared imbued with a soul of its own, distinct in layers yet undisturbed by one another, harmoniously merging in an orderly fashion. However, just as he was on the brink of success, a sudden loud bang erupted, and the previously harmonious spirit liquid exploded like detonated explosives, scattering in all directions. Witnessing this, Linju displayed no signs of disappointment on his face. Has it failed? Indeed, it would be strange if it succeeded on the first try. His tone was casual, as if this was not a failure but rather an intriguing endeavor. Without hesitation, he immediately resumed his efforts, embarking once more on the creation of the soul-entangling incense. Chapter 28. Guardian of the Lord. As dawn began to break, dewdrops cascaded gently from the tips of the grass, resembling ethereal spirits reluctant to part from the mortal realm. Merging languidly into the warm soil, the soft sun, akin to a delicate veil, spread its light, quietly awakening the slumbering world. The fresh air, imbued with the earthy richness of the soil and the fragrant allure of blooming flowers, wafted in strands, invigorating the senses and uplifting the spirit. Today marked the day when Inyueshi had promised Linju to accompany him on a mission. A gentle breeze caressed, as if a tender hand were playfully tousling his hair. Linju had arrived early at the west gate of the Sword Manor, sitting quietly upon a stone, eagerly awaiting. His countenance bore a hint of weariness, suggesting a night of restless tossing and turning. Suddenly, the crisp sound of hooves echoed faintly, like the rhythmic beats of a drum resonating in the tranquil air. Upon hearing the sound, Linju rose promptly, turning slightly to gaze towards the right, where a horse team of several dozen riders approached steadily. At the forefront was Yu Qiao, elegantly mounted on a steed as white as snow, her demeanor reminiscent of a celestial being from a painting. Beside her was Inyueshi, also riding a white horse, both women exuding grace that captivated the eye. Linju hastily adjusted his attire, bowing respectfully with heartfelt sincerity. "Greetings, Miss and 2nd Mississippi. No need for excessive formalities. Please rise," and Yu Qiao replied, her voice soft and gentle, like a spring breeze that caresses the heart. Linju slowly straightened, his expression as calm as a serene pond, undisturbed by the world around him. His gaze flickered first to Yu Qiao, pausing momentarily, then swiftly sweeping over Inyueshi and the entourage of servants trailing behind. The demeanor of the two groups was strikingly different. Yu Qiao's face radiated warmth and kindness, akin to the gentle sun in spring, whereas the other members of the Yin family displayed hostility and disdain, regarding Linju as an unwelcome intruder. "I have heard from Xiaoxi about your request. Let us proceed together," and Yu Qiao's gentle voice once again graced the air. "Thank you," Linju replied succinctly, and then made his way to the rear of the procession. His steps were steady and composed, each footfall resonating with assurance, exuding an aura of calmness. Yet, the glances from the Yin family servants were fierce, akin to wolves glaring at an intruder in their territory. Linju remained unfazed, for his attention had been wholly captivated by a magnificent black steed at the rear of the line. This horse, cloaked in a coat as dark as obsidian, emanated an air of mystery and authority. Linju's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the creature, immediately discerning its fiery temperament, still unbroken by human hands. Could it be that this horse was intended to humiliate me, or perhaps to bring about my demise beneath its hooves? Linju pondered silently, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. In an instant, however, Linju leapt into action, soaring onto the horse's back with the grace of a swift swallow. The black stallion reared up, its front hooves raised high, letting out a thunderous neigh, akin to the sound of tearing silk. It then bolted wildly, thrashing about like a frenzied beast. At times, he would dash towards the towering trees by the roadside, as if seeking to harness the strength of the robust trunks in order to fling Linju from his back with great force. At other moments, he would suddenly halt, twisting his powerful body with swift and abrupt movements. Yet Linju appeared to be seamlessly integrated with the steed. His legs clamped tightly around the horse's belly like iron pincers, while his hands gripped the mane with unwavering resolve. No matter how fiercely the black horse bucked and thrashed, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, ultimately failing to dislodge him even a fraction. Meanwhile, Linju leaned closer to the horse's ear, whispering softly. Though his voice was gentle, it seemed imbued with a magical essence, capable of penetrating the black horse's tempestuous spirit, offering solace. Gradually, the horse's frantic movements began to subside, and a hint of compliance surfaced in its once defiant gaze. Just as the horse was on the verge of being tamed, an idea suddenly flickered in Linju's mind. He subtly tightened his legs around the horse's belly, slightly altering its course, feigning a loss of control as they surged like a bolt of black lightning towards Inueshi. The black horse's speed was astonishing, racing through the air as if to tear through the very fabric of reality. The attendants beside Inueshi were instantly alarmed, their voices rising in panic. Yet Inueshi remained composed, unperturbed. In her heart, she knew that if Linju dared to charge at her, she could draw her sword in self-defense, slaying him without fear of reproach. Over the past month, her swordsmanship had improved dramatically, and her resentment towards Linju had intensified correspondingly. Just as the black horse was about to collide with Inueshi in a moment of peril, Linju yanked on the reins with all his might. In an instant, the black horse reared high, halting just shy of a foot from Inueshi. As its hooves landed, a small cloud of dust was raised. Linju remained atop the horse, his expression as tranquil as still water, though a fleeting glimmer of something inscrutable flickered in his eyes. He lifted his gaze slightly, looking down at Inueshi, feigning a semblance of apology, and clasped his hands. "Missin, I sincerely apologize for this horse." But before he could finish, Inueshi abruptly interrupted him. Her brows knitted in anger, her beautiful eyes wide as if they were cold, furious stars. She turned sharply to the attendants and scolded, "What on earth are you all doing? Did I not instruct you to find a gentle horse?" Under Inueshi's stern reprimand, the attendants trembled in fear, akin to leaves caught in a tempest. One particularly bold attendant opened his mouth to explain, but was immediately silenced by another. The latter hastily dismounted, kneeling before Inueshi with a face full of trepidation, his voice quivering. I did not follow your instructions, miss, out of my resentment towards Linju. Please, punish me severely." Upon hearing this, Inueshi's expression softened slightly, but she remained as cold as ice. With a scoff that echoed like frost falling to the ground, she replied, "After the journey concludes, you may go and receive your punishment." "Yes," the attendant responded, as if granted a reprieve, hastily agreeing. Then, Inueshi turned her icy gaze back to Linju, her face revealing only indifference and detachment. Confronted with Inueshi's cold demeanor, Linju's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. He felt no surprise at such acts of loyalty. He had witnessed countless similar scenes on this planet. Should his master harbor intentions of committing murder, he would willingly bear the burden, not only to preserve his master's dignity, but also to avert any unwarranted public outcry. After all, not long ago, Linju had leveraged public opinion to cause the Yin family a loss exceeding 20,000 spirit stones. Those of high rank and renown are well aware that reputation is as fragile as glass, easily shattered and difficult to restore. The servant facing punishment, upon returning home, would likely not suffer retribution. Instead, he might even find himself presented with an opportunity for promotion. As the tension hung thick between Linju and Inueshi, the atmosphere frozen in mutual disdain, Inuchiao chose the opportune moment to speak, her voice melodious yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Enough. Since there is nothing more to discuss, let us depart immediately." After a brief pause, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she added, "Should we delay any longer, the phoenix tail orchid may fall into the hands of another." With that, she gracefully grasped the reins, exerting a gentle pressure, prompting the white horse to understand her intent. It reared back and let out a powerful neigh before galloping swiftly down the mountain. The hooves thundered against the ground, sounding like a drum roll, scattering grass and dust in their wake, the horse's mane billowing like banners in the wind. Although Inueshi still harbored resentment towards Linju, the thought of the orchid potentially slipping away spurred her into action. Her crimson lips parted as she issued a sharp command, her legs deftly squeezing the horse's belly. The steed responded instantly, darting forth like an arrow released from its bow. Her expression was grave, a few strands of hair dancing wildly in the breeze. Linju, astride a black horse, felt his own dark hair whip about him in the wind. His figure was athletic, slightly leaning forward to gauge each powerful leap of his mount. The black horse galloped with unmatched speed, its hooves alternating like a tempest. Linju's gaze was keen, sometimes focused on the paths ahead, discerning opportunities, and at other times surveying the terrain around him, silently devising strategies and preparing for any necessary adjustments. Seeing this, the Yin family servants were equally unwilling to concede, raising their voices in unison, their shouts resonating across the landscape. They cracked their whips and urged their horses onward, the neighs of their steeds blending into a tidal surge of frantic motion. As they raced ahead, the wind howled past their ears, echoing the cries of spirits in distress. Chapter 29. The gentleman and the indulgent. The crowd traversed day and night, journeying with unwavering resolve, navigating turbulent currents, and crossing waterlogged terrains, scaling towering mountains. The wind accompanied them like a cherished friend, while the rain acted as a divine benefactor, refreshing their weary bodies. The sun and moon alternated, akin to silent chroniclers, witnessing their arduous journey and the relentless pursuit of their goals. At long last, after a protracted expedition, a mountain range adorned with vibrant purple bamboo emerged before their eyes. From a distance, it resembled a realm of dreams, evoking a sense of tranquility as the fatigue they bore began to dissipate. The group dismounted, halting to gaze in awe at the breathtaking scenery. Inuchio gently lifted her delicate hand to shield her eyes from the sunlight. Surveying the expanse that resembled a purple ocean, an uncontainable excitement swelling within her heart, she recalled her father's words, stating that the phoenix tail orchid thrived atop this very mountain. Could it be that very place? Her gaze fell upon a towering peak that pierced the clouds, glistening under the sun's embrace, drawing her attention irresistibly. Conversely, Linju also gazed upwards at the mountains, yet his thoughts diverged significantly from Inuchio's. His expression remained composed, his mind calculating how he might evade the throng and find an opportunity to be alone with Inueshi, should he see such a moment. He could. Suddenly, Linju's expression shifted slightly as he recalled from a previous life that another faction would also arrive at this location, seeking the rare phoenix tail orchid. Perhaps there was a way to exploit this situation, he mused. Yet, he was left pondering the whereabouts of those individuals at this very moment. What if they had already acquired the orchid and departed quietly? Or what if Inuchu successfully obtained it while they remained en route, unable to arrive in time? Either scenario left Linju's heart in turmoil. Just as his anxiety mounted, a melodious and invigorating voice broke through the tension. May I inquire, is this the esteemed Inuchiao of the Mongfing Mountain Sword Manor? The crowd turned to see a gentleman approaching with graceful strides. His visage was like polished jade, exuding warmth and charm, his eyes deep and mysterious like the abyssal sea. Elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan, radiating an air of refinement. Following closely behind him was a retinue of companions. Upon seeing this man, Inuchio's heart sank. Her expression instantly hardened as she advanced towards the group, summoning her life sword, Fongyin. With a swift motion, she pointed the sword's tip directly at the gentleman. Her voice sharp and commanding. Friend, halt. With that declaration, her striking gaze remained fixed on him, glimmers of frost shimmering in her eyes. The members of the Yin family, witnessing her hostility, immediately assumed a defensive posture, the atmosphere thick with tension. However, in the face of Inuchio's palpable animosity, the gentleman merely smiled serenely. Missin, there is no need for such enmity towards us. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Inuchio's voice grew increasingly cold, her brows furrowed in suspicion. Gently lowering his fan, the gentleman bowed slightly to Inuchio, his tone refined. I am Chun Exine, a humble member of the 100 Swords Hall. Our two families have engaged in trade, and in the past, I had the fortune of making the acquaintance of the young lady. Upon hearing this, Inuchio slightly furrowed her brow and fell into contemplation. However, she could not conjure even the slightest impression of this individual from her memory. Thus, she inquired directly, if you are a friend and not an enemy, may I ask, what brings you here, Daoish-chin? Inuchio spoke with unambiguous clarity. Chin Exine. Upon hearing this, smiled faintly. I come here for the phoenix tail orchid. At this revelation, Inuchio's eyes narrowed with heightened vigilance. Yet, amidst her wariness, there lingered a hint of something unusual. Chin Exine noted her reaction, his smile unwavering and even more gentle. Missin, I am well aware of your concerns. Within these mountains, peril lurks at every turn. Relying solely on the strength of either party will likely prove insufficient. If we can join forces and face the challenges together. Once we obtain the phoenix tail orchid, we shall engage in a fair contest, and the victor may take it away. What are your thoughts on this arrangement, Missin? After a moment of contemplation, Inuchio slowly lowered her sword and met Chin Exine's gaze. I hope you will keep your word. That is only natural, Chin Exine replied, bowing respectfully once more. Yet, as he did so, a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his lips. This seemingly inconspicuous moment was indelibly etched in the mind of Linju, who stood at the back of the Yin family gathering, while Chin Exine conversed with Inuchio. Vivid memories of past events surged within Linju, reminiscent of a tumultuous tide. Chin Exine appeared poised and refined, resembling a genteel scholar. Yet beneath the surface lay a lascivious disposition. Linju pondered quietly, recalling how Chin Exine's gaze had remained fixated on Inuchio's bosom throughout their dialogue. In a previous life, this man had seized the opportunity during a moment of rest to secretly sprinkle a sleep-inducing powder, attempting to commit unspeakable acts against Inuchio. Fortunately, And Yu Qiao had been astute, and with a single stroke of her sword, she had rendered him incapacitated. Reflecting on this, Lin Zhu could not help but smirk with a cunning smile, for what he desired was precisely the moment when Shen Xian would dispense the drug. And Yu Qiao might be vigilant, but wouldn't Yueshi be so? A surge of anticipation coursed through Lin Zhu, quickening his heartbeat. When the two, Yin and Chen, inevitably clashed, would it not provide him with the perfect opportunity to act against Yueshi? Chapter 30. The mountain-shaking bear. A gentle spring breeze caressed the air, causing the purple bamboo to sway gracefully, reminiscent of a maiden dancing delicately. The subtle fragrance wafted along with it. The warm sun poured down, casting dappled shadows of leaves upon the verdant grass, creating a scene of tranquil beauty that stirred a sense of contentment within. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the grass. Shen Xian and his companions traversed the bamboo grove, the mottled sunlight reflecting off their forms. To exemplify his gentlemanly demeanor, he took the initiative to lead the members of the 100-Sword Hall ahead, with the Yin family trailing behind. As for Lin Zhu, he was predictably positioned at the rear of the group. It was certainly the suggestion of Yueshi. However, Lin Zhu found himself quite content in this position. Although being at the back of the line often exposed one to unexpected dangers, it afforded him a comprehensive view of the actions of those ahead. Dressed in black, he stood out strikingly under the sun's rays. He proceeded cautiously, his demeanor imbued with vigilance. In his previous life, he had encountered spirit beasts. Yet those creatures were merely of the first or second rank, their powers feeble enough for both Yu Qiao and Shen Xian to dispatch with ease. In this life, however, Lin Zhu had made certain choices that diverged from his past, leaving him uncertain whether these changes might provoke unforeseen consequences, such as the emergence of more formidable third or fourth rank spirit beasts. In stark contrast to Lin Zhu's caution, the members of the 100-Sword Hall and the Yin family's servants exhibited an air of ease and comfort. They seemed brimming with confidence regarding their journey, dismissing any potential dangers entirely. This was understandable, considering the presence of two second-tier swordsmen in their midst. Should any peril arise, they would undoubtedly step forward to confront it. Sister, can we truly trust that person? And Yueshi suddenly lifted her gaze to Yu Qiao, who walked ahead, her tone laced with trepidation. Hearing her sister's question, Yu Qiao momentarily halted her steps before responding with unwavering certainty. Naturally, he cannot be trusted. Though her voice was not loud, it resonated with undeniable conviction. After speaking, Yu Qiao furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Shen Xian at the front. Yueshi, observing this, grew increasingly perplexed. If he is untrustworthy, why do we continue to accompany him? Taking a deep breath, Yu Qiao patiently elucidated. Now that we have encountered this individual, should we choose not to walk alongside him, he would inevitably pursue us from behind. Little stream, you must understand, those who lurk behind pose a far greater threat than those we confront directly. As she spoke, Yu Qiao leaned closer, whispering softly into Yueshi's ear. Her words were so faint that others could scarcely discern their meaning. Upon hearing this, Yueshi's expression turned grave. Her hands instinctively clenched into fists as she exclaimed, "Is it true? Sister, could it be Lin Zhu's doing?" Yu Qiao shook her head slightly. "Not at all. But upon my return, I shall ensure that individual is exposed." With that declaration, a glint of cold light flickered in Yu Qiao's eyes. This fleeting glimpse of coldness was perceptibly caught by Shen Xian, who walked at the forefront. Though his face showed no hint of emotion and he made no overt actions, dark thoughts began to brew within him. Two factions, each with their own intentions, progressed steadily toward the highest peak of the purple bamboo mountain range. As a gentle breeze swept past, suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens like a crack of thunder. This sound seemed to contain an immense power, causing the ears of those present to ache, and even the entire bamboo grove trembled under the force of the resounding waves. The birds nestled within the bamboo forest were likewise startled into a frenzy, emitting sharp, piercing cries as they flapped their wings and scattered in all directions, their feathers fluttering down like autumn leaves. This unforeseen event compelled everyone to instinctively halt, their faces reflecting heightened vigilance. Swiftly, they summoned their respective swords, gripping them tightly as their eyes darted around like lightning. In mere moments, beads of fine sweat began to form on their foreheads. The dull thuds of heavy footsteps, accompanied by the crisp sounds of snapping bamboo, grew louder, echoing closer and closer. An invisible pressure seemed to be advancing slowly, quickening their heartbeats and causing their palms to sweat profusely around the sword hilts. Tension filled the air as they fixed their gazes on the source of the sound, scarcely daring to breathe. At that moment, a sharp crack pierced the air as a sturdy purple bamboo was brutally snapped in two. Following the sound of splintering wood, a colossal shadow suddenly soared into the air, resembling a small mountain in flight. "Quick, move aside," Inyuchiu exclaimed, her brows furrowing in alarm. Upon hearing her cry, the group dispersed rapidly like a disturbed swarm of bees. In the next instant, a tremendous crash resounded as the massive entity plummeted to the ground like a meteor from the heavens. Rocks and dirt flew like shrapnel, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they fixated on the object, while Linju narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of inscrutable expression flickering within them. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A gigantic bear paw emerged from the swirling dust, imbued with overwhelming power and pressure, descending swiftly towards Linju and several disciples of the 100 Swords Hall beside him. Linju's gaze sharpened, and a surge of energy flowed through him as he darted away like a specter. With a dull thud, two disciples who were a fraction slower did not even have time to scream before being reduced to mere pulp beneath that colossal bear paw. The scene gruesome beyond description. Meanwhile, as the dust began to settle, the group beheld the true form of the ambushing creature, a gigantic black bear standing 4 zhang tall. Its body was cloaked in a thick layer of dark gray fur, with patches of brown stone armor adorning its limbs and chest, glinting ominously in the sunlight, exuding an aura of intimidation. "It is a third-tier spirit beast," the mountain-shaking bear, Chen Xian remarked, his eyes slightly widening, his expression solemn. On the other side, Inyuchiu maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on the bear as she murmured softly, "This bear is inherently aggressive, with immense strength. Given its physique, it is likely on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. Fortunately, its speed is not particularly swift, leaving room for hope." After speaking, Inyuchiu subtly shifted her gaze towards Chen Xian. She contemplated inwardly that among those present, he and she possessed the highest cultivation levels. Should they join forces, they could surely vanquish the beast. However, just as she hesitated, the mountain-shaking bear suddenly pivoted and charged fiercely towards the isolated Inyueshi. "Xiaoxi." Inyuchiu's heart seized at the sight, her beautiful eyes widening in alarm, and an exclamation escaped her lips. Simultaneously, she sprang into action, her long sword gripped tightly in her hand, slicing through the air with a chilling gleam as she rushed towards Inyueshi. To everyone's astonishment, Inyueshi remained remarkably composed in the face of the ferocious mountain-shaking bear, displaying no sign of fear at all. Her petite figure stood firm, her delicate face betraying not a hint of panic. Just as the bear's massive paw was about to strike Inyueshi, she sprang into action. With a light tap of her feet against the ground, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, her entire body spun rapidly. Her graceful form moved like a wisp of wind, her long sword dancing in tandem, tracing a shimmering silver vortex around her. In an instant, a barely visible circle of sword energy etched itself upon the ground. Then, Inyueshi's figure, like a phantom, transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing without a trace. A resounding crash echoed as the mountain-shaking bear's enormous paw slammed down onto the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. The bear slowly shook its massive head, clearly bewildered by Inyueshi's sudden disappearance, its small eyes reflecting great confusion. Only Inyuchiu understood. This was the Yin family's unique skill, the third layer of the Willow-Whispering Sword technique, Shadow of the Wind. Moments later, Inyueshi's figure materialized like a specter, silently descending beside Inyuchiu. "Rest assured, sister. Though I cannot defeat it, it cannot harm me either." Inyueshi spoke with unwavering certainty, her expression radiating confidence. Hearing her sister's self-assured words, Inyuchiu felt a sense of relief wash over her, slowing her frantic pace and taking a moment to catch her breath. After a brief pause, she parted her crimson lips and called out gently, "Chen Daoyu." "Speak." Chen Xian responded immediately. "Among us, you and I possess the highest cultivation levels. If we stand united, we can surely slay this beast." Inyuchiu declared, her gaze fixed on Chen Xian with resolute determination. "Whatever mission commands." Chen Xian replied with alacrity. "First, hold it off to buy me some time." Without hesitation, Inyuchiu issued her directive. Chen Xian, exhibiting no reluctance, raised his arm and called out, "Disciples of the 100 Sword Hall, heed my command. Follow me to battle." As his voice echoed, he swiftly closed his folding fan, with a graceful flick transforming it into a dark purple long sword, its blade glimmering with a cold light. With the long sword in hand, Chen Xian soared forth towards the black bear, moving with the grace of a swallow, his actions fluid and elegant. The disciples of the 100-Sword Hall responded in kind, rallying with fervor. Meanwhile, the members of the Yin family, excluding Inueshi, plunged into the fray without hesitation. Wait, it seems someone is missing. Indeed, it was Linju. Having just employed the ethereal technique of floating clouds, he had silently slipped behind a grove of bamboo. At this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of cunning as he quietly observed in Yuqiao and the others, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. Chapter 31. The gale blade strikes. With a thunderous roar, the sun blazed high in the sky, and the winds howled. The mountain-shaking bear was embroiled in a fierce battle with the others, its eyes bloodshot and filled with a terrifying ferocity. Its colossal paws swung wildly, each strike resonating as if the very mountains were crumbling. The ground beneath them had been battered into numerous massive craters, resembling gaping wounds in the earth. In the midst of the tumult, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Wretched beast, behold my purple radiance, shattered rain." Following the sound, one could see Chen Xian, his expression grim and his eyes gleaming with a frigid edge. With that declaration, he propelled himself forcefully from the ground, soaring into the air like an arrow released from its bow, sword held aloft. His presence was akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, striving to pierce the heavens above. The mountain-shaking bear, sensing Chen Xian's movement, slightly turned its immense form and swiftly raised its paw, akin to a mountain, to strike at him. As the paw swept through the air, it seemed to rend the atmosphere, producing a sharp, piercing shriek. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, a cold smile played upon Chen Xian's lips. His form danced gracefully in the air, executing a deft sidestep to evade the lethal blow. In an instant, with a mere thought, hundreds of first-tier auxiliary swords materialized behind him. These swords emitted a faint glow, resembling a myriad of twinkling stars, arrayed behind him in a magnificent display akin to a peacock fanning its tail. Subsequently, Chen Xian hurled his purple sword with great force, resembling a bolt of purple lightning, aimed directly at the mountain-shaking bear above. Simultaneously, the auxiliary swords surged forth like a tempest, their whistling cutting through the air. They transformed into streaks of light, merging seamlessly with the purple sword. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes and swiftly formed seals with his hands. At the moment of convergence between the purple sword and the auxiliary swords, a resounding explosion echoed as the purple sword erupted in midair, morphing into a pale purple circular sword array, its patterns flickering into view. In the next instant, countless purple swords cascaded from the sword array like a torrential downpour, descending upon the mountain-shaking bear, seemingly intent on engulfing it entirely in a deluge of blades. Roaring defiantly, the mountain-shaking bear had no recourse but to hastily cross its arms, desperately shielding its massive body, while emitting a cry of unyielding fury. However, this defense proved insufficient against the relentless onslaught of swords. Gradually, under the barrage, the bear's thick fur was mercilessly torn apart, leaving a multitude of grotesque gashes across its body. Crimson blood flowed forth like a gushing spring, glimmering under the sun's rays and staining the surrounding earth a vivid scarlet. As Chen Xian hovered in midair and observed this scene, he inexplicably tempered his assault, reducing the ferocity of the sword array in that moment. Seizing the brief respite, the mountain-shaking bear, now thoroughly enraged, resembled a long-dormant volcano finally erupting. Its eyes blazed a blood red, on the verge of an uncontrollable fury. With a sudden clash of palms, he exerted all his strength and let out a resounding roar as he struck the ground with fervor. A deafening boom echoed, and the earth instantaneously fractured into countless fissures, resembling a shattered spider's web. Following this, a series of thunderous sounds erupted continuously as massive rock spikes burst forth from the ground like bamboo shoots after the rain. Centered around the tremor bear, they surged forth like a tumultuous tide, rapidly spreading in all directions. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, turned pale with fear and scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's sword formation was shattered under the onslaught of the surging rock spikes, dissipating into nothingness. In that moment, Chen Xian was struck with astonishment, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. For, like a swift shadow borne on the wind, a graceful figure darted past him, enveloped in a radiant glow of azure and white, embodying the essence of a tempest, as if a celestial swan had descended from the heavens. Indeed, it was in Yuqiao, her long-prepared sword technique now poised for execution. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and the sword in her grasp hummed with a resonant clarity. "Azure Gale Slash!" she bellowed, her voice reverberating like thunder. With hands grasping the sword hilt like a vice, her lithe form exerted force, propelling the blade upward with a fierce thrust. In an instant, a magnificent surge of azure-white sword energy erupted forth, hurtling directly towards the tremor bear. This sword energy resembled an enraged dragon, coiling with an overwhelming pressure. Wherever the sword energy passed, the fabric of space seemed as fragile as thin paper, being ruthlessly torn apart with a heart-stopping hiss. As threads of spatial rifts unfurled like gaping wounds, instinctively sensing the imminent danger, the tremor bear hastily controlled the towering rock spikes in a desperate attempt to withstand this terrifying strike. Yet, before the unmatched sword energy, those spikes crumbled into nothingness, reduced to mere dust. The tremor bear's eyes widened in horror and despair, an overwhelming wave of regret flooding its heart. Why did I provoke these people? Perhaps this was its final lament as it stood on the brink of death. The sword energy raced like lightning, unimpeded, effortlessly piercing through the colossal form of the tremor bear. At the moment the energy penetrated its body, the tempestuous force within erupted violently. In an instant, countless beams of sword light sliced swiftly across the tremor bear's form, their speed so dizzying that they blurred the lines between light and shadow. The bear's fur, mercilessly shredded by the razor-sharp sword light, fell away like torn paper, reminiscent of the last leaves of autumn, crumbling into the earth. Its flesh, too, diminished under the onslaught of this terrifying sword light, akin to snow melting under the scorching sun. A searing pain surged through the tremor bear like a tidal wave, assaulting every nerve in its body. Yet at this moment, it finds itself entirely ensnared by the radiance of the sword, deeply entrenched within this terrifying tempest, struggling futilely like a trapped beast, utterly incapable of escape. All that escapes its lips are anguished howls, rendered powerless and pallid amidst the sanguine storm. As the sword's light continues its relentless assault, the tempest gradually becomes saturated with blood, transforming into a vivid scarlet expanse. Suddenly, at the zenith of this bloody maelstrom, a thunderous roar erupts, echoing as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The storm instantaneously shatters, unleashing an immensely powerful shockwave that surges forth with the might of a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. One witnesses the flesh and blood of the mountain-shaking beast scattering like confetti, bone splintering, as a torrential rain of crimson descends, dyeing the entire firmament in a blinding vermilion. As if the sky itself were ignited by blood, the fierce winds birthed from the explosion sweep through with the force to obliterate, surrounding the purple bamboo. There is no resistance against this rampant gale. They crackle and snap, some being cleaved in two, while others are uprooted entirely, swirling through the air with reckless abandon. In but an instant, the landscape within several miles is laid waste, reduced to utter devastation. Chapter 32. The death of Lin Ju as the fierce winds gradually subsided. Resembling a wild beast retreating from its frenzy, Inu Qiao lightly turned her delicate wrist. The wind-whispering sword in her hand danced like a nimble white serpent, gracefully vanishing into her spiritual sea. With the sword returning to its rightful place, her form gently descended, akin to a wilting petal, landing softly upon the ground. Though she stood firmly on solid earth, a veil of fatigue lingered in her eyes. She slightly leaned, one hand pressed against her chest, her ruby lips parting as her breath grew slightly erratic. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, her complexion pale yet still radiant. Observing her condition, the members of the Yin family, concealed amidst the ruins, began to shed the debris that cloaked them, rushing toward Inu Qiao in unison. Among them, Inyushi's steps were particularly urgent, her expression fraught with concern. "Sister, are you all right?" Inyushi called out anxiously as she hurried to Inu Qiao's side, her face etched with worry. Inu Qiao gazed into her sister's caring eyes, her lips curving into a faint smile. She extended her delicate hand, gently stroking Inyushi's head. "I am fine, do not fret." Having spoken, Inu Qiao slowly raised her head, scanning the rest of the Yin family. She noted that most bore injuries, and their numbers seemed diminished compared to before the battle. A soft sigh escaped her lips, yet she quickly regained her composure. However, as her gaze swept through the crowd once more, her brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Where is Lin Ju?" Upon hearing her question, the crowd stirred as if awakening from a dream, recalling the course of the battle. Indeed, they had seen him at the onset of the fight, but his figure had since vanished. Could it be that Lin Ju fled in the heat of battle? Someone in the crowd exclaimed loudly. Perhaps, but I believe he was caught in the tempest unleashed by the young lady, leading to his demise, another voice chimed in, the tone devoid of any sorrow for Lin Ju's death. In a matter of moments, the discussion erupted, each voice echoing the sentiment that Lin Ju had indeed perished. Just then, Chen Xian approached with measured steps, a serene smile gracing his face. "May I inquire what significant matter you all are deliberating?" he asked, his voice warm and soothing. Turning at the sound of his voice, and Yu Qiao offered him a faint smile. Nothing of great consequence. I must thank you, Chen Daoyu, for your timely assistance in our recent battle, which allowed us to achieve victory. Chen Xian promptly waved his hand, unfurling his folding fan and gently fanning the air. Missen, you are too kind. It was your sword's unparalleled power that determined the outcome in an instant. Otherwise, how could we have matched the might of that mountain-shaking bear? After a brief pause, he continued, by the way, regarding the Lin Ju you mentioned, is this the individual in question? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 disciples from the 100 Swords Hall appeared, carefully carrying a figure toward them. They placed the person gently on the ground before respectfully stepping aside. And Yu Qiao and the others focused their gaze, and there, lying on the ground, was Lin Ju. His clothing was tattered and torn, his eyes tightly shut, and his body marred by numerous wounds. Upon his chest and abdomen, segments of severed bamboo pierced through flesh. The sharp tips embedded gruesomely, a sight most harrowing. Further examination of his nostrils revealed the absence of breath, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of vitality. Lin Ju was dead, perished in this bamboo grove. Yet, in the face of Lin Ju's tragic fate, none among the onlookers displayed even a hint of compassion. Particularly, Inyueshi wore a subtle smile, as if the scene before her was entirely to her liking. Only Yu Qiao's eyes betrayed a flicker of sorrow. She gazed at the lifeless body upon the ground and sighed softly. Indeed, it is he, Lin Ju, a newly inducted disciple of our sword manor. Qingxin, upon hearing this, could not help but gently shake his folding fan, a look of regret washing over his features. How unfortunate, yet it appears that his heart has ceased to beat. And Yu Qiao sighed lightly, seeming resigned to the outcome. She turned her head and called out, bring forth assistance. 2 servants from the Yin family responded promptly. Standing respectfully before Yu Qiao, find a suitable place and give Lin Ju a proper burial, and Yu Qiao instructed. We shall obey your command, the servants replied in unison. Turning to lift Lin Ju's body and head toward the purple bamboo grove. At that moment, Qingxin interjected with a smile, his tone gentle. Esteemed members of your manor have endured a grueling battle and are undoubtedly fatigued. It would be best to leave such trivial matters to us. With that, his gaze fell upon Yu Qiao, his eyes glimmering with kindness. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiao furrowed her brows, about to respond, but Inyueshi hastily interjected, in that case, we are in your debt. Qingxin, upon her words, summoned 2 disciples from the 100 Sword Hall to take over Lin Ju's body. He then closed his fan, clasped his hands in salute, and led the 2 into the depths of the purple bamboo grove. Their figures gradually faded from view, and Yu Qiao slightly turned her head, her gaze resting on Inyueshi, her expression grave. Little stream, since Lin Ju is one of our sword manor's own, it is only fitting that we see to his burial ourselves. How can you? Before she could finish, Inyueshi interrupted her with a smile, appearing unconcerned, and playfully chided. Oh, sister, what difference does it make? Who buries him is of no consequence. Since the 100 Sword Hall is willing to assist, let them do so. This way, we can seize the opportunity to rest a bit. Is that not agreeable? With that, Inyueshi seemed quite pleased with her reasoning. Linking her arm within Yu Qiao's and leading her to a nearby clearing, where they sat down to catch their breath. However, Inyueshi had no inkling that her decision to allow Qingxin to bury Lin Ju would usher in unforeseen calamity. Deep within the bamboo grove, Qingxin strolled leisurely, his folding fan in hand. His steps were light and graceful, as if this serene bamboo forest were his personal sanctuary. Midway through his walk, he caught sight of a crystal-clear stream flowing gently. The water, illuminated by the sun, sparkled with silvery glimmers, resembling a winding silver chain, radiant and resplendent. Upon witnessing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Qingxin's eyes, and he quickened his pace toward the stream's source. Upon reaching the spring, Qingxin halted, surveyed his surroundings, and a knowing smile graced his lips. This place is perfect, he murmured to himself. Having spoken, he turned to the 2 disciples of the 100 Swords Hall behind him and commanded, place the corpse here, and you may depart. The 2 disciples exchanged glances, their faces displaying a hint of perplexity. Yet, out of reverence, they dared not inquire further. They merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. Subsequently, they cautiously laid Lin Ju's lifeless body upon the ground and gradually retreated. Once their figures faded from view, Chen Xian's originally gentle visage suddenly hardened. He snapped his folding fan shut and coldly proclaimed, the person has departed. Why do you not rise? At these words, the seemingly lifeless Lin Ju, devoid of vitality, trembled violently. His eyes abruptly widened, and within them flickered a ghostly glimmer that vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Gradually, he lifted his torso. Though his movements were sluggish, they exuded an inexplicable eeriness. In that moment, Lin Ju's complexion resembled the pallor of snowflakes drifting down in the heart of winter. Utterly devoid of color, the smile that graced his lips sent a shiver down the spine of any who beheld it. He then extended his somewhat pallid hands to grasp the two segments of bamboo embedded in his body. With a subtle exertion, the bamboo was slowly withdrawn, accompanied by a faint rustling sound. Before them lay two gaping wounds, yet curiously, very little blood flowed forth. A closer inspection revealed that the injuries were not particularly deep. This indicated that the numerous wounds adorning Lin Ju's body were self-inflicted, an artifice to mask his vitality with the aura of death. Both aims served to deceive Yuchio and her companions, thus securing an opportunity for solitude with Chen Xian. Chapter 33. Intrigue continuing from the previous chapter. Lin Ju cleverly employed a ruse of feigned death, skillfully orchestrating a moment of solitude with Chen Xian. Yet, this matter remains perplexing. Why would Chen Xian extend his hand to assist Lin Ju? Furthermore, from the nuances in Chen Xian's words, it appears that the two share a deeper connection, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery. As the scene unfolds, we recall the moment when Yuchio unleashed the unparalleled power of the Tsongfeng blade. Just as Chen Xian fell to the ground, Lin Ju, with an ethereal grace, executed the floating cloud technique, swiftly arriving beside Chen Xian. The latter, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. Just as his mind was awash with doubt, Lin Ju quietly leaned in, whispering in his ear, "The pines of Nanshan echo with 3 crashing waves." This phrase struck like thunder, causing Chen Xian's eyes to widen in astonishment, compelling him to respond, the icy essence of Beihai chills at dawn. The confusion that had once clouded his gaze was instantly replaced by shock. He turned to Lin Ju, who wore an enigmatic smile, the corners of his lips curling ever so slightly. Simultaneously, Lin Ju raised his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. With an air of composure, Lin Ju instructed Chen Xian, "Bury me." Without hesitation, he seized 2 segments of bamboo, piercing them into his own body, subsequently collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Deep within the bamboo grove, serenity enveloped the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Lin Ju sat peacefully by the stream, benefiting from the miraculous effects of the elixir bestowed by Chen Xian, his wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Chen Xian stood silently beside Lin Ju, leaning against a tall purple bamboo, his gaze unwavering, intently fixed upon Lin Ju. After a considerable silence, Chen Xian broke the stillness. Speaking slowly, "I never anticipated that the dark pawn mentioned by the guild leader would be such a young boy, merely 10 years of age." His tone carried an indescribable complexity of emotions. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju, who had kept his eyes closed, gradually opened them. He raised his head, allowing his gaze to settle on Chen Xian. A faint smile graced his lips as he replied, "Young Master Chen, your words seem somewhat biased. While age may be a factor, it can sometimes facilitate the discovery of crucial truths. The recent incident with Yuchio leading a group to obtain the phoenix tail orchid serves as a perfect illustration, does it not?" Chen Xian furrowed his brow, his eyes scrutinizing. "Then what is your intention in revealing your identity to me?" The smile on Lin Ju's lips remained intact as he softly chuckled, responding, "The reason is quite simple. I merely wish to extend a helping hand." "Help me?" Chen Xian's voice betrayed his skepticism. Lin Ju nodded slightly. "What occupies your thoughts?" "Young Master Chen, revolves around the phoenix tail orchid spirit herb, as well as..." He paused, his gaze subtly sweeping over Chen Xian before lingering on Yuchio's graceful silhouette. At these words, Chen Xian's expression shifted uncomfortably. His lips trembled as if he wished to speak but ultimately fell silent. Observing his demeanor, Lin Ju let out a cold laugh. "Young Master Chen, your earlier subtle withdrawal of power in the sword formation was merely a means to gauge Yuchio's true strength, was it not? Regrettably, the tempestuous spirit exhibited by Yuchio exceeds your expectations, instilling within you a sense of trepidation. Consequently, the 2 thoughts that linger in your mind shall likely fade away gradually." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's face once again displayed shock. He then sighed deeply, his countenance tinged with melancholy, and remarked, "What you say is true, and Yuchio possesses extraordinary strength, and I find myself unable to contend with her. It seems that this journey will end with me returning empty-handed." "Young Master Chen, do not succumb to despair," Lin Ju responded reassuringly. "As I have already stated, I will assist you in your endeavors." His words were akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the veil of night. Chen Xian, upon hearing this, quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and eagerly declared, "I am eager to listen attentively." Observing his reaction, Lin Ju maintained a composed demeanor, gesturing for Chen Xian to remain calm. He then leisurely reached into his sleeve, retrieving a small and exquisitely crafted vial, which he presented to Chen Xian. Chen Xian accepted it with both hands and unscrewed the cap. Instantly, an extraordinary and fragrant aroma wafted toward him, causing him to furrow his brow in perplexity and inquire, "What is this?" Lin Ju, unperturbed, explained with great clarity, "This is the soul-binding incense. It will not only allow you to indulge in the pleasures of beauty, but will also assist you in securing the rare phoenix tail orchid." Upon hearing the mention of delightful pleasures, Chen Xian's eyes gleamed with anticipation, prompting him to ask eagerly, "Oh, how so?" Lin Ju's expression shifted to one of sinister intrigue, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he replied, "This soul-binding incense possesses a remarkable effect. It will enable you to completely dominate the soul of anyone whose cultivation is not greater than yours for half an hour. In other words, once you utilize this incense, during that half hour, you will have complete control over Yuqiao, able to act as you wish, and she will be utterly powerless to resist, even remaining unaware of your involvement afterward." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his imagination conjured images of manipulating Yuqiao without her realizing it, a lascivious expression spreading across his face. "This is far superior to the spirit slumber powder. Splendid, truly splendid," Chen Xian exclaimed, his laughter echoing with unrestrained glee, the refined demeanor of the young gentleman dissipating entirely. "Very well, the item is bestowed, and the incantation is included. As for when and how to use it, I trust you have a plan in mind, young Master Chen," Lin Ju remarked calmly, without a hint of disturbance. "Indeed, if all goes well, I shall surely speak favorably of you before the Master, aiding you in shedding this concealed identity and returning to the fold, to express my gratitude for your assistance today." With that, Chen Xian hurriedly turned and made his way back. As he watched the figure recede into the distance, Lin Ju struggled to suppress the excitement bubbling within him, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Ha ha ha, the rules of the 100 Swords Hall are truly remarkable, recognizing only the secret signal and not discerning the authenticity of individuals, allowing even forgeries to be so readily trusted. Ha ha," Lin Ju murmured to himself, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. One may inquire how Lin Ju came to be acquainted with the secret codes and regulations of the 100 Swords Pavilion. The answer lies in a previous life when Yuqiao, upon retrieving the phoenix tail orchid, successfully exposed the undercover agent of the 100 Swords Pavilion hidden within the Yin family, under the relentless torment inflicted by Yin. The individual ultimately succumbed and divulged the truth. At that time, Lin Ju happened to be serving as a sparring partner for Yueshi, and by a stroke of fortune, overheard their clandestine conversation. As the laughter faded from his lips, Lin Ju slowly rose and, with a determined step, prepared to depart. Just before leaving, his gaze turned icy as it swept towards the source of the stream, and without a hint of mercy, he ruthlessly crushed it underfoot. In an instant, the once crystal-clear waters, flowing gently, became murky and tainted, sending forth ripples of obscurity. Chapter 34. The True Essence of the Phoenix upon his return to the group. Qinshin swiftly adjusted his demeanor, once again embodying the image of a refined and dignified young master. After a brief respite to regain their composure, the party rejuvenated their spirits and continued their journey toward the pinnacle of the mountain range. Throughout the trek, everyone remained vigilant, fully aware of the potential threat posed by third-tier or even stronger spirit beasts. Fortunately, during the subsequent leg of their expedition, they encountered no further disturbances from spirit beasts of second-tier or above. Time flowed gently. During the day, the golden rays of the sun cascaded through the bamboo grove, while at night, the bright moon hung high amidst a tapestry of twinkling stars. The cycle of day and night continued unbroken. After enduring 6 or 7 days and nights of arduous travel, the group finally ascended to the highest peak of the purple bamboo mountain range. At that moment, exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, their steps faltering. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Everyone, look." A servant from the Yin family pointed excitedly to a distant spot, his voice trembling with anticipation. Responding to the call, the group turned their gazes to the cliff's edge, where they beheld an orchid standing proudly against the wind. Its leaves were elongated and supple, adorned with vibrant hues reminiscent of a phoenix's outstretched tail feathers. The flower itself bore an extraordinary form, resembling a phoenix gazing skyward. while the intricate patterns on its petals mirrored the delicate veins of a phoenix's plumage, glowing with an ethereal radiance that exuded a sense of mystery and nobility. Without a moment's hesitation, the servants and disciples from both families could no longer restrain themselves, dashing forth like wild stallions freed from their restraints. The weariness they had felt moments before was cast aside as they hurried toward the orchid, each vying to claim the honor for themselves. However, as they drew nearer to the orchid, a sudden and melodious phoenix cry reverberated through the air, echoing across the landscape. This unexpected sound stunned the onlookers, immobilizing them as if their feet were anchored to the ground, abruptly halting their frenzied advance. Observing this strange turn of events, and Yu Chao's expression turned serious, her beautiful eyes darkening as she swiftly summoned the wind-whispering sword, her form darting like lightning to shield Inyueshi behind her. Her gaze was fixed upon the orchid, which, until now, had stood quietly at the cliff's edge, but was now releasing a wisp of crimson light that danced gracefully in the air, gradually coalescing into the shape of a vividly lifelike fire phoenix. The fire phoenix raised its head and spread its wings wide, emitting a clear and resonant cry that shattered the silence. With a gentle flap of its magnificent wings, an overwhelming wave of heat surged forth, akin to a ferocious firestorm, roaring toward them. In an instant, the group found themselves engulfed in a sea of flames. Qinshin, his face a mask of astonishment, gazed in disbelief at the fire phoenix and exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" And Yu Chao's countenance grew grave, her voice low and somber. "It is a phoenix. Legend has it that the orchid is born from the tail feathers of the phoenix divine beast, containing within it a fragment of the true essence of the phoenix." The true essence of the phoenix? What shall we do now? Chen Xian was in a state of frantic urgency, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Numerous individuals were already ensnared by the raging flames, writhing in agony on the ground, their cries and screams echoing in a harrowing chorus. If this continued, we would all be consumed by the inferno. However, before Yu Chao and Chen Xian could deliberate on a countermeasure, the fire phoenix let out another piercing cry, forcefully flapping its wings, unleashing an even more intense wave of scorching heat. Suddenly, the sky was illuminated by countless flickering red lights. These fiery points tore through the heavens, descending with astonishing momentum, transforming into a relentless meteor shower of flames, mercilessly cascading down upon the crowd. "Everyone retreat," Chen Xian shouted hoarsely, recognizing the dire situation. Yet, the people were like trapped birds in a cage, paralyzed by fear, unable to find an escape. The surrounding inferno had them tightly ensnared, resembling an impenetrable wall of searing heat, distorting the very air around them, which emanated a suffocating warmth. In the next moment, a series of thunderous booms erupted, as a barrage of meteors plummeted to the earth like falling stars, accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion. The brown rocks were instantly shattered, debris flying in all directions like raindrops. The force of the explosion surged forth like a tidal wave, consuming several individuals on the spot. Even Yu Chao could only desperately evade within the fiery circle, dragging Inyushi along. Her garment inadvertently brushed against the flames, igniting instantaneously, black smoke billowing forth, and within moments, it was engulfed in darkness. This passive response was untenable. It was too dangerous. Yu Chao's heart raced with anxiety. Just then, a colossal meteor hurtled down from the sky like a deadly bolt of black lightning, aimed directly at them. Yu Chao's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the imminent peril. The meteor approached with the swiftness of a tempest, threatening to obliterate them in an instant. In that critical moment, a purple light surged forth like a flash of lightning, standing resolutely in front of them. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Xian. He wielded his sword with determination, positioned firmly before them, gritting his teeth. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his complexion flushed from the immense strain he was under, clearly exerting every ounce of his strength. Chen Daoyu," and Yu Chao exclaimed, astonished and relieved. "Hurry, go." Chen Xian's voice was strained and hoarse, as if each word drained him of his last reserves of energy. And Yu Chao felt no hesitation. She tightly grasped Inyushi's hand and swiftly moved aside. However, in that fleeting moment, a tremendous roar erupted behind Yu Chao, akin to thunderclaps. The shockwave from the explosion surged like a tempest, lifting her flowing hair high into the air. Her beautiful eyes trembled, and her body involuntarily quivered. Slowly, Yu Chao turned her head, her gaze fixating on the spot where Chen Xian had just stood. However, at this moment, the place was devoid of life, littered with debris, and there lay a figure on the ground, charred and blackened as if by coal, grievously wounded and in a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, and Yu Qiao's heart suddenly constricted, her countenance darkening like ink. Standing beside her, Inyueshi felt a pang of anxiety at her sister's pallor, and was about to utter some words of comfort when Inyuchu spoke first. Xiaoxi, safeguard yourself, await my return. No sooner had her words left her lips than she resolutely stepped forward towards the fire phoenix. Her strides were steady and resolute, each footfall resonating with a crisp sound. Simultaneously, she called out with a commanding voice, Phoenix, in essence, you are but a single feather. At best, you possess the strength of a third-tier spirit beast. Do you truly believe I would fear you? With that, she loosened her grip, and the wind chant in her hand transformed into a streak of flowing light that danced through the air before merging into her brow. A sudden, clear sound of a water droplet echoed, as a crystalline droplet slid from Yu Qiao's forehead, suspended in the air upon touching her palm. It instantly morphed into a pale blue longsword. The blade shimmered with flowing water ripples, a sight of exquisite beauty. This was Yu Qiao's second fated sword, the finest of second-tier swords, Hong Yu. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, Yu Qiao inhaled deeply, then forcefully plunged the sword into the ground beneath her feet, the blade vibrating slightly with a humming sound. Immediately, centered around the sword, ripples of water began to spread outward in concentric circles. The roaring wall of flames, struck by the wave of water, crackled and hissed, gradually diminishing in intensity until it was extinguished. In its place, a refreshing breeze enveloped her, bringing a sense of tranquility and relief. Amidst the ruins struck by meteors, those fortunate enough to survive felt this cooling aura, their faces lighting up with expressions of gratitude for their narrow escape from disaster. The fire phoenix, witnessing its flames effortlessly extinguished by Yu Qiao's water, let out a long, furious cry, its gaze fixated on her, flames blazing in its eyes, as if it intended to consume her whole. Yet, in the face of the phoenix's fierce glare, Yu Qiao remained unfazed. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, its blade gleaming coldly like a flash of ice, aimed directly at the fire phoenix. Yu Qiao's eyes sparkled like cold stars, sharp and unyielding, locking onto the phoenix's furious gaze. The tension between the human and the phoenix escalated to a fever pitch, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Chapter 35, The Fire Phoenix and the One Bird. The fire phoenix soared gracefully across the horizon, its form a striking embodiment of a war deity, bold and agile as it danced through the skies. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light ignited within its eyes, as if the immense power lying dormant within had been unleashed in an instant. It then vigorously flapped its colossal wings, summoning forth a tempestuous wind that seemed to disturb the very air around, producing a cacophonous roar. As the wings beat, the fire phoenix's feathers scattered like arrows. Countless red plumes shot forth from its wings, each one as hard as iron and radiating a blinding crimson glow, descending like a torrential downpour upon Yu Qiao. The tails of the feathers cut through the air, leaving trails of brilliant red light akin to flames engulfing the sky, with the sound of rushing wind echoing incessantly, instilling a sense of dread. The onslaught was fierce and swift, closing in on Yu Qiao in mere moments, as if to engulf her in a sea of red. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious attack, her exquisite countenance betrayed no fear. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes, and her brows furrowed with determination as she unsheathed her long sword without hesitation. With a deft twist of her wrist, the Hong Yu sword moved with the grace of a serpent, weaving effortlessly through the air. Each arc traced by the sword left behind flowing lines, intertwining to form an invisible net of blades. In an instant, the sword met the feathers in a fierce clash, erupting into a thunderous cacophony reminiscent of metal striking metal. Where they collided, sparks flew like dazzling fireworks illuminating the night, a spectacle both captivating and resplendent. And Yu Qiao's swordsmanship was sharp and swift, dazzling in its execution. Each movement crisp and precise, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Every feather that approached her fell under the might of her blade, transforming into twinkling starlight that dissipated into nothingness. Amidst the brilliant radiance, Yu Qiao's figure flickered, at times clear, at times obscured, resembling a spectral presence. Yet her gaze remained resolute and steady, as solid as a mountain, as if the myriad of deadly feathers swirling about her were merely a performance for her amusement, all within her control. The sword's light shimmered, each beam imbued with formidable power. As the last red feather vanished beneath her blade, she stood tall and proud like a warrior goddess, her scarlet lips parting to proclaim, "You have unleashed 3 strikes. Now, it is my turn to counter." With that, and Yu Qiao slowly ascended into the air, her garments billowing like a celestial being, exuding an ethereal grace. At that moment, a flicker of thought ignited within her, and in an instant, hundreds of auxiliary swords materialized as if summoned by lightning. These swords danced through the air like agile fish, swirling rapidly around her, weaving together to form an impenetrable sword formation, encasing Yu Qiao securely within. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, she hurled the Hongyu sword towards the heavens with all her might. The sword transformed into a brilliant blue streak of light, ascending towards the celestial realm. Meanwhile, the myriad auxiliary swords encircling her were seemingly drawn by an invisible force, whistling fiercely as they followed the main sword, coalescing into a magnificent torrent of sword light. This torrent traversed the air, emitting a sharp sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. And Yu Qiao seized the moment, her jade-like hands weaving intricate seals like phantoms. In an instant, a clear sound echoed, as a solitary raindrop descended languidly from the heavens, landing precisely upon Inyueshi's forehead. Just moments ago, the sky had been a vast expanse of clear blue, yet in a heartbeat, dark clouds rolled in thickly, unleashing a torrential downpour. The searing heat emitted by the fire phoenix was instantaneously subdued by the deluge, causing its form to diminish slightly amidst the curtain of rain. But this was not the end. Observing Yu Qiao, her hands swiftly transforming as she executed complex and profound hand seals. With the final seal firmly established, her hands came together with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The numerous auxiliary swords she had summoned earlier seemed to be endowed with vibrant sentience, swirling rapidly in the air around the Hongyu sword at their core. A brilliant flash of blue light illuminated the scene as the swords melded and transformed into a resplendent blue phoenix. This phoenix was alive with vivid detail, its feathers resembling shimmering sapphires, radiating brilliance. Its wings unfurled like the splendid clouds at dusk, and its eyes, sharp as stars, exuded an aura of majesty and overwhelming power. "Go!" Yu Qiao exclaimed with a melodic command. Simultaneously, her right arm swung forcefully, her fingers pointed directly at the fire phoenix. Responding to her command, the phoenix emitted a clear, otherworldly cry, akin to ethereal music. It then flapped its wings vigorously, darting like an arrow towards the fire phoenix. Unfazed, the fire phoenix narrowed its eyes, preparing to meet the oncoming threat with a powerful flap of its wings. As the two majestic creatures charged towards each other, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The blue phoenix, enveloped in a radiant azure glow, shimmered with a fierce brilliance, each feather glinting like a multitude of sharp blades. With a powerful beat of its wings, a chilling gale erupted, carrying an icy essence that transformed the raindrops into crystalline ice, cascading down in a flurry. The fire phoenix, not to be outdone, roared with flames engulfing its body, instantaneously vaporizing the surrounding rain into billowing white mist. With a piercing cry, it unleashed a thick column of fire from its maw, surging forth like a serpentine dragon, menacingly advancing towards the blue phoenix. In the air, the blue phoenix danced gracefully, artfully evading the fiery onslaught with a swift twist of its form before accelerating suddenly, transforming into a streak of blue lightning as it lunged toward the fire phoenix. Sensing the impending clash, the fire phoenix flapped its wings vigorously, sending a multitude of fiery sparks hurtling toward the blue phoenix like concealed weapons. In response, the blue phoenix flapped its wings, unleashing shards of ice that shot forth, colliding fiercely with the sparks in a cacophony of sound, where fire and ice erupted in a dazzling display. As the fierce battle intensified, the blue phoenix seized an opportune moment to dive sharply. Its razor-sharp talons aimed at the fire phoenix's neck. The fire phoenix narrowly evaded this lethal strike by sidestepping, retaliating with a powerful flap of its wings aimed at the blue phoenix. Though the blow caused the blue phoenix to stagger, it quickly regained its composure and launched another fierce assault. As the two combatants remained locked in a stalemate, Yu Qiao transitioned to yet another intricate set of hand seals. In an instant, the rain intensified dramatically across the horizon, as if the raindrops were mysteriously drawn towards the mythical bird. In that moment, the azure light surrounding the bird surged magnificently, augmenting its presence. The fire phoenix, sensing an overwhelming pressure, flapped its wings furiously, causing the flames to blaze ever brighter. However, harnessing the power of the rain, the mythical bird spiraled gracefully, charging towards the fire phoenix with an unstoppable force. A thunderous clash reverberated as the two creatures collided fiercely. Ultimately, the fire phoenix, unable to withstand the assault, emitted a heart-wrenching cry, and its flames flickered into obscurity. As the brilliance gradually faded, the fire phoenix shrank in size, eventually transforming into a resplendent sword. The blade, as red as fire, bore intricate phoenix engravings, embodying the essence of the mythical creature while radiating an enigmatic aura. Inyuchio gently raised her delicate hand, and the phoenix sword, as if imbued with sentience, soared swiftly into her grasp. Meanwhile, the mythical bird in the sky let out a melodious cry, its form flickering and multiplying into 100 blades, returning to the depths of Inyuchio's spirit sea. The once overcast sky gradually cleared, and sunlight cascaded downwards. Chapter 36. Entangled in dark hands, the evening breeze gently caressed the surroundings, with bamboo leaves rustling softly, as if whispering a delicate melody. The wind carried the remnants of the setting sun, shimmering like scattered gold, slowly merging into the deepening gray of the sky. The crescent moon ascended like a bashful maiden, quietly climbing to the treetop. Its cool silver light eagerly pierced through the gaps in the leaves, weaving a dynamic web of light that cascaded onto the winding muddy path below, resembling fragments of jade, glistening with brilliance. Bamboo leaves fluttered down, startling a few fireflies. They twinkled with emerald glimmers, dancing gracefully in the air, akin to fleeting shooting stars in the night sky. Occasionally, a firefly would gently collide with a bamboo segment, causing its light to burst like stars, scattering into delicate beams that drifted into the distance. After successfully subduing the fiery sword transformed from the phoenix and collecting the phoenix tail orchid, Inyuchu called upon the surviving companions to descend the mountain together. Fortunately, with Inyuchio's healing, Chen Xian gradually regained consciousness. Previously, they had agreed to determine the ownership of the phoenix tail orchid through fair competition. But witnessing Inyuchio's formidable prowess prompted Chen Xian to wisely forego the struggle. After a discussion, the group decided to rest for the night in the bamboo grove, intending to depart the following day. In a clearing within the bamboo forest, Inyuchio and the others gathered around a flickering campfire. The dancing flames illuminated their faces, each expressing a different emotion. Some wore smiles of relief from their narrow escape, while others could not conceal their sorrow over lost companions. Chen Xian stood forth, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Missen, for saving my life." He rose abruptly, clasping his hands in respect and bowing towards Inyuchio. Inyuchio's lips curled into a gentle smile, her demeanor warm as she replied, "You overstate my efforts, Qin Daoyu. Had it not been for your timely intervention, my sister and I might have sustained grave injuries, or worse." With that, she gracefully stood, returning a bow to express her gratitude. Chen Xian, witnessing this, could not help but smile in return. However, within the depths of his profound gaze, a glimmer of cunning triumph flickered. He sensed that Inyuchio's tone had softened significantly, no longer as cold and distant as before. This was undoubtedly a promising sign, indicating that his selfless act of shielding her from the fiery onslaught had successfully garnered her favor, a result he had eagerly anticipated. After a sumptuous dinner, weariness enveloped the group, prompting them to seek rest and drift into slumber. Inyueshi, like a docile kitten, nestled beside Inyuchio, gently resting her head on her sister's lap, soon succumbing to deep sleep. Inyuchio's expression softened as she tenderly caressed her sister's face, gazing at her peaceful slumber, feeling an overwhelming surge of familial affection. The sight of her sister's sleeping visage was so endearing that it stirred an instinctive desire to protect her. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Inyuchio lifted her gaze to see Chen Xian slowly walking towards her. He approached Inyuchio, gently seated himself beside her, and then, with a smile, inquired, "Missen, the night has deepened. Why do you not rest?" As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of firewood and delicately tossed it into the blazing bonfire, sparks flying into the air. Inyuchio let out a soft sigh, her expression tinged with sorrow, resembling a delicate flower shivering in the cold wind, evoking sympathy. Her gaze gradually fell upon the vibrant flames, which danced and flickered, casting shifting shadows upon her exquisite face. To acquire this phoenix tail orchid, the Yin family has suffered significant losses, including some of my elders. Inyuchio's voice trembled slightly, laced with guilt. As the leader of this endeavor, I have utterly failed to protect them. Closing her eyes momentarily, she reopened them with newfound resolve, her demeanor transforming into one of unwavering determination. "Thus, I cannot allow another member of the Yin family to perish." Her tone was resolute and impactful. "I shall eradicate any potential for further mishaps and ensure their safety at all costs." Chen Xian gazed at Inyuchio, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly remarked, "Not only is Missen breathtakingly beautiful, but your compassionate heart and care for those beneath you put me to shame." However, before he could finish, and Yu Qiao suddenly detected an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was rich and unique, akin to an invisible enchantment that intoxicated her senses in an instant. Soon after, a wave of intense dizziness surged upon her like a relentless tide, causing her body to sway uncontrollably. Instinctively, she raised her hand to her forehead, attempting to steady herself. Yet the dizziness overwhelmed her thoughts. Her beautiful eyes fluttered shut briefly before snapping open again, blinking gently as she struggled to dispel the fog clouding her mind. "Chun, my friend, have you?" And Yu Qiao's voice trailed off, becoming indistinct. Unfortunately, before she could finish her thought, her eyelids slowly closed, and her delicate form began to lean back. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly extended his arm to securely wrap around her slender waist, while his other hand swiftly formed a seal. With a rapid motion, he pointed sharply at her forehead and intoned, "Bind." Immediately thereafter, he exerted his strength, lifting Yu Qiao into his arms as he rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Yueshi, who had been resting on Yu Qiao's lap, silently slid to the ground, yet remained in a deep slumber, unaware of her surroundings, gazing down at the sleeping beauty in his embrace. Chen Xian's gentle and amiable demeanor twisted into one of avaricious desire, a tumultuous wave of longing surging within him, unabashedly displayed upon his face. "Truly exquisite," he murmured, his voice brimming with barely restrained excitement. "I intentionally bore the impact of that fiery meteor, and indeed, it led you to lower your guard. Even the firewood I tossed into the flames was laced with the soul-binding fragrance, yet you remained oblivious. Ah, but since you saved my life, I shall treat you gently." He chuckled darkly, the sound resonating with a depraved amusement, as he held Yu Qiao tightly and began to make his way deeper into the shadows of the bamboo grove. Under the fierce illumination of the blazing fire, the figure was gradually engulfed by the encroaching darkness. However, shortly after Chen Xian departed, a gentle breeze quietly swept through, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the underbrush, accompanied by the subtle cadence of footsteps. As the sound grew progressively clearer, a shadowy figure began to materialize from the gloom. Illuminated by the firelight, the visage of the figure became discernible. It was Linju. His countenance was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, resembling a wandering specter, exuding an air of chilling dread. He stood there expressionless, gazing coldly down at Yueshi at his feet. Perhaps due to the eerie presence of Linju, Yueshi seemed to sense something, her eyes fluttering open slightly, hinting at a semblance of awakening. Observing this, Linju showed no hesitation. He swiftly crouched down and struck, plunging Yueshi back into slumber. He then hoisted her unconscious form and turned, making his way toward the other side of the bamboo grove, soon vanishing into the vast darkness. Thus, two exquisite young maidens fell into the grasp of two demons cloaked in human guise, dragged into the abyss of endless night. In this realm, these two fiends reveled in their unchecked desires, pursuing the very things their hearts yearned for, seeking to extract a perverse joy from the sorrow of the maidens. Chapter 37. The dark thoughts within each heart. The moonlight poured down like liquid mercury, gently flowing through the serene bamboo grove. Suddenly, the wind began to rise, the surrounding purple bamboos swaying like disturbed dancers, creating a haunting sound that seemed to whisper of ominous tidings. Yet, Chen Xian remained unfazed by the rustling breeze, leisurely strolling along the narrow path of the bamboo forest with a light step. His gaze occasionally drifted carelessly over the scenery ahead, but more often it greedily lingered upon the sleeping beauty cradled in his arms. Before long, Chen Xian arrived at a tranquil and picturesque spot, where vibrant blossoms competed for attention, their colorful petals dancing gracefully in the wind. The gentle sound of flowing water surrounded him, reminiscent of a sublime symphony composed by nature, echoing softly in the quiet of the night. Chen Xian gently laid the beauty on the grass and, without a moment's hesitation, began to loosen his garments. His movements were practiced and fluid, his clothes carelessly cast aside. At this moment, Chen Xian's gaze was fixed intently upon Yu Qiao, who lay on the ground. Her figure was exquisite and flawless, with a prominent bosom, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and long, elegant legs radiating an irresistible allure. Slowly kneeling, Chen Xian extended his right hand, tenderly caressing Yu Qiao's delicate face. Despite being accustomed to such actions, a strange compulsion surged within him this time, his desires galloping like a wild horse. His hands began to wander downward, his eyes half closed as he leaned closer to Yu Qiao's ruby lips, his expression brimming with uncontainable eagerness. Just as he was on the verge of fulfillment, Chen Xn's eyes suddenly widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. He sprang to his feet, retreating several steps, followed by a heart-wrenching scream that echoed through the bamboo grove. He clutched his groin tightly, his once pristine pants becoming increasingly stained with a glaring crimson, the blood spreading like ink, growing ever more intense. Chen Xin felt as though every nerve was being mercilessly gripped by excruciating pain, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead. He clenched his teeth, his face flushed, desperately trying to summon his inner energy to staunch the bleeding from his wound. Yet, the agony clung to him like a demon, rendering concentration impossible. "You vile creature!" Chen Xin raged, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury, glaring fiercely at Inyuchiao. In that moment, Inyuchi resembled a furious mother tiger, suddenly springing to her feet. Her body trembled slightly as she gripped the Wind Whisper sword tightly, droplets of deep red blood falling from its blade. Her gaze was a tumultuous blend of murderous intent and hatred, fixed intently on Chen Xin, her expression one of utmost disdain. "Chen Xin, I never anticipated you to be such a despicable wretch." Inyuchiao's voice cut through the air like ice on a frigid winter's day, chilling to the bone. Infused with boundless anger. In his defeat, Chen Xin decided to abandon pretense, letting out a cold laugh as he brazenly shouted, "Indeed, I am precisely this sort of scoundrel. Initially, my intention was to savor your essence before extinguishing your life and feeding your remains to the spirit beasts, sparing not a single one of your subordinates. Once the deed was done, who among the Sword Manor would suspect my involvement? Who could ever fathom it was I?" His words dripped with malice and cruelty. "Humph. I never anticipated that you, wretched creature, could feign so convincingly, leading me to such a significant downfall." Upon hearing such despicable utterances, the flames of fury within Inyuchi ignited with unparalleled intensity. "Shameless thief, meet your demise." With that fierce proclamation, she surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Wielding the wind-whispering sword and launching herself directly at Chen Xin with ferocious intent, her momentum akin to an unstoppable tide. "Come on. Do you truly believe that my capabilities are so limited?" Chen Xin, equally unyielding, summoned his purple sword to confront Inyuchiao's assault. In an instant, their blades clashed, sparks flying and the resounding echo of metal striking metal reverberating through the air. The radiant sword light spread forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the bamboo forest in an instant, causing the purple bamboos to splinter and fall, their leaves scattering wildly. Such a tremendous uproar instantly roused the slumbering bystanders by the fire. Without a moment's hesitation, they hastened towards the source of the commotion. Upon their arrival, they beheld the fierce duel between the two, and instantly grasped the situation. The Sword Manor and the 100 Sword Hall's members drew their swords against one another, having moments ago shared amicable camaraderie, now standing at odds. Yet, in stark contrast to the ferocity of this battlefield, Linju found himself in a serene locale. He had previously discovered a secluded cave, where he quietly carried Inyueshi within. Upon entering the cave, Linju gently laid Inyueshi upon the ground, adjusting her posture for propriety. He then retrieved the last remaining 300 spirit stones from his storage ring, his expression intense as he meticulously arranged them around Inyueshi. Furthermore, he pricked his finger, using his blood to inscribe unique runes upon each spirit stone. Once the 300 spirit stones formed a vast circle, Linju sat cross-legged at the center, facing Inyueshi. His eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting, inscrutable expression passing through them. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, the back of it gently brushing against Inyueshi's delicate face, savoring her unique warmth and tenderness, a smile gradually forming upon his lips. Yet, in an instant, Linju's countenance shifted dramatically. The smile evaporated like a fleeting bubble, replaced by a grave seriousness. A flash of light from his storage ring revealed a small porcelain vial, from which emanated the essence of the soul-calling incense. With swift motion, Linju seized the vial in his hand, uncorked it with a flick of his thumb, and placed it upon the ground precisely between himself and Inyueshi. Instantly, his hands danced like ethereal butterflies, swiftly forming a series of hand seals. As the final seal was completed, the 300 spirit stones blazed with brilliant light, twinkling like stars. The octagonal radiance gradually intertwined, weaving into a complex formation. Linju's gaze deepened, a cold glint flashing, as he proclaimed with a powerful voice, "Spirit Link Reversal Formation, arise." With that, he abruptly extended his arms, his aura surging dramatically. Simultaneously, the array symbols etched in blood upon the spirit stone suddenly erupted with a crimson radiance. The red light grew increasingly brilliant and potent, causing the entire formation to rotate of its own accord. As the array continued to awaken, the soul-binding incense within the porcelain vial slowly wafted out. The crimson vapor undulated like a sinuous red serpent, spiraling upwards. It increased in volume and density, coalescing into a thick mist that swiftly enveloped Lin Ju and Inyueshi. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lin Ju wasted no time, his hands swiftly altering the hand gestures as he uttered a command. Enter. The crimson vapor, responding to the directive, surged towards the orifices of the two like a ravenous swarm of locusts. In an instant, an excruciating pain akin to a heart-wrenching agony surged like a tumultuous tide, crashing down upon their hearts. The torment was so intense and unbearable that expressions of profound suffering instantly marred their faces, their features contorted in anguish. Beads of sweat, as if released from a broken string of pearls, cascaded down. The previously unconscious Inyueshi, tormented by the searing pain, was jolted awake. However, to her horror, she found that no matter how desperately she tried, she could not open her eyes. The world around her fell into an eerie silence. She heard not a sound, and her throat felt constricted, rendering her utterly voiceless. She could only sense her soul being gripped by a formidable force. As though it were on the verge of being wrenched from her body, a feeling of fear and helplessness clung to her like a shadow. Lin Ju experienced a similar plight. Yet he endured the searing pain, drawing upon his indomitable will to summon forth his fated sword. In a flash of thought, within the sea of spirits, the long-dormant soul-mourning sword responded to its master's call, emitting a resonant hum as its blade trembled. In the next moment, it shot forth like a bolt of black lightning from Lin Ju's brow, swirling above the two. Despite its shattered form, the malevolent energy it exuded was exceptionally dense. Where it passed, the air seemed to freeze, enveloped in an aura of chilling terror. As time elapsed, the crimson vapor fully infiltrated their bodies. Gradually, wisps of white mist began to rise from the tops of their heads, ethereal and gossamer-like, intertwining and merging before continuously separating. Ultimately, the mist coalesced into a vague human shape, unmistakably representing the souls of Lin Ju and Inyueshi. Lin Ju, acutely aware of the fleeting nature of the moment, did not allow for even a hint of complacency. He swiftly recited an incantation, incense as the lure, the sword as the medium, the soul in reversal, life intertwined. As the incantation resonated, the deathly energy emitted by the soul-mourning sword intensified, resembling a pitch-black cloud that loomed over their heads. This dark energy transformed into two invisible yet powerful hands, abruptly reaching out towards them, forcibly extracting Lin Ju and Inyueshi's souls from their bodies. In an instant, Lin Ju's soul shot forth like an arrow, plunging into Inyueshi's delicate form. Simultaneously, Inyueshi's soul, akin to a startled bird, frantically darted into Lin Ju's body. The next moment, a pair of dull thuds resounded as both collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious and lifeless. At that moment, the once stable formation, as if struck by an immense force, began to tremble violently. Within the cavern, the air was filled with a resounding roar, amidst the cacophony. The formation shattered with a thunderous crash, dispersing into countless fragments that fluttered like snowflakes. Meanwhile, the soul-mourning sword, swirling in the air, seemed to exhaust its final vestiges of power after fulfilling its extraordinary mission, its brilliance gradually dimming. It slowly completed a rotation before transforming into a stream of white ashen light, feebly soaring into Inyueshi's forehead. Shortly thereafter, a white flow erupted from Lin Ju's forehead, resembling a ghost, and likewise entered Inyueshi's brow. In an instant, the cave was enveloped in a profound silence, as if everything had crystallized in that moment, with only the lingering wisps of mist remaining. Chapter 38. I am Inyueshi. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a gentle breeze wafted through, stealthily infiltrating the cave. Under the caress of this zephyr, Inyueshi slowly emerged from the realm of darkness. Her lashes fluttered slightly, as the scene before her began to unveil itself from a hazy glow to a clearer vision. With great effort, she propped herself up, her body still feeling languid and feeble, and she instinctively shook her head to regain some clarity. As her silky hair cascaded down, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the delicate hem of her gown. Upon lowering her gaze, she beheld the ethereal white dress enveloping her figure. The skirt, as pure as snow, seemed to shimmer with a faint luminescence, causing her half-closed eyes to widen in astonishment. The appearance of this garment strikingly resonated with a memory tucked away in her mind. Next, her eyes wandered to her hands. Delicate, almost translucent, they exuded a tender warmth. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, she found herself laughing. This laughter echoed within the silent cave, tinged with a sense of sickness and madness. And amidst this erratic mirth, a familiar sensation lingered. Linju. It was Linju. The unmistakable timbre of his laughter resonated in her ears. Indeed, under the combined forces of the Lingxi reverse soul array, the soul-calling incense, and the soul-mourning sword, although this body belonged to an Yueshi, its soul had unmistakably been replaced by Linju's. A peculiar state of yin and yang intertwined, a woman's body housing a man's soul. Observing in Yueshi's excited yet sickly demeanor, one could easily discern the overwhelming joy swelling within Linju's heart. After all, he had achieved the most gratifying outcome he could have desired. Initially, Linju had plotted meticulously, calculating his every move. He had eliminated numerous hunters, acquiring 800 spirit stones, and subsequently turned against his classmates to amass an additional 200. Thus, he would have gathered a total of 1,000 spirit stones to execute the coveted bone exchange array today, seizing in Yueshi's exceptional talents for himself. Once this endeavor was complete, he would dispose of her remains to feed the beasts and then depart from the Sword Villa to seek new opportunities elsewhere. From that point on, he would soar freely in the vast skies, unencumbered by earthly ties. However, the fickleness of fate often renders life's aspirations unfulfilled. The 800 spirit stones lay buried beneath the ruins, irretrievable. Reluctantly, Linju was compelled to settle for a secondary option and opted to invoke the Lingxi reverse soul array instead. For the successful execution of this array, two conditions must be met. First, the support of a celestial sword's power. Second, the participants involved in the soul exchange must possess matching cultivation levels. Though this array would transform him into a female form, Linju believed that as long as he could grow stronger, such a trivial change was inconsequential. Moreover, this would grant him rightful access to the family's resources, alleviating any concerns regarding the ownership of the fated sword. The bond was with the soul, not the corporeal form. I did it. I have succeeded. Superior qualifications. Haha. Linju's exuberant exclamation, bursting forth from Yueshi's lips, was rife with unrestrained glee. Gradually, he rose, controlling this newfound body, moving gracefully as he stretched his arms, savoring the novelty of each motion. Indeed, splendid. The delicate form of a young maiden, naturally exuding a fragrant aroma, combined with the exhilarating sensation brought forth by her exceptional talents, creates an experience that is truly exquisite. However, the tone of his laughter, tinged with a morbid quality, conveys a chilling essence. Yet, lost in a euphoric trance, Linju seemed to have forgotten the presence of another at his feet. A faint sound, akin to a heavy blow, abruptly shattered his exhilaration. Upon hearing this disturbance, his gaze sharpened, a chill creeping in, and he slowly lowered his eyes. There, at his feet, the body that once belonged to Linju was gradually awakening under the influence of Yueshi's soul. The mouth of that body parted slightly, emitting a hoarse voice imbued with masculine resonance. What is happening? This sudden turn of events jolted Yueshi's soul into consciousness. Yet, before she could react further, a cold glimmer flashed unexpectedly. In an instant, a head rolled away like a ripe apple, hot blood gushing forth, staining the ground. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, Linju's spirit, wielding the bloodied white jade, coldly surveyed the headless corpse in the pool of blood, uttering icily, I almost forgot you. From this day forth, I am Yueshi. It must be said that Linju was truly ruthless. Though he had assumed a new body, the act of severing the head of his original form was executed without a trace of hesitation, displaying a chilling decisiveness that instilled fear. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. His subsequent actions revealed an even more twisted demeanor. He absorbed the white jade into his spiritual sea. In a fleeting moment, his form shimmered, and he began to step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Linju trudged toward the solitary head on the ground. Upon nearing it, he slowly bent down, his movements delicate yet eerie, extending his hands to cradle the severed head with care. The head appeared as pale as parchment, hair disheveled and flowing, eyes tightly shut, devoid of any vitality. Yet, Linju seemed utterly unconcerned, his gaze revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. He tilted his head slightly to the right, confronting the head with his own, his eyes intensely fixed upon the visage that once belonged to him. Suddenly, without any forewarning, he lowered his head gently, bestowing a soft kiss upon the cheek of the head. Then, he embraced it tightly, as if fearful that it might vanish like a fleeting dream. A gentle breeze swept by, and Linju slowly closed his eyes, his lips quivering slightly, as if he were confiding in himself or in the head he held. Let this serve as a perfect conclusion for the innocent and kind-hearted self of my past life. In this moment, Linju, embodying Inyueshi, held his original head in a deep embrace, creating a scene that was profoundly absurd and melancholic, as though he were embracing himself. Chapter 39. The Perils of Carnal Desire. More fearsome than flood or beast, Linju's act of defiance was swiftly accomplished in a mere hour. However, the circumstances surrounding Chen Xian were starkly different. The clash between Chen Xian and Yin Yuqiao was exceptionally fierce. As they exchanged blows after dozens of rounds, Chen Xian ultimately found himself unable to withstand Yin Yuqiao's formidable prowess, gradually revealing signs of defeat. The once lush bamboo grove now lay in utter desolation, reduced to a barren wasteland. Yin Yuqiao appeared like a celestial being descending to earth, her wings of wind fluttering gracefully behind her as she hovered effortlessly in midair, her garments billowing in the breeze and her hair dancing in the wind. Firmly grasping the sword Fonine, its blade glimmered with a chilling light under the moon's glow. Above her, a luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery veil upon her, enhancing her ethereal and transcendent aura. In her beautiful eyes, a grave expression took hold. From her elevated position, she gazed down upon the chaotic ruins of bamboo, her gaze expressing an indescribable cold indifference towards Chen Xian. In stark contrast, Chen Xian's appearance was utterly tragic. His body was a patchwork of wounds, his garments tattered and torn, and his hair lay disheveled upon his shoulders. The purple sword in his hand was battered and broken, its blade marred with cracks. With one hand pressed firmly against his chest, he plunged the sword into the ground. Struggling to support his trembling body, gritting his teeth, Chen Xian lifted his gaze, glaring furiously at Yin Yuqiao, only to hastily shift his gaze to either side. What met his eyes were the disciples of the 100-Sword Hall, sprawled across the ground, lifeless and cold. Witnessing this scene, a wave of despair surged from the depths of Chen Xian's heart. He understood, without a doubt, that his demise was imminent. His body swayed unsteadily as he fought to rise from the ground. Yet, just as he regained his footing, it seemed as though he suddenly lost all rationality. One hand clutched at his tilted head, and then he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. His laughter echoed through the desolate ruins, reverberating with madness. Yin Yuqiao, upon observing this, furrowed her brows and coldly inquired, "What is there to laugh about at the brink of death?" However, Chen Xian paid her no heed, his laughter growing increasingly wild and unrestrained. In a daze, his thoughts galloped back to the past. At that time, he was a celebrated disciple in the 100-Sword Hall, immersed in the pursuit of swordsmanship, tirelessly devoted, with only one ambition, to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword and look down upon all beings. Yet, fate's twist arrived unannounced. One day, after enduring a prolonged period of arduous training, he was utterly exhausted. It was then that several so-called friends took the opportunity to tempt him, urging him to explore uncharted territories. Under their persuasive words, he committed an unforgivable sin. He took the virtue of a blossoming maiden. Surprisingly, in the aftermath, Chen Xian felt no trace of shame. Instead, he developed a profound infatuation with the hedonistic pleasure he had indulged in. From that moment onward, his resolve in the path of swordsmanship veered completely off course, as he became consumed with the quest to reclaim that carnal ecstasy, to satiate his own desires. He learned to seduce naive young maidens with sweet words and charming flattery. From honeyed whispers to solemn vows, he employed every means at his disposal. Coupled with his strikingly handsome appearance, countless young girls willingly fell prey to him. This time, Chen Xian ventured here upon hearing of Yin Yuqiao's celestial beauty, which stirred the carnal desires within him. As laughter gradually faded, Chen Xian lowered his head slowly, letting out a soft sigh. Had I devoted the hours squandered on frivolity to cultivation, how could I have found myself in such a predicament today? His words dripped with self-mockery and regret, and his face involuntarily betrayed a semblance of remorse. The peril of lust surpasses that of raging floods. It ensnares the mind like a parasitic worm, silently eroding the very essence of a person, even threatening their life. It is akin to a raging fire ravaging a forest, leaving charred earth in its wake. When lust blazes like wildfire, both heart and body are bound to suffer grievously. Only by severing the ties of desire and maintaining a serene heart can one tread the path of enlightenment with unwavering resolve, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of existence. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian gradually lifted his gaze, locking it once more on Yin Yuqiao. At this instant, his demeanor was tranquil, unruffled, marked only by an expression of calm acceptance. "Missin," he spoke in a low, soothing tone, "I wish to know. When I shielded you and your sister from that fiery meteor, sustaining grievous wounds in the process, did you ever feel a flicker of affection?" "Not at all." And Yuchi replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. Though Chen Xian seemed to have anticipated her response, he could not help but press further. Then why did you display such emotion? And why did you fight valiantly against the Fire Phoenix? Upon seeing you in such a charred state, I understood that if I did not intervene, my sister might very well meet the same fate as yours. And Yu Qiao replied flatly, devoid of any emotion. Hearing this, a wave of bitterness washed over Chen Xian. He chuckled softly to himself. Ah, I see now. It appears I have misinterpreted my own sentiments. With a deep breath, he composed himself and remarked nonchalantly, well, in this life, I have toyed with many women. To perish beneath the sword of a beauty such as you, akin to a swan, is perhaps a fitting consequence, a karmic retribution. With these words, Chen Xian gently closed his eyes, allowing his sword to slip from his grasp, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the stillness as the blade met the ground. Stirring up a bit of dust, he stood there quietly, awaiting the arrival of death with serene acceptance. As one approaches death, their words are often kind. I hope in your next life, you may be a person of integrity. No sooner had he spoken than Yu Qiao transformed into a streak of azure light, descending like lightning. With a swift thrust, her sword pierced through his chest, crimson blood splattering forth as a trickle of blood escaped Chen Xian's lips. He neither cried out nor protested. Instead, he offered a gentle smile, one that seemed to embody both liberation and a touch of resignation. Soon after, his body slackened, life ebbing away as he departed from this world. It appeared that in death, he bore a dignified countenance. Yet, at the core, he remained nothing more than a thoroughly flawed individual. And Yu Qi withdrew the sword from the lifeless body, its blade stained with blood. She did not spare another glance at the soul that had perished beneath her weapon, her gaze instead settling directly upon the few remaining members of the Yin family. I appreciate your efforts, she said, her tone tinged with warmth. Young miss, such words are unnecessary. This is our duty, the others responded in unison. Their voices filled with reverence for Yu Qiao. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, in an instant, her expression grew solemn as she inquired, where is my sister in Yueshi? Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned every corner of her surroundings. Yet, despite her thorough search, there was no sign of Yueshi. Upon hearing Yu Qiao's question, the servants of the Yin family were suddenly thrown into disarray, exchanging anxious glances, uncertain of how to respond. Witnessing their reaction, Yu Qiao's heart raced with trepidation. And without a second thought, she turned and dashed back, her anxiety evident upon her face. Her steps were swift, akin to a chilling gale. And in the blink of an eye, she returned to the smoldering remnants of the fire. Her eyes, sharp and penetrating, searched every potential hiding place, yet still. Yueshi was nowhere to be found. Yu Qiao's heart sank further. Yueshi was her beloved sister, precious as a gem. How could she simply vanish? Sister. Just as Yu Qiao's heart was enveloped in worry, a gentle voice called out to her. The sound was like a celestial melody, causing her heart to leap. She turned quickly to see Yueshi standing behind her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Without hesitation, Yu Qiao rushed to embrace her tightly, exclaiming, Cici, you are safe and sound. That is truly wonderful. Her tone was filled with joy. There is no need for concern, sister. How could I possibly be in danger? Yueshi replied softly from within the embrace, yet a sinister smile crept upon her face. For in that moment, she was no longer Yueshi, but Linju. Returned from the depths of the grave. Chapter 40, A Stroll to Admire the Moon, Part 1. In the distance, the horizon is shrouded in a delicate mist. Akin to gossamer, swirling like ethereal smoke, enveloped in an endless aura of mystery. Upon the cobblestone path, crystalline dew has collected, resembling scattered pearls that glimmer subtly in the faint sunlight. After approximately a month of arduous journeying, Yu Qiao and her companions finally returned to the Sword Manor. The trials and tribulations faced along the way receded like the ebbing tide, leaving them momentarily free from fatigue. Upon arriving at the inn residence, Yu Qiao instructed Yueshi to retreat to her chamber for rest. The remaining servants of the Yin family, having successfully completed their mission, wore expressions of unrestrained joy. Once she had attended to various matters, Yu Qiao took a moment to compose herself before proceeding to Yin's study, where she meticulously recounted the events surrounding their quest for the spiritual herb. Within the confines of Yin's study, Yu Qiao recounted her experiences in detail. Upon mentioning the despicable actions of the 100 Swords Hall, Yan's expression darkened dramatically, shadowed like ink. He slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed in fury. The audacity of the 100 Swords Hall is simply outrageous. Their conduct is utterly disgraceful. Tomorrow, I shall convene with the manor's master to discuss immediately summoning the Elders' Council to ensure their complete eradication. Meanwhile, in Inyueshi's boudoir, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow that brightened the entire room. The interior was exquisitely adorned, exuding a gentle femininity. With a playful sound, Lin Ju flitted onto the bed like a jubilant songbird, rolling languidly in a carefree manner. Though at present he existed as a young soul residing in a yin body, his demeanor and actions radiated the youthful vivacity of a girl. Gazing up at the ceiling, he murmured to himself, "This youthful form truly becomes more comfortable the more it is utilized." With that, a contented smile graced his face. After a considerable time, the smile on Lin Ju's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Now that he had transformed into Inyueshi, he need not worry about resources for cultivation. He simply needed to focus on his training. Yet, time waits for no one. I must elevate my cultivation level to above the 3rd tier within the next 5 years. Otherwise, when the tomb of the 4 lords of the Carefree Mountain opens in 7 years, vying for a share amidst a multitude of talented individuals would be nothing short of a delusion. Contemplating this, Lin Ju decisively sat up, promptly closing his eyes to immerse himself fully in his training. Time flowed gently, the sunlight by the window gradually slanting, while the sky slowly donned a golden hue. Within the Sword Manor, individuals dispersed one by one, returning to their homes. Children who had played joyfully together bid each other farewell as they embarked on their respective journeys. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. "Second miss, it is time for dinner," came the respectful voice of a servant from outside the door. Hearing this, Lin Ju slowly opened his eyes, reining in his aura, and replied with an air of calm detachment, "I am aware. You may withdraw." "Yes," the servant responded, then retreated softly. Subsequently, Lin Ju gracefully leaped from the bed, moved to the door, gently pushed it open, and made his way towards the in-family dining hall. He leisurely traversed the courtyard and strolled along the corridor, greeted with utmost respect by the servants of the in-family, which stirred a wave of emotion within Lin Ju. "Inyueshi, how enviable you truly are." Lin Ju sighed inwardly, contemplating the fortune of having a father of high moral standing and a sister who dotes on you, coupled with exceptional talents and a life of affluence. A fleeting glimmer of envy crossed his eyes, yet it vanished quickly. After all, what he admired was now his to possess. Continuing his path, Lin Ju soon arrived before an exquisitely antique door. He extended a finger, gently brushing against the intricately carved wooden surface. As the hinges creaked softly, the door gradually swung open. At that moment, a rich, enticing aroma wafted towards him. Lin Ju lifted his gaze, discovering a jade table adorned with an array of pastries, goblets filled with shimmering liquor, and various meats presented on white and green jade plates, all steaming enticingly. Such a lavish spread, yet only Yin and Yuchi were seated at the table, while the remaining servants stood respectfully to the side, awaiting the conclusion of their master's meal before partaking in their own. "Little stream, come, sit with your sister," and Yu Qiao called cheerfully, her voice bright and melodious. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju's face broke into a sweet smile as he approached her with light steps and took a graceful seat beside her. And Yu Qiu gazed at her younger sister with affection and tenderness in her eyes, softly urging, "Hurry and eat, little stream. These are all your favorites." Lin Ju obediently nodded, eagerly picking up his utensils and savoring the delicacies while mumbling praises of their deliciousness. However, beneath his facade of enjoyment, a cold sneer lingered in his heart. "And Yin, and Yu Qiu, if only you knew that the true Inyueshi has long met her demise, and the architect of this tragedy is the beautiful visage before you, concealing a malevolent soul." Lin Ju mused darkly, a shadow flickering in his gaze. "What will your state of mind be when you discover the truth? Despair as deep as an abyss? Heart-wrenching sorrow? Or perhaps rage that robs you of your senses?" "Ah, merely contemplating it brings me immense amusement." The malice within Lin Ju intensified as he eagerly anticipated the expressions of Yin and Yu Qiao upon learning the truth. Yin and Yu Qiu began to eat as well, their manners distinctly more refined than Lin Ju's. Yin exhibited grace, savoring each morsel with poise. Yu Qiu chewed slowly, her every gesture exuding gentility. Gradually, as night descended like a dark veil, the sky donned a gown of ebony, with the bright moon hanging high and stars twinkling, resembling splendid embellishments upon the dark fabric. After the three had dined to their fill, Yin suddenly rose, addressing them. "Chower, Sheer, let us go admire the moon." With that, he placed his hands behind his back and walked outside. "Admiring the moon?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Ju felt a flicker of curiosity stir within him. The moon, suspended in the heavens each day, why does it beckon for admiration today in particular? Might there be some profound significance concealed within? Yet, before he could utter his inquiry, and Yu Qiao had already grasped his hand, following in her father's footsteps as they ventured forth. Her swift action suggested a prior knowledge of something. The gentle evening breeze caressed them as the trio arrived at a serene courtyard. This tranquil environment, embraced by verdant trees, was graced by a singular, luminous moon hanging high in the sky, casting a silvery light that enveloped the courtyard in a soft glow. Suddenly, Yin halted in his tracks. He stood silently, gazing up at the radiant moon, and then slowly posed a question. Qiao or Shi'er, are you aware of what makes this moon so special? And Yu Qiao gently shook her head. And even Lin Ju, reborn, found herself enveloped in confusion at that moment. A faint smile played on Yan's lips, revealing a hint of mystery. During the day, the moon conceals its form, remaining unseen. Yet, come nightfall, it emerges, vibrant and full of life, much like that person. With that, Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly raised his right hand, pointing towards a figure atop the pavilion. Chapter 41. Let us admire the moon, Part 2. Lin Ju and Yu Qiao followed Yan's gaze, and soon the silhouette emerged clearly under the ethereal moonlight. It was a middle-aged man, his countenance composed, with eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Yan's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile as he remarked, Old Zhao, do you not find this moonlight to be exquisitely beautiful? The individual referred to as Old Zhao was Zhao Chen, the steward of the inn household. Upon hearing Yan's voice, he immediately straightened himself, turning around with haste, bowing respectfully. And his words were laced with reverence. I have come to pay my respects to the master of the house. After a brief pause, he added. And to the two young ladies. Zhao Chen's voice trembled slightly, revealing his palpable fear of Yin. He attempted to steady his nerves and continued, Indeed, the master speaks true. The moonlight is truly enchanting. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yin interrupted him. Old Zhao, you have served the inn family for at least 5 or 6 years. Yet, I never imagined that a mole planted by the 100 Swords Hall would turn out to be you. At these words, Zhao Chen's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. Master, you are gravely mistaken. I have always been loyal to the inn family. How could I be a lackey of the 100 Swords Hall? And Yan's cold demeanor remained unchanged, clearly unconvinced by Zhao Chen's defense. Then, take a good look at this. With a slight flick of his mind, a pale purple jade slip appeared in his palm. The slip radiated a subtle glow, signifying its extraordinary nature. As soon as it materialized, Zhao Chen was struck as if by lightning. His astonishment froze on his face. He frantically searched his body, thinking, this transmission jade slip from the 100 Swords Hall has always been concealed within my possession. How could it? However, amidst his disarray, an epiphany struck him, and Yin was deceiving him. In a flash, a chilling sword light darted through the air like lightning, as Yu Qiao, moving with an uncanny grace, lunged at Zhao Chen with her sword, Fengyin, radiating murderous intent. In an instant, a sharp clash echoed through the air. The Fengyin sword collided violently with a suddenly materializing white sword, sending sparks flying and light flickering. And Yu Qiao furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes revealing her surprise. The owner of the white sword was none other than Zhao Chen, a triple sword master? And Yu Qiao's voice was filled with astonishment. Zhao Chen, however, scoffed disdainfully. Is that all? With that, he summoned his strength, and the white sword erupted with a formidable force, like a raging tide, propelling Yu Qiao away. Yet, she was agile, executing a series of flips in midair before landing gracefully atop the pavilion. Holding her sword aloft, its tip pointed directly at Zhao Chen, she exclaimed with indignation, Zhao Chen, you are but a mere mortal. Who on earth are you? Realizing his cover had been blown, Zhao Chen decided to abandon his pretense. In an instant, his countenance transformed into a visage of terrifying malevolence. Subsequently, a dense, inky black mist surged forth from beneath his garments, enveloping his entire form in a heartbeat. A peculiar, chilling laughter echoed eerily within the depths of that black fog, as though it emanated from the very bowels of the underworld. As the laughter persisted, the mist began to whirl violently, resembling a colossal black vortex intent on drawing all of existence into an abyss of unending darkness. Yet, amidst this increasingly bizarre spectacle, the laughter abruptly ceased, as if severed by a sharp blade. A pale hand suddenly emerged from the black mist, and with a forceful sweep, the fog dissipated like smoke caught in a tempestuous wind, vanishing into nothingness. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Chen's appearance and form had undergone a remarkable transformation. The visage of the middle-aged man had completely vanished, replaced by a tall and strikingly handsome youth. This young man had a high ponytail, donned a snow-white robe, and his hair and robe danced freely in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, akin to a living masterpiece. He tilted his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gaze languidly settled upon Yin Yuqiao. I am rather curious how you became aware of the undercover agent within the Yin family, and how you could ascertain it was I, he said, his voice clear yet laced with an icy chill. Let me conjecture. Perhaps the timing of Chen Xian's appearance was too peculiar, igniting your suspicions, was it not? You spoke with such righteous indignation regarding the eradication of the 100-sword hall. Your fervent words seemingly designed for my ears alone, to alert me. Wouldn't you agree, old manin? As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Yin Yuqiao to Yin, his eyes brimming with provocation. Since you are already aware, why expose yourself further? Yin furrowed his brow, internally pondering the situation. This individual's prowess was evidently inferior to his own, yet he exuded such audacity. Did he possess another source of support? Or perhaps there were multiple spies within the sword manor. Just as Yan's thoughts swirled tumultuously, Zhao Qin suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, wish to know the reason? That is a secret. His words dripped with mockery. Immediately after, he leapt backward, as graceful as a swift swallow, descending from the pavilion with evident intent to escape. The moonlight poured down like water, casting the sword manor into a silvery realm. A white figure darted through the intricately arranged structures of the manor like a wraith. Zhao Qin's steps were light and agile, each footfall landing firmly upon the tiles, producing a crisp and melodious sound that echoed far into the tranquil night. Seeing this, Yin Yuqiao's heart jolted, and she quickly set off in pursuit. Her figure resembled a streak of light, swiftly traversing the alleys of the sword manor. Yet, despite her remarkable speed, she still lagged slightly behind Zhao Qin. A triumphant smile involuntarily grazed Zhao Qin's face as he turned to glance at Yin Yuqiao, mocking her with, "My dear, if you wish to catch up to me, I fear you must return and hone your skills for a few more years." Aha. However, before he could finish his taunt, a fierce gale swept through, followed by a resonant, aged voice echoing, "Are you attempting to compete with the wind and speed?" At the sound of this voice, Zhao Qin felt as though struck by lightning, abruptly turning his head, his gaze sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a hawk. Unbeknownst to him, Yin had silently appeared directly in front of him, so close that it seemed he could reach out and touch her. Yet, in the face of this sudden turn of events, Zhao Qin showed no sign of fear. The smile remained on his lips. The swiftness of the wind was indeed astonishing. But as long as I resolve to depart, no one can detain me. His tone was calm, yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Before his words had fully dissipated, hundreds of auxiliary swords suddenly swirled forth from behind him, dancing rapidly in the air and emitting sharp, whistling sounds. Simultaneously, the Baihao sword in Zhao Qin's hand trembled violently, humming with energy. In an instant, the multitude of auxiliary swords, as if responding to a command, surged toward the Baihao sword with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the Baihao was enveloped by the throng of swords, its blade radiating a resplendent white light, akin to a luminous moon. At that moment of dazzling brilliance, a startling scene unfolded. Zhao Qin appeared to vanish from his original spot. Yin Yuqiao, witnessing this, hastily halted her steps, staring blankly at the location where Zhao Qin had just been. Even someone as well-versed as Yin could not help but furrow her brow at this unexpected occurrence. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Qin had not truly disappeared. He had employed the unique properties of the Baihao sword, utilizing a secret technique to transform himself into a beam of light, merging with the cascading moonlight. "Dear ones, do not waste your efforts searching for me," echoed Zhao Qin's voice suddenly from the sky. It seemed to emanate from all directions simultaneously, elusive and hard to pinpoint. "Go back and check on your prized possession," he continued, his laughter reverberating through the air, and his words pierced Yin Yuqiao and Yan's hearts like a sharp blade. "Xia, the stream." Yin Yuqiao and Yin almost simultaneously exclaimed, a strong sense of foreboding washing over them. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly turned, their forms darting like shadows in the wind. Chapter 42. The return in Yin and Yin Yuqiao were consumed by anxiety. Their steps hurried as they made their way towards the courtyard of the Yin residence. Upon their arrival, they found Linju standing calmly within, her demeanor unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. "Father, sister, has the traitor been apprehended?" Linju inquired upon seeing her siblings return. Yin and Yin Yuqiao exchanged a glance, the heavy burden they had carried finally lifting. They both exhaled deeply, their faces a tapestry of relief. Yet he managed to escape, Thankfully, Shaoxi is unharmed. Inyuchi remarked, her previously furrowed brow relaxing into a gentle smile. However, in Yen's deep-set eyes, a piercing glint of cold light flickered, revealing his lingering frustration over the failure to capture the traitor. To be outmaneuvered by that young scion of the 100 Swords Hall, it is a bitter pill to swallow. He expressed with palpable discontent. Having lived through countless storms for over 180 years, it was indeed humiliating to be toyed with by a mere boy. Fortunately, Shi'er is safe, and Yen managed to suppress his anger and steady his emotions before turning to Lin Ju. Shi'er, you should return to your room and rest well. Tomorrow, you must focus on your studies at the academy. That lad from the Luo family has advanced to the late stage of the first realm during your absence. Lin Ju nodded slightly, replying, understood, father. After bidding farewell to Yin and her sister, she turned and made her way to her room. In that fleeting moment of turning away, a complex and inscrutable expression crossed her lively eyes. The escape of the traitor and Luo Tuming's advancement to the late stage indicated a deviation from the course of her previous life. Spring had quietly slipped away for over 2 months, like a fleeting shadow, and now it approached its end. The fields were rich with fragrant blossoms, and the mountains were lush and green. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of the flora, softly wafting through the window. Golden sunlight, resembling fragmented glass, scattered upon the branches, while birds flitted among the treetops like flowing notes of music. Beneath the azure sky, clouds floated leisurely, as light as cotton. Within the academy, the youths gathered at the sword practice arena. Come, the next one. In the arena, a boy wielding a silver sword stood tall and proud, embodying the spirit of youth. Luo Tuming, do not be so arrogant. Next time, I shall surely defeat you. Another boy exclaimed, his face etched with indignation. With that, he turned and walked off the stage, his expression betraying his dissatisfaction and disappointment. Under the guidance of Songnan, these youths engaged in fierce sword duels. Songnan stood at the side, his gaze keen and observant, meticulously analyzing each student's performance. Observing the crestfallen expressions of the boys below, it was evident that Luo Tuming had bested them one after another. Over the past month, Luo Tuming's swordsmanship had seen remarkable progress, his cultivation surpassing that of his peers, leaving the others in his wake. Just then, a soft, melodious voice drifted through the air. Allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the crowd instinctively lifted their heads. Indeed, it was Inyueshi. More precisely, it was Lin Ju manifesting through Inyueshi's form. He approached gracefully, exuding an air of elegance and confidence, as if all of nature itself parted to make way for him. As he drew nearer, a gentle breeze swept through, softly tousling his hair and the hem of his garment, as if celebrating his arrival. When he finally stood firmly before the crowd, a thunderous cheer erupted, and Yueshi had returned. How splendid! At last, someone could temper Luo Tuming's arrogant demeanor. For a month, we have eagerly awaited her return. Excitement rippled through the crowd as they exchanged whispers, their voices rising in a chorus of anticipation and joy. Amidst the throng, Lin Ju maintained a serene smile, quietly absorbing the fervent chatter around him. His gaze flowed like water, sweeping over the assembled crowd, ultimately resting upon the swordsmanship arena. At this moment, Song Nin also took note of his arrival, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly intrigued by the impending duel between the two. Meanwhile, Luo Tuming fixed his gaze upon the young woman before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of scrutiny and provocation. He lifted his chin slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly indifferent to her return. Inyueshi, it has been a month since we last met. Let me see how much you have progressed. There was a trace of disdain in Luo Tuming's voice, as if he were already convinced that Lin Ju would soon be his defeated foe. Observing Luo Tuming's attitude and tone, Lin Ju felt a subtle chill in his heart, surprised by the arrogance that had overtaken him, for he remembered Luo Tuming as relatively humble. However, Lin Ju's expression remained unchanged, a slight smile curling at his lips, revealing a hint of contempt as he spoke with an air of superiority. During my absence, some have achieved minor accomplishments and now bask in their self-satisfaction, forgetting entirely their true worth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ju lightly stamped his foot, his form soaring like a swallow until he landed before Luo Tuming. Standing firm, he faced Luo Tuming, only a few meters separating them. At that moment, Lin Ju's expression mirrored disdain, surpassing even Luo Tuming's. In an instant, their hostile gazes clashed with the intensity of two fierce bolts of lightning colliding in the sky, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Chapter 43. Do not depart after school. A light chuckle escaped Luo Tuming's lips, and his eyes suddenly glimmered with a piercing cold light. Grasping the silver sword, he moved with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, launching a rapid assault toward Lin Ju. In mere moments, he had closed the distance to Lin Ju, striking with the speed of a tempest. However, Lin Ju remained composed, his expression calm and unperturbed. His gaze deepened, as if foreseeing the impending clash, and he deftly raised his right hand, firmly pinching the sword's tip between his fingers. In a swift motion, he exerted force on his wrist, yanking Lu Tuming towards him with surprising strength. Simultaneously, he lifted his knee, forcefully colliding with Lu Tuming's body, the strike imbued with the intent to deliver a heavy blow. Startled, Lu Tuming swiftly relinquished his sword and, like a soaring swallow, skillfully flipped backward, creating distance between himself and Lin Ju. With his initial strike thwarted, Lin Ju cast aside the sword he had captured and, without hesitation, surged towards Lu Tuming with relentless vigor. Reacting promptly to Lin Ju's fierce advance, Lu Tuming stomped the ground with force, sending dust flying, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. In an instant, he pivoted, unleashing a whirlwind-like kick that soared toward Lin Ju's head with the ferocity of a hammer. The power behind this kick was formidable, and the consequences of being struck would indeed be dire. Yet, faced with such a fierce onslaught, Lin Ju's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating an aura of calm assurance. In a ghostly manner, he evaded the strike with a nimble sidestep. Seizing the moment when Lu Tuming's strength waned, Lin Ju advanced swiftly. His right fist clenched tightly, the air crackling with the force of his impending blow aimed directly at Lu Tuming's face. Lu Tuming, taken aback, crossed his arms defensively before him. A dull thud resonated as Lin Ju's fist struck Lu Tuming's arm with tremendous force, the impact sending a jolt of numbness through Lu Tuming's limb, causing him to stagger backward involuntarily. Nevertheless, Lu Tuming refused to succumb. Enduring the pain coursing through his arm, he gritted his teeth and summoned his strength, leaping high into the air like a coiled spring, executing a powerful spinning kick that blazed through the air like a meteor. Lin Ju's gaze sharpened, and he deftly shifted his feet, employing a graceful maneuver to evade the devastating kick while simultaneously extending his right hand to grasp Lu Tuming's ankle. Akin to a hawk seizing its prey, his grip was as steady as a mountain, rendering Lu Tuming's struggles futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. A smirk danced upon Lin Ju's face as he exerted force and hurled Lu Tuming toward the ground with a powerful throw. In midair, Lu Tuming desperately twisted his body, striving to regain his balance, ultimately landing on one knee in a somewhat disheveled manner to stabilize himself. Strangely, instead of anger, a trace of amusement flickered across his face. With a cold snort and a glint of resolve in his eyes, he charged once more at Lin Ju. This time, he unleashed his full arsenal, his punches imbued with an unparalleled ferocity, each strike slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. Lin Ju maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully weaving through the tempestuous onslaught of Luo Tuming's attacks. Although he appeared to be ensnared in a perilous situation, he maneuvered with remarkable ease, exuding an air of composure. His gaze was sharp and penetrating, fixated on every instant of Luo Tuming's strikes, as if he possessed the ability to perceive all. At a critical moment, Lin Ju suddenly shifted, propelling himself forward with a swift step. His left hand darted out like lightning, seizing Luo Tuming's wrist and drawing him into an embrace, while his right shoulder forcefully drove into Luo Tuming's armpit. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, Luo Tuming stumbled forward uncontrollably. Lin Ju seized the opportunity, stepping back with his right leg, his knee pressing against Luo Tuming's inner thigh. Then, with a sudden burst of strength from his waist, he twisted his entire body to the right, hurling Luo Tuming off his shoulder with tremendous force. Luo Tuming's body arced through the air like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Ju, unfazed, brushed off the dust from his hands and looked down at the fallen Luo Tuming. Speaking in a tranquil tone, "You have lost." Struggling to rise, Luo Tuming placed a hand over his chest and managed a faint smile. "Indeed, I have lost. However, may I seek Miss N's guidance after school?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself. After school, perhaps because everyone has already departed? It seems he has something he wishes to discuss with me privately. Slowly, Lin Ju opened his eyes and replied leisurely, "Very well. But do not blame me for being ruthless when the time comes." Luo Tuming chuckled softly, falling silent, yet his gaze held a hint of profound meaning. Below the stage, the young spectators were left awestruck by the fierce battle, as if turned to stone, until they erupted into thunderous applause. Song Nan, standing by, could hardly contain his delight. clapping his hands as he strode toward the two with great strides. Marvelous, marvelous. It has only been a month. Yet Miss N's combat skills and strength have seen such a remarkable improvement, truly a pleasant surprise. Upon reaching them, Song Nan paused, stroking his beard. His eyes filled with admiration. However, Lin Ju, with keen perception, sensed an undercurrent of bitterness in Song Nan's smile. Thus, he inquired, Elder Song, your smile seems to carry a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Song Nan sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Earlier, that lad Lin Ju told me he would present me with a surprise. Yet now, well, you must know how he is faring. At this juncture, a trace of sorrow crossed Song Nan's face. Lin Ju, noticing, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, responding coldly. He is merely a waste. If he has perished, then so be it. What is there to lament? Yet, internally, he was already elated, secretly exclaiming, a surprise? Have I not already brought it back? Transforming from a being of humble status to one of elevated distinction, akin to a pheasant soaring into a phoenix, is this not a marvel in itself? Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and before one realizes, the sun begins its gentle descent in the west. Within the confines of the academy, students gradually depart in pairs, forming small groups, their joyful laughter receding into the distance. Beneath the ancient tree at the heart of the school, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming sit facing each other upon a large stone. Their gazes intertwine, and the surroundings are enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, with only the whispering wind resonating, as if softly singing an unknown melody. Suddenly, Luo Tuming's eyes sharpen, a wicked smile slowly materializing on his face as he leisurely utters, And Yueshi, you are a reincarnator, are you not? Chapter 44. The Traveler. The words reincarnator and Lu Tuming struck Lin Ju's ears like a thunderclap, causing his mind to erupt in chaos. How could this be? It was utterly impossible. How did he come to know this? Countless questions swirled in his mind like a tangled mess, leaving his thoughts in disarray. However, Lin Ju was no ordinary person, having weathered 5 centuries of trials and tribulations. Even as emotions roiled within him like turbulent waves, his exterior remained as calm as a still pond, with not a hint of disturbance in his eyes. He slowly spoke, his tone flat, as if casually conversing with Lu Tuming. What do you mean? Reincarnation? I have merely been away for a month. How can you speak such nonsense here? After speaking, he feigned a look of confusion, as if he could not grasp the essence of Lu Tuming's words at all. In response to Lin Ju's demeanor, Lu Tuming merely shook his head gently and said with a tranquil demeanor, the demon lord of 500 years hence, wielding the power of a celestial sword, reversed the river of time and returned to the past. Have I misspoken? This declaration was like a razor-sharp sword, piercing through Lin Ju's faade. In an instant, murderous intent surged within him like a raging tide. How could someone uncover the deepest secrets of his heart and speak of them so nonchalantly? It was truly terrifying. This person must not be allowed to live. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Tuming's words wafted through the air like a gentle breeze, dispersing Lin Ju's murderous thoughts into oblivion. Lu Tuming continued, his voice steady. Though your murderous intent has not manifested outwardly, I can perceive it clearly. However, there is no need for such hostility. Even if you harbor intentions to kill me, you would undoubtedly fail to take my life. Moreover, we are, in essence, kindred spirits. You are a reincarnator, and I am a traveler from Earth. This may sound absurd, yet it is the truth. You belong to the future, while I do not belong here. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ju's heart tightened suddenly. Although he had anticipated something along these lines, he had not expected Lu Tuming to so candidly reveal his identity and claim to be from Earth. Typically, one might rejoice upon encountering a fellow countryman, even embracing in tears. Yet Lin Ju felt an even greater sense of vigilance rising within him. Earth? Transmigration? Lin Ju pondered. No wonder his temperament had shifted so drastically. However, to boldly declare oneself a traveler, he must surely harbor ill intentions. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, Lin Ju's expression remained unchanged. He continued to feign confusion and pressed further. You claim to have come from Earth. What sort of place is that? Furthermore, how can you prove that what you say is not a fabrication? A subtle smile graced Lu Tuming's lips as he chuckled softly. That is easily resolved, system. With this exclamation, the surrounding air seemed to tremble as if stirred by an invisible hand. Simultaneously, Lu Tuming's right arm shot up like lightning, extending straight. His palm aimed at Lin Ju, fingers poised together like a glimmering blade ready to strike. In an instant, a blinding beam of white light erupted from his fingertips, hurtling towards Linju like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the light struck Linju's forehead, eliciting an intense sting that blurred his vision. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness fading as if he were being swept away by an overwhelming force into an unknown realm. When Linju opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find himself in an entirely new location. Towering skyscrapers reached for the heavens, the streets teemed with vehicles, and the throngs of pedestrians jostled for space amidst a cacophony of sounds, painting a vibrant picture of urban splendor. Linju's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon this scene. Though he hailed from Earth and was not entirely unfamiliar with such sights, they were mere hazy memories from centuries past. Now, witnessing this spectacle once more filled him with a blend of shock and delight. Luo Tuming stood quietly beside him, observing Linju's reaction with an inscrutable expression. Noticing the astonishment etched on Linju's face, a broader smile crept across his lips as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the surroundings began to dissolve like a fleeting dream, and Linju's spirit was rapidly drawn back. As he slowly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment lingered in his gaze. Is this truly a reflection of the world I once inhabited, confirming the veracity of your words? Luo Tuming regarded Linju with utmost seriousness. Linju nodded slightly, his voice tinged with awe. Indeed, this is unprecedented. For now, I shall take your word for it. I must concede that I have indeed been reborn. However, since you are aware of my demonic nature, what is it that you seek from me? Do you intend to kill me? Typically, when one crosses into this realm of cultivation with a system, they invariably become the protagonist endowed with boundless fortune. They often bear the heavy responsibility of vanquishing evil and rectifying injustices, embodying the essence of a hero, as if it were a predetermined pattern of behavior. Yet, when Linju's words reached Luo Tuming's ears, they sounded like a jest, prompting him to erupt into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. He laughed until he nearly wept. Kill you? No, no, no. I am no saint, nor am I a benevolent being. Amidst his laughter, Luo Tuming shook his head and began to speak slowly. I seek you not to bring about your demise, but rather to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Linju's face reflected skepticism as he turned his gaze towards Luo Tuming. Indeed, Luo Tuming replied with a faint smile, gradually rising to his feet. He turned his body, tilting his head to gaze at the vibrant crimson hues on the horizon, seemingly lost in reminiscence. On the day I first arrived in this realm, the sky was adorned with a similarly splendid sight. I had encountered a tragic car accident in my former world, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself in a forest, drenched in blood, surrounded by scattered corpses of both humans and beasts. Confusion enveloped me, and it was only after assimilating the memories of the original inhabitant that I began to comprehend this world. Strangely enough, I discovered that I had awakened a remarkable cultivation system. My understanding of this system is still in its infancy. However, I currently know that by collecting sufficient fear, I can exchange it for corresponding cultivation levels and magical swords. At this juncture, Luo Tuming cast a fleeting glance at Linju. The moment I laid eyes upon you, the system immediately sounded an alarm, informing me of the emergence of a formidable demonic soul. This ignited within me an immense curiosity about you. He inhaled deeply before continuing, stating that during our duel, with every physical contact, the system could penetrate your skin and reach your soul, offering me a glimpse into your origins. Luo Tuming paused momentarily, then abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Linju. You, a demon who has survived for 5 centuries, combined with my chosen system. I firmly believe that within this realm, no one can rival us. Thus, in Yueshi, let us collaborate. Luo Tuming's voice was fervent, his words rushing forth like a torrential flood towards Linju. However, to Linju, each of his utterances seemed to harbor hidden traps. Collaborating with me is merely a means to ascertain what will transpire 5 centuries hence, what individuals may arise, and what precious treasures may come to light. Linju pondered privately, having seen through Luo Tuming's intentions, yet he simultaneously recognized that the benefits of collaboration would outweigh the drawbacks. What I profess may contain both truth and falsehood, but what he offers is undeniably genuine. Contemplating this, Linju gradually rose, his tone light. Very well. I shall partner with you, as I indeed require an ally for grand endeavors. Upon hearing Linju's response, a flicker of excitement danced in Luo Tuming's eyes. May I inquire if Miss N has any forthcoming plans? He eagerly pressed. Linju gently shook his head, stating that for the time being, the wisest course of action would be to focus on cultivating their skills, and when they reach the age of 15, they could reassess their strategies. His tone was calm and assured, clearly confident in his thoughts. 5 years hence, our abilities and status will significantly elevate. At that time, Our endeavors will naturally proceed more smoothly, Lin Ju elaborated, his gaze resting on Luo Tuming, observing his reaction. Luo Tuming contemplated for a moment. Recognizing the wisdom in Lin Ju's words, he nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we shall proceed according to Missin's plan. May our collaboration be fruitful." A demon and a wicked one exchanged smiles, as the remnants of the sun in the sky were gradually engulfed by darkness. Chapter 45. The corpse in the snow. Time flows swiftly, like a fleeting white steed, rapidly slipping away. The gentle breezes of yesteryear gradually fade into silence, leaving no trace. The once tender sun has lost its warmth, transforming into an intense blaze. As the years drift by, we find ourselves at the end of the month, where the quarterly assessments officially commence. Without a hint of surprise, Lin Ju, utilizing the body of Inyueshi, along with her superior qualifications, exquisite swordsmanship, and exceptional physical prowess, effortlessly claims the top position. Luo Tuming, with the assistance of the system, is not far behind, securing the second place. As for who occupies the third position, it seems of little consequence in comparison. Seasons change as spring gives way to autumn, and time passes like a gentle breeze. Flowers bloom and wither. Snow melts into green grass, and the barren branches spring forth with fresh buds, while tender green shoots emerge amidst the wild grass. Water freezes into ice, only to transform back into water, as the cycles of the seasons repeat endlessly. In the blink of an eye, for years have passed, and winter arrives quietly. Mongfing Mountain is draped in a blanket of silver, the pristine snow enveloping it like a dreamscape. The snow lies thick, with crystalline icicles hanging from the rooftops, sparkling with a cool radiance under the faint light. In the sky, pure white snowflakes flutter and fall gently upon the sword training ground of the Yin family, adorning the entire area with an ethereal beauty. As the view draws closer, one can see a strikingly beautiful woman standing tall amidst the snow, clad in a form-fitting, plain outfit that perfectly accentuates her exquisite figure. The edges of her attire are embroidered with delicate silver patterns, glinting with a cold shimmer against the backdrop of falling snowflakes. She wields a long sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. With a fluid motion, she begins her performance, the sword dance resembling a plum blossom blooming in the snow. Each movement is elegant and lively, akin to a fairy gracefully dancing. At times, she aims her sword towards the heavens, as if to pierce through the swirling snow. At other moments, her strikes are swift and agile, reminiscent of a serpent emerging from its den. Snowflakes settle upon her shoulders and hair tips, yet they do not distract her from her focus. Her gaze is steadfast and bright, shifting rhythmically with the movements of her sword. Her agile form weaves through the snowy veil, the sound of the sword wind swirling around her, causing the surrounding snowflakes to dance wildly, forming beautiful arcs in the air. Every action she takes is perfectly executed, a harmonious blend of strength and grace. As she twirls and leaps, her skirt flares like a rare blossom unfurling amidst the storm. The swordplay flows seamlessly, as natural as drifting clouds and flowing water, sometimes light and ethereal, at other times fierce and powerful. In this frigid training ground, she uses her sword as a brush and the snow as ink, creating a breathtaking masterpiece. As the sword returns to its sheath, the woman parts her crimson lips slightly, exhaling a breath of white mist. Just as she relaxes momentarily, a gentle voice whispers through the air, "Xiaoxi." This sound is as soft as a feather brushing against her ear, causing her beautiful eyes to tremble slightly. She quickly turns her head, her gaze as sharp as an arrow, directed towards the source of the voice. "Sister." Not far away stands another woman, tall and graceful, dressed in a winter outfit of blue and white, draped in a cloak. Her hands are crossed gently over her abdomen, exuding a warm and gentle aura. Amidst the flurry of snowflakes, Yu Qiao's figure resembled that of an ethereal snow fairy, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. The one who had just wielded the sword was none other than Lin Ju. It must be said that Lin Ju had cultivated Yu Qi's physique to remarkable perfection. Her form possessed a grace that surpassed that of Yu Qiao, and her beauty was akin to that of a fallen swan, evoking admiration in those who beheld her. Initially, Lin Ju felt quite uncomfortable with her prominent bosom. The weight of it made his breathing somewhat labored, even affecting the execution of his sword techniques. On several occasions, he nearly wished to sever this burden with his blade. Fortunately, as time passed, reason began to prevail, and he gradually adapted. "Is there something on your mind, sister?" Lin Ju inquired, a look of confusion gracing his features as he turned his gaze towards Yu Qiao. Upon hearing his words, he hastened his steps toward her. Yu Qiao, noticing this, gracefully approached him and softly spoke, The young man from the Luo family has an urgent matter to discuss with you. He is waiting outside the residence. Luo Tuming? Lin Ju furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, I shall go meet him at once. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he lifted his foot to depart, and Yu Qiao suddenly reached out and gently grasped the corner of his garment. Lin Ju halted in his tracks and turned back to see Yu Qiao holding out a white fur cloak, offering it to him with a gentle expression and soft voice. Put this on. Thank you, sister, Lin Ju replied, a smile gracing his lips as he donned the cloak and proceeded toward the gate of the residence. Outside the inn residence, a world cloaked in silver awaited, where a poised young man stood quietly. Dressed in a dual-sleeve outfit that blended both civil and martial elegance, he stood tall and graceful. The youth gazed skyward, one hand resting behind his back while the other was slightly raised, palm open to catch the crystalline snowflakes. As the snowflakes fell, they melted upon his palm, transforming into droplets that trickled down his fingers. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, winter truly brings a sense of tranquility. Luo Tuming, do you seek me? A soft voice interrupted the youth's reverie. Luo Tuming slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the open gate of the residence, where Lin Ju stood like a proud plum blossom defying the winter chill, quietly poised. 2 guards flanked the doorway, their expressions respectful as they stood watch. Lin Ju glided forward, her movements light as she approached Luo Tuming. He smiled gently and said, Missin, I hope you're well. I indeed have a matter of importance to discuss. Let us walk and talk, Lin Ju replied with a slight nod of agreement. And together they strolled along the path of the Sword Manor. The street was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and with each step they took, the crunching sound beneath their feet resembled a soft melody of winter. Behind them, a long trail of footprints meandered into the distance. Missin, it has been a while since we last met. You have become even more enchanting. Luo Tuming broke the silence, his gaze unabashedly resting upon Lin Ju's lovely face, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. However, Lin Ju appeared indifferent to his compliments, his expression cool and tinged with impatience. Is this the reason you sought me? Luo Tuming, noticing this, quickly forced a smile and explained, certainly not. I have no interest in feminine charms, I solely admire the strong. The purpose of my visit to Miss N is to discuss a matter that will undoubtedly pique your interest. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju halted, turning to gaze at Luo Tuming, curiosity flickering in his eyes. What matter? Luo Tuming deliberately paused, allowing suspense to build before he slowly spoke. The 100-Sword Hall. Do you still remember it? Lin Ju's eyes subtly trembled, clearly intrigued by the topic. Of course, I remember. After the incident with the Phoenix Tail Orchid 4 years ago, the Council of Elders unanimously resolved to sever all business ties with them. What of it? Do you perhaps have new information? Luo Tuming's expression suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharpening. Indeed, a few days ago, I accompanied my dear father to the snowy mountains, seeking the Ice Fang White Tiger, intending to procure its fangs to enhance my silver sunsword. However, on our return journey, we unexpectedly discovered several corpses. My father immediately recognized them as disciples of the 100-Sword Hall. Strangely, we had not seen these bodies on our way there, and their conditions were horrifically gruesome, as if all their blood had been drained. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju's interest was evidently piqued. Where are the bodies? Did you bring any back? A faint smile graced Luo Tuming's lips, seemingly anticipating Lin Ju's reaction. I knew that Missin would be intrigued by these corpses, so I brought a few back. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Lin Ju's tone was laced with urgency, for a conjecture had already formed in his mind. Could it be the Blood Demon's sword? Chapter 46. Casual Conversation. Within the confines of the Luo residence, a stone chamber stands. The flickering candlelight casts a warm, dim glow upon the stone walls, creating a tapestry of mottled shadows. The air feels as though it is gripped tightly by an invisible hand, heavy with tension. Luo Jiahai, clad in a flowing black robe, stands resolute at the center of the chamber, his hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed in a deep frown, his penetrating gaze fixed intently upon the scattered corpses on the floor. Why have the members of the 100 Swords Hall appeared unexpectedly within our Sword Manor? And all are deceased. Could it be that someone has orchestrated this, aiming to draw our attention? Luo Jiahai muses quietly, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling tumultuously in his mind. His right hand instinctively caresses his chin as he paces back and forth within the stone chamber. At that moment, a voice suddenly calls out, pulling Luo Jianghai from his reverie. Father. Turning to look behind him, Luo Jianghai sees Luo Tuming approaching alongside a young woman. Missin. A look of surprise flickers across his face upon recognizing the newcomer. Father, I brought Missin to take a look, Luo Tuming begins, but before he can finish, Linju steps swiftly past him, making her way directly to the corpses. She crouches down, her gaze sharp as she scrutinizes the bodies. The sight reveals that their heads are caved in and deformed, disheveled hair clinging to their cheekbones, flesh grotesquely turned outward. Their fingers twist at unnatural angles. Dirt embedded beneath their nails. The abdominal regions are decayed, faint outlines of organs barely visible, yet, curiously, not a trace of blood is found on any of the corpses. Linju slowly extends her right hand, her index and middle fingers gently resting upon the forehead of one corpse. As her fingers glide down the body, her expression grows increasingly grave, as if shrouded in an icy veil. Observing Linju's demeanor, Luo Jiahai's heart tightens suddenly. He hastens to step forward, positioning himself beside Luo Tuming, and inquires, Missin, have you made any discoveries? Linju slightly nods, her countenance somber. Elder Luo, have you ever heard of the method of forging swords with human blood? Upon hearing the phrase, Luo Jiahai's expression shifts noticeably. This is a dark art of sword forging. Could it be that the 100 Swords Hall is in league with the demonic sect? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Jianghai continues, Ming-er, please escort Miss and around the manor. I shall seek out the manor master to convene with the elders regarding this matter. This is of utmost importance and cannot be delayed. With that, Luo Jiahai turns and departs, his footsteps echoing sharply against the floor. As his figure fades from sight, only Linju and Luo Tuming remain in the stone chamber. Luo Tuming narrows his eyes slightly, unabashedly voicing his query. Missin, could this truly be the work of the demonic sect? Upon hearing this, Linju's previously solemn expression dissipates instantly, and she cannot help but chuckle lightly. Haha, it was merely a casual remark. It matters not whether it holds any truth. All that is needed is for the elders to believe that the 100 Swords Hall has some connection to the demonic sect. The Sword Manor prides itself on being righteous and cannot harbor those of the demonic path. Thus, conflict between the two factions is inevitable. As long as both parties engage in battle, we shall reap the benefits. With this declaration, Linju's gaze suddenly took on a sinister charm. Beside him, Luo Tuming instantly grasped Linju's intention and smiled. Missin, may I inquire about your next plan? I am eager to hear the details. Linju slightly raised his head, his expression calm. Both of our cultivations are currently at the late stage of the second realm. If we wish to break through to the third realm, it would take at least a year or two. However, should the two sides clash, this breakthrough time will undoubtedly be significantly shortened. Upon hearing this, Luo Tuming's mind stirred, and he could not help but ask, what do you mean by that? Aren't you able to exchange fear values for cultivation with the system? Luo Tuming nodded slightly. Then it is simple. At that time, we can openly kill under the guise of exorcising evil and upholding justice. The fear that a person exudes at the moment of death is often the most intense and profound. Linju's words struck Luo Tuming like thunder from the sky, awakening his mind. He slightly parted his lips, his eyes widening in surprise. What you say, Missin, is truly brilliant. Aha. However, in an instant, his laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression turned solemn as frost. You speak of many things, all concerning my interests. But what about you? Luo Tuming's voice was low, subtly questioning. His mind was clear as day, for someone like Linju, who had traversed 500 years. To claim that he was solely concerned for others' interests was nothing short of a far-fetched fantasy. As expected, Linju replied without hesitation, I seek only lives and bones. This response left Luo Tuming momentarily stunned, his previously grave demeanor softened slightly. Yet, within moments, he realized a crucial question and hurriedly spoke. What if both sides end up gravely wounded? Linju's countenance was as cold as ice as he replied, then it will be even simpler. We shall annihilate them all. His words exuded a resolute and ruthless air. Then, his gaze deepened as he slowly continued. A bird confined in a cage for too long forgets how to soar. A person trapped in a prison for too long forgets who they are. Luo Tuming naturally understood the implication within Linju's words. He intended to break free from this confinement. However, this led him to a lingering doubt, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally asked, Are you willing to act against your father? Even in the realm of demons, one should still feel the warmth and affection of familial bonds. Knowing that blood is thicker than water, thus understanding the essence of protection and being protected. However, Linju's response left him utterly astonished. You find it difficult to act against your father? No matter, I shall slay your father, and you may kill mine. Such audacious words flowed from Linju's mouth with such calmness, as if it were the most ordinary matter. Yet, Upon deeper reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. After all, what connection did Yin have with Linju? He had merely borrowed Yueshi's body. In essence, they shared no ties whatsoever. At this very moment, Linju's mind was consumed solely by the intricate dilemma of how to handle Yu Qiao. After all, Linju had addressed her as sister for 4 long years. And now it appeared that she had indeed developed some emotional fluctuations toward her, to the extent that she could scarcely bring herself to strike decisively. What a preposterous notion. Chapter 47. Neither magic nor not. As time flows gently, the snowflakes in the sky appear to be delicately manipulated by invisible hands. Initially, the snow falls gracefully like cotton, dancing freely as if scattered by celestial maidens. Gradually, however, it becomes sparse, resembling fine salt gently sifted from the heavens, drifting down in scattered wisps. Yet, the atmosphere within the Sword Manor's council hall remains taut, akin to a drawn bowstring. Seated in a position of authority is Jian Changkong, his visage stern and solemn, his expression grave. Beside him stands Yu, tall and poised. This individual has been absent for some time, and now, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, his figure appears somewhat ethereal, adding an air of mystique. On either side below, 3 chairs are arranged, occupied by 6 individuals. Aside from the familiar Yin, Luo Jianghai, and Song Nan, there is also a beautiful woman and 2 middle-aged men. All 6 are pivotal figures within the Sword Manor, each possessing an extraordinary cultivation level of 3 or above, their strength undeniable and formidable. At this moment, the 6 are divided into 2 factions. One faction advocates for immediate action, asserting that since the 100 Swords Hall is secretly colluding with the demonic path, they should strike first to eliminate the threat. The opposing faction, led by Luo Tuming, insists on conducting an investigation first, stressing the importance of understanding the full context of the situation. It is evident that Yin is the backbone of the pro-war faction. For years prior, after Zhaochen had infiltrated the Yin household for many years, the Elder Council had merely severed business ties with the 100 Swords Hall. Now, upon hearing from his daughter about the hall's ties to the demonic path, Yin views this as an undeniable opportunity to eradicate evil and uphold justice. And he would not let it slip away easily. Conversely, the faction led by Luo Tuming firmly believes that reckless action is inadvisable before the truth is established, and they must ensure a thorough investigation. The 6 engage in a heated debate, their words flying like arrows in a chaotic storm. Perhaps weary of the discord, or perhaps having already formulated a plan, Jian Changkong's gaze suddenly sharpens. A fierce aura erupts from him, akin to a surging tide, forcefully suppressing the 6 individuals with the overwhelming pressure of a 4th-level swordmaster. Everyone, please be silent. And Yin scoffs, his tone betraying dissatisfaction and reluctance. Despite his inner resistance to this overwhelming force, he must suppress his emotions and sit upright. The other 5, witnessing the situation, follow suit, refraining from further dissent. As the atmosphere calms, Jian Changkong slowly speaks. Elders and Luo, one advocates for war, the other for investigation. Thus, on the morrow, you shall each send representatives to the 100 Swords Hall. If they prove to be victims, this matter will cease. If they are indeed colluding with the demonic path, the 2 factions shall unite and eliminate them. Upon concluding his statement, he gently waved his white sleeve, causing 2 translucent jade slips to float gracefully before Yin and Luo Jianghai, akin to lively birds in flight. This is a transmission of the imperial simplification, explained Jian Changkong. Should your dispatched members discover any collusion with the demonic path and find themselves unable to contend with it, they need only to crush it, and I shall immediately manifest to personally eradicate it. And Yin and Luo Jianghai exchanged glances, then rose together to respectfully bow to Jian Changkong, signifying their agreement with the Master's decision. Those who supported them also rose in unison, bowing to Jian Changkong in acknowledgement. After the 6 departed, Jian Changkong narrowed his eyes slightly, resembling 2 sharp beams of cold light. After a moment of silence, he slightly turned his head and softly instructed Yu beside him, "Follow discreetly tomorrow." Yu clasped his fists in acceptance of the command, then transformed into wisps of black mist and vanished from sight. The following morning, as dawn broke, the sun emerged like a resplendent pearl from the edge of the snow. The gentle golden sunlight, akin to delicate gold leaf, cascaded over the vast, boundless expanse of snow, quietly bestowing a warm hue upon this silver-clad world. On the branches, the rime resembled jade, trees adorned with crystalline ice. A light breeze stirred, causing the ice to quiver slightly, producing a faint sound. The sunlight pierced through, refracting into dreamlike, fragmented rainbows. Amidst the snow, two mounted groups advanced, their hooves imprinting deep and shallow marks as they wound into the distance. Leading them were Linju and Luo Tuming, each dispatched by their respective fathers on a mission to the 100-Sword Hall. You may wonder why Yin did not send in Yu Qiao. In truth, Yu Qiao had an epiphany the previous day, sensing a wondrous force within the heavens and earth, filled with a mixture of surprise and joy. She decided to enter seclusion to strive towards the pinnacle of the second realm. The biting cold wind cut like a knife across Linju's face, causing a faint redness to bloom at the tip of his nose. At this moment, seated upon his horse, Linju slightly raised his head, quietly absorbing the rising sun. His hands gently grasped the reins, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, and he could not help but recite a poem. Jade blossoms dance over mountains and rivers. Cold peaks adorned in silver reflect the azure sky. Wind caresses the frosted tips, crystals fall, quiet woods lie still like clouds in soft repose. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Tuming could not suppress a teasing smile. Missin certainly possesses a lofty spirit. However, the journey to the 100-Sword Hall is quite a trek. Almost 180 miles, indeed not a short distance. Hearing this, Linju momentarily paused, slowly turning his head. His gaze cool and lifted. What do you wish to convey? Noting Linju's demeanor, Luo Tuming sighed lightly. His smile fading to a hint of melancholy. I merely pondered, if we toiled tirelessly to reach the 100-Sword Hall, only to find nothing suspicious, would not all our prior speculations and plans turn to mere illusions? Linju gazed at him in silence, eventually speaking slowly. That will not happen. Luo Tuming was taken aback by this response, his brow furrowing in confusion. Linju did not provide an immediate explanation. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and softly remarked, if the 100 Swords Hall has no connection with the demonic path, would you not attempt to tarnish their reputation? Luo Tuming's eyes brightened, as if he comprehended Linju's intention. Missin suggests fabricating evidence? Linju slightly shook his head, though such a method may yield results. It is excessively time-consuming and lacking in finesse. Why resort to fabrication? Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly turned icy. Should it be discovered that the 100 Swords Hall has no ties to the demonic path, he would slaughter everyone behind him, leaving no one alive. His tone was cold and resolute, devoid of any hesitation. He then continued in an even lower voice. Afterward, we shall inflict wounds upon ourselves, shattering the jade tablets. Now, guess how Jian Changkong will react upon witnessing the corpses of the disciples strewn across the ground, and seeing the grievously injured you and me? Will it be rage beyond measure? Or perhaps unbridled fury? Linju's words were laced with irony. At that moment, even if the 100 Swords Hall were not affiliated with the demonic path, in his eyes, they would undoubtedly be considered as such, and we could proceed with our original plan, as if nothing had changed. Luo Tuming nodded repeatedly, secretly admiring, truly, a formidable figure who has endured 5 centuries. His methods are ruthlessly effective, indeed commendable. However, Linju's perception of Luo Tuming was quite different. Observing the admiration on Luo Tuming's face, Linju could not help but sneer inwardly. This Luo Tuming is still far too naive, without the protection of the system. I truly wonder how long he could survive in this ruthless realm of cultivation. With this thought, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Linju's mouth. And without hesitation, he urged his horse onward, galloping into the distance. The others behind him hastily spurred their steeds, closely following. In an instant, the sound of hooves trampling on the snow resonated through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 48. The Blood Corpses. The group traveled tirelessly, day and night, as the sun and moon exchanged their dominion like the relentless rotation of wheels. The snowflakes drifting from the sky initially danced down like feathers, gracefully descending. However, as time passed, the snowflakes transformed into fine grains, cascading down like salt. After enduring more than half a month of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the city of Yong'an, the home of the 100 Swords Hall. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were utterly stunned, uncertainty swelling within their hearts. Gazing into the distance, they beheld a landscape of utter devastation. The city walls appeared grievously damaged, with gaping, menacing cracks marring their surface. Most of the houses had collapsed under the weight of thick snow, and the once sturdy structures lay in disarray, their blackened beams strewn across the ruins. Shattered tiles littered the ground, as if a furious tempest had recently unleashed its wrath upon this place. In certain areas, dark crimson stains remained, eerily draping the ruins in a veil of desolation. Linju dismounted from his horse, his brow furrowing instantly. Despite the biting cold that masked most scents, his keen sense of smell detected a faint, lingering metallic odor in the air. Observing the grim scene before him, He realized that the words he had heard were indeed true. Dark forces were at play here. Luo Tuming approached from behind Lin Ju, his expression grave and somber. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ju signaled for his companions to follow him into the decaying city. The group, each wielding their personal swords, adopted a demeanor of heightened caution, taking each step with utmost care, fearful of awakening hidden dangers. Though their footsteps were light, they echoed ominously through the eerie silence of the ruins. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the stillness. The group felt a jolt of shock, instinctively looking up at the source of the chilling sound. The previously tranquil street now seemed to stir with inexplicable commotion. In an instant, their bodies tensed like drawn bows, even amidst the frigid winter. The tension caused beads of sweat to form upon their foreheads. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a deep growl reverberated through the air. Lin Ju's heart raced. An overwhelming sense of impending danger washed over him. Following that, the sound of earth being disturbed reached their ears. One by one, the blood corpses began to crawl out from the ruins. These blood corpses were gaunt and emaciated, their skin bearing a sinister shade of dark red, as if steeped in blood for an eternity. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, fixating intently on Lin Ju and his companions, emitting guttural growls that echoed through the desolate street, sending chills down their spines. In the blink of an eye, the blood corpses surged forth from all directions, swarming like a pack of ravenous beasts, encircling Lin Ju and his group. "It's the blood corpses." Luo Tuming's voice suddenly rang out, his expression grave as frost. Through the system's notifications, he understood the origins of these blood corpses. They were the former residents of the city, now transformed into these monstrous beings. Lin Ju, regarding the blood corpses before him, felt his prior conjectures solidifying with alarming certainty. In his past life, the blood demon sword had been his last personal weapon. Seeing these blood corpses now stirred within him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At that very moment, a blood corpse let out a furious roar and lunged violently towards the crowd. The remaining blood corpses seemed to respond to some unseen signal, launching their attacks in unison. Yet, in the face of this sudden onslaught, the group exhibited not a trace of fear. They reacted swiftly, advancing to engage in a fierce battle with the blood corpses. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, flashes of silver darted through the air like lightning. Luo Tuming wielded his silver sword with remarkable grace, carving brilliant arcs in the atmosphere. His swordplay grand and imposing, akin to a majestic mountain. With each sweep of his blade, the resounding thud of blood corpses being cleaved in two echoed ominously, painting a scene of extraordinary carnage. The might of Luo Tuming's sword aura was formidable, combined with his exquisite mastery of swordsmanship and physical techniques. The blood corpses found it nearly impossible to approach him. In contrast, Lin Ju's performance was even more remarkable, though he wielded only an ordinary second-tier sword. In his capable hands, it seemed almost sentient, delivering a relentless onslaught. His form was both lithe and elegant. Each strike was precise and lethal, harmonizing beautifully with his superb swordsmanship, transforming the entire combat into a resplendent display of artistry. Not only Luo Tuming and Lin Ju shone in this confrontation, the others also exhibited extraordinary courage and strength, bravely combating the enemy with no sign of retreat. However, despite their valiant efforts, the blood corpses appeared to possess an inexhaustible vitality. No matter how many times they were felled, they would rise again swiftly. Even those severed bodies reassembling like pieces of a puzzle, relentlessly charging at the group once more. "Listen, young Master Luo, it seems these monsters are utterly unkillable," someone exclaimed in terror. Indeed, they resemble relentless combat machines. No matter the strikes delivered, it is futile. Another echoed in agreement. "What shall we do?" The group's emotions began to spiral into panic, feeling utterly powerless against these seemingly indestructible blood corpses. Yet, Lin Ju remained undeterred by the dire situation before him. His expression remained composed as he keenly observed the dynamics of the battlefield, silently contemplating. To break this deadlock, one must identify the puppeteer controlling the blood magic sword. At that moment, Luo Tuming shouted without hesitation, "In Yueshi, leave this to us to hold them off. You must swiftly seek out the one controlling the sword." Through the system, Luo Tuming had also gleaned vital clues to unravel the current predicament. Upon hearing Luo Tuming's call, Lin Ju wasted no time. His gaze sharpened, and with a fierce swing of his tightly gripped sword, an overwhelming wave of sword aura surged forth, crashing through the throng of blood corpses like a tempest. The power of this sword aura was astounding. As it swept through, accompanied by anguished cries, the blood corpses were torn into fragments. With the eruption of sword aura, a broad passageway emerged before Lin Ju. Seizing the opportunity, he moved like a wraith, employing the ethereal flow of clouds technique, rendering his form almost illusory. In mere moments, Lin Ju dashed forth, his speed astonishing. He resembled a swift gale, racing straight towards the innermost depths of Yong'an City. Chapter 49. The Blood Prison. River deep within Yong'an City, a magnificent structure stands proudly, though it is also marked by signs of decay. Snow blankets the remnants of the palace, and the crimson-painted doors appear as the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. With dark brown ice crystals congealed around the fallen copper nails, icicles dangle from the eaves, resembling a dragon-like spine half buried in the snow. With dark red ice crystals in its eye sockets, resembling tears of blood, layers of wall plaster have peeled away, exposing the rammed earth beneath. With frozen brown stains seeping through the cracks, reminiscent of desiccated blood. While the dome still looms majestically under a mantle of snow, the beams and columns have already warped, and the glazed tiles have shattered into powder, staining the pale snow with dark red lesions. Suddenly, a series of crisp sword sounds pierce the air. In an instant, countless cracks appear on the red wooden door, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. Sunlight filters through these fissures, casting mottled shadows on the ground. With a thunderous crash, the battered wooden door can no longer withstand the strain and collapses, splintering into countless fragments that scatter like hidden weapons. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, Lin Ju strides forward, sword in hand, his steps steady and deliberate. His gaze, as sharp as a cold star, sweeps across the surroundings, leaving no corner unchecked, every step taken with utmost caution. As he ventures deeper, the sights before him grow increasingly bizarre and unsettling. In the dilapidated garden, the snow conceals withered flowers, rendering the scene desolate and forlorn. The once clear blue lake has transformed into a blood-red expanse, frozen solid. The brown stone slabs beneath his feet are gradually stained by dark red hues. Simultaneously, the stench of blood permeates the air, growing ever more pungent, almost inducing nausea. Yet, rather than instilling fear within Lin Ju, this grotesque ambience only fuels his fighting spirit. For he is acutely aware that the blood demon sword lies ahead, its unique aura beckoning him closer with every step. At last, Lin Ju stands before the main hall. Just as he prepares to step inside, a sharp sword sound suddenly disrupts the silence. The grand doors of the hall are thrust open by a tremendous force, creaking ominously. Following this, a blood-red light shoots forth like lightning, aimed directly at Lin Ju's head. Feeling a sudden tightening in his chest, Lin Ju reacts with astonishing swiftness. In an instant, he swings his sword with all his might to intercept the crimson beam. A crisp clang echoes as their blades collide, sending sparks flying. However, to Lin Ju's astonishment, his ordinary second-tier sword shatters into fragments upon contact with the blood sword, unable to endure even a moment of the clash's intensity. Taken aback, Lin Ju had not anticipated the immense power of the blood sword. Nevertheless, he does not falter. With a swift movement, he deftly sidesteps the blood sword's fierce strike. The sword grazes his cheek, whipping past him with a gust of wind that sends his hair flying wildly. It then spirals rapidly in the air before returning to the main hall. Lin Ju's gaze sharpens, locking onto the blood sword with intensity, furrowing his brow. His expression becomes as deep and somber as an abyss, and he calls out, "Who dares to show themselves?" However, before the words could fully escape his lips, a familiar, light laughter suddenly echoed through the hall. The sound was crisp yet tinged with an undercurrent of mockery, as if it were ridiculing Lin Ju's incompetence. Oh, it was none other than the beautiful sister of that enchanting woman from 4 years ago. Soon after, a faint sound of footsteps leisurely emerged from the main hall. Lin Ju's gaze was instantly captivated, as he beheld a man clad in a blood-red robe, his hair cascading untamed, slowly stepping forth from the grand entrance. Upon the man's appearance, Lin Ju's heart jolted in surprise, and his expression grew solemn. Though the man's complexion was as pale as paper, his eyes a deep crimson. Emanating an eerie aura, Lin Ju recognized him at once. Zhao Chen? His voice betrayed a hint of disbelief. For years prior, Zhao Chen had already attained the third tier of the Sword Master realm, capable of escaping from the clutches of Yin and Yin. A feat not achievable by an ordinary individual. Yet now, the Zhao Chen standing before Lin Ju exuded merely the presence of a pinnacle second tier. And his left arm was conspicuously absent, the empty sleeve fluttering in the breeze. Zhao Chen observed Lin Ju's reaction with a mocking grin. The undercover operation had failed, inciting the Master's wrath, resulting in the loss of my arm and a decline in my cultivation. Worse still, the blame for failing to acquire the Phoenix Tail Orchid has been entirely cast upon me. Lin Ju's expression turned frosty, his gaze icy as he questioned Zhao Chen. If that is the case, Why do you not hasten your departure? Zhao Chun's countenance shifted slightly. Then he spoke in a deep tone. Once a disciple, forever a son. The master has shown me great kindness. How could I abandon him? Yet, in an instant, his expression morphed into a terrifying snarl. Therefore, today, I shall not allow you to pass. With that, Zhao Chun brandished his bloodsword, lunging at Lin Ju like a tiger pouncing upon its prey. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ju dared not exhibit even a trace of negligence. With a thought, a stream of white light shot forth from his forehead, swiftly transforming into a bone sword, by Zhua, in his grasp. This sword was a top-tier artifact of the first rank. Even when placed among second-tier swords, its quality remained exceptional. Gripping the sword firmly, he swung it fiercely. In an instant, a red and white flash of sword light collided violently in the air, the sound of their clash resonating with breathtaking intensity. The battle between the two was extraordinary, their techniques resembling a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, intricate and bewildering, overwhelming the senses. Each exchange produced a crisp sound as their swords clashed at high speed, sparks flying like fireflies, flickering and dancing in the air. Their figures ebbed and flowed, sometimes darting like swift swallows, drawing near in an instant, other times resembling startled shadows, suddenly parting ways. Amidst this heart-stopping confrontation, the surrounding environment suffered severe devastation. The walls bore deep scars etched by sword energy. The ground was cleaved apart, stone fragments swirling like snowflakes in a tempest. At that moment, Zhao Chun suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from a bow. In a flash of thought, hundreds of auxiliary swords appeared like meteors, swiftly encircling him. The cold light flickered, and the auxiliary swords resembled a school of agile fish, both beautiful and perilous. Immediately, Zhao Chun fell like a meteor, descending with an overwhelming force. His bloodied sword plunged into the ground, creating a resounding crash. Simultaneously, the auxiliary swords encircling him struck the earth like a torrential downpour, sending shards of stone flying. Blood prison, river formation, Zhao Chun bellowed. With that furious cry, the auxiliary swords embedded in the ground transformed into a torrent of blood, surging across the earth like wild stallions freed from their reins. The blood flowed and coalesced, and in an instant, a river of crimson took shape, ensnaring Lin Ju and Zhao Chun within its grasp. A sense of impending doom surged within Lin Ju, akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore. He exerted force beneath his feet, seeking to leap into the air and escape the heart-stopping river of blood. However, Zhao Chun would not permit his escape so easily. With a sudden, chilling sound, a bloodied hand emerged from the river like a specter, seizing Lin Ju's delicate foot and yanking him down from the air. Instantly, a multitude of blood streams, as if stirred by a frenzied beast, surged forth from the blood river, ensnaring Lin Ju with unrelenting ferocity. Lin Ju felt as if an immense mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. His limbs tightly bound as if ensnared by iron chains. Gritting his teeth, his brows furrowed in a deep frown, he struggled with all his might. Yet the blood flowed like resilient chains, refusing to yield. Just as he grappled in despair, Zhao Chun's eyes narrowed, and with a forceful stamp of his foot, a colossal wave of blood erupted, surging towards Lin Ju. Before Lin Ju could utter a sound, he was mercilessly engulfed by this tide of crimson, vanishing into the sanguine depths. Witnessing this scene, a sinister smile crept across Zhao Chun's face as he erupted into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. Struggle. Within the abyss of blood and shadows. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air. Zhao Chun's heart raced as he turned towards the noise, only to see several flying daggers hurtling towards him like comets in pursuit of the moon, aimed directly at his vital points. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chun swung his bloodied sword, unleashing a wave of sanguine energy that formed a barrier, intercepting the daggers with a series of crisp impacts, shattering them and scattering their remnants into the blood river. Who dares? Zhao Chun roared, scanning his surroundings with piercing eyes in search of the assailant. Yet, the area was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. A chilling voice floated down from above. Zhao Chun's body tensed, and he quickly glanced upward to behold a shadow standing silently in a corner of the palace. The figure casually crossed its arms over its chest, gazing down upon Zhao Chun with an air of superiority. Clad in a flowing black robe that billowed in the cold wind, its face was obscured by a dark mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an icy chill under the sunlight. Zhao Chun regarded the shadow with a growing sense of unease. The harbinger of night. Night Whisper had arrived. Chapter 50. The one who wields the sword Yu stood atop the palace eaves, his form suddenly springing into motion, soaring high into the air. His movements were swift and agile, akin to a soaring eagle pouncing upon its prey, an unstoppable force. He summoned the dark seal and executed a rapid spin in midair. Then, without hesitation, hurled his long sword with great force. The dark seal shot forth like a silvery meteor, piercing the sky with a thunderous crash, firmly embedding itself in the blood river, splattering droplets of crimson. The blood seemed to react like a startled demon, erupting into a crimson mist that spread through the air. Yet, Yi did not pause. With a shift of his thoughts, over 100 auxiliary swords surged forth from behind him, resembling a peacock fanning its tail, glinting with cold light. Immediately, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand and pointed decisively downward. In an instant, the 100 auxiliary swords seemed to be imbued with life, transforming into streams of light that shot forth directly into the dark seal sword. Subsequently, Yu formed a series of hand seals, and the dark seal sword responded, erupting forth with a dense black mist. From its center, it rapidly expanded outward like a swirling vortex of darkness. The black mist, akin to a messenger of hell, encroached upon the blood river, which gradually morphed into flickers of red light, dissipating into the air. As shadows fell from the sky, Yu gracefully landed upon the hilt of the dark seal sword. He then swept his right hand, and the black mist, like a tempest, instantly surged in all directions before abruptly dispersing. Lin Ju was thus liberated, though his countenance bore signs of fatigue. After all, the blood prison river formation was exceedingly treacherous, continuously siphoning one's vital energy, leaving the victim to languish in torment until they were reduced to lifeless husks. After catching his breath, Lin Ju slowly rose. At that moment, Yu spoke in a deep voice. "Listen, this is not the end. Press on." Lin Ju nodded slightly, his form flickering like a wraith as he attempted to slip past Zhao Chun, darting towards the main hall. Not so fast. Zhao Chun would not allow him such ease. He bellowed angrily, swinging his blood sword with force, unleashing a sharp gust of wind aimed directly at Lin Ju in an attempt to intercept him. However, with Yu present, Zhao Chun's efforts were in vain. A purplish-red beam cut through the air, accompanied by a muffled thud. As Yin Su stood resolutely like an indestructible barrier before Zhao Chun, dust swirling around them. "Let her go." Yu's voice resonated once more, still low but imbued with an undeniable authority. Watching Lin Ju retreat, Zhao Chun abruptly turned his head, rage threatening to erupt from his eyes. "Since she has departed, you shall remain." Yu leaped lightly from the tip of the sword hilt and grasped the hilt of the dark seal sword, drawing it forth with a powerful yank. Simultaneously, his other hand shot out, summoning Yin Su back into his firm grip. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Yin Su traced an arc in the air before being swung with tremendous force, exuding an aura that instilled fear. The cold wind howled past, ruffling his robes, as Yu coldly declared, "Come, let us see." No sooner had his words fallen than his figure flickered, wielding dual swords like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, charging directly at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, undeterred, moved to meet him head-on. With a resounding clash, 3 swords collided in an instant, their sharp tones resonating throughout the surroundings, igniting dazzling sparks. As Lin Ju stepped into the main hall, he did not flounder like a headless fly. Instead, his expression remained composed as he meticulously observed his environment. The aura emanating from the blood demon's sword felt akin to a powerful magnetic field, irresistibly drawing him closer to what appeared to be an ordinary wall. Lin Ju extended his hand, cautiously exploring the surface of the wall. At last, he sensed an anomaly. Gently, he pressed down on a hidden mechanism within the wall, and a thunderous roar echoed as the stone door gradually creaked open. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ju swiftly stepped forward and plunged into the dark passageway. The staircase within the passage was shrouded in dimness, the flickering flames quivering in the wind as if they might extinguish at any moment. With each step Lin Ju took, the sound of his footfalls on the rocky surface resonated distinctly in the tranquil atmosphere. As he ventured deeper, the suffocating stench of blood intensified. Suddenly, a faint crimson glow appeared ahead. Lin Ju's heart raced. He knew he was drawing ever closer to the one controlling the swords behind that veil. He slowed his pace, inching along the wall to avoid making even the slightest sound. At that moment, a manic laughter pierced the air. "Ha ha ha. I have succeeded. I am finally triumphant. Ha ha." The laughter reverberated ominously within the confined passage, sending chills down Lin Ju's spine. Cautiously, he peered forward, revealing a scene of a pure blood lake. The surface bubbled with crimson froth, the sound of its gurgling echoing incessantly, while a foul wind howled, swirling amidst countless human bones and corpses floating in the lake. It was evident that all disciples and elders of the 100 Swords Hall had fallen victim to this blood-soaked abyss, standing triumphantly upon the lake. The source of that deranged laughter resembled a demon descended from the heavens. This figure was a young man, his fiery red hair ablaze like a raging inferno, exuding an air of flamboyance and defiance. Draped in a blood-red robe, as his garments billowed, an eerie mist of sanguine energy enveloped him. His crimson eyes burned with an otherworldly fire, and his lips curled into a grotesque grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth. The youth's gaze was fixed intently upon a blood sword before him. The sword, entirely crimson, boasted a slender blade through which blood flowed like a gentle stream, while a haze of blood energy coiled around it, wafting like smoke. The blood sword was exceedingly alluring to Linju, embodying an indescribable charm. This was the blood demon's sword, capable of siphoning the essence of others to nourish itself while effortlessly transitioning between solid and liquid forms. Capable of taking lives in the blink of an eye, Linju murmured to himself, his yearning for the blood sword growing ever stronger. Gazing at the sword that once belonged to him in a past life, a fervent flame ignited within him, and he resolved to claim the blood sword for himself. Yet, just as Linju pondered his strategy, the young man abruptly spoke, a hint of madness lacing his tone. Now that you have arrived, why conceal yourself any longer? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he abruptly turned his head, his crimson eyes, reminiscent of a demon, fixated on the direction of Linju. Linju's gaze quivered, and she involuntarily exclaimed, "The peak of the triple realm. Oh, what a delightful young beauty." The youth's expression instantly morphed into one of frivolity. The freshest blood of a maiden, indeed, a delectable treat. Ha ha. Amidst this maniacal laughter, Linju's countenance gradually grew solemn. How should she confront the impending events? Chapter 51. There was no alternative. As the laughter faded, the young man grasped the blood demon's sword, and his form abruptly transformed into a spectral apparition. In the blink of an eye, he morphed into a swirling mass of crimson mist, vanishing into thin air. Linju, observing this, felt a surge of astonishment and suspicion. Yet, before he could react, a sharp laugh unexpectedly erupted from behind him. Ah, how intoxicating to the lungs. Linju was taken aback, swiftly turning around, only to realize that the young man had quietly appeared behind him without notice. The young man gently reached out, playfully twirling a few strands of Linju's hair, bringing them to his nose to inhale deeply. That look of ecstasy suggested he was not merely savoring the fragrance of hair, but rather experiencing the pinnacle of earthly delights. A chill coursed through Linju's heart as he hastily broke free, his form agile as a butterfly, gracefully retreating. He then leaped into the air, executing 2 agile flips before descending lightly like raindrops, landing steadily atop a corpse floating in the blood lake, coming to a halt. Linju furrowed his brows, pondering to himself, this person has attained the pinnacle of the 3rd level. I am certainly no match for him. Yet, should I shatter the jade slip now to summon my sword, though I might vanquish this foe, reclaiming the blood demon's sword would be a distant dream. Before Linju could contemplate further, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. It was the young man treading upon the blood lake, each step resonating ominously. In the blink of an eye, he wielded his sword with lightning speed, lunging directly at Linju. My little beauty, do not be alarmed. This lord shall ensure you experience the exquisite taste of ecstasy and despair. His voice dripped with lewdness, sending chills down one's spine. No choice remained. Linju gripped the white jade sword tightly and immediately unleashed the ethereal flowing clouds technique. His figure became akin to a phantom, weaving through the floating corpses in the blood lake with remarkable swiftness, dazzling to behold. However, the young man's blood-infused sword energy was dreadfully fierce, each strike carrying an imposing momentum that bore down upon Linju. On multiple occasions, he narrowly escaped, almost succumbing to the sword's wrath. As the sword energy sliced through the air, his garments tore, revealing glimpses of his skin, smooth as jade. My little beauty, do not struggle in vain. You cannot escape the grasp of this lord. The young man's lewd voice resounded once more. Linju understood that if this continued, his internal energy would inevitably be depleted, leading to grave peril. In an instant, Linju's thoughts shifted, and 100 auxiliary swords cascaded like meteors, suddenly manifesting around him, their brilliance flickering. These auxiliary swords were no ordinary weapons. They were cleverly obtained from Luo Tuming, tailored to complement the characteristics of the white jade sword and Linju's own combat technique. When combined, they could significantly amplify Linju's offensive power. With another thought, Linju directed the 100 swords, which were drawn by an invisible force, to swiftly merge into the white jade sword. In an instant, the sword erupted in blinding white light, its blade expanding dramatically, exuding an astonishing aura. Seeing this, Linju abruptly halted, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Gripping the hilt tightly, he pivoted sharply, channeling his strength into his arm, and with a powerful swing, he aimed a horizontal slash at the young man. The white jade sword carved a graceful arc through the air, leaving behind a multitude of afterimages. The sound of slicing wind howling fiercely as it aimed directly for the young man's head. Observing such an assault, the young man scoffed with disdain. A mere shift in his stance would allow him to evade the attack effortlessly, rendering it insignificant. However, just as he prepared to move, Linju's expression suddenly turned serious. His thoughts shifted as the essence of soul anguish from his spiritual sea was unleashed. In an instant, a gray stream of light shot forth from between his brows like lightning, transforming into a sharp arrow that penetrated the young man's forehead. Ack! The young man's body halted abruptly, emitting a piercing scream. At that moment, he felt as if his soul were being devoured by countless ravenous ants. The excruciating pain gnawing at him like a relentless tide, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. As the intense agony subsided slightly, he was horrified to realize that the white jade sword had already drawn near. Yet, surprisingly, instead of displaying any fear in the face of such imminent danger, a sly smile slowly emerged on his lips. Just as the sword was a hair's breadth from his neck, it seemed to be suddenly restrained by an unseen force. Coming to an abrupt halt, this unexpected pause unleashed a tempestuous wind that swept through the air. The fierce gust was so powerful that it violently stirred the bloodwaters of the nearby lake, instantly forming a surging wave of crimson. Linju's beautiful eyes widened in shock, his expression momentarily taken aback. For in his sight, the white jade sword was ensnared by numerous iron chains that had erupted from the blood lake, wrapping around it like constricting serpents, preventing any forward movement. A cold smirk crept across the young man's lips as he raised his head slightly, looking down at the white jade sword with a mocking expression. Little beauty, you are but a mere second-tier cultivator, while I have already reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Moreover, do not forget, this place is under my complete control. As soon as his words fell, he gently moved his arm, lifting the blood demon sword high, its blade shimmering with a sinister crimson light. Then, with a subtle flick of his wrist, a soft thud echoed as the blood demon's sword made contact with the white jade sword. Yet, this seemingly inconsequential clash served as a catalyst, igniting astonishing consequences. In an instant, a torrent of overwhelming blood energy surged forth from the tip of the blood demon sword, pouring directly into the body of the white jade sword. Under the impact of this formidable blood energy, the white jade sword emitted a series of cracking sounds, increasingly rapid and piercing, as if the sword were groaning in agony. Finally, at a certain moment, the white jade sword could no longer withstand the onslaught of this blood energy. With a thunderous roar, the sword shattered into countless pieces, shards flying outwards like hidden weapons. The powerful shockwave struck Linju fiercely, propelling him violently through the air. He tumbled several yards back, his form teetering precariously as he struggled to regain his balance. However, his body felt as though it had been struck by a heavy blow, shuddering violently, and a mouthful of crimson erupted uncontrollably from his lips. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, his left hand pressed tightly against his chest, his face as pale as a ghost. As Bai Zhuojian returned to its original size in his grasp, its blade dimmed, losing the formidable radiance it once possessed. Linju's eyes were fixed on the young man before him, a tumultuous blend of hatred and resentment swirling within. How infuriating. Ultimately, the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable. The young man, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely advancing towards him, each step reverberating upon the blood-soaked ground with a chilling, muffled thud. "Ah, my little beauty," he remarked with a twisted madness. "I just realized that toying with the deceased can indeed bring a peculiar joy." Without hesitation, he unleashed the full extent of his threefold peak cultivation, an overwhelming aura distorting the very air around them. In an instant, the youth surged forward like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a blinding crimson streak. The blood waves surrounding him seemed to be forcibly torn apart by an unseen force, parting to either side as he propelled himself towards Linju with the might of a runaway arrow. There was no alternative. Linju furrowed his brow, thoughts racing as he swiftly withdrew Bai Zhuojian into his spiritual sea. In a moment of desperation, he crushed the jade slip in his hand and cried out, "Master, save me." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated. Above them, an unfathomable force shattered the space, creating a massive gaping hole. In an instant, sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating the previously dark and oppressive surroundings with a beam of hope. Concurrently, a blue and white sword descended from the heavens, akin to a divine being, exuding unparalleled majesty, striking down with the ferocity of thunder. With a whoosh, the sword firmly established itself before Linju, standing tall like an insurmountable peak, protecting him resolutely. In the next moment, the blood demon sword in the young man's hand collided violently with the blue and white sword. The impact resounded with a deafening boom, the force akin to turbulent waves crashing against the shore, causing the blood lake to surge wildly, and the entire space seemed to tremble violently in that instant. "Who dares?" the young man exclaimed, a mix of fear and rage overtaking him. "I do." A crisp, ethereal voice emanated from the sword. As the words lingered in the air, the blue and white sword trembled vigorously, unleashing an overwhelming power that sent the young man flying. The sword then quivered once more, gradually transforming into a human figure. Before Linju stood a person with snow-white hair, clad in a cloud-colored robe, exuding an otherworldly aura, his countenance strikingly handsome, none other than Jian Chongkong. Chapter 52. What is righteousness? What is evil? Jian Chongkong's expression was as solemn as still water. He gently raised his right hand, and his sleeve fluttered softly in the wind, as a cerulean pill slowly hovered before Linju. "Consume this elixir," he instructed, his calm voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Without a moment's hesitation, Linju reverently accepted the pill and promptly ingested it. As the pill slid down his throat, it transformed into a refreshing medicinal energy that coursed through his body, prompting Linju to instinctively step aside. However, in the next instant, Jian Chongkong's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously tranquil visage now bore a grave expression, his brows furrowed tightly, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Immediately, the oppressive presence of a fourth-rank sword master erupted from Jian Chongkong, suffocating in its intensity. With his hands clasped behind him, Jian Chongkong advanced with steady steps, walking through the air. With each stride, the surrounding debris cascaded down, and even the void beneath his feet split open with fissures. Bathed in sunlight, his figure appeared increasingly towering. Jian Chongkong's gaze was piercing as he slightly raised his head, looking down upon the youth standing above the blood lake. His voice was frigid as he declared, "Minku, I never imagined that a pillar of righteousness in the past has now fallen to the path of evil." Above the dim blood lake, Minku's silhouette shimmered, obscured by the crimson waters. Yet, upon hearing Jian Chongkong's words, his body trembled violently, and a fierce expression flashed across his face. "Jian Chongkong," Minku snarled through gritted teeth, his voice reverberating above the blood lake, laced with threads of resentment. "Evil? You dare speak of evil? Then tell me, what is righteousness? What is evil?" Minku's challenge struck like thunder, echoing throughout the space. He fixed his gaze intently on Jian Chongkong and shouted, "In this world, there is no distinction between righteousness and evil, only a disparity in strength. As long as one is powerful enough, one can choose their own path. If I were to remain cloaked in the ostentatious garb of righteousness, I would never break through to the mid-stage of the third rank in my lifetime." His voice resonated with unwavering determination, deeply entrenched in evil, beyond redemption. With that low exclamation, Jian Chongkong's thoughts abruptly shifted. In an instant, 100 auxiliary swords materialized like stars, weaving together in the air to form a resplendent halo. The halo spun rapidly around Jian Chongkong's feet, each auxiliary sword emitting a clear, ringing sound that intertwined and harmonized, as if heralding the onset of a grand symphony of slaughter, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Observing this spectacle, Minku chuckled coldly. The master of the sword manor truly lives up to the reputation of being one of the foremost experts in this region. Even the auxiliary swords are of the third tier. But do you think such a display will intimidate me? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Minku suddenly stomped his foot, and the blood lake beneath him erupted like an enraged primordial beast, churning violently. Following that, a series of splashes echoed as countless blood swords surged forth from the lake like dragons breaking the surface, wildly soaring through the air. These blood swords are not ordinary artifacts. They are the cherished weapons of the elders and disciples of the 100 Swords Hall, now tainted by the forces of bloodshed. Transformed into blood swords, and reduced to the malevolent blades wielded by Minku. "Come forth, Jian Chongkong, let us duel." Minku's eyes widened with fury as he gripped the hilt of the blood demon's sword tightly, soaring into the air like a blazing meteor, enveloped in a miasma of bloodlust, and struck fiercely at Jian Chongkong. Simultaneously, the blood swords that had just emerged seemed to respond to a hidden command, instantly coalescing into countless streaks of crimson light, swiftly merging with the blood demon's sword. In an instant, the blood demon's sword grew immensely, resembling a towering crimson mountain, crashing down with overwhelming force towards Jian Changkong. The air was easily torn apart by this unparalleled power, the sharp sound of the wind howling furiously in his ears. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Jian Changkong remained composed, showing no trace of fear. With a calm demeanor, he raised his right hand gently, his thoughts stirring as he manipulated the auxiliary swords beneath him, which darted through the air like ethereal serpents, intertwining swiftly to form an impenetrable defensive sword array. In the next moment, the two forces collided with a thunderous roar, a resounding boom echoing as crimson light surged skyward, deafening all around. The intense sound waves, akin to crashing waves, swept outward. Despite the ferocity of the impact, Jian Changkong stood firm as a mountain, unwavering within the sword array. His expression was stern, his voice cold. Even if you employ demonic arts to forcibly elevate your cultivation to the pinnacle of the third realm, it pales in comparison to the fourth. Upon hearing Jian Changkong's words, Minke scoffed, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next breath, an astonishing event unfolded. The blood demon sword suddenly lost its solid form, transforming into a vast pool of scarlet liquid. This liquid seemed alive, gracefully navigating through the air, slipping through the gaps in Jian Changkong's sword array. Yet, even more astonishing was yet to come. The blood that had passed through the sword array rapidly reformed into the blood demon sword, its momentum undiminished, still fierce and menacing. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jian Changkong felt a flicker of uncertainty in his heart, yet he remained unperturbed. He danced his hands in a mesmerizing manner, forming intricate hand seals. Subsequently, he unleashed his divine powers, transforming into a sword. The auxiliary swords surrounding him responded to his summons, converging towards the sword body like rivers flowing into the sea. In the blink of an eye, they melded into the sword, causing it to emit a dazzling blue-white radiance, strikingly brilliant. Then, with a swift whoosh, this blue-white sword surged like lightning toward the blood demon sword. As the two swords met in the air, they did not produce the earth-shattering noise of before. Instead, the sword of void, transformed from Jian Changkong, effortlessly passed through the blood demon sword, hurtling towards Minke. Minke, taken aback, was unable to react in time as the sword of void pierced through his chest. With a dull thud, Minke's body jolted violently, crimson blood erupting from his mouth. His form abruptly halted mid-air, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. Then, with a resounding thud, Minke's body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the blood-soaked lake, sending forth a crimson spray. The blood demon sword in his grasp lost its power at that moment, reverting to its original form. Meanwhile, the sword of the sky, after circling once in the air, quivered slightly before transforming back into its ethereal state. His gaze remained as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, as he looked down upon Minke, who lay in the blood lake. Cough, cough, cough. Before long, a violent fit of coughing erupted, astonishingly. Minke had not succumbed to the lethal blow dealt by the sword of the sky, though he was gravely injured. He clutched the blood demon sword tightly, his form swaying precariously as if a mere breeze could topple him, yet he bore the excruciating pain and slowly rose to his feet. His trembling hand pressed against his chest, from which blood flowed incessantly. With each heartbeat came a wave of agony, the fusion of man and sword. A supernatural ability typically achievable only beyond the fourth level, indeed proved formidable. Minke struggled to speak, his voice imbued with both admiration for the prowess of the sword of the sky and a sense of helplessness regarding his own plight. The sword of the sky regarded Minke, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Minke, I grant you a reprieve. Accompany me back to the sword manor, and there you may spend the remainder of your days. His tone was calm, as if this were the utmost act of mercy he could offer. However, at that moment, Minke's expression suddenly turned fierce. His eyes widened as he abruptly lifted his gaze, locking onto the sword of the sky. Spare my life. Huh. I have not yet lost. As the words left his lips, he plunged the blood demon sword violently into his own body. In an instant, blood splattered, mingling with the lake's crimson depths. The next moment, a peculiar heartbeat echoed, reverberating throughout the space. The rhythm grew increasingly rapid, increasingly thunderous. Chapter 53, Starry Night, The Arrival. Accompanied by a heart-pounding rhythm, the blood in the lake stirred under the influence of an unseen force, instantly boiling and surging. Countless streams of blood surged like tumultuous waves, racing madly towards Minke. These crimson torrents coalesced into a scarlet flood, continuously flowing into Min Ku's body through the blood demon sword. Under the impact of this overwhelming power, his body trembled involuntarily. Gradually, fine cracks began to appear on the surface of Min Ku's skin, spreading rapidly like spider silk, until they enveloped his entire form in the blink of an eye. Jian Changkong, with his keen senses, immediately detected the peculiar transformation of Min Ku's aura and felt an ominous premonition. Acting decisively, he flickered into motion, his sword gleaming coldly as it sliced through the air like lightning, arriving before Min Ku in an instant. With a swift motion of his arm, the sword light soared like a rainbow, a fierce wind rising as his blade lunged towards Min Ku's throat with the force of thunder. However, in that critical moment, Min Ku abruptly raised his head, his eyes radiating a blood-red glow. His right hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, seizing the oncoming sword with ease. "Get away!" Min Ku roared, his voice resonating like thunder. With a sudden surge of strength, he unleashed a force akin to a mountain collapsing. Jian Changkong found himself utterly unable to resist, being violently hurled away along with his sword. In midair, Jian Changkong's form resembled a kite with its string cut, gracefully flipping twice before stabilizing. At that moment, glancing back at the blood lake, he saw that the crimson waters had been completely drained, leaving behind a field strewn with pale corpses. Min Ku's form underwent a remarkable transformation. He was enveloped in thick blood, resembling a being composed entirely of blood. Not only that, but his body continued to swell, becoming increasingly colossal. The ground beneath him could scarcely bear his weight, cracking open with deep fissures. The entire space shook violently due to his astonishing transformation, as though it might collapse at any moment. Yet, Min Ku's form continued to expand, and this space was rapidly becoming insufficient to contain him. Witnessing this, Jian Changkong's figure flickered like a specter, instantly appearing before Lin Ju. Seizing her arm, he urged in a low voice, "Leave." Before he finished speaking, Jian Changkong, with Lin Ju in tow, transformed into a streak of azure lightning, racing swiftly towards the opening above. However, just as they departed, a thunderous roar erupted. Instantly, the already dilapidated palace exploded, debris flying in all directions as clouds of dust billowed upward. Amidst the swirling dust, a gigantic figure surged forth like a towering mountain. It was a colossal blood-colored giant, its immense body obscuring the sky and sun, though only its upper half was visible. This giant, with crimson blood flowing from its form, bore an uncanny resemblance to Min Ku, yet appeared even more fearsome and terrifying. As it emerged, the blood corpses, previously engaged in fierce combat, seemingly summoned by a force, abandoned their foes and swiftly converged around the giant. As they made contact with the giant, their bodies dissolved into pools of crimson blood, merging with the titan's form. Even Zhao Chun was not spared. The moment his body touched the giant, he was instantaneously consumed by an overwhelming surge of blood essence. In the blink of an eye, he reverted to his former appearance in white attire. Yet at that moment, all vitality had been extinguished, for he had long been slain by Yi Yu's blade. A blue light streaked across the sky like a meteor, landing steadily on the ground. Jian Changkong and Lin Ju steadied themselves, and soon after, Yi Yu and Luo Tu Ming arrived, gathering the four of them together. But why was it that only Luo Tu Ming remained? The reason was simple. All the others had fallen victim to his treachery. As he surveyed the battlefield, he beheld only bloodied corpses as adversaries. In such a dire situation, from where could fear be extracted? Reluctantly, he resolved to turn his ambitions toward his own allies. After all, if questioned later, one could easily glorify it as a noble sacrifice. Jian Changkong raised his gaze, fixating intensely on the colossal being before him, a rare glimmer of vigilance flickering in his eyes. His expression darkened further, resembling the oppressive sky before a tempest. "Yi Yu, protect the two of them," Jian Changkong commanded decisively, his voice low and firm. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu's gaze sharpened instantly, and he swiftly formed seals with his hands to invoke a spell. In an instant, a dark abyss erupted beneath the feet of the three, its ripples expanding relentlessly, gradually engulfing their figures until they vanished without a trace. At that moment, only Jian Changkong and Min Ku remained, one colossal, the other minuscule, forming a stark contrast. "Jian Changkong, in my eyes, you are as insignificant as an ant." Min Ku's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, as if the very heavens were shaking. The reverberation of his voice swept through the air like a fierce gale, stirring the snowflakes that danced around Jian Changkong, causing his hair and robe to flutter wildly. Jian Changkong's brows furrowed slightly, a cold snort escaping his lips as he replied with a steely demeanor, regardless of your size. What of it? Ultimately, it is futile. It cannot alter anything. With that, the sword in his hand transformed into a brilliant azure streak, darting like lightning into his brow. He then raised his right arm high, his fingers converging to resemble a glistening sword aimed at the heavens. In an instant, a pitch-black beam surged forth from his fingertips, akin to a dark meteor slicing through the sky. Starry night, descend. With a commanding shout, the black light erupted in the sky, resembling a blossoming dark firework. Both resplendent and eerie, the once radiant firmament was swiftly enveloped in darkness. The scorching rays of the sun diminished to naught. Daylight transformed into night in the blink of an eye, and upon the darkened canvas of the sky, a few scattered stars twinkled, resembling gemstones in the night. Emitting a faint glow, Jian Changkong's form slowly ascended, suspended in the air, appearing ever more towering against the backdrop of darkness. Upon witnessing this unfolding scene, Min Ku was suddenly struck with alarm, realizing that Jian Changkong was poised to unleash a formidable assault. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly brought his two colossal hands together, exuding a force akin to a cataclysmic tide, crashing down like a collapsing mountain upon Jian Changkong. The sheer might of this strike was astonishing, generating shockwaves reminiscent of tumultuous waves, overwhelming in their ferocity. Yet, in the face of such aggression, Jian Changkong remained unperturbed, his demeanor unchanged, devoid of fear. With a shift in his thoughts, he beheld the dark expanse of the starry sky, where 7 stars suddenly erupted in radiant brilliance. Upon closer inspection, these 7 celestial bodies were none other than the Big Dipper. The stars trailed magnificent luminous tails, descending with the urgency of shooting stars, steadfastly positioning themselves before Jian Changkong. A resounding crash reverberated as the two forces collided violently, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Remarkably, the 7 stars managed to withstand this tremendous blow. In the next instant, Jian Changkong's hands moved like a mirage, swiftly forming intricate seals. In an ephemeral moment, the 7 stars interconnected, resembling a colossal ladle. Suddenly, the stars trembled violently, eliciting a pained gasp from Min Ku, as a surging force wrenched his hands apart, causing blood to spatter and fall like droplets in the air. Yet, Jian Changkong did not relent. His gestures shifted once more, and the 7 stars began to whirl rapidly around his form, conjuring a gigantic vortex. In the blink of an eye, the luminescence of the 7 stars merged into a singular entity, transforming into a sword of profound darkness, the 7-star sword, its blade adorned with the interconnected stars. This was the pinnacle of 4th-tier swords, the Star Sovereign. Min Ku's voice was laced with terror and astonishment upon the emergence of this sword. He perceived the most dreadful entity in existence. Grasping the Star Sovereign, Jian Changkong's aura surged dramatically. With a fierce swing of his sword, a chilling light sliced through the night sky, akin to a line of death, aimed directly at Min Ku. Jian Changkong's gaze was as frigid as ice, his voice imbued with an unyielding chill. Min Ku, I have already bestowed upon you the sole opportunity for survival, yet you have failed to seize it. Henceforth, regardless of your pleas, there exists but one inevitable outcome, death. Chapter 54, The Night of Stars Descends. Part 2, as the words of Jian Changkong echoed, his figure suddenly surged, transforming into a luminous white streak that darted swiftly amidst the shimmering stars in the night sky. With each leap and turn, he embodied a fierce sword intent, as if he had seamlessly merged with the celestial expanse, becoming an integral part of the stellar energies. In an instant, his form halted abruptly, followed by a resounding cry that reverberated through the night. Celestial star array, descend. In that fleeting moment, the stars behind him plummeted like meteors, each trailing a long, luminous tail and producing a whistling sound akin to lethal arrows, hurtling fiercely towards Min Ku. However, in the face of such a ferocious onslaught, Min Ku remained unperturbed. With fists clenched, he unleashed powerful strikes, each blow infused with tremendous force. As his fists collided with the descending starstones, a series of thunderous booms erupted. Though these stones possessed formidable hardness, they shattered and scattered into countless fragments under the relentless barrage of Min Ku's strikes. Is this the extent of your full power, Jian Changkong? How unimpressive. Min Ku scoffed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Before his words faded, a surge of blood raced through his veins, akin to boiling magma. He then slammed his palms onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound that resonated like a thunderclap. Instantly, the earth was torn apart by an overwhelming force, and columns of blood erupted from his body, akin to a volcanic explosion. These blood columns transformed in midair, morphing into massive blood swords, each pointed menacingly at Jian Changkong. their chilling gleam evoking trepidation. Yet, Jian Changkong remained unfazed. These blood swords posed no threat in his eyes. With a whoosh, the blood swords sliced through the air, howling like ravenous wolves as they charged toward Jian Changkong. Just as Min Ku believed his assault was about to succeed, Jian Changkong abruptly raised the starry sword high. The radiant light of 7 stars flashed upon the blade, and the grand blood swords were suddenly halted as if confronted by an invisible force. Following this, a series of explosive sounds erupted as the blood swords detonated, transforming into a torrential rain of crimson droplets that scattered across the ground. In that moment, Jian Changkong's gaze sharpened, and he softly intoned a spell. Soul of the stars, converge upon me, winds and clouds of myriad forces, all swords return to their essence. As his voice resonated, the myriad stars in the sky burst forth with dazzling brilliance, converging towards Jian Changkong. Bathed in this cascading starlight, his long hair gradually turned a lustrous platinum, shimmering like silver. His white robe transformed into an inky hue, adorned with specks of radiant light, resembling the night sky draped around him. With each blink of his eyes, they transformed into a reflection of the starry heavens, profound and enigmatic. Simultaneously, a colossal celestial will emerge behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. This signified the embodiment of his sword spirit. Fiend, be eradicated. Accompanied by a deep and menacing roar, Jian Changkong suddenly hurled the star sword from his grasp. Under the illumination of the celestial starlight, the originally obsidian blade radiated with a resplendent brilliance. It soared through the air, slicing through the void with a sharp, piercing sound, creating immense rifts in the fabric of reality as if it were mere parchment. Witnessing this, Minka's heart jolted with alarm. This sword represented the full force of Jian Changkong's assault, yet how could he be the kind to simply await his demise? Blood surged through Minka's body once more, and strangely, his left hand vanished without a trace, while his right hand manifested a blood-red sword. He swung the massive blade, cleaving the air as it was torn apart. He dared to confront the star sword head-on with this blood sword. A cold snort echoed from the heavens. Upon hearing it, Min Ku's heart tightened. A bone-chilling dread surged through him. He understood with clarity the implication behind Jian Changkong's disdainful scoff. His death was inevitable, and soon he would be left without the strength to retaliate. Jian Changkong's hands moved in a mesmerizing dance, forming intricate seals. In an instant, the shattered star stones, previously destroyed by Min Ku, began to tremble violently. Bang! A series of crisp sounds erupted, like urgent rain tapping against a window. The fragmented starstones, drawn by an invisible force, swiftly converged, intertwining and melding together, and within moments, they coalesced into a multitude of starlit swords. These luminous blades darted past like shooting stars, surrounding Min Ku in a dense formation. Almost immediately, a grand star formation emerged around him, akin to a colossal beast awakened from slumber. The intricate patterns, complex and exquisite, wove together, each line imbued with a sharp intent. The formation activated with a deep rumble, countless star swords whirling and darting within, producing a continuous symphony of whooshing sounds. The enormous blood robe enveloping Min Ku was effortlessly torn apart by the relentless onslaught, blood splattering forth in abandon. Yet, astonishingly, this did not lead to the collapse of Min Ku's defenses. The severed blood quickly reconnected in an instant, as if returning to its original state. However, Jian Changkong had evidently anticipated this, his spellcasting fluid and unceasing, reminiscent of flowing water. The rhythm of the star sword's assault shifted dramatically. No longer merely a barrage of relentless attacks, they now struck with precision, timing their onslaught to coincide with the moment the blood rejoined, descending with sudden ferocity. This cycle continued, and though Min Ku's blood robe could mend itself, it ultimately struggled to withstand the unyielding and interlocking barrage of strikes. In mere moments, blood filled the air, blooming like flowers in a cruel, yet beautiful display. As the crimson droplets fell, Min Ku's true form gradually emerged from the blood mist. With a dreadful gasp, the star sword pierced through his body. In an instant, the power of the stars erupted violently within him. Min Ku fell, leaving not even a trace behind. As the blood splattered through the air, it whirled and danced, swiftly coalescing into the form of the blood demon sword. Suspended aloft, it shimmered with an eerie crimson glow. With a resonant thud, it plunged heavily into the ground, its blade quivering incessantly, emitting a deep and prolonged hum. With the malevolent foe vanquished, Jian Changkong felt a stirring within, summoning back the Star Guardian sword, while simultaneously dissipating the formidable essence of the sword spirit. The Star Guardian sword traced an elegant arc through the air, akin to a returning spirit bird, gently descending into Jian Changkong's grasp. He gazed at the Star Guardian's sword in his hand, a flicker of undeniable fatigue crossing his features. Though victorious, it had drained a considerable amount of his vital energy. As time progressed, the sun gradually pierced through the heavy shroud of night, the darkness in the sky receding like a tide. Light once again enveloped the earth, its warm radiance cascading into every nook and cranny, as if the recent battle had merely been an ephemeral dream, never truly manifesting in this realm. Chapter 55, The Celestial Sword Immortal. Qinggu. As the clouds parted to reveal the sun, Jian Changkong stood gracefully, arms folded behind him, exuding an ethereal presence reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. At that very moment, from the depths of the earth, the shadowy figure of Yi Yu emerged silently, like a wraith, accompanied by Lin Ju and Luo Tuming, gradually surfacing from the dark abyss. Jian Changkong's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, was unwavering as he strode purposefully towards the location of the blood demon sword, his step steady and devoid of hesitation. No one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. Was he intent on claiming this enchanted sword to augment his own powers? Or did he plan to annihilate it as a means of affirming his own path? Regardless of his choice, it was certain that one individual would be left heartbroken, Lin Ju. In a past life, he had acquired the blood demon sword from the hands of his stunningly beautiful master. With its formidable power, he had forcefully altered his fate, enhancing his own abilities and ultimately becoming a notorious figure, unmatched in the world. Yet now, he could only stand aside, eyes fixed on the sword, his yearning for it burning within him like a molten volcano, fiercely ignited yet suppressed, unwilling to reveal even a hint of his desire. With a melodious chime, Jian Changkong withdrew the blood demon sword from the stone, holding it aloft for closer inspection. Surprisingly, there was no trace of intent to destroy the sword in his demeanor. This sight brought a slight relief to Lin Ju, who mused to himself, as long as he does not destroy the sword, given time, I may still have the opportunity to seize it. However, in that fleeting moment, a sudden round of applause erupted. The sound, so jarring in the stillness, came from behind the crowd, accompanied by the faint crunch of stones underfoot. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, turning instinctively to see the source. Even Jian Changkong's attention was drawn to the unexpected commotion. A white figure materialized like a ghost in their midst, gradually coming into focus. To their astonishment, it was Zhao Chen. What? Was he not dead? Moreover, his severed arm had returned to its former state. The most astonished of all was undoubtedly Yi Yu, for it was he who had personally slain Zhao Chen. What could this possibly mean? How could this be happening? Zhao Chen, catching the astonished look in Yi Yu's eyes, allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. Yet, before he could utter a word, a chilling glint shot towards him with alarming speed. Conjuring tricks. With a commanding shout, Jian Changkong unleashed a gale that swept past the onlookers, his figure moving with lightning speed until he was face to face with Zhao Chen in an instant. Clutching the blood demon sword tightly, Jian Changkong lunged directly at Zhao Chen's head with an unparalleled ferocity, his attack akin to a tempest, unstoppable in its momentum. Yet, in the face of this relentless assault, Zhao Chen remained composed, his expression betraying no hint of panic. He chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated this sudden onslaught all along. In a moment that felt almost instantaneous, just as the blood demon's sword was about to strike Zhao Chen, he calmly raised his right hand with an elegance that belied the gravity of the situation. In that fleeting instant, Zhao Chen managed to secure the swift blade with just 2 fingers. What? Jian Changkong's face instantly registered shock, clearly taken aback by the spectacle before him. The master of the sword manner, while possessing commendable demeanor, was evidently lacking in strength. As his words fell, Zhao Chen lightly flicked his fingers. This seemingly nonchalant gesture concealed boundless power. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Jian Changkong, who gripped the blood demon sword tightly, to lose control and be sent flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Night Speech, witnessing this turn of events, felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and, without a second thought, rushed forward. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to intercept Jian Changkong just in time. Steadying himself, Jian Changkong's complexion turned ashen, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. His eyes widened in disbelief. A look of incredulity etched across his face as he stammered, Five-fold sword master. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was enveloped in astonishment. Fivefold? How could this be? Lin Ju's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Beneath the fivefold realm, all were mere ants. If he wished to strike, he could annihilate everyone present in the blink of an eye. With this thought, his expression grew gravely serious. Gradually straightening his form, Jian Changkong furrowed his brows tightly as he gazed at Zhao Chen, his tone shifting to one of respect. May I inquire about your esteemed name, Senior? and why you have concealed yourself within this 100-sword hall." However, Zhao Chen did not respond hastily. Instead, he took a keen interest in the blood demon sword he held. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, his voice soft yet resonant in the tranquil atmosphere. "Ha. At last it is done." With that, the blood demon transformed into a stream of light, merging into his forehead. Immediately, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. The playful expression on his face now tinged with intrigue. Slightly tilting his head, he surveyed the 4 individuals before him. A smile gracing his lips as he began to recite a poem. "In verdant woods, the dew glistens bright. Songs like orioles dance in the azure light. Elegant tones enrich the heart as delight. Youth blooms with colors, an endless sight." As the first 2 lines of the poem escaped his lips, Lin Ju felt a sudden jolt within. Even after enduring 5 centuries of storms and having encountered countless individuals, he found himself wide-eyed and in disbelief, staring at Zhao Chen, internally exclaiming, "Qingge, what?" Zhao Chen was none other than the legendary Qingge, the sword immortal renowned across the world. The mythical figure chronicled in ancient texts now stood vividly before him. In Lin Ju's eyes, Qingge approached with a leisurely stride, and as he moved, his appearance subtly transformed. The tattered white robe dissipated like mist into the void, replaced by a robe of pristine azure. Beneath his already handsome visage lay a countenance even more exquisitely refined. His beauty surpasses that of a woman. With eyes resembling tender peach blossoms and long hair cascading like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze, he embodies the elegance of a blooming blue lotus, exuding an aura of refreshing and extraordinary grace. His figure moves with ethereal lightness, and his demeanor is remarkably dignified and extraordinary. Such charm is indeed a rarity in this world, unparalleled and unique. Chapter 56. The most fearsome are those who laugh. The junior greeted the esteemed Qing with utmost reverence, his expression sincere. Jian Changkong had already grasped the essence of Qing Ji's verses, and thus he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, promptly bowing in respect. Beside him, Luo Tuming and Yi Yu, witnessing this exchange, hastily followed suit, their demeanor equally humble and obedient. However, Qingge paid no heed to the courtesies of the 3. He did not even spare them a glance, striding past them with unwavering focus on Lin Ju, his gaze solely captivated by Lin Ju's enchanting presence. Observing this scene, Lin Ju could not help but feel a flicker of confusion. He pondered to himself, could it be that my failure to bow has drawn his ire? Just as he was about to make a move, a pale hand unexpectedly reached out, gently resting upon him. Lin Ju, taken aback, instinctively lifted his gaze, only to find his eyes locking with Qing Ji's. In that fleeting moment, a gentle breeze swept by, lifting their hair and intertwining it in the air. They remained locked in silent contemplation, time seemingly freezing in that instant, with only their gazes colliding in the ethereal atmosphere. Lin Ju's countenance was as frosty as the winter's chill, exuding an air that repelled others from a distance, whereas Qingge radiated warmth. His smile imbued with a touch of tenderness, a hint of admiration, and a dash of nonchalance. After what felt like an eternity, Qingge slowly withdrew his hand, emitting a soft chuckle before leaning closer to Lin Ju's ear, whispering, "Indeed, a beauty, but alas, not genuine." This statement struck Lin Ju like a thunderclap, reverberating in his ears. His heart raced violently, pounding as if it might burst from his chest. Not genuine? Could it be that he has discerned my true nature as a young soul with an ain body? Panic surged within Lin Ju, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Remain calm. It is imperative to maintain composure. When he glanced back at Qing Ji's enigmatic smile, a chilling sensation crawled up from the depths of his being. In the next instant, Qingge turned away leisurely, no longer casting a glance at Lin Ju, his gaze now fixed intently on Jian Changkong, his smile unwavering. His tone relaxed. "In light of your assistance in my endeavor with the blood demon sword, I shall refrain from committing further slaughter today. You may depart swiftly." Upon hearing this, Jian Changkong's face registered confusion. "I am uncertain how I have assisted you, esteemed senior. I would appreciate your clarification, so that I may understand my role." Qingge chuckled lightly, as if he had anticipated Jian Changkong's inquiry. His demeanor unhurried as he replied, "Those corpses were deliberately placed for your discovery. The blood demon sword was, in fact, a gift I bestowed upon Min Ke, and I subtly guided him to sacrifice the lives of the entire assembly to restore this cursed blade. This was motivated by a dear friend's profound infatuation with the blood demon sword. To fulfill his wish, I would go to great lengths to help him attain a complete version of it." At this juncture, Qingge paused briefly before continuing. "The reason I express my gratitude is that the blood demon sword possesses a peculiar rule. Whenever it changes hands, The previous owner must merge with it and perish. As a result, you truly facilitated this matter. Qin Ji's voice remained calm and serene, as tranquil as water. Linju, quietly listening beside him, grasped the general sequence of events despite Qin Ji's succinct words. The ancient text recorded that Qin Gu was neither righteous nor demonic, disinterested in women, yet held his friends in high regard. Presumably, one of his acquaintances, through a fortunate twist of fate, acquired the Blood Demon's remnant sword and sought Qin Gu's assistance in its restoration. Qin Gu, having discerned the demonic heart of Min Ku, disguised himself as his disciple to manipulate him, sacrificing the blood essence of thousands to mend the Blood Demon's sword. Thus, it seemed that both the members of the Sword Manor and those of the 100 Swords Hall were merely pawns in his game. Indeed, those who often wear smiles can be the most formidable. Upon this realization, Lin Ju's expression turned grave, his gaze towards Qin Gu growing increasingly wary. Naturally, Jian Changkong was no ordinary individual. Upon hearing Qin Ji's words, he suddenly realized that he had been treated as a mere weapon at someone else's whim, and that the Blood Demon's sword he had labored so hard to obtain had been so easily lost. In an instant, a fierce anger surged within him, a conflagration impossible to contain. However, faced with the insurmountable gap in cultivation, he could only suppress his indignation. Jian Changkong clenched his teeth and replied, "To offer even a modicum of assistance to my esteemed senior is indeed an unparalleled honor." Unexpectedly, Qin Gu saw through his thoughts at once, and with a cold smile, remarked, "Honor? You speak with respect, but in your heart, perhaps not so?" Jian Changkong was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and he hastily defended, "I harbor no such intentions." Observing his reaction, Qin Ji's face broke into a teasing smile. I am well aware that you covet the Blood Demon sword. With that, he offered, I shall suppress my cultivation to the 4th layer. You and I shall duel. If you can sever even a single hair from me, the Blood Demon sword shall be yours. What say you?" After speaking, Qin Gu raised an eyebrow at Jian Changkong. Upon hearing this, Jian Changkong's eyes brightened. "Is this true, esteemed senior?" Qin Gu nodded slightly. "I shall accept your challenge. I hope you will not go back on your word." Without hesitation, Jian Changkong responded. Lin Ju, witnessing this exchange, shook his head helplessly, secretly mocking, "Has Jian Changkong truly lived this long in vain? The Blood Demon sword is already in Qin Ji's hands. Why does he still seek a duel? Does he wish to follow in Xiao Zhan's footsteps?" The fierce, icy wind sliced through the air like a knife, swirling up a flurry of snowflakes. Qin Gu and Jian Changkong stood proudly in the air, their garments and hair dancing with the wind. Jian Changkong furrowed his brows, his posture erect as he gripped the Yuxing tightly, the sword vibrating and emitting a humming sound. In contrast, Qin Gu appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease, his hands casually folded over his chest, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a hint of playful mischief. In the blink of an eye, Jian Changkong's thoughts shifted as the starry night descended, shrouding the sky in darkness. The 7-star sword emitted a sudden brilliance, dazzling and resplendent. Simultaneously, the manifestation of the sword's spirit reappeared, and Jian Changkong's figure resembled a streak of lightning that cleaved through the night, vibrating with a momentum akin to a rainbow as he charged directly towards Qin Gu. The sound of the sword slicing through the air was deafening, and the surrounding void fractured under the impact of this immense force. One might have anticipated that, faced with such a fierce onslaught, Qin Gu would at least regard it with seriousness. However, the unfolding events were utterly unexpected. Qin Gu merely raised his hand languidly, his gesture casual, and then snapped his fingers. In an instant, countless pale pink peach blossom petals cascaded from the night sky like a flurry of snowflakes, their delicate fragrance soothing with each breath. Immersed in this poetic rain of blossoms, Qin Gu appeared as a celestial being amidst the flowers, ethereal and transcendent. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, the previously frivolous expression transforming into one of piercing intensity. With the swiftness of lightning, his right hand reached out, 2 slender fingers deftly pinching a drifting petal. In the next moment, with a flick of his arm, the petal was hurled forth like a lethal dart. A sharp whoosh resonated as the petal streaked through the night sky, hurtling directly towards the 7-star sword. This seemingly frail and soft petal unleashed an unparalleled force upon contact with the sword. Jian Changkong felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, akin to a mountain, causing the 7-star sword in his grasp to tremble uncontrollably. The next instant, a crisp crack reverberated as the sword, regarded as a pinnacle among 4th-tier weapons, was forcefully shattered at one corner by the impact of the petal. Jian Changkong's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment and dread. The damage to his life-bound sword inflicted a severe blow upon his connected soul. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, blooming like a tragic flower in the air. Following this, blood began to seep from the other 6 orifices. His body, as if struck by lightning, could no longer withstand the assault, plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. With a thunderous crash, he crashed heavily to the earth, sending a cloud of snow dust swirling, reminiscent of a meteor striking the ground, creating a deep crater in the snow. At that moment, the sky regained its brightness, sunlight streaming through the clouds and illuminating the bloodstained snow. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ju and others rushed over to support Jian Changkong. At this point, Jian Changkong was gravely injured. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, clutching his chest tightly, his complexion as pale as a sheet, devoid of any color. His eyes brimmed with unwillingness, fixed upon the increasingly blurred figure in the sky. The junior has lost, Jian Changkong managed to utter with great difficulty. Qingge, in response, offered a gentle smile, the radiance of which appeared ethereal and elusive under the sunlight. The sword of Changkong, in this battle, imparts a profound understanding. That which is destined to be yours, even if momentarily lost, shall ultimately return to you. That which does not belong to you, no matter how fervently you strive, cannot be retained. With these words spoken, Qing Ji's figure flickered and transformed into a myriad of peach blossom petals. Swirling like a pink tempest, gracefully ascending into the sky, vanishing without a trace. All that remained were the 4 individuals, standing silently in the snow, each harboring a distinct expression in their eyes, their hearts a tumult of conflicting emotions. Particularly Yu. Chapter 57. Murder amidst chaos. Upon returning to the Sword Manor, Jian Changkong bore grievous wounds, his body swaying precariously, yet he persisted, transforming into a sword as he entered the estate. Once inside, he firmly shut the chamber door, retreating into seclusion to tend to his injuries and restore his star control. Night Speech, with a grave expression, silently kept vigil by his side, never straying an inch. As for Lin Ju and Luo Tuming, they did not hasten home. Instead, they strolled leisurely along the snow-laden streets of the Sword Manor. On either side of the road, pedestrians thronged, bustling with life, their calls and laughter intertwining in a cacophony. Yet, the two remained oblivious to the surrounding clamor, as if the chaos was merely a fleeting breeze, failing to capture their attention. Lin Ju's countenance was as frigid as ice, his eyes deep and inscrutable, exuding an enigmatic stillness. Luo Tuming's expression was equally grave, his gaze fixed on the horizon, seemingly lost in contemplation of myriad concerns. Their footsteps crunched softly on the melting snow, the sound strikingly clear amidst the din of the marketplace. "Listen," Luo Tuming finally broke the silence, his voice low and husky, as though suppressing a multitude of emotions. "After witnessing the formidable prowess of Senior Qing, I cannot help but feel like a mere ant, gazing up in awe, striving to glimpse her unparalleled grace." Evidently, the astonishing display of strength exhibited by Qingge, with her single flower piercing through the sword, had profoundly shaken Luo Tuming. The sheer power revealed in that moment made him acutely aware of the vast chasm separating him from true strength. In stark contrast, Lin Ju's reaction diverged significantly from Luo Tuming's. He was not intimidated by Qingge's might. In his heart, the strength of others remained just that, others. Regardless of his admiration or awe, it could not alter his own circumstances. What, then, was the reason behind Lin Ju's somber demeanor? The answer was singular. He silently pondered that the moment to depart from the Sword Manor had arrived, and he was covertly devising his next steps. After taking a few more strides, Lin Ju's expression softened, and he spoke calmly. "Luo Tuming, the opportunity for us to grow stronger and leave this place has indeed come." Upon hearing this, the once vacant gaze of Luo Tuming suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. However, this flicker of light was fleeting, like a shooting star across the night sky. As his eyes soon returned to their dull state, and a bittersweet smile graced his lips. "Stronger? Missin must be jesting with me. If it weren't for my brother's borrowed fear value during this trip to the 100-Sword Hall, I would have truly returned empty-handed, a futile endeavor." His words dripped with levity and disdain, revealing profound skepticism towards Lin Ju's assertions. Lin Ju, however, was not oblivious to the underlying implications. Internally, he scoffed, contemplating. "Since you harbor doubts towards me, let our collaboration cease here. Yet, before that, I shall fully exploit your final utility." With this thought, a subtle smile graced Lin Ju's lips as he softly uttered, "You once expressed admiration for the powerful. Yet now, the opportunity to grow stronger lies right before you. Yet you falter due to a setback influenced by uncontrollable factors. losing even the courage to grasp that slender thread of hope. Huh. It seems that the notion of strength may forever elude you. Hearing such disparaging words, anger surged within Luo Tuming. He clenched his teeth and managed to utter a low, furious retort. "Listen, with your profound insights, I am all ears." Upon witnessing this, Linju's smile turned sly, seemingly pleased with Luo Tuming's reaction. Without reservation, he laid bare his thoughts and plans. Currently, Jian Changkong has been severely injured by Qing Ge, with his life sword critically damaged. As a level 4 sword master, his strength has undoubtedly diminished. At this moment, he must be in seclusion, striving to recover his former prowess. Luo Tuming snorted coldly. His expression wanted disdain as he retorted, "And what of it?" Linju chuckled lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor as he continued, "Precisely for this reason. Within the sword manor, in terms of strength, only my father and your father are the most formidable." Luo Tuming's brow slightly furrowed, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. Yet he remained silent. Seizing the moment, Linju elaborated, "My father, and Yin, has long coveted the position of the sword manor's master. Now that Jian Changkong is gravely wounded and his strength diminished, he would not let such an opportunity slip away and will undoubtedly seek to overthrow Jian Changkong." He added, "As for your father, Luo Jianghai, while he publicly maintains neutrality, he is actually more inclined towards Jian Changkong and would be unwilling to see this situation unfold. When the time comes, he will undoubtedly emerge to oppose my father's actions." At this point, Linju paused momentarily, casting a glance at Luo Tuming to gauge his reaction. Observing his continued silence, he pressed on. At that moment, a fierce clash is bound to erupt between the two, drawing in the elders who support them. Consequently, all the strong within the sword manor will be embroiled in this conflict, forming two distinctly divided factions. We, therefore, can seize this chaos to wreak havoc within the sword manor. You will acquire what you seek, and I shall gain what I desire. With at least 20 to 30,000 within the sword manor, is that not sufficient to yield the fear value you require? This rhetoric successfully piqued Luo Tuming's interest. However, he did not readily believe it, instead responding with skepticism. What if, when the time comes, events do not unfold as you foresee, and they do not engage in battle? Linju seemed to have anticipated such a question, responding without hesitation. That will certainly not be the case. You underestimate human desire. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Yin would not easily let it pass. As he spoke, Linju halted, slowly turning around, his gaze piercing as it fixated on Luo Tuming. After a prolonged silence, Luo Tuming weighed the pros and cons in his heart, and ultimately, with a firm resolve, nodded and declared, "Very well, I shall take this gamble. I currently lack just 10,000 fear points to exchange for mid-level cultivation of the third realm. However, should Jian Changkong force his way out of seclusion, how shall I respond? Moreover, I am no match for your father's strength." Linju smiled faintly, her expression resolute. "Rest assured, I shall find a way to delay these two. You need only to devote yourself fully to your task." Upon hearing her words, Luo Tuming felt a slight sense of relief. Since Linju was so confident, she must have some form of assurance. Thus, he reaffirmed with determination, "All right." However, in truth, Luo Tuming had secretly devised an alternative plan in his heart. Should events not unfold as Linju suggested, he had the Void Escape Sword granted by the system as his ultimate means of retreat. By merely activating the sword, he could instantly vanish 1,000 miles away, distancing himself from this conflict. At that moment, Linju would be left to face the consequences alone, a choice he would have made himself. As for Linju, a demon who had lived for 5 centuries, she naturally understood that Luo Tuming harbored ulterior motives and had prepared an escape route. Her elaborate words were merely a ploy to persuade him to act according to her design, thereby buying herself some time. Linju had her own schemes. Soon, the two exchanged smiles, their expressions appearing remarkably sincere. The sunlight cascaded upon them, shimmering brilliantly, yet the shadows behind them loomed darkly, as if concealing endless plots and calculations. Chapter 58. My sword is not without merit. The unfolding events were precisely as Linju had foreseen. On the 5th day of Jian Changkong's seclusion for cultivation, Yin could no longer restrain himself and eagerly summoned the Elder Council. This situation was vastly different from the past. He did not adopt his usual humble demeanor, but instead boldly occupied the seat of the estate master, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he were the rightful ruler of the Jian Manor. Among the 5 elders, 3 led by Luo Jianghai cast furious glances at Yan's brazen behavior. Yet, despite their simmering indignation, They could not ignore Yan's formidable prowess, compelling them to suppress their anger. Yan sat confidently, surveying the assembly from his elevated position, relishing the superior feeling that had long been his aspiration. Clearing his throat, he gracefully extended his arms, naturally placing his hands on the armrests, displaying an aura of composure and confidence. Esteemed elders, Yan's voice resonated throughout the spacious hall like the tolling of a great bell. The estate master is gravely injured and in seclusion, unable to manage the affairs of the manor. As the grand elder of the Jian Manor, it is my duty to assume the corresponding responsibilities. His tone was resolute and undeniable. Thus, I declare that from this day forth, I, Yan, shall officially serve as the acting master of the Jian Manor. Upon his declaration, it was as if a thunderclap had reverberated through the hall. Everyone understood that although he claimed the title of acting master, he had effectively seized the power of the estate master. Moreover, given Yan's cunning and shrewd nature, there was no assurance that he would not quietly discard the term acting one day, especially considering his unspoken signs of nearing a breakthrough to the 4th level of sword master, his strength growing ever more formidable. With a slight furrow of his brows, Yan's gaze turned into 2 cold, piercing arrows, locking onto Luo Jianghai, as well as Cong Nan and the beautiful woman by his side. He was acutely aware that these 3 would undoubtedly oppose his actions. As anticipated, Luo Jianghai rose abruptly from his seat among the elders, striding forward with a solemn expression. Now that the demonic forces have been vanquished and the estate master is gravely wounded, we must dedicate ourselves to diligent cultivation to prevent any resurgence of chaos. Yet, at such a critical moment, you seek to usurp the position of the estate master. What is your true intent? Luo Jianghai spoke with fervor, his words imbued with righteousness and resonance. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, pointing directly at Yan with an imposing demeanor and an aura of authority. Cong Nan, seated beside him, watched in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Yan. However, in response to Luo Jianghai's stern reproach, Yan merely smiled faintly, his expression unruffled. The affairs of the manor lie within my purview. I shall act accordingly. Who dares to defy me? No sooner had he spoken than a formidable pressure emanated from him, a surge like a torrential flood, sweeping towards Luo Jianghai. Without hesitation, Luo Jianghai also unleashed his own aura to resist. The 2 forces collided, dissipating the overwhelming pressure. Immediately, he let out a cold snort, his voice resonating like a bell. Matters within the manor lie with the master and the esteemed elders. You are merely a disruptive element. What do you intend to achieve? Upon hearing these words, Yan furrowed his brows sharply, his eyes flashing as if struck by lightning. And he rose abruptly. Suddenly, a beam of emerald light shot forth from between his brows, swiftly landing in his hand, transforming into a verdant sword, Yongqing. With a swift motion, he brandished the sword, its cold light radiating in all directions as Yan shouted, "Do you wish to test the sharpness of my treasured sword? My blade is no less formidable." However, Luo Jianghai remained undaunted, issuing a mighty roar as he summoned his own sword, shimmering like rippling waves. Its blade was a deep azure, glinting fiercely, aimed directly at Yan with an overwhelming aura. Witnessing this scene, Yan raised his head slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Ha ha ha, Luo Jianghai, you have quietly reached the late stage of the 3rd realm, even concealing your cultivation. Were you attempting to surprise me? Ha. But after his laughter, a fierce expression replaced his mirth. However, anyone who dares to oppose me today shall meet their demise. With that, Yan moved like lightning, rushing forward with Yongqing firmly in hand, an imposing force directed towards Luo Jianghai. Seeing this, Luo Jianghai's expression remained unchanged, resolutely meeting the challenge. In an instant, a thunderous clash erupted. The 2 swords collided fiercely in midair, the sharp sound of metal ringing throughout the space. The powerful shockwave generated by their collision roared like a tempest, whipping their garments into a frenzied dance, exuding a palpable aura of violence. The cacophony of continuous metallic clashes followed, accompanied by sparks akin to stars. The fury of their sword intents intertwined violently in the air, tearing at each other, unleashing sword energies like lightning streaking through the void, unmatched in ferocity. As they passed, deep gashes were carved into the walls of the Elders' Hall, dust billowing as debris flew in all directions. As the 2 engaged in a fierce battle, a sudden, resounding boom echoed. In an instant, they transformed into 2 streaks of green and blue light, bursting through the ceiling of the Elders' Hall like arrows released from a bow, their speed astonishing. Golden sunlight streamed through the gaping hole, illuminating the ruins ravaged by their sword energies and raising a cloud of choking dust. At that moment, the remaining four within the hall exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a silent understanding. Swiftly, they moved like phantoms, transforming into streaks of light, following closely after the two as they soared through the breach above. In the sky, 6 beams of light streaked across the horizon like meteors. They intertwined and collided, each contact sparking brilliant flashes, only to swiftly separate as if jolted by electricity, before entangling once more. This cycle continued, the intensity of the battle escalating as if threatening to tear the very sky apart. Meanwhile, below in the Sword Manor, the once bustling and lively streets had fallen eerily silent. The residents, in unison, paused their activities, gazing upward in confusion and shock. Indeed, as you said, all had unfolded as foretold. Amidst the throng, Luo Tuming raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yet, in an instant, that smile transformed into a visage of grotesque horror. He then slowly lowered his head, the once clenched fist gradually relaxing. With a mere thought, a flash of silver light flickered, and the silver sword materialized in his grasp. Without hesitation, Luo Tuming swung the silver blade with fervor. A dull thud echoed, and a head soared into the heavens, rolling endlessly through the air. From the severed neck, blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the ground and instantly forming a shocking pool of crimson. A woman standing before Luo Tuming had met her end in such a brutal manner. The head described an arc in the air before crashing down with a heavy thud, this horrific scene unfolding before the eyes of the onlookers. As if awakening from a dream, the crowd gasped in horror. Upon witnessing the rolling head, the long trail of blood, and the lifeless body in the pool of gore, screams pierced the air. Ah, a dead body! The cries of terror echoed, their faces contorted by fear. When their eyes fell upon the perpetrator, recognizing it was Luo Tuming, their pallor turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. "Young Master Luo, what have you done? Why must you kill without reason?" The crowd, filled with dread and disbelief, questioned him vehemently. With a chilling laugh, Luo Tuming slowly lifted his head. His visage, smeared with blood, appeared particularly fearsome as he spoke in a sinister tone. "Why kill? The reason is simple. I seek strength." No sooner had he finished speaking than he again wielded the sword, slicing through the air with a fierce arc. In an instant, 2 more heads fell, blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing such a sanguinary spectacle, the crowd could no longer suppress their terror, shrieking in panic and fleeing like birds and beasts. Their voices crying out, "Luo Tuming has gone mad. He is insane." Yet, Luo Tuming paid no heed to their fright and flight. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter, echoing hauntingly through the silent streets. For within his mind, the system incessantly chimed, "Congratulations, host, fear value 3. Congratulations, host, fear value 5. As the fear value surged, Luo Tuming's eyes glimmered with an intensified bloodlust. Brandishing the blood-soaked sword, he charged into a nearby home like a frenzied beast. A piercing scream erupted from within, only to be abruptly silenced. Moments later, Luo Tuming emerged from the house, his body drenched in blood, resembling a demon arisen from the depths of hell. The fear value soared once more, while the number of survivors dwindled. Blood dripped slowly from his sword, mingling with the snow on the street, creating a hauntingly beautiful tableau. Blood and snow intertwine, resembling a blooming flower of death, exuding a suffocating and alluring charm that captivates Luo Tuming. With each muffled thud, blood erupts like a fountain from severed necks, cascading onto the ground. Such a horrifying scene sends shivers down the spine. Yet, Luo Tuming remains indifferent. What follows is a one-sided massacre orchestrated by him. His figure flits like a specter through the abodes of the living, where neither former classmates nor defenseless women and children can escape his lethal grasp. They perish in terror and despair, reduced to mere cold numbers for him to exchange for power. As the slaughter continues, Luo Tuming's garments become increasingly drenched in crimson. The silver sword in his hand, too, is thoroughly soaked in blood, its original sheen entirely obscured, as if it too had lost its essence amidst this bloody carnage. Everything unfolds as Lin Ju had envisioned. Only in this manner can he achieve the nefarious scheme that dwells within his heart. Chapter 59, The Azure Dragon of Wind. The Rain Dragon of Kuan. Boom. Bang. The air was filled with shimmering lights as the fierce battle unfolded, the brilliance dazzling like the blazing sun, making it almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. Luo Jianghai and In Yin collided fiercely in midair. Each clash resembled the cataclysmic upheaval of mountains and earth, their overwhelming might striking deep into the hearts of onlookers. The intersection of their swords produced a continuous humming sound, akin to the deafening roar of thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Various exquisite sword techniques, sword forms, and sword strikes flowed seamlessly from their hands, mesmerizing spectators with a dazzling display. Although 6 beams of light intertwined in the sky, the entire firmament appeared to be divided by the azure and cerulean hues, each claiming its own dominion. Luo Jiahai, is this all the prowess you possess? If so, you shall become a soul beneath my sword. And Yan's thunderous shout reverberated through the skies, echoing like rolling thunder. With that, and Yan's thoughts raced, and in an instant, hundreds of auxiliary swords materialized, swirling around him like agile fish, their chilling glimmers flashing. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed a hand seal with his left hand, and a tempest howled forth. This gale resembled a ferocious beast, roaring as it engulfed the auxiliary swords, guiding their movements. The auxiliary swords rapidly converged, coalescing around Yan, gathering strength and form. Suddenly, a series of sharp metallic clashes erupted, reminiscent of rain pelting upon a bronze drum, each sound striking the ears. Amidst this relentless cacophony, the auxiliary swords astonishingly combined to form a colossal sword dragon. The sword dragon reared its head towards the heavens, emitting a roar that seemed capable of tearing the very sky asunder. Then, with a sharp crack, hundreds of auxiliary swords instantaneously shattered into countless fragments, resembling a splendid display of fireworks, bursting forth in dazzling brilliance as they refracted the sunlight, painting the entire horizon in vibrant hues. Beneath the swirling fragments, the true form of the sword dragon emerged. It was adorned in a jade-green hue, akin to an exquisite jade carving, translucent and radiating a gentle luster. Its eyes burned with a fiery crimson, resembling 2 blazing flames, exuding an air of unrelenting ferocity. Its mane and whiskers were as white as snow, reminiscent of the first flowers of winter, carrying a chilling aura. Luo Jiahai, embrace your demise. And Yan's roar echoed from the great maw of the azure dragon, a sound imbued with both oppression and ancient wisdom. In an instant, the massive form of the dragon surged forward, akin to a bolt of green lightning, sweeping through the sky with a howling gale that caused the clouds to churn violently. Each outstretched claw was as hard as iron, slicing through the air with a piercing crackle. The dragon's mouth gaped wide, its jagged teeth glimmering with a sinister cold light, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed intent on devouring Luo Jiahai whole. Yet, how could Luo Jiahai resign himself to such a fate? In a flash, his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle, and with a shift of thought, countless radiant sword lights suddenly surged forth beside him. These beams of light resembled meteors streaking across the sky, swiftly transforming into a pool of crystal-clear water, suspended around him. Suddenly, with a deft motion of his hand, Luo Jiahai invoked a spell. The pool of water seemed to be imbued with life, surging forth in an instant. The torrent rapidly converged, forming a colossal vortex around him. The vortex surged with wild ferocity, expanding and spinning ever faster, ultimately coalescing into a singular entity that enveloped his form. With a resounding roar, the vortex erupted, revealing a colossal Kuan soaring through the sky. Its body, a deep sea blue, shimmered with an ethereal glow, while its enormous eyes sparkled like brilliant gemstones. Its elongated, sharp jaws and massive dorsal fin created a formidable presence, and its wings, vast enough to obscure the sun, were truly awe-inspiring. As the Kuan moved, it exuded an unshakable might, steady as a mountain. In an instant, the 2 titanic beings collided with a thunderous crash, engaged in a fierce struggle high above. The immense power they unleashed was beyond mortal comprehension. They entwined, viciously biting and rolling in a tumultuous dance. Each clash sent tremors through the earth, echoing with the sound of cataclysmic upheaval. Gradually, the once clear and serene sky became shrouded in layers of ominous black clouds. Simultaneously, a tempest arose, and torrential rain poured down. The howling winds and the patter of heavy raindrops intertwined, composing a symphony of chaos. Wind and rain, typically inseparable companions, descended upon the earth to nourish all living things, bestowing vitality and vigor upon the world. Yet, in this moment, influenced by the ferocity of the 2 colossal beasts' battle, they morphed into bitter adversaries, mercilessly clashing with one another. As time progressed, the dark clouds thickened, pressing heavily against the horizon. The silhouettes of the dragon and the Kuan flickered in the shadows, almost indistinguishable in the obscurity. In the depths of that endless darkness, flashes of piercing green light and deep blue streaks occasionally pierced through. The resounding roars of the dragon and the thunderous cries of the Kuan echoed across the heavens for an extended period. No one could discern the details of this fierce confrontation, nor could they fathom the extent of its intensity. All that was visible were the rifts in the void, shattered by the residual force of their clash, resembling gaping wounds across the sky. Witnessing such a magnificent yet terrifying spectacle, the other 4 elders were equally struck with awe. They ceased their own skirmishes, hovering in midair, their gazes fixed upon this extraordinary duel. It was evident that this conflict was beyond their intervention. The beautiful woman wore a grave expression, her demeanor calm yet betraying a complexity of emotions. A hint of worry adorned her captivating visage. Song Nan gently stroked his beard. Responding in a detached tone, "You speak the truth. What benefit is there in our contest? The true determinants of fate lie with those two." With that, he cast his gaze toward the inky shroud, his eyes reflecting a blend of resignation and hope. The other 2 middle-aged elders nodded in agreement, endorsing Song Nan and the woman's insights. Meanwhile, within the confines of the inn residence, and Yu Qiao also felt a swell of shock and fear. Her enchanting features bore a worried expression, her lively eyes revealing her concern. And Yu Qiao was consumed with urgency, wishing fervently to soar into the fray and assist her aging father. However, she understood deep within her heart that with her current level of cultivation, rashly intervening would not only be of no benefit to her father, but could potentially exacerbate the situation. She bit her crimson lip, her exquisite visage slightly pale from anxiety. Her eyes widened, fixating intently on the black curtain, missing no flicker of light within. And Yu Qiao silently prayed, hoping for her father's safe return. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierced through the air, reaching in Yu Qiao's ears. The sound was all too familiar, tightening her heart in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly turned her head, and through the rain, Lin Ju's figure came into view. He was drenched in blood, his complexion as pale as paper, devoid of color. With his hair plastered to his head by the rain, presenting a truly disheveled appearance. Seeing this, Yu Qiao's heart ached as if it were being sliced. She could hardly fathom what calamity had befallen her sister to render her in such a state. Without further thought, she hurriedly dashed toward Lin Ju, calling out for the household servants. In the blink of an eye, she reached Lin Ju's side. Without hesitation, she enveloped him in her arms, feeling his frail body and the slight tremor of his breath. "Xiaoxi, what has happened to you? Who has inflicted such harm upon you?" Yu Qiao's voice was laden with urgency and concern. Lin Ju struggled to lift his head, gazing at Yu Qiao, his lips quivering slightly. It was Luo Tuming, cough cough. He seemed possessed, killing anyone he encountered at the sword manor. I. Before he could finish his words, Lin Ju was seized by a violent coughing fit, spewing a mouthful of blood that splattered onto Yu Qiao's dress. Witnessing this, her panic intensified. She tightened her embrace around Lin Ju and immediately turned to rush indoors, her voice a continuous stream of reassurance. "Xiaoxi, hold on. Sister will tend to your wounds." Lin Ju fell silent, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly losing consciousness. His feeble state, resembling a dying swan, would evoke pity in anyone who beheld him. Yet, within Lin Ju's heart, a cold smile emerged. "Sister, you truly are a good sister." Chapter 60, Yu Qiao. I do not wish to kill you in the serene confines of Lin Ju's chamber. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Ju lay quietly upon the bed, his eyes closed. His complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath faint, as if the flame of life was on the verge of extinguishing. And Yu Qiao sat at the bedside. Hastily channeling the energy within her, she slowly raised her arms, intertwining her hands before her chest to form a mystical seal. With each movement, tendrils of azure-green energy emanated from her body like ethereal mist, swirling around her. Then, with deft gestures, Yu Qiao extended her right hand, her slender fingers reaching forth as the azure-green energy coalesced at her fingertips, transforming into a gentle radiance that merged with Lin Ju's forehead. Under the nurturing influence of Yu Qiao's energy, Lin Ju's pallid visage began to transform, gradually regaining a hint of color. Witnessing this, Yu Qiao felt a measure of her anxiety dissipate, a smile of relief gracing her face. However, in the next instant, Lin Ju, who appeared to remain in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of malevolence gleaming within. Before Yu Qiao could react, his right hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, gripping her delicate hand with a vice-like hold. The abrupt turn of events caused Yu Qiao's expression to change dramatically, a fleeting look of terror crossing her face. Yet, soon after, joy returned to her features as she realized her sister had awakened. "Xiaoxi, you're awake," Yu Qiao exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Yet Lin Ju merely smiled faintly, a shadow of inscrutable mischief lurking in his gaze. His voice, low and resonant, seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss. Yes, sister, I have awakened, but now it is your turn to slumber. As his words fell, Lin Ju's left hand danced like a phantom, tapping rhythmically upon his chest. With a resounding thud, a colossal blood-red formation erupted between them, resembling a resplendent crimson lotus in full bloom, enveloping them instantly. What unfolded next was astonishing. In Yu Qiao's azure-green energy appeared to be drawn forth by an overwhelmingly powerful force, surging from her body in relentless torrents. This energy, like a raging tide, flowed through the clasp of their hands, eagerly consumed by Lin Ju. Fear surged within Yu Qiao like a tidal wave. She longed to break free, to escape. Yet, at that moment, her body betrayed her, unresponsive to her will, rendering her thoughts powerless. Xiaoxi, please let go, sister. It hurts. And Yu Qiao's voice was filled with anguish, but Lin Ju remained indifferent, tightening his grip further. Meanwhile, his incantation shifted once more, causing the blood-red formation to whirl with alarming speed, emitting an eerie crimson glow. And Yu Qiao's cultivation plummeted at an astonishing rate, her once lustrous black hair gradually turning to frost under the onslaught of this terrifying power. This bizarre blood-red formation, known as the heart-devouring ritual, was sinister in nature, for it required the sacrifice of a blood relative to enhance the practitioner's strength. Lin Ju has now taken possession of Yuexi's body, and to him, the most suitable sacrificial offering is naturally in Yu Qiao. However, to execute such a malevolent formation, it is imperative to implant it within one's own heart. Furthermore, once planted, the lifeblood of the caster will be rapidly consumed. If a flesh and blood relative is not sacrificed within a quarter of an hour, the caster will face immediate death, their soul scattered, doomed to eternal damnation. This is undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. As time ebbs away, Lin Ju's cultivation ascends steadily, while Yu Qiao has grown frail, her life flickering like a candle in the wind, perilously close to extinguishing, her speech becoming exceedingly labored. At last, Lin Ju's grip loosens, and Yu Qiao, deprived of support, collapses heavily to the ground, causing the blood-bonded heart formation to dissipate. Yu Qiao's face turns pale, her eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. Her vision blurred as she gazes at Lin Ju on the bed, her lips trembling as she utters weakly, Xiaoxi. Upon hearing her, Lin Ju rises from the bed and approaches Yu Qiao, kneeling beside her, gently taking her right hand and placing it against his cheek. His gaze is icy, his demeanor even colder, devoid of words, merely observing in silence. However, in the next moment, Yu Qiao's head droops weakly, and her world plunges into an abyss of darkness. A sister who cherished her younger sibling dearly departs from this realm. Slowly closing his eyes, Lin Ju feels the warmth of Yu Qiao's body gradually fading. Originally, in Lin Ju's scheme, he had no intention of harming Yu Qiao. To be precise, he did not wish to strike her down so soon. Yet, fate is capricious. Jian Chongkong has been wounded by Qing Ge, presenting Yin with a fortuitous opportunity for Lin Ju. If he desires strength and wishes to break free from this place, he must seize this fleeting moment. After a brief silence, Lin Ju rises resolutely, shedding his outermost garments and casting them into the air. He then conjures forth the white jua, gripping it tightly in his hand, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, before turning away without a backward glance. As his figure recedes into the distance, his garments flutter, draping over Yu Qiao's lonely, cold body. Meanwhile, the sounds of rain and wind outside gradually diminish, heralding the imminent conclusion of the battle above. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly erupts across the sky. The colossal entities of the dragon and the Kuan collide once more. At this moment, the dragon appears severely maimed, its scales shedding like withered leaves, cascading through the air. The once magnificent horns now bear a fracture, losing their former imposing grandeur. The Kuan's condition is equally dire. Its body is marred with countless claw and bite marks, resembling a tattered net. Its wings are rent asunder, akin to a weathered sail ravaged by a merciless storm, teetering precariously in the wind. Following this fierce collision, both creatures plummet uncontrollably from the heights, akin to kites severed from their strings. The azure dragon descended like an unbridled, colossal azure pillar, sweeping through the air with an overwhelming force, its passage cleaving the atmosphere and producing a piercing sound akin to a sharpened blade. Meanwhile, Zhan Kuan resembled a crumbling, cerulean mountain, its massive form tumbling through the air, hurtling directly towards the ground with relentless speed. Boom, boom. The azure dragon struck the earth first, crashing heavily onto the rooftops of the Sword Manor's pavilions. Under the immense force of this cataclysmic impact, structures that seemed as fragile as paper crumbled with a resounding crash. Bricks and splinters flew through the air like cannonballs. The surrounding buildings trembled violently, and some dilapidated structures, unable to withstand the onslaught, collapsed with a thunderous roar. Almost simultaneously, Jean Kuan plummeted into a nearby residential area. With a deafening explosion, countless homes were reduced to rubble in an instant. The once orderly streets were transformed into a scene of utter devastation, marred by chaos and destruction. The fall of these two titanic beasts was akin to the detonation of two formidable bombs, resulting in the destruction of nearly 1/9 of the Sword Manor's territory. Chapter 61. The True Purpose, Part 1. The rain has ceased, the wind has dispersed. The dark clouds appear to be torn apart by invisible titans, and the sunlight cascades down like a bird that has escaped its cage, illuminating the Sword Manor. Amidst the crumbling walls and debris, dust lingers in the air. A sudden fit of violent coughing erupted, and with it, the enormous form of the Azure Dragon gradually transformed into countless emerald specks, scattering like brilliant fireworks. Following this, the figure of An Yin slowly emerged. His garments were tattered and ragged, resembling fallen leaves drifting in an autumn breeze, while his disheveled white hair resembled a tangle of wild grass. Blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yet, despite his disheveled state, a fierce and indomitable spirit shone in his eyes. Struggling to move, An Yin's figure swayed unsteadily. He endured the excruciating pain coursing through his body, step by agonizing step, making his way towards Luo Jiahai amidst the ruins. With each step he took, a crunching sound echoed beneath his feet, a testament to the stones he crushed, resonating starkly in the oppressive silence. Clenching his teeth, he forced out the words, "Luo Jiahai, I fail to comprehend why you all lean towards Jian Changkong. What do I lack compared to him? He is nothing but a hypocritical charlatan." An Yin's voice was hoarse and deep, brimming with anger and resentment. As his words faded, the figure of Jean Kuan also dissipated into a blue shimmer, revealing the gravely wounded Luo Jianghai. Clutching his chest, Luo Jianghai staggered forward, step by painstaking step. "Because he is my senior brother, the legacy of the Sword Manor must not fall into the hands of outsiders." His voice, though weak, carried an unwavering conviction. "Outsiders? Ah, outsiders?" At these words, An Yin sneered contemptuously, his laughter laced with derision. Just as the two faced off, the four elders, including Tsang Nan, swiftly returned to their respective factions, both sides readying themselves for confrontation once more. However, in the next heartbeat, a commanding voice resonated through the air. "Cease at once." Simultaneously, a brilliant blue light streaked across the sky like a swift bolt of lightning. The sword of breaking the void surged forth like a shooting star, abruptly shifting midair and transforming into Jian Changkong. With an athletic grace, he descended slowly, standing tall amidst the gathering. Night language, like a shadow, followed closely behind. Jian Changkong, hands clasped behind his back, stood resolute against the biting cold wind that tousled his hair, yet it did nothing to diminish his authority and presence. The four elders, witnessing this spectacle, changed their expressions instantly, hurriedly bowing in respect, and spoke in unison. "We pay our respects to the Manor Master." There's no need for such formalities. Jian Changkong's countenance was as stoic as water, his brief and calm words resonating with an aura of supreme authority. He slowly surveyed the surroundings, and wherever his gaze fell, it revealed scenes of devastation and ruin. With a slight furrow of his brow, there was no trace of sympathy in his eyes, and he remained silent. Immediately, his gaze fell upon An Yin, revealing a hint of regret in his eyes as he slowly spoke. "Elder An Yin, I find it difficult to comprehend your unwavering obsession with the position of the Zhuang Master. I have already bestowed upon you the title of Grand Elder. Is that not sufficient to satisfy your desires?" Upon hearing these words, An Yin erupted into a maniacal laugh, the sound echoing eerily across the desolate expanse. After a fit of laughter, he gradually shook his head, a sinister expression creeping onto his face as he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. "Not enough. Of course not enough. Between us lies an irreconcilable enmity born of kinslaying. What I seek is solely your life." This proclamation struck the air like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. Kinslaying? Such a grievous accusation. What could have transpired between Jian Changkong and An Yin to forge such a deep-seated animosity? Faces turned toward one another, confusion swirling in their eyes as they exchanged quizzical glances. Even Jian Changkong himself was momentarily taken aback by this sudden accusation, rendered bewildered and at a loss. However, just as he grappled with the shock, An Yin let out a cold, mocking laugh. "I offer you a warning." An Yin's voice was piercingly frigid. "Over 20 years ago, by the cliffs of Yuyun, beside the azure waters and trees. Before he could finish, Jian Changkong's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a powerful blow, causing him to involuntarily stagger back 2 steps, his imposing demeanor evaporating. How could you possibly know of this? Jian Changkong's voice quivered, betraying his undeniable astonishment and disarray. What is your connection to her? At that moment, a frantic cry for help pierced through the tense atmosphere like an arrow. Zhuang Master, esteemed lords, help. The voice was laden with terror and despair, followed by a cacophony of hurried, disordered footsteps drawing closer. Song Nan's heart tightened instinctively, compelling him to turn and investigate. But just as he moved, another wave of panicked cries arose, echoing the first. The crowd surged like a tumultuous tide, converging upon Jian Zhuang from all directions. Their faces were streaked with tears, eyes filled with fear, and their mouths erupted with screams, resulting in utter chaos. Witnessing this, Song Nin dashed forward like a flash of lightning, swiftly intercepting the panicked throng, and shouted, "What is happening? Why such alarm? Luo Tuming is killing people everywhere." A middle-aged man cried out in terror. "He kills anyone he sees. Drenched in blood, he's gone mad." A chorus of voices erupted, each recounting tales of Luo Tuming's rampage. Song Nan listened, his mind awash with confusion. Luo Jianghai had also heard, yet his severely injured state rendered him powerless, even to move a muscle. Meanwhile, Jian Changkong's thoughts were entirely consumed by Yin, his focus unwavering amidst the chaos surrounding them. And Yin continued to speak, each word cutting like a blade. "Jian Changkong, let me tell you, Ruolin. Her full name isn't Ruolin, and she is my beloved sister." This proclamation struck Jian Changkong like a thunderclap, echoing in his ears. Yet, Yin offered Jian no opportunity to respond, continuing with relentless fervor. "My sister, by nature pure and kind-hearted, upon seeing a wounded soul from the demonic path lying abandoned, felt a surge of compassion and reached out to assist. Yet, for this single act of kindness, she was branded by you and the Jian Manor as one of the demonic sect." And Yin's voice crescendoed, filled with indignation and resentment. "As your beloved, in her moment of greatest need, what did you do? You drew your sword against her, inflicting grievous harm." At this juncture, and Yan's emotions surged, bordering on madness. "Ha! My sister is truly foolish to have fallen for a heartless wretch like you. You prattle on about righteousness, yet is this the essence of your righteous path? Unable to discern between black and white, you hastily judge who is virtuous and who is wicked based solely on your narrow perspective. However," and Yan's subsequent words were even more explosive, "I shall reveal to you further. My sister bore you a daughter. On the very day she returned seeking you, she entrusted this child to me." This statement struck Jian Changkong's heart like a hammer. Disbelief etched across his face as he trembled violently. What did you say? My daughter?" His voice quivered, hands gripping in Yan's shoulders with such force it seemed he might crush her bones. "Is it in Yueshi?" "No. I witnessed her birth. Could it be in Yuqiao?" A vision of in Yuqiu flashed through Jian's mind, and though a suspicion began to form, he dared not fully embrace it. "Is it true? Is it true?" Jian Changkong's tone grew increasingly urgent, his hands shaking in Yan's body as if to extract the confirmation he desperately sought. Yet, in Yan's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a fist, fueled by rage, striking Jian Changkong squarely in the face. The thud echoed as Jian was sent sprawling to the ground, akin to a kite severed from its string. "You dare utter her name?" And Yin bellowed, his chest heaving with fury, eyes fixed intensely upon the fallen Jian Changkong. Chapter 62, The True Purpose, Part 2. Jian Changkong was caught off guard by a sudden punch, leaving him dizzy and disoriented, as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. For a moment, he felt utterly bewildered. Seeing his condition, Yin stepped forward briskly, his eyes wide with fury. Continuing to berate him, "Did you not inquire of me why you covet the position of the master of this estate? The reason is simple. You are utterly unworthy. You, who care not for right or wrong, who ruthlessly murdered your own wife and show indifference to the fate of your own daughter. What right do you have to claim this title? Your actions are no different from those of the demonic path. By what right do you presume?" I. Jian Changkong's voice trembled, his hands pressed tightly against his head, his expression spiraling into madness. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice pierced through the clamor like an arrow, unexpectedly rising above the crowd. "So this master is such a person." The shout resonated like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up ripples of murmurs among the crowd. Jian Changkong felt a slight tremor at the sound, slowly lifting his gaze, eyes wide and frantic as he scanned the surroundings. It was only now that he realized, unbeknownst to him, he and Yin had been encircled by a throng of people, all residents of the Jian Manor. Earlier, they had fled in panic to escape the frenzied slaughter of Luo Tuming. However, now, with 4 elders such as Tsang Nan standing guard beside them, their hearts felt a semblance of security. Their attention and gazes naturally gravitated towards Jian Changkong and Yin, who stood at the center of the crowd. As the veil of pretense was ruthlessly torn away, Jian Changkong's heart was instantaneously engulfed by fear and despair. His eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked around at the gathering crowd. A tide of doubt and scorn surged around him, with some openly denouncing him as a monster. These venomous words struck him like cold, sharp blades, mercilessly piercing his resolve, threatening to topple it. Each slander felt like a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding at his soul, causing him immense anguish, on the brink of collapse. Yet, this was precisely the outcome Yin had anticipated, his true purpose. Yin, a man of profound thought and cunning strategy, refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Jian Changkong in his moment of vulnerability, wounded and with his life sword compromised. Instead, he sought out Luo Jianghai to prepare for an elder meeting, the reasons for which were now laid bare. Long before their return to this place, Lin Ju had confided in him, revealing her intention to incite Luo Tuming to stir panic within Jian Manor today. Being her father, how could he doubt her words? In times of fear, individuals instinctively seek to find strength to protect themselves. Just as a student on Earth, when faced with violence, rushes to find a teacher, or if their money is stolen, they immediately seek help from the police. This principle is universally applicable across all realms. The weak cling to the strong. Setting the battlefield high above the skies was indeed a deliberate choice by Yin. In this manner, the people of the Zhuang could clearly witness the whereabouts of the guardian they usually relied upon. Once all had gathered in one place, he intended to let Jian Changkong personally experience the taste of being perceived as a demon by the masses. He aimed to reveal to everyone in the Jian Zhuang the true nature of Jian Changkong. He wanted him to endure the anguish that his sister had suffered in her lifetime. Observing Jian Changkong's frenzied demeanor, Yin couldn't help but tilt his head back and laugh heartily, his laughter laced with mockery and delight. Ha ha ha. Sister, can you see? The ruthless one who ended your life now faces a fate as miserable as yours. Jian Changkong, meanwhile, seemed to have lost all reason, repeatedly muttering, I am not a demon, I am not a demon, as if such utterances could validate his innocence. Yin slowly lowered his head, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. However, in an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment, his face marked by disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon Jian Changkong. He beheld tendrils of crimson, demonic energy, swirling like wisps of smoke, continuously emanating from Jian Changkong's being. I am not a demon. I am not a demon. I am not a demon. Jian Changkong's voice crescendoed, ultimately erupting into a furious roar. With this exclamation, the suppressed demonic energy within him surged forth like a torrential flood, violently erupting. In a rush, the overwhelming demonic energy formed a blood-red whirlwind, spiraling outwards from Jian Changkong. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were struck with fear, their faces paling as they hastily retreated, Yin included. Jian Changkong had always prided himself on his righteous path, never having dabbled in demonic practices. Yet now, this overwhelming demonic aura left Yin furrowing his brow in confusion, clearly bewildered by the bizarre situation unfolding before him. Suddenly, a series of crisp and resounding claps broke the tense atmosphere, reverberating like thunder. The crowd turned to see Yu slowly emerging from behind Jian Changkong. Yu Yin's expression was one of shock, his disbelief palpable as he beheld Yu. But Yu merely chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha. Yu? He perished long ago beneath Qing Ji's blade, and I am known as Shui Yangzi. What? Yu is dead? Recalling that fateful duel, it was clear that Yu had emerged victorious. How could this be? The truth, however, was different. In that encounter, the two had exchanged but a few blows before Yu fell to a strike from Qing Ge, who was then still Zhao Chen. Afterwards, Qing Ge cleverly infused the lingering soul of his friend Shui Yangzi into Yu's body, and then pretended to be deceased himself. Jian Changkong was the perfect vessel that Qing Ge had meticulously selected after years of lurking within the Jian Zhuang. Why did Qing Ge wish to duel with Jian Changkong? And why did he only shatter his lifebound sword rather than take his life directly? This was the true reason. It was all to allow Shui Yangzi, residing within Yu, to remain close to Jian Changkong, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Everything was a calculated scheme. The members of Bai Jian Tang had forged swords for him, while the Lord of Jianzhuang had unwittingly become the target for possession. Qing Ge, as recorded in the annals, is indeed a person of remarkable talent, unparalleled beauty, profound cultivation, and extraordinary wisdom. As the words fell, Yi Yu's body seemed to suddenly lose its support, swaying violently before transforming into a surging torrent of crimson, swiftly penetrating the 7 orifices of Jian Chongkong. Jian Chongkong felt a searing flood surge into his body like a tidal wave, instantly drowning all his senses. His body trembled uncontrollably, and a mournful wail escaped his throat. He desperately sought to resist the encroachment of this torrent, but alas, his mind had been disturbed, rendering him incapable of gathering strength. The flood rampaged within him, seizing his meridians, organs, and soul. In the next moment, Jian Chongkong's body began to levitate slowly, enveloped in a thick, almost tangible aura of blood magic. It writhed and surged, nearly suffocating him. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, reminiscent of a balloon being pierced by a sharp blade. The blood magic erupted violently, and from the swirling crimson mist, a figure gradually emerged. This figure was no longer Jian Chongkong, but rather Shui Yongzi. Clad in a flowing crimson robe that billowed with the wind, his hair was a striking blend of white and red, and his eyes shone a deep crimson, accentuated by vivid blood-colored shadowing, granting him an appearance both alluring and sinister. The aura he exuded had already reached the 5th realm. Shui Yongzi flexed his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, then shrugged, seemingly satisfied with his newfound form. He chuckled softly, remarking that this newly acquired body was quite suitable, acknowledging Jian's discerning eye. Upon finishing his words, Shui Yongzi lowered his gaze, surveying the crowd below with indifference and disdain. His voice, deep and chilling, seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. Today, I have been reborn, and there are pressing matters that require my attention, thus I cannot linger here. Therefore, I shall spare your lives for now, take heed. As his voice faded, Shui Yangzi's eyes flickered slightly, and he transformed into a swarm of dense blood bats. These bats flapped their wings and soared into the sky, leaving behind a crowd of awestruck onlookers. Amidst this tumult, the one most delighted was undoubtedly Yin. Although Shui Yongzi's sudden appearance caught him off guard, it was undeniable that Jian Chongkong had completely vanished, and he himself had naturally become the true strongest and supreme ruler within the Jian manor. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, carrying a chilling essence, swiftly passing overhead. Following closely, a muffled thud resounded as a bone sword pierced straight through Yan's heart. In an instant, blood sprayed, staining the ground crimson. As the crowd stood in shock, a sinister voice unexpectedly emerged from the back of the throng, though some factors were unforeseen. The overall development of events has aligned entirely with my expectations. Chapter 63. I am at the pinnacle of the triple realm, and Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, filled with shock as he slowly lowered his head to gaze at the sword that had pierced through his heart. This sword he recognized all too well. It was his sister's Baizhua. He gradually turned his head, and the crowd behind him seemed to be compelled by an invisible force, parting to create a path for him. With a look of astonishment, he watched as Lin Ju approached him step by step. Lin Ju's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze shimmering with a chilling light, akin to 2 sharp blades that instilled fear. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ju slowly extended his hand, loosening the hair tie atop his head. In an instant, a cascade of silky hair fell like a waterfall, cascading down to his waist. A few strands casually obscured his face, adding an air of mystery and gloom. Though this body belonged to Yin Yueshi at this moment, both his demeanor and actions radiated Lin Ju's essence. The first to keenly perceive this was Tsang Nan. He was momentarily taken aback, his lips parting slightly, ready to call out Lin Ju's name, only to abruptly realize something, forcing the words back down. For, at this moment, this person, in appearance and voice, without a doubt, was Yin Yueshi. Shao Shi, how? And Yin struggled to squeeze out a few broken words from his throat, his breath weak, as if he might vanish at any moment. Lin Ju let out a cold laugh. Oh, Shao Shi? You truly care for my daughter. If that is the case, I shall send you to meet her. Perhaps you may even encounter Yin Yuqiao. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ju's thoughts shifted. Suddenly, the Baizhua sword erupted with blinding white light, dazzling to behold. Following that, a white skull materialized from the brilliant glow, its massive jaw gaping wide, resembling a deep, endless abyss. In one swift motion, it devoured Yin whole. A cacophony of bone-crunching sounds filled the air, sending shivers down spines as Yan's body was mercilessly torn apart, shredded into pieces. The scene utterly gruesome. Finally, with a dull thud, the skull expelled the remnants of Yan's flesh and blood, which splattered onto the ground, instantly creating a horrific spectacle. The ground was strewn with mangled flesh, organs, and blood, exuding a nauseating stench. The onlooking mortals had never witnessed such a bloody and terrifying scene. They were left dumbfounded, their faces pale as paper. Many instinctively covered their mouths and noses, while some could not bear it any longer, bending over to vomit. This sight was far too shocking and brutal, surpassing their wildest imaginations, filling their hearts with dread and astonishment. Yet, in the face of this bloody horror, Lin Ju remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. He merely flicked his finger, and the skull obediently transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to the Baizhua sword. With a clear ringing sound, the Baizhua sword, like a shooting star, returned to his hand, gently caressing the blade. Lin Ju's eyes glimmered with a hint of satisfaction as he murmured softly, "The bones of a late-stage triple cultivator have indeed not disappointed me. They shall aid you in successfully advancing to the third tier." At that moment, a terrified exclamation erupted from the crowd, "And Yueshi, she has actually killed her own father." Following this, a tide of accusations surged forth. "And Yueshi, your heinous act of patricide is simply madness. Are you even human? Have you lost your mind?" In an instant, the cacophony of blame and vitriol intertwined, echoing relentlessly in the air. In the eyes of society, the act of killing one's father is a profound moral degradation, an extreme distortion of humanity that incites outrage. Upon hearing these words, Lin Ju's gaze became as cold as frost, sharp as a blade, sweeping over each person present like a hawk surveying its prey. A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a mocking smile. "Indeed, you speak truly. Not only have I slain my father, but even my elder sister has not been spared." As his words fell, he erupted into a fit of wild laughter. A sickly expression etched upon his face. The crowd was taken aback by this sudden outburst, their hearts trembling as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified under the weight of oppression. The remaining four elders and Luo Jiahai instinctively gathered closer together, their brows furrowed tightly, their eyes piercing as they fixed their gaze upon Lin Ju, their faces betraying their heightened vigilance. What was happening? The beautiful woman wore an expression of shock and disbelief as she gazed at the young woman before her. In her memory, the sunny and optimistic Yueshi could never have transformed into this. "I am also quite perplexed. He reminds me of a former student of mine," Song Nan spoke slowly, his expression grave and contemplative. "Who?" the beautiful woman inquired urgently. "Lin Ju, but he is already dead," Song Nan replied, his words laced with a thread of doubt and confusion. If Elder Tsong's words hold truth, it is highly likely he has employed the art of possession. Luo Jianghai's voice suddenly rang out, his tone resolute. 5 years ago, under unknown circumstances, Lin Ju successfully possessed an Yueshi, or perhaps he was a chaotic evil spirit in a tumultuous world. Upon finishing his laughter, Lin Ju slightly tilted his head, adopting a haughty demeanor as he looked down upon the assembled crowd, as if gazing at a swarm of ants. "Today, none shall leave alive." His voice was chilling, reminiscent of a merciless decree from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. However, one of the middle-aged elders among the five did not take Lin Ju's harsh words to heart. A sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, filled with disdain. "Little girl, I care not who controls your body now. Slaying Eldarin is a capital offense, and there shall be no mercy." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the middle-aged elder moved like a wraith, swift as the wind, charging directly at Lin Ju. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light, akin to falling stars, aimed straight for Lin Ju's throat. The force of this strike was formidable, like a thunderclap, imbued with overwhelming power. However, Lin Ju did not even cast a glance in his direction. With a gentle sweep of his hand, the white jade blade unleashed a powerful surge of sword energy, akin to an unstoppable tide crashing forth. In a mere instant, with a resounding crack, the middle-aged elder was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing directly into the crowd. The residual force of the bone-claw sword energy unleashed a tempest of devastation, sweeping through the area. The residents of the Sword Manor stood utterly defenseless against this terrifying power, suffering catastrophic losses in an instant, their fates sealed in tragedy. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the fallen, their screams echoing relentlessly. Some were torn asunder by the sword energy, while others were cleaved in two, their dismembered limbs scattering like wilted petals in the air, blood erupting like a gushing fountain, staining the scene a deep crimson. What was already a bloody tableau now became a sight of unspeakable horror, the cacophony of screams and wails intertwining, reminiscent of lamentations from the depths of hell. Countless heads rolled across the ground, blood flowing in dark crimson streams, the earth soaked in a sinister hue, littered with severed limbs, dismembered bodies, and shattered remnants of life. Upon witnessing this, Luo Zhanghai and others swiftly moved forward, positioning themselves in front of the crowd while assisting the fallen elder. The group promptly summoned their own swords, their blades glinting with a chilling light, ready to confront Linju. Linju, however, remained calm. A flash of white light shimmering as he pointed his sword at the five before him. A faint smile gracing his lips. I am at the peak of the third realm. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Having absorbed in Yuqiao, Linju's cultivation had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of the third realm, solidifying his status as the strongest within the sword manor. At that moment, a cold wind swept through, causing the garments of all present to flutter ominously, as if stirring the anxious hearts of each individual. It heralded the imminent onset of battle. The stage set for an unfolding conflict. Chapter 64. The power of the five elements. Luo Zhanghai and his companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon, their fierce assault commenced in unison. Although there had been previous disagreements among the five regarding their formation at this moment, their intentions aligned with a singular objective: to vanquish Linju. 5 streaks of light flashed through the air like lightning. The long swords in their hands whistled and danced, the sound of their blades ringing clearly, reminiscent of the majestic cries of dragons and phoenixes, echoing throughout the surroundings. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Linju remained composed and unperturbed. A scornful smile curved upon his lips as he calmly declared, "Come forth." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the white sword in his hand erupted with brilliant radiance, soaring into the sky like a white dragon, exuding an imposing aura as it surged towards the 5 streaks of light. Among the 5, the foremost was Tsongnan, with the He Song sword in his grasp. He commanded its ethereal blue brilliance, and as his thoughts flowed, hundreds of sword lights burst forth like resplendent fireworks, encircling him and shimmering magnificently. Then, Tsongnan gripped the hilt tightly, forcefully plunging the sword into the ground while shouting, "The wood of the 5 elements, extend and retract." A sharp sound echoed as the hundreds of sword lights ignited like gunpowder, dispersing in a thunderous eruption, transforming into countless fine droplets that merged with the earth. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an immense force surged from beneath. Almost immediately, a series of muffled thuds resonated, and numerous green vines erupted from the soil like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, sending debris flying in all directions. These green vines, akin to colossal serpents, lunged towards Linju with astonishing speed, ensnaring him tightly in an instant, rendering his limbs immobile. Before Linju could react, a dull thud resounded above him, the sound of a formation taking shape. Raising his gaze slightly, he realized that, at some point, Luo Zhanghai had positioned himself above him, standing upon an ice-blue sword array that shimmered with a chilling light. Luo Zhanghai began to chant softly, "The water of the 5 elements conceal." As his words fell, he pressed the shimmering sword downward, making contact with the ice-blue array. Instantly, a continuous whistling filled the air, as countless ice swords cascaded down from the array like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the ice swords struck Linju, they shattered explosively, scattering ice shards, fragments, and mist into a myriad of forms that intertwined in the air, creating a scene of chilling desolation. In an instant, Linju, along with the tightly entwined green vines, was thoroughly encased in an unending encasement of frost. However, the assault was far from over. At the precise moment he was entombed in ice, the elder who had previously been repelled suddenly gathered his strength, stomping forcefully upon the ground, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. With a swift motion, he hurled the Pan Yao sword, a streak of piercing lightning, with all his might. As the moment unfolded, his eyes suddenly sharpened, gleaming with intensity. With swift movements, he formed intricate seals with his hands and proclaimed loudly, "Earth of the 5 elements." No sooner had the words left his lips than a multitude of auxiliary swords, reminiscent of a peacock fanning its tail, erupted behind him. In an instant, they shot forth like meteors racing towards the moon, tracing radiant arcs across the sky with piercing sounds of slicing air, swiftly merging into the Pan Yao sword. Suddenly, the Pan Yao sword emanated a brown glow. Observing this, the middle-aged elder swiftly altered his hand seals once more. Instantly, the ground began to tremble violently. Countless stones amidst the ruins seemed to respond to an unseen call, rising into the air like a torrential downpour, rushing towards the Pan Yao sword from all directions. The sounds of collision echoed continuously, a relentless symphony of impacts. Yet, Within the blink of an eye, the Pan Yao sword was enveloped by a multitude of stones, forming a colossal meteorite, its size akin to a towering mountain, casting a vast shadow over the ground. This meteorite, imbued with tremendous force, plummeted towards Linju with ferocity. At this critical juncture, a beautiful woman on the ground sprang into action, her movements akin to a graceful celestial dancer, her figure light and enchanting. The auxiliary swords surrounding her seemed to come alive, soaring up and down in rhythm with her dance, their blades shimmering like fleeting dreams. With a deft motion, she pointed her sword upwards, raising her delicate wrist, her crimson lips parting as she softly intoned, "Fire of the five elements." As her words faded, the auxiliary swords shot forth like arrows released from their bowstrings, aligning perfectly upon the massive meteorite. Fire and earth, blazing rocks. Both the middle-aged elder and the beautiful woman shouted these four words in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens. In the next moment, a sound akin to a roaring fire dragon erupted, and the meteorite ignited instantly, engulfed in fierce flames that surged like a raging tide. A colossal volcano, ablaze with ferocity, descended from the sky with a cataclysmic presence, with a thunderous roar that seemed to rend the very fabric of the heavens and earth. This furious volcano crashed down upon Linju's location. The terrifying shockwave felt as though it would tear apart the very essence of existence, causing the world to tremble violently. The blast generated a powerful wave of energy, sweeping outward with the force of a tempest, indiscriminately ravaging all in its path. The dark clouds above were abruptly torn away as if by an invisible giant, dissipating entirely without a trace. The stones on the ground, under the relentless assault of the winds, shattered into fine dust, scattering like lethal projectiles. Sturdy trees, powerless against this overwhelming force, were uprooted and lay sprawled upon the earth. The residents behind, caught in the maelstrom of energy, were tossed about like fragile leaves, helplessly swaying to and fro. Some were even lifted high into the air by the ferocious winds. Yet, in this breathtaking moment, the final strike approached like a thunderclap. Metal of the five elements. Silence and reform. The remaining elder suddenly bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating across the smoke-filled battlefield. With hands clasped together and murmurs escaping his lips, he bore a solemn and grave demeanor. His fateful sword, along with numerous auxiliary blades, rapidly coalesced in his palm, forming a resplendent golden orb. With a vigorous push, the orb shot forth like a meteor racing towards the moon, hurtling towards Linju's position. During its flight, the orb absorbed the golden spiritual energy from the auxiliary swords, its volume swelling and its might becoming increasingly formidable. In the next instant, a brilliant explosion of golden light erupted, akin to a blazing sun suddenly blooming, blinding to the eyes and seemingly engulfing the entire world in this dazzling radiance. Linju found himself entirely enveloped by the golden orb, immersed in a golden sea that seemed to descend from the heavens, receiving the judgment of the golden spiritual power. Time appeared to stand still at that moment. The battlefield enveloped in a suffocating silence. Only the resplendent golden light continued to burn fiercely. After a considerable duration, it gradually diminished, slowly dissipating. Observing this, the two figures above descended gracefully, akin to delicate feathers, reuniting with the three below. The expressions of the five varied. Some appeared relatively relaxed, while others bore a grave countenance. Those with a semblance of ease inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, for they understood that the elemental forces of the five elements constituted the very foundation of the world. There contained power fierce beyond imagination. In their minds, Linju faced such overwhelming strength, with no hope of survival. Conversely, those with solemn expressions furrowed their brows, seemingly harboring myriad concerns. They appeared to harbor doubts regarding the recent battle, as the progression had been unnaturally smooth, creating a sense of unease. Nonetheless, whether one felt at ease or grave, each perspective held its own validity. Just then, a sudden cold laugh pierced the air. Chapter 65. Liberation. As the blinding golden light gradually dissipated, Linju stood firmly in place, seemingly untouched by the tremendous impact, unwavering and resolute. The five individuals present could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Behind them, the residents of the Sword Villa were equally astonished, their mouths agape in shock. The power of the five elemental forces was indeed overwhelming and formidable. One would expect that even those at the third tier, let alone the slightly weaker fourth tier, would be severely injured. Yet, at this moment, Linju appeared almost unscathed amidst such a terrifying onslaught. Ah, but wait. There were indeed traces of harm. Linju's attire was utterly tattered, resembling mere rags. Her long, Graceful legs were fully exposed, and the fabric covering her upper body was mostly in ruins, leaving only a small strip to precariously shield her chest, hinting at her voluptuous form. Fortunately, several white strips of cloth were tightly wrapped around her, safeguarding her vital areas. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, and her hair was dusted with dirt. Nevertheless, her countenance remained composed, her gaze as frigid as frost. What? She is still alive. The 5 elders, having unleashed such a ferocious strike, had only managed to shred her clothing? How could this be? A chorus of astonished murmurs erupted like a tidal wave among the residents of the Sword Villa, each face reflecting incredulity. Just then, a series of dull thuds, reminiscent of decapitation, abruptly echoed from the rear of the crowd. Turning to look, they beheld Luo Tuming, drenched in blood, standing silently. Droplets of crimson slid down the blade of his sword, each drop heavy as it fell to the ground, splattering tiny droplets of blood. In his other hand, he gripped several severed heads, their grotesque faces and hollow eye sockets instilling terror in all who beheld them. His eyes were entirely stained red with blood. Such a horrifying visage sent waves of panic through the surrounding residents, who instinctively recoiled, muffled gasps of terror rippling through the crowd. Amidst this chaos and fear, the most astonished was undoubtedly Luo Jiahai. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, his lips trembling involuntarily as he stammered, "Minger, you." Luo Tuming chuckled softly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Casually tossing aside one of the heads, it landed with a thud, rolling away. He then spoke in a chilling tone. "What is the matter? My dear father, I am growing stronger with each act of slaughter." As his words echoed, he let out a fierce roar. With a sudden sweep of the bloodied silver sword in his hand, a dazzling flash erupted forth, akin to a rare diamond radiating blinding brilliance. In an instant, an onslaught of sharp sword chi surged from the blade like a tempest, sweeping forward with astonishing speed. The air was torn asunder in its wake, producing a piercing, shrill whistle. In an instant, the remaining tens of thousands of residents found themselves unable to emit even a single cry of despair. Their heads severed as if harvested by a scythe, falling like crops in the field. Each head, akin to a kite with its strings severed, tumbled and danced in the air, while blood gushed forth from the severed necks like a fountain, tracing vivid crimson arcs in the air before splattering onto the ground, forming dense clouds of sanguine mist that enveloped the atmosphere. The once crowded scene, teeming with humanity, became suddenly expansive with each dull thud of bodies collapsing to the earth. At this moment, only the lifeless corpses and the flowing blood remained, alongside the solitary figure of Luo Tuming standing amidst the pool of blood, resembling a deity of war descending upon the mortal realm. "System, exchange for me the triple late-stage cultivation." Luo Tuming silently intoned, his thoughts resonating within his mind. "Commencing exchange for triple late-stage cultivation for the host. This exchange will consume 50,000 points of fear value. Current remaining fear value, 4,888 points. The host's fated sword, Inshin, will concurrently advance to the 3rd tier. The exclusive sword technique, Destruction of Silver Wind, will be activated. The sword formation, Silver White World, will be initiated. The sword spirit will enter the body." The system's voice calmly reported each transformation. "Please continue your efforts, for a splendid future awaits." As the unique voice of the system faded, Luo Tuming's cultivation surged like a volcanic eruption, warping the very air around him into a distorted shape. In the blink of an eye, he attained the triple late stage. With a cold and austere expression, Luo Tuming stepped forward. Each footfall landed upon the blood-soaked ground, producing a viscous sound that was both jarring and revolting. He navigated over the mountain of corpses, his gaze sharp as lightning, conveying a chilling intensity that penetrated to the marrow of one's bones. Red robes, perhaps not merely a wedding attire, silver and white, not necessarily an emblem of nobility, Luo Tuming whispered softly. Upon finishing his words, he flicked the ancient sword in his hand, its blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance that captivated the heart. "Come forth, you 5 old fellows, let me witness your true capabilities." His voice brimmed with provocation, as if Lu Jiangai and the other 4 were not but mere ants before him. The sword in his hand pointed menacingly toward the 5 before him, a harbinger of death. The 5 elders felt a sense of trepidation. "Elder Luo, did you see how he leaped from the 2nd late stage to the triple late stage in the blink of an eye? Such an uncanny rate of advancement must surely be tainted by demonic influences." Yet Luo Jiahai remained silent, resembling an ancient statue, standing still and contemplative. His gaze shifted slowly from his son to Linju behind him, a flicker of hesitation and contemplation evident in his eyes, as if weighing some grave decision. This once majestic sword manor had now devolved into a mere ruin. The bustling scene of Ur, with its populace exceeding 10,000, had dwindled to a mere 7 souls. The manor owner had been schemed against and possessed. The elder met a gruesome fate, reduced to a pile of mangled flesh, and the remaining residents suffered tragic misfortunes, meeting their demise in the depths of oblivion. The sword manor has been utterly destroyed, its former glory irretrievable. Luo Jianghai let out a gentle sigh, imbued with an endless sense of helplessness and sorrow. He then spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse, and Yueshi and Luo Tuming. At this moment I know not who you truly are, yet I have lost the desire to inquire further. The sword manor has been reduced to ashes, and the notions of victory and defeat are now inconsequential. Perhaps your arrival is a twist of fate, intended to liberate us, granting me the chance to break free from this cage that has bound me for years, and to behold the vast, boundless world beyond. Though Luo Jianghai's words were plain, their meaning was unequivocal. He was no longer inclined to fight, regardless of the outcome. The reality of the sword manor's demise was irrevocable. You may leave. Lin Zhu's voice interjected appropriately. He raised his hand and forcefully wiped away the glaring blood at the corner of his mouth, then resolutely stepped forward. Simultaneously, Lin Zhu cast a knowing glance at Luo Tuming. Understanding, Luo Tuming quickly responded, "Fighting against one devoid of will is indeed exceedingly dull. Let us depart." Luo Jianghai nodded slightly, his expression calm. He turned, his gaze piercing as it swept over the 4 individuals behind him, and spoke softly, "And you?" The 4 exchanged glances, and without a trace of hesitation, they spoke in unison, "We are willing to follow." A faint smile graced Luo Jianghai's lips, a smile that bore the essence of relief. Then, with a sudden shift, he became akin to a blue flash of lightning, surging forth into the sky. The remaining 4, observing this, swiftly emulated his lead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 streaks of multicolored light streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, racing towards the horizon. Lin Zhu stood still, gazing quietly at their receding figures, his countenance remaining as tranquil as still water. However, just as those luminous forms were on the brink of vanishing from sight, Lin Zhu's expression abruptly shifted. With a dull sound, he expelled a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets splattering onto the ground before him. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Fortunately, he gripped the hilt of his white Zhuo sword tightly, embedding its blade deep into the earth to support his faltering frame. Luo Tuming, startled by this sight, rushed forward. "What has happened?" Lin Zhu did not respond immediately. A violent coughing fit erupted from his throat, each cough accompanied by further blood spilling from his lips. After a strenuous effort to cease, Lin Zhu's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. "The combined might of the 5 spirits is indeed immensely powerful." It turned out that he had sustained grave injuries from the earlier united assault of the 5 spirits. He had merely endured in silence, concealing his wounds from everyone. Thus, when Luo Jianghai expressed his disinterest in continuing the fight, Lin Zhu readily acquiesced. Otherwise, given Lin Zhu's tenacity, he would not have easily relinquished the corpses of the 5 triple sword masters. Gradually, Lin Zhu lowered himself, his movements slow and laborious. He closed his eyes, began to regulate his breathing, and activated his cultivation techniques to mend his injuries. Meanwhile, Luo Tuming stood vigilantly by Lin Zhu's side. Newbie Village. Completed. Chapter 66. The water bandit. As the seasons transition, winter yields to spring, and the air gradually transforms from a biting chill to a gentle warmth. The Tianwu River, the 3rd largest river in the southern lands, flows majestically, stretching over tens of thousands of miles. It originates from the summit of Tianwu Mountain, cascading down from its lofty heights, traversing through numerous towering mountains, including the renowned Mongfeng Mountain. The river flows relentlessly, day and night, surging towards the boundless expanse of the Eastern Sea. On both banks, verdant mountains rise steeply, closely embracing the river between them. The waters surge tumultuously, roaring with fury and creating layers of frothy waves. Mist and clouds swirl amidst the mountains like delicate veils, infusing the landscape with an enchanting, dreamlike mystery. Within the river, various fish, turtles, shrimp, and clams dart playfully, their movements lively and spirited. Occasionally, they leap joyfully from the surface, splashing crystalline droplets. In the sky above, a flock of white cranes soar gracefully, their feathers shimmering in the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with the lush green mountains and clear waters, breathing life into the scene. Amidst this grand river, a wooden boat rocked gently with the undulating waters, It swayed amidst the roaring waves like a drifting leaf, at risk of being capsized at any moment by the mighty swells. Yet, it persevered, buoyed by its own resilience, bravely navigating through the tumultuous currents. Each time the river lashed against the boat, a dull thud resonated. However, the two youths aboard remained utterly unfazed. One was a young girl clad in a deep blue garment, her attire exuding an air of mysterious elegance. Her starry eyes, cascading hair, and snow-white skin rendered her beauty ethereal. The other was a young boy, handsome and spirited, with sharp brows and bright eyes, adorned in a silver-gray robe that billowed in the wind, creating a rustling sound. His high ponytail accentuated his lively demeanor and spirited presence. These two were Linju and Luo Tuming. Since the incident at Mongfing Mountain, Linju had spent over a month in quiet reflection upon the mountain. During this period, he and Luo Tuming diligently scoured the ruins, yielding bountiful findings, including a plethora of spirit stones and several exceptional third-tier swords. Moreover, Linju successfully repaired the soul damage using the spirits of the deceased collected from the sword manor, a notion that had taken root in his mind after he had dispatched the hunters. Although he had preferred not to engage in individual acts of violence, he had enlisted Luo Tuming as a means to that end, a role she seemed to embrace with enthusiasm. Linju, we have been adrift upon this river for over 10 days. Where exactly are we headed? Luo Tuming languidly reclined in the small boat, gazing listlessly at the sky as she posed her question. Why do you address me as Linju instead of Inueshi? It was because Linju had willingly revealed his true name. The reasons behind his disclosure remained known only to him. Standing steadily on the swaying boat, Linju maintained a composed demeanor, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Tuming without responding, seemingly disinterested in the topic. With 2 years remaining until the Four Lords' tomb was opened, at this moment in his past life, he was likely still buried in a cave, laboriously digging for iron or oblivious to the world beyond. Thus, when Luo Tuming inquired, he found himself at a loss for words. Resigned to the circumstances, he could only choose to go with the flow, taking each step as it came. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashing water shattered the tranquility of the river. In an instant, dozens of warships emerged like phantoms from the mist, their presence both formidable and swift. The larger vessels exuded an imposing aura, while the smaller ones darted with agility, carving deep furrows through the water as tumultuous waves crashed against their hulls, producing a thunderous roar. Towering masts pierced the heavens, and dark sails billowed dramatically in the fierce river breeze. Observing this scene, Linju slightly tilted his head, his beautiful eyes narrowing as a sly smile crept across his lips. It was evident that a scheme was brewing in his mind. With a delicate lift of his foot, he discreetly nudged Luo Tuming beside him, signaling him to rise. The moment had arrived. Startled, Luo Tuming sprang to his feet like a coiled spring, following Linju's gaze towards the approaching ships. On the sails, an enormous character for bandit flapped brazenly in the wind. A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Tuming's eyes as he scoffed. Merely a band of water bandits. With my move-shattering silver wind, I shall leave them utterly defeated. Impatiently, he prepared to unleash his sword technique. However, Linju timely interjected, urging him to wait and observe. What is there to see? They are just water bandits, Luo Tuming retorted, bewildered by Linju's restraint. Yet, in the brief moment of their exchange, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Instinctively, both looked up to find an enormous vessel silently encroaching upon them, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a primordial beast. Who dares obstruct our path? Get out of the way, bellowed a small bandit from the ship. Luo Tuming, upon hearing this, felt his fury ignite, his rage boiling over. How dare you? Witnessing the unfolding situation, Linju instinctively slapped his forehead in despair, muttering to himself, "This is it." Before he could finish, Luo Tuming stomped his foot fiercely, his form shooting upward like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the large ship with ferocity. In the next heartbeat, a blinding silver light erupted from the ship, reminiscent of the blazing sun, enveloping everything in its wake with a formidable sword intent that instilled dread. Thunderous explosions followed, boom, boom, boom. The ship seemed to erupt like a barrel of gunpowder, splintering into countless wooden fragments that flew through the air like hidden daggers, crashing into the water with a resounding splash. Among the debris, dismembered body parts littered the area, painting a horrific scene, while the stench of blood permeated the river. Moreover, the surrounding vessels were not spared from this catastrophe. Under the spell of the terrifying silver light, they too detonated as if bewitched. In an instant, The river was engulfed in billowing smoke and flames that soared towards the sky. Meanwhile, Linju stood serenely aboard his small boat, allowing the splintered wood to whistle past him, a hint of resignation etched upon his face. After a brief moment, Luo Tuming's figure plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, returning to Linju's side. He surveyed the chaotic scene before him with disdain, letting out a cold scoff. To dare insult me as a water dog, one must truly be courting death. Linju, however, remained unperturbed. After a considerable pause, he spoke languidly. Luo Tuming, in your reckless slaughter of them all, whom am I to question now? These water bandits have occupied this river for many years and possess an intimate knowledge of their surroundings. From their lips, I can ascertain where human settlements lie and where power struggles are afoot. Yet, here you are, acting so thoughtlessly. Upon hearing Linju's words, Luo Tuming's heart jolted with realization. Though he was aware of his impetuous actions and the errors he had committed, he would never concede to admit fault. To recognize a mistake, to rectify it, but never to acknowledge it, this was his nature. At that moment, a faint sound of water stirring reached their ears, so subtle that only one with extraordinary hearing might detect it. A slight smile graced Linju's lips, for he understood that someone was swimming beneath the surface. Luo Tuming, there is still a survivor. Do not extinguish his life, he said softly, his tone carrying an undercurrent of authority. Upon hearing this, Luo Tuming's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, swiftly scanning the river's surface. Yet, all he could see was the crimson water and the scattered debris of broken wood. Where? He inquired, urgency creeping into his voice. Linju, calm and collected, raised his hand and pointed leisurely ahead. Right there. No sooner had he spoken than a soft splash echoed, and a shadow burst forth from the water, sending shimmering droplets flying. It was a water bandit clad in black, evidently surfacing for air in desperation. Without hesitation, Luo Tuming moved like a wraith, lunging toward the bandit with swiftness. He lightly stepped on the floating debris, creating a series of soft sounds akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The bandit, witnessing this, was gripped by terror and flailed his arms frantically in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, how could he outpace a cultivator? In the midst of the bandit's panicked gaze, Luo Tuming's hand shot out, clamping down on his head with a grip as unyielding as iron. Chapter 67. This man has issues. The small boat gently swayed as it approached the shore, softly colliding with the riverbank and producing a faint sound. Suddenly, Luo Tuming forcefully tossed a water bandit overboard. The bandit soared through the air like a kite with its string severed, crashing directly into a large tree. A dull thud echoed as the impact left him disoriented and in excruciating pain, as if his very bones were about to disintegrate. Yet, before he could utter a single cry of anguish, he instinctively fell to his knees with a heavy thud. Esteemed gentlemen, I assure you, I neither rob nor steal. My actions are rooted in righteousness, aimed at aiding the impoverished. The water bandit pleaded, his face etched with terror, his eyes wide with fear like tumultuous waves. As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed before Linju and Luo Tuming, the sound of his forehead striking the ground resonating incessantly. Linju and Luo Tuming approached him leisurely, their footsteps barely disturbing the grass beneath them. Luo Tuming's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Oh, I had no idea you were such a gallant figure. Indeed, indeed. The water bandit hastily affirmed, inwardly relieved by their demeanor, believing them to be men of virtue who might spare his life. However, this was nothing but his own fanciful delusion. Luo Tuming halted before him, standing tall and looking down with an air of authority, slowly uttering, "What a pity. For you are precisely the kind of self-proclaimed hero I despise most." The water bandit trembled violently upon hearing those words, as if struck by lightning, stammering incoherently. Linju furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering, locking onto the panicked bandit before him. He then walked past Luo Tuming with calm composure. "Tell me, where might one find signs of life in this vicinity?" His voice was low and laced with an icy chill. The water bandit began, but before he could finish, a piercing sound sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tuming brandished his silver blade, its sharp point pressed firmly against the bandit's throat, glinting ominously in the sunlight. "What was it you just mentioned? Claiming ignorance?" Luo Tuming's voice was as cold as ice. "Shall I assist you in recalling?" The bandit, struck with panic, turned pale as parchment, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like pearls. Faced with Luo Tuming's chilling interrogation, he dared not hesitate for a moment. Hastily responding, I know. Following the course of this river, one will eventually arrive at the bustling city of Chunhua, which boasts a population of approximately 100,000 souls. The lord of this city is a swordsman of the 3rd tier, at the mid-stage of his prowess. This is all the knowledge I possess. I implore you, noble sirs, to spare my life. I have an elderly parent at home, and the bandit spoke rapidly, like a cannon firing off rounds, fearful that any delay might summon his own demise. However, before he could finish his plea, Linju interjected decisively, "You may leave." Upon hearing these words, the bandit appeared as though he had been granted a reprieve from the gallows. The look of fear on his face swiftly transformed into uncontainable joy, akin to a man who has narrowly escaped death. "Is that true?" he exclaimed. "When I tell you to go, you should go. Spare me the unnecessary dialogue." Luo Tuming, with his elegantly arched brows furrowing slightly, spoke with evident impatience. No sooner had he uttered these words than his silver sword transformed into a streak of light, swiftly piercing into the bandit's forehead. "Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life." The bandit, like a startled bird, leapt into the air, not daring to look back, and plunged into the heart of the river. A splash resounded, and the water surged, his figure disappearing like a cunning fish into the depths, leaving only ripples dancing upon the surface. Luo Tuming gazed at the turbulent waters, momentarily lost in thought, before turning to Linju, his brow knitted in confusion. "Why did you let him go? When did you become so merciful?" Upon hearing this, Linju suddenly burst into hearty laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. "Luo Tuming, is your title of transmigrator perhaps Fade? Where is your wit?" Luo Tuming's expression tightened, and he frowned, asking, "What do you mean by that?" With a more serious demeanor, Linju stepped towards the riverbank, his gaze penetrating. "Consider this. You employed at least 30% of your strength in that destructive silver wind technique. All others perished, yet he alone remains unharmed and capable of movement. Shouldn't he that raised suspicions? Are you suggesting that he is actually a cultivator?" Luo Tuming inquired, his face etched with skepticism, tilting his head slightly. "Merely a conjecture." Linju replied, "It is precisely for this reason that I allowed him to depart. I wish to see where he might go. Perhaps, by following him, we might stumble upon unexpected gains." With that, Linju turned his head slightly, offering a smile to Luo Tuming. Yet, this smile sent an involuntary shiver down Luo Tuming's spine. Nevertheless, he pressed on with his inquiry. "If that is the case, why did you bother to question him? It was merely a formality. His tongue is his own. He can say whatever he pleases, and I need not take it to heart." With those words, Linju suddenly turned and strolled along the riverbank, softly murmuring, "Let us go. I have secretly left a trace of skeletal sword intent upon him. Even if he escapes far, I shall still be able to track his whereabouts." Seeing this, Luo Tuming hurriedly quickened his pace to follow, while pondering to himself the perspectives of this reborn demon and the transmigrator on matters, and their insights into human nature are indeed worlds apart. Am I truly the destined protagonist, or is it he? Chapter 68. So he was here. The golden sunlight cascaded down, resembling countless delicate shards of gold flittering upon the river's surface. The shimmering waves danced with the undulating currents, the river water glistening with a warm gentleness. As ripples radiated outward, reflecting a dreamlike spectrum of colors, a gentle breeze brushed past, intertwining the glimmers upon the water's surface with the swaying reflections of the evergreen trees along the shore, crafting a picturesque scene. Suddenly, a dull sound of water breaking pierced the tranquility. A shadowy figure emerged like a specter from the splashes, gradually making its way ashore. Drenched to the skin, his garments clung tightly to his body, outlining his physique with vivid clarity. His hair, soaked and stringy, fell across his face, obscuring much of his countenance. Indeed, this was none other than the water bandit from before. He had tirelessly navigated the waters for 2 or 3 hours, carried along by the furious currents, managing to drift several hundred miles downstream. With a slight hunch to his frame, water streamed off him as he staggered forward, each step upon the sandy bank resonating with a faint rustling sound. As he advanced, he murmured to himself, pondering the origins of the 2 individuals he had encountered. "I have mingled in this place for many years, yet I have never come across such figures. I Xiaoyanbai, a respectable dual sword master, could not withstand even the strike of that youth. Had it not been for my timely use of the Xianling shield, I might have met my demise." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, with the entire band of water bandits now eradicated, I need not continue this role of a spy. It is time to return to the mountain gate." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly reached up, grasping his own facial skin tightly, and with a swift motion, he tore it away with a ripping sound. Beneath the mask of a somewhat disheveled visage, a youthful face emerged, following in Xiao Yinbai's footsteps. He stepped into the sun-drenched forest. The canopy shielded most of the sunlight, with scattered patches of light dancing upon him. Beneath the layer of decaying leaves, unknown wildflowers pushed through the damp earth, while newly sprouted vines entwined the tree trunks, their verdant tendrils fluttering in the breeze, which he brushed aside with his hands. As he passed through the knee-high grass, the dense blades surged like waves, startling a few vibrant butterflies into flight. After an unknown passage of time, the vegetation ahead suddenly thinned. As he parted the last cluster of bushes, his breath caught in his throat. Before him, a white mountain peak pierced the clouds, and in the distance, a magnificent structure loomed atop it. At this sight, the weariness etched upon Xiao Yinbai's face dissipated like morning mist, replaced by an overwhelming sense of joy that he could scarcely contain. At last, he could return. However, just as he lifted his foot to take that first step toward the distant pinnacle, a sudden, sharp clang resonated through the serene space, akin to a heavy hammer striking. An immense surge of bone-chilling sword intent erupted from within him without warning. Xiao Yinbai scarcely had time to react before a searing pain stabbed at his neck, followed swiftly by a stream of crimson blood that gushed forth like a spring, trickling down in rivulets. His body suddenly swayed, as if striving to maintain his balance. Yet he was powerless to do so. With great difficulty, he took another step, only to hear a dull thud. His head, akin to a ripe fruit plummeting to the ground, rolled off cleanly from his neck. It tumbled across the earth, resembling a spinning top bereft of control, leaving a trail of splattered blood that stained the surrounding grass a deep crimson. Simultaneously, his body thudded heavily onto the verdant meadow. Soon after, a voice, cold as frost, echoed from behind the corpse. I speak no falsehood, do I? Following him will yield unexpected gains. The speaker was Linju. He and Luo Tuming slowly emerged from the shadowy thicket, their figures casting an eerie aura under the sunlight. Without casting a glance at the lifeless body, Linju directed his gaze towards the towering white mountain. Meanwhile, Luo Tuming approached the corpse of Xiao Yinbai, slightly bending to retrieve the severed head. A smirk of mockery played upon his lips, and his eyes sparkled with fascination as he examined the head closely. After a moment, he kicked it into the air with rhythmic precision, as if playing a game, the head soaring and descending, blood splattering everywhere. As he juggled the severed head, he casually inquired, "Have you ever visited this place in your past life?" "Never," Lin Ju responded, his expression as calm as a placid lake. "In that case, allow me to enlighten you. That place is known as Baiha Mountain, home to a sect called by Luo men, a righteous faction with approximately 1,000 disciples. The sect leader, Bai Xianxiao, is a woman at the initial stage of the fourth realm." Luo Tuming methodically recounted the information he possessed. How does he know so much about Baiha Mountain and Bai Luo men? It was not difficult to deduce. He must have exchanged such intelligence using fear points from the system. However, upon hearing the name Bai Xianxiao, Lin Ju's heart trembled, as if a colossal stone had plunged into a serene lake, sending ripples across its surface. He inwardly scoffed. I have indeed arrived at the right place. So the future him is here. Who is this him? How could Lin Ju possibly know? Suddenly, a glint of mischief flashed in Lin Ju's eyes, and he set off towards the white mountain. Observing Lin Ju's actions, Luo Tuming ceased his playful antics and hurriedly followed suit. Before departing, he made sure to stomp down hard on the head he had been toying with, shattering it, its brain matter mingling with bone fragments, splattering onto the blades of grass. The warm, gentle sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. Lin Ju and Luo Tuming strolled leisurely through the woods. Their steps appeared casual, devoid of any caution. After all, with their current prowess at the third realm, they were considered formidable in this relatively remote area of the southern wilderness, thus free from the need for excessive vigilance. Lin Ju, walking like this, one cannot help but wonder how many hours it will consume. Wouldn't it be swifter to soar through the skies on our swords? It is imperative to remember that only those who have attained the rank of a sword master at the third level or above can command a sword in flight. At this moment, Luo Tuming lay languidly with his hands cradling his head, a blade of grass clasped between his lips, his eyes listlessly surveying the surroundings, scanning the scenery from top to bottom. This cannot continue, Lin Ju declared with resolute finality, leaving no room for negotiation. He then added, "Furthermore, exchange 2 interest-reducing pills from your system." "What is the purpose of these pills?" Luo Tuming inquired, his face a mask of confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Ju's intentions. "Just do as I say." Lin Ju's response was curt and authoritative. Upon hearing this, Luo Tuming's expression shifted slightly. He was acutely aware of Linju's temperament. Whenever Linju spoke in such a manner, it invariably heralded some arcane machinations. Thus, Luo Tuming complied, using 10 points of fear value to exchange for 2 interest-reducing pills from the system. The two then raised their hands to ingest the pills, and in an instant, the aura they emanated quietly concealed itself, transforming from the 3rd level of cultivation to the 2nd. Immediately, Linju commenced his enigmatic actions, leaving one to ponder, what could his true intentions be? Chapter 69, The Heart of Darkness, The Fall of the Family. Navigating through a series of lush woodlands, Linju tirelessly rummaged through every patch of grass, his gaze sharp and observant. At last, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying with it a faint, unpleasant odor that lingered in the air. Taking a deep breath, the scent penetrated his senses, igniting a spark of joy within him. Following the direction of the odor, he hastened his steps, gently parting the branches that obstructed his view, revealing a dark, foreboding cave before him. After a prolonged search, was this cave truly the object of his quest? Luo Tuming gazed at the cave, filled with perplexity, and inquired. Although he was aware that Linju had ulterior motives, the specifics remained entirely unknown to him. A mysterious smile spread across Linju's lips as he proceeded towards the cave, explaining as he walked, I have been in search of the traces of a spirit beast. Spirit beast? Luo Tuming's mind stirred at these words. System. Swiftly analyze the internal conditions of this cave. Affirmative. The system responded promptly, and a brilliant blue light erupted from his forehead, swiftly scanning the cave like a flash of lightning. Following the system's analysis and description, Luo Tuming gained a general understanding of the cave's interior, and Linju's plan gradually crystallized in his mind. Within the cave, a female tiger and her cub resided. Luo Tuming gazed at Linju's silhouette and slowly articulated, You do not intend to slay them, provoking the male tiger that has ventured out in search of food, enticing it to attack us, leaving us battered and bruised, only to feign a pitiful appearance before the members of the Bailuo sect? Upon finishing his thought, Luo Tuming followed suit. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Linju remarked with a knowing smile, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Consider this from another perspective. If you were to witness a destitute maiden and a severely injured youth being relentlessly pursued by a fierce spirit beast, what would your initial reaction be? What actions would you take? Undoubtedly, the instinct of most would be to intervene and offer protection, such as human nature. At that moment, both you and I need only to feign unconsciousness to gain entry into the mountain gate, and no one shall impede our passage. Luo Tuming nodded slightly, contemplating. In agreement. What you say is indeed reasonable. However, I could also expend fear points to the system to create a similar guise of injury. Yet Linju dismissed this suggestion with a scoff, shaking his head lightly. No, for it lacks authenticity. With that, Linju fell silent. For a moment, the cave was enveloped in an eerie stillness, the pungent stench of decaying leaves and animal bones assaulting their senses, contrasting sharply with the rustling pine trees outside, which added a suffocating weight to the atmosphere. As Linju and Luo Tuming advanced cautiously, the gravel beneath their feet crunched softly, reminiscent of stepping upon shattered porcelain. Suddenly, the damp earth seemed to possess a sentience of its own, swiftly ensnaring their soles with a muffled squelch. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, the ground was strewn with years of accumulated beast fur and various animal bones, each step producing a disconcerting squeak that harmonized with the sound of water droplets cascading from the rock walls, weaving an eerie melody. In the depths of the cave, the low rumble of a tiger's roar resonated intermittently, causing the humid air to tremble. The pace of the two men quickened, the roar growing increasingly deafening. Abruptly, Linju halted. We have arrived, he intoned, his voice deep as if emerging from the abyss. Before them lay a white tiger, its form majestic and imposing, reclining with an air of regal tranquility. Most striking were its forepaws, which bore an uncanny resemblance to human hands. The mother tiger appeared to be in a deep slumber. A small white cub nestled closely at her side, equally lost in sweet dreams. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tuming's lips curled into a faint, scornful smile. Merely a fourth-tier spirit beast. With that thought, he summoned his will, and a silver streak shot forth from his brow, swirling gracefully before descending into his hand, transforming instantly into a gleaming silver sword. With measured steps, Luo Tuming approached the mother and cub, each stride radiating a formidable presence that seemed to shake the very air around them. Sensing the imminent danger, the mother tiger's eyes snapped open, revealing fierce crimson pupils that glinted with malice. In an instant, she rose, her massive form dwarfing Linju and his companion, who appeared as insignificant as mice. With a gaping maw, her sharp fangs bared, she unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated like a clap of thunder. Shattering the stillness of the air and causing Linju and his companion to wince in pain, their garments rustling violently, while loose stones within the cave tumbled down. The little white cub, startled awake by the explosive roar, blinked in terror and scurried behind its mother, trembling with fear. Could such a roar confer invincibility? Luo Tumming's mind raced as he wielded his sword with a flourish, and in that instant, 100 beams of sword light erupted into existence. Swirling around him like darting fish, glinting with icy brilliance. He then called out softly, "Sword array, Silver World." As he spoke, he raised his sword, pointing it at the white tiger. The 100 beams of light shot forth like meteors, cascading down like a torrential rain, embedding themselves into the ground surrounding the white tiger. In the blink of an eye, these beams of light intertwined as if enchanted, forming a colossal silver sword array. "Annihilate," Luo Tumming uttered, his voice laced with authority. With this command, the intent to kill emanating from the silver sword array surged forth, an overwhelming wave of silver light engulfing the entire cavern, the walls crumbling under its might. Under the onslaught of this terrifying silver radiance, the white tiger's body, fragile as parchment, was instantly rent asunder, countless gashes erupting. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, drenching the air in a torrential downpour of crimson. This silver world not only bound the white tiger in place, rendering it immobile and injuring its flesh, but it also struck directly at its very soul. Before this formidable force, the white tiger emitted heart-wrenching roars. Yet, regardless of its desperate cries, it remained ensnared in the shackles of the silvery realm, helplessly witnessing its flesh being sliced away piece by the glimmering light. This represents the most despairing, agonizing, and excruciating manner of demise. The wails echoed continuously from the cave, startling a flock of birds into flight. This cacophony also summoned the male tiger outside, who, driven by instinct, raced frantically towards the source of the sound. Chapter 70, The Heart of Darkness. The Fall of the Entire Family. Part 2. A series of heavy and rapid footfalls echoed through the forest. A colossal white figure darted through the trees with astonishing speed. The ground trembled in its wake, as verdant trees toppled like dominoes, crashing down with resounding noise, clouds of dust rising like a storm ravaging the woodland. The fierce tiger raced wildly, its mane bristling like sharp spears, its crimson eyes ablaze with unprecedented ferocity. Its muscular body pressed low against the earth, moving with incredible swiftness. Each step resonating like thunder, causing the forest floor to shudder. The anguished wail of its mate pierced through the air, striking the tiger's ears like a dagger, prompting a thunderous roar to erupt from its throat. In an instant, countless birds took flight, and other spiritual beasts in the woods quaked in fear, hastily clearing the path, too terrified to impede its progress. The tiger's speed intensified. With each powerful stride, stones beneath its paws shattered like fragile powder, even as thorns cruelly tore at its flesh. Blood oozing forth, it remained oblivious, consumed by a singular thought, protecting its beloved family. Golden sunlight bathed its arched back, accentuating the contours of its rippling muscles, resembling a flowing brass statue. Upon catching the unique scent of its mate's blood, the tiger's fangs gleamed ominously. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it leaped into the air, carving a fierce arc through the sky. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the entire forest seemed to tremble in response. The tiger surged forward like a white comet, propelled by an unstoppable force, racing towards its den. Whoever dared to harm its cherished family would find themselves forever marked as a dark stain upon the mountain stream. Yet, no matter how swift or powerful this tiger might be, how could it contend with the malevolent hearts of its foes? Drip, drip. Drops of crimson blood fell silently to the cold ground, splattering into tiny crimson blooms, reminiscent of a dirge for a life ebbing away. The tiger finally arrived at its den in a whirlwind of speed, only to be met with a heart-wrenching sight. Luo Tumming held its beloved's still-dripping head in his grasp. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only this brutal tableau in the universe. The tiger's body trembled violently, its eyes wide with disbelief, as if the very foundations of its world had crumbled in an instant. A soft, pitiful whimper suddenly pierced the silence. The tiger's gaze was drawn to its youngling, desperately struggling in the grip of Linju, who was clutching the child's neck with a merciless hold. In the eyes of the young tiger, there resided a profound terror and despair, its mouth slightly agape, as if to utter a final plea. "Father, save me." However, before the majestic tiger could take its stride, a muffled crack echoed as Linju exerted sudden force, instantly crushing the young tiger's neck like a fragile twig. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across the face and body of the regal beast. With a casual flick, Lin Ju sent the lifeless form of the young tiger tumbling to the ground. The wife lay deceased, the infant son perished. Were the tiger human, its eyes would surely swell with tears, engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet, it remained a wild beast. Incapable of weeping, its heart swelling with boundless fury. It roared, a low, thunderous growl that resonated as though emanating from the depths of hell, filled with hatred and murderous intent. Its eyes, now tainted crimson with blood, transformed into a ghastly visage. Clawing the air with its razor-sharp talons, it surged towards Lin Ju with the ferocity of a tempest. This strike was as swift as lightning. A muffled thud resounded as Lin Ju bore the brunt of the attack. His body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. With a resounding crash, he collided heavily with a tree, subsequently crashing to the ground. Drip, drip. Lin Ju gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while trembling, struggling to rise from the earth. His garments lay tattered, deep gashes marred his form, blood continuously oozing from the wounds. Yet, despite the severity of his injuries, not a trace of agony marred Lin Ju's countenance. Rather, an inexplicable joy radiated from him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and dashed away like an arrow released from a bow, simultaneously employing his unique skill, ethereal cloud drift. In an instant, his figure became a fleeting specter, astonishingly swift. Witnessing this, Luo Tuming was engulfed by a tumult of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Ju, after sustaining such grievous harm, could still execute such an enigmatic technique. However, Luo Tuming had no time for admiration, for he recognized that he was no match for the ferocious tiger. This beast was a fifth-level spiritual creature, immensely powerful, and in this moment of rage, it was as fierce as a demon unleashed. Run, flee at once. A single moment's delay could cost them their lives. Luo Tuming lamented inwardly. Without a shred of hesitation, he hastened to keep pace behind Lin Ju. The two darted through the woods like wraiths, their forms swift as the gale. Yet, the tiger had succumbed to madness. Its eyes clouded with vengeance, mercilessly shredding anything that impeded its path with its razor-sharp claws. This once tranquil forest was now engulfed by a violent tempest. Trees were uprooted. Branches and leaves scattered through the air, and those spiritual creatures slow to react were brutally torn asunder. Lin Ju, this was your brilliant idea. You have now led us to the brink of peril. My heart races far too swiftly. Luo Tuming bellowed loudly, his body already adorned with a myriad of wounds. Blood oozing incessantly from the gashes, staining his white robe crimson. The once neatly tied ponytail had become disheveled, presenting a dismal sight. In stark contrast, Lin Ju was in an even more dire state. His body was marred with an alarming number of scars, a ghastly sight to behold, due to excessive blood loss. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, resembling a corpse. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on the distant white mountain. No matter what, he must reach there. At this critical juncture, a deafening roar erupted from the mighty tiger, its powerful legs propelling it into the air like a cannonball. Following this, it clenched its paws into fists, striking the ground with cataclysmic force. With a thunderous boom, the earth seemed to explode, erupting as if detonated by explosives. Countless colossal rocks surged upwards like mountain peaks, hurtling directly towards Lin Ju and his companion. Lin Ju, like a wraith, darted swiftly through the air. Although his agility allowed him to deflect some of the onslaught, the sheer multitude and ferocity of the incoming boulders began to overwhelm him. As those rocks erupted from the ground like mushrooms after rain, Lin Ju, in desperation, summoned forth the Baizhua. Yet, the number of these peaks was too great, and their speed too swift to fend off entirely. Just as he prepared to channel the essence of the bone sword into his being, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Lin Ju focused his gaze to see a gleaming white longsword racing past, stirring up a tempestuous wind. This sword, imbued with an imposing aura and unparalleled sharpness, cleaved through the once indomitable stone peaks as if they were mere tofu, instantly reducing them to a multitude of fragments. As the debris scattered, the white sword continued its relentless trajectory towards the mighty tiger. Could it be the embodiment of man and sword? Lin Ju pondered, swiftly realizing that Bai Xianzhao had arrived. Such prowess could only be wielded by a fourth-tier sword master. With this thought in mind, Lin Ju unhesitatingly halted his movements, gently closed his eyes, and allowed his body to plummet. In mid-air, the figure revealed itself to be a woman, appearing delicate and fatigued. At that moment, a white silhouette streaked by like lightning. In the blink of an eye, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Simultaneously, Luo Tuming, witnessing Linju's actions, mirrored them, halting in the air, closing his eyes, and permitting his body to fall. Indeed, another white figure darted past like a gale. But this time it was a middle-aged man. A flicker of imbalance stirred in Luo Tumming's heart. And what of the white sword? It continued its advance toward the mighty tiger. Despite its enormous size and ferocity, the tiger appeared diminutive and fragile before this formidable blade. Attempting to withstand such a terrifying strike with its brute strength was a futile endeavor, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly devoid of hope for success. At the moment when the white sword made contact with the mighty tiger, the force of their union was so overwhelming that even the void could scarcely withstand such an impact, resulting in a violent rending of space itself. A sharp crack resonated as the white sword effortlessly pierced through the tiger's chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering into the air and forming a crimson mist. The tiger did not even have time to emit a cry of anguish before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain being toppled, stirring a cloud of dust. Yet, even in death, its eyes remained wide open, unblinking. The white sword then twirled gracefully in the air, spiraling twice before transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman. Her expressive eyes shimmered with warmth, and her lips were naturally tinted with a rosy hue. Clad in a form-fitting white gown that accentuated her graceful figure, she possessed shoulders as delicate as the finest jade and a waist as slender as a willow. With each light step, she exuded an air of elegance and charm. Hovering in midair, her brows slightly furrowed, she gazed down at the massive beast corpse below. Master. The person has been saved. A beautiful woman who had previously embraced Linju said respectfully from behind her. Return, Bai Xianzhao replied, her lips parting to utter a single word. No sooner had her voice faded than her figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star, transforming into a white beam of light that raced toward Bai Mountain. The two individuals behind her followed closely, as if shadows, leaving the lifeless beast's body to lie cold and alone on the ground. Two ruthless figures of malevolence had been successfully rescued, while a once happy family of spirit beasts had tragically become stepping stones for their escape, a poignant irony indeed. Yet, who could say that the one who saved them would not become their next stepping stone? Was Linju's narrative at an end? No. The true story was only just beginning, and he would stop at nothing to claim what was rightfully his. Chapter 71. A tapestry of deceit and nonsense. Master. Judging by the appearance of these two individuals, they do not seem to be practitioners of the demonic path. A melodious voice floated through the air, reminiscent of a warbler's song. If they were indeed demonic sword masters, we could simply eliminate them. However, if they are young lords from a significant faction, we must tread with caution. But from whence do these two hail? Inquired another voice, gentle and melodious. Linju felt as though his eyelids were laden with heavy weights, trembling slightly as his consciousness began to emerge from the abyss of confusion. The discussions of the women around him buzzed like mosquitoes, creating a cacophony that made his head spin. Gradually, he opened his eyes, and his initially blurred vision began to sharpen and illuminate. Instinctively, he attempted to move his body to sit up, only to discover that his form felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. With each slight movement, the wounds left by the white tiger throbbed with excruciating pain, prompting a soft groan to escape his lips. Master, she has awakened, exclaimed a voice filled with elation. Struggling to sit up, Linju turned his head slightly and beheld a graceful matron seated peacefully at his bedside. This elegant woman, with her poise and myriad charms, could only be Bai Xianzhao. Behind her stood several female disciples dressed in white, their gazes fixed intently upon Linju. As his gaze shifted, Linju became acutely aware that he lay upon a soft bed draped in white fur, his garments having been changed to a pristine white attire without his knowledge. His pallid complexion and bloodless lips, in stark contrast to his attire, underscored his extreme frailty. Bai Xianzhao observed Linju's various reactions with a gentle smile, her ruby lips parting to say, "Do not fret, young lady, it was my disciples who changed your clothing." Upon hearing this, Linju feigned relaxation, exhaling softly before murmuring, "In my moments of disorientation, I seem to hear discussions regarding my origins. I am in Yueshi, the second daughter of Elder and Yin from Mongfeng Mountain. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed predecessors and sisters," she introduced herself. Mongfeng Mountain? Second daughter of an Yin? The female disciples began to murmur amongst themselves, their expressions revealing surprise, clearly intrigued by her name and lineage. Bai Xianzhao's brow furrowed slightly. She was familiar with the name Mongfeng Mountain and had heard of an Yin. Yet before she could respond, Linju promptly inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name? And where exactly is this place? Furthermore, what has become of my companion?" Bai Xianzhao hesitated for a brief moment before answering. My name is Bai Xianzhao, and you are currently in Bai Luo sect. As for your companion, due to the distinction between genders, they have been allocated to separate quarters for rest. Oh, so I am in the company of Bai Luo sect practitioners. It is indeed a pleasure. Lin Ju's face broke into a perfectly timed smile, exuding warmth and friendliness. However, within his heart, he harbored a growing wariness towards Bai Xianzhao's actions. Although she claimed that their separation was due to gender differences, the reality was that they were merely questioning each other. If their answers were even slightly inconsistent, it could cost him dearly. Lin Ju, have you awakened? Suddenly, Luo Tuming's voice thundered in Lin Ju's mind, echoing like a clap of lightning. Lin Ju's eyelids fluttered slightly, instantly realizing that this was a form of soul communication, a technique only wielded by sword masters of the 4th rank or higher. However, he did not dwell on how Luo Tuming had acquired such ability. Instead, he hastily replied, "What is it?" At that moment, a middle-aged man, seemingly an elder, sat beside him, accompanied by several disciples who appeared ready to question him. He was still feigning unconsciousness, and he wondered how to navigate this predicament. A hint of urgency laced Luo Tuming's voice. Lin Ju decisively replied, 2 words, fabricate and slander. Shift all blame onto Qingge and Shui Yangzi. Yet, before Lin Ju could finish speaking, Luo Tuming abruptly fell silent. The communication time had expired. A system notification echoed in Luo Tuming's mind, akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over him. Damn it! I exhausted all my fear points for such a brief duration. Luo Tuming silently cursed, deeply dissatisfied with the shortness of the transmission. Nevertheless, cursing aside, he could only rely on Lin Ju's prior hint to concoct a story as a response. Meanwhile, although Lin Ju felt equally anxious, he maintained a calm exterior, silently praying that Luo Tuming would not be too tongue-tied. Little girl, do not lie. The Mongfeng Mountain Sword Manor was destroyed last year. Do you think I am unaware of this? Bai Xuanzhao's previously gentle demeanor gradually turned cold. Lin Ju offered a bitter smile and slowly replied, "It is precisely because the Sword Manor was tragically annihilated that I found my way here." Might you elaborate on the reasons? Bai Xuanzhao's expression remained indifferent, her eyes locked onto Lin Ju's, as if attempting to discern the truth within. Fixating on my eyes. Do you wish to uncover whether I am lying? Humph, you underestimate this demon who has been reborn for 500 years. Lin Ju internally scoffed before speaking. Since you wish to hear, I shall speak without reservation. With that, Lin Ju began to weave a tapestry of lies. Ah. This tale dates back to the harsh winter of last year. It is hard to fathom that Qingge, as a 5th-rank sword master, would resort to such treacherous means. He secretly concealed an evil spirit and, when the moment was opportune, forcibly seized the body of the manor's master. Thus, the Sword Manor was plunged into a cataclysm of unimaginable horror. My father, and Yin, along with numerous elders, united to confront this possessed master. On that day, the skies resonated with the roars of dragons and the cries of Kuns, and I am certain Bai Xianzhao has heard of it. Originally, with the formidable strength of the elders, they could have vanquished that demonic figure in one fell swoop. However, it is with a heavy heart that I recount the grievous tale of how that malevolent being unleashed a most sinister spell, draining the blood of every mortal within the estate to bolster its own power. As I spoke, Lin Ju's eyes fluttered and then gently closed. When they reopened, tears streamed forth, his voice tinged with profound sorrow. In the face of such terrifying dark sorcery, my father and the esteemed elders found themselves unable to withstand its might, succumbing one after another to the fiend's grasp, while the Sword Manor was reduced to ruins amidst the brutal conflict. I, along with my elder sister, and Yu Qiao, who valiantly stepped forth to protect me and ensure my safe escape, tragically fell victim to the fiend's treacherous hands. At this point, Lin Ju's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading forth like a torrential flood, his weeping reminiscent of a rain-drenched pear blossom. His voice quivered as he sobbed, his hands incessantly wiping at the corners of his eyes, as if grief had reached an unbearable pinnacle. Such a sight would move even the most stoic observer to evade the clutches of the demon. My companions and I had no choice but to leap into the river, a fortunate decision that allowed us to escape with our lives. The demise of my father, the loss of my sister, and the slaughter of the entire manor by the malevolent being left only her to survive. What a profoundly tragic fate. Yet, despite the deep emotional turmoil affecting the disciples surrounding Bai Xianzhao and Lin Ju's heart-wrenching lament, Bai Xianzhao remained cautious, reluctant to accept their tale without reservation. After all, she had not witnessed these events firsthand. How could she ascertain their authenticity? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. "Missin, You bear grave injuries and must focus on your recovery. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. Her voice was gentle and melodious, imbued with genuine concern. With that, Bai Xianzhao rose gracefully and made her way toward the door. Meanwhile, the female disciples, akin to startled birds, flocked to Lin Ju's bedside. Miss Sin, do not grieve excessively. You must be strong. Indeed, Miss Sin, we will stand by your side. Miss Sin, should you need anything, please speak. We shall certainly assist you. Their words of comfort fell like soft snowflakes upon Lin Ju's ears. He wiped away his tears with determination and forced a smile, saying, thank you, dear sisters. Yet, in that very moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, concealing his intent under the guise of wiping away tears. He fixed his gaze with piercing intensity upon Bai Xianzhao's receding figure. Chapter 72. A heartfelt invitation with a soft creak. The exquisitely carved white door slowly swung open. Bai Xianzhao stepped forth gracefully, her movements light and elegant, as if she tread not upon solid ground but upon soft, billowing clouds. In a short while, she arrived at a courtyard, surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers, a veritable tapestry of verdant life. At the heart of the courtyard stood a stone table, quietly awaiting the arrival of a certain individual upon the moss-covered ground. Nearby, a majestic tree with sturdy branches and a thick canopy of leaves resembled a green umbrella, shielding all beneath it from the sun's rays. Delicate pink and white petals, akin to snowflakes, drifted down from its boughs, some gently landed upon the stone table, while others danced whimsically before settling among the grass. Dappled sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing the light to sway softly, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Within this breeze, the fragrances of blossoms and fresh grass intertwined, enveloping the senses with an indescribable comfort and delight. Bai Xianzhao approached the stone table and gracefully took her seat, every gesture exuding poise and elegance. At the moment she settled, a few petals appeared to be drawn by her radiant beauty, softly descending to rest among her hair, like delicate pink and white embellishments that accentuated her exquisite features. Yet, despite the enchanting scenery, Bai Xianzhao's mind remained troubled. Her brow furrowed slightly, reflecting her unease regarding Lin Ju's earlier words and his shifting expressions, leaving her in a state of indecision. As she pondered, faint footsteps gradually approached. Bai Xianzhao lifted her gaze, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, and looked toward the source of the sound. A middle-aged man clad in a white long shirt approached her with measured steps. His face bore a gentle smile, and his gait was steady and assured, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Yin Qing, you have arrived. Please, take a seat, Bai Xianzhao said warmly, her voice soft and inviting. Upon hearing this, Yin Qing promptly bowed in respect, replying, thank you, esteemed leader. Afterward, he took his seat, facing Bai Xianzhao. I noticed your expression was grave earlier. Perhaps concerning those two youths? Yin Qing ventured tentatively. Bai Xianzhao nodded slightly. Indeed, that is the case. What do you know of the other youth? After a brief pause to compose himself, Yin Qing recounted the information he had gathered from Luo Tuming, presenting it methodically and in detail. As he spoke, a gentle spring breeze wafted by, tenderly caressing Bai Xianzhao's cheek and lifting her cascading hair, a few strands dancing in the wind. Bai Xianzhao listened intently to Yin Qing's account, occasionally nodding or furrowing her brow in contemplation. When Yin Qing concluded, a hint of relaxation crossed Bai Xianzhao's face. From what you have conveyed, their accounts do not significantly differ, she remarked slowly. Seeing her expression, Yin Qing promptly inquired, if that is so, what are your plans for these two individuals moving forward? Bai Xianzhao pondered momentarily before rising gracefully. She extended her jade-like hand, slightly tilting her head back to gently catch the flower petals that the spring breeze had swept down. The Sword Manor was a renowned sect of righteousness, and these two individuals were the sons of elders. Bai Xianzhao's voice was melodious yet carried a hint of authority. It is both reasonable and just that we should take them in. In the future, they may serve our interests. This would not only enhance the strength of our Bai Luo sect, but also allow them to contribute to the cause of righteousness. Indeed, a twofold gain. Though this plan was ingenious, she wondered if the two would be willing. Furthermore, their cultivation and aptitude remained unknown to them. Yin Qing's words revealed a trace of concern. Bai Xianzhao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, her laughter as delightful as silver bells. Firstly, they are now homeless. Our Bai Luo sect is their best refuge. Secondly, they are merely two youths. If I treat them with sincerity and extend a little kindness, they would have no reason not to be loyal. As for their abilities and qualifications, Practical experience is the best test. In half a month, the disciples' competition would take place, and she decided to have the two participate. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Thus, their true capabilities would be laid bare. Upon hearing this, Yanqing's worried expression vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. This is excellent news. My concerns are now alleviated. However, Bai Xuanzhao's demeanor remained somewhat tense. Noticing this, Yanqing was taken aback. Sectmaster, do you still harbor worries? Bai Xuanzhao sighed softly. Indeed, my son Bai Zujuan will turn 10 next year, the age at which he should awaken to the path of the sword. Yet her words faltered, laden with unexpressed anxiety. Yanqing felt a tightening in his chest and quickly reassured her, Sectmaster, do not fret. The late Sectmaster once said that the young master would become a formidable figure in the world, even bestowing upon him the name Zujuan, which signifies his extraordinary potential. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuanzhao's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and a faint, determined smile graced her lips. You speak true, Yanqing. As a mother, I must have faith in my child. Just as Bai Xuanzhao finished her words, a sudden gust of spring wind swept towards them. This wind was markedly stronger than the gentle breeze before, carrying with it a subtle chill. Chapter 73. Invitation. As the day waned, dark clouds gathered, and a tempestuous wind brought forth rain. Red blossoms danced in the air, drifting down to the ground, while the verdant grass swayed. Reaching for the sky as hurried passers-by rushed by. Time, like a fleeting steed, slipped away in an instant. Linju and Luo Tuming, having found refuge at the Bailuo Gate, were unaware that over 10 days had passed in their recuperation. During this time, Bai Xuanzhao had shown them exquisite care, bestowing upon them not only precious elixirs and nourishing beast meat, but also a plethora of cultivation resources. Linju and Luo Tuming were acutely aware of Bai Xuanzhao's intentions. They did not hastily accept her generosity. Instead, they feigned reluctance, ultimately accepting her gifts with a semblance of gratitude. However, beneath their facade, they felt no genuine appreciation for Bai Xuanzhao, viewing her instead as a boundless source of sustenance. In their eyes, apart from their biological parents, there existed no one and nothing worthy of gratitude in this world. Since Bai Xuanzhao desired to see their expressions of thankfulness, they would comply with her wishes. Donning the mask of gratitude. Now, with Linju fully recovered from his injuries and Luo Tuming restored to his former self, the two stood in the courtyard of their abode, engaging in a friendly contest. As dawn broke, gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the crimson palace walls, casting a warm glow within the courtyard. This soft illumination spread like silk, intertwining with a layer of mist, enveloping the courtyard in a delicate veil. The eyes were drawn to the two figures clad in white within the courtyard. Linju, wielding a long sword, had its tip poised mere inches from Luo Tuming's throat. A gentle breeze brushed through, stirring the blossoms, pink and white petals fluttering down like snowflakes, softly landing upon their shoulders. Yet, as some petals brushed against the radiant light emanating from Linju's sword, they were instantly crushed, disintegrating into fine powder. Will you concede? Linju's voice was as cold as a mountain spring, calm yet tinged with indifference. With that, his wrist dipped slightly, and the blade, like a mirror, reflected Luo Tuming's visage. In that reflection, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Tuming's mouth. In an instant, he switched the sword to his left hand, lowered his body sharply, and with the swiftness of lightning, swung the long sword, aiming a chilling strike at Linju's lower body. Perceiving the impending attack, Linju swiftly pivoted, retreating with haste. His garments billowed in the air, reminiscent of a startled swan taking flight, tracing an elegant arc simultaneously. The blade in his hand swept through the falling petals, coalescing into a fierce sword aura, like a tempest unleashed, hurtling towards Luo Tuming. Luo Tuming furrowed his brows, leaning back without hesitation, kneeling on the ground, and gliding forward with the energy within him. The rush of air behind him surged, skillfully evading Linju's ferocious strike. Suddenly, he sprang upwards, akin to a specter, lunging forward, his sword coiling towards Linju's slender waist like a venomous serpent emerging from its lair. In that critical moment, Linju deftly adjusted his wrist, aligning the sword with his forearm as if it were an extension of his very being, protecting his waist with a fluid motion. In an instant, the tips of their swords clashed with a resounding bang, emitting a brilliant spark. Though the strike appeared fierce, Linju handled it with effortless grace. A sneak attack? You are far from it, Linju remarked, his voice low yet imbued with authority and disdain. Before the words had even left his lips, his figure moved with remarkable swiftness. With knees slightly bent, He exerted his strength in a sudden surge, forcefully propelling Luo Tuming away with the might of a tempest. In an instant, he leaped gracefully, akin to a dancing butterfly, the tips of his white boots lightly brushing against the fluttering petals, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the earthly realm. His body twisted, darting behind Luo Tuming with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Ju's intent was clear, targeting the vulnerable spot at Luo Tuming's back. The sword in his hand struck like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for the vital point. As the blade sliced through the air, a fierce wind howled, swirling the fallen petals into a myriad of fragments. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Luo Tuming dared not hesitate for a moment, hastily rolling to evade Lin Ju's assault with all his might. Yet, amidst his tumbling, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Ju, seeking an opportunity for counterattack. Ultimately, he did catch a fleeting moment. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the sword in his grasp like a shooting star. The sword soared through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it cut through, trailing a brilliant arc of white light straight toward Lin Ju. However, Lin Ju seemed to anticipate this, a slight smile gracing his lips as he too cast forth his sword. Bang! The two blades clashed violently in midair, producing a thunderous reverberation. The sparks generated by their collision were like dazzling fireworks, illuminating the entire courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the two swords erupted apart, emitting two crisp sounds before hurtling away to either side with astonishing speed. They spun rapidly in the air, and soon, with two muffled thuds, both swords plunged firmly into the ground, their blades trembling slightly. Lin Ju and Luo Tuming stood facing each other, their gazes locking in an intense exchange. A gentle spring breeze wafted through, carrying the lingering fragrance of blossoms, as if stirring an invisible ripple between them. It appeared that the two young men had fully regained their composure. Suddenly, a melodious and pleasant voice floated through the air. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming turned their heads in unison. There stood by Xianzhao, her face adorned with a gentle smile, gracefully stepping forward with her hands crossed elegantly before her abdomen. Behind her followed a middle-aged man, none other than Yin Qing. The alluring fragrance emanating from this mature woman was particularly enchanting in this season of blooming flowers, captivating all who inhaled it. Upon their arrival, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming hurriedly bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Master Bai and Elder Yin. There's no need for such formalities. Please, rise quickly," the gentle voice echoed again. Once the two had stood, Lin Ju inquired, "Might I ask what brings Master Bai and Elder Yin here today?" As he spoke, he tilted his head playfully and winked, embodying the spirit of an innocent and carefree young girl. Luo Tuming, standing nearby, felt an involuntary shiver at Lin Ju's antics. Silently lamenting, "Lin Ju, even if you wish to play the obedient child, please spare me this performance. I simply cannot endure it." However, Bai Xianzhao seemed to find Lin Ju's demeanor quite endearing, letting out a light laugh as she replied, Since you have asked, I shall speak plainly. Tomorrow marks the triannual grand competition of our sect, and I sincerely hope that both of you esteemed young men will participate." As the words faded, a profound glimmer suddenly flashed in Luo Tuming's eyes, while Lin Ju swiftly responded, "With such warm hospitality from the white sect leader, how could we possibly decline?" "Indeed, splendid," Bai Xianzhao replied with a smile, gazing tenderly at Lin Ju, her affection for him deepening. After all, he now bore the visage of an Yueshi, strikingly beautiful and exuding a certain delicate charm akin to that of a young maiden. Subsequently, the four of them moved to the stone table in the courtyard. Engaging in delightful conversation, time slipped away unnoticed, and after a lively exchange, Bai Xianzhao rose to take her leave. As they watched Bai Xianzhao and Yin Qing gradually recede, their figures eventually vanishing from sight, Luo Tuming's countenance darkened. He spoke in a hushed tone, "Lin Ju, why did you agree to participate in this so-called grand competition? Is it not akin to a group of foolish monkeys brawling for mere amusement?" Lin Ju merely smiled gently. "I had little interest in this grand competition as well. Yet we have been confined to this courtyard for over 10 days without venturing outside. Perhaps this is an opportunity to explore, and who knows, I might even encounter him." "Who?" Luo Tuming quickly turned to inquire. Yet, Lin Ju only smiled, remaining silent, his gaze slightly lifted to the petals cascading gently from the trees. Chapter 74. The Great Sect Competition, Part 1. As dawn breaks, the first light of day scatters like fragments of gold amidst the ethereal mist. Delicate droplets of dew cling to the tips of grass, shimmering gently in the haze, resembling scattered stars that have fallen to earth. In the distance, the silhouettes of trees emerge and fade in the fog, akin to the elegant contours of an ink-wash painting. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the mist to swirl languidly, carrying the earthy essence of soil and the fresh scent of grass, intermingled with the melodious chirping of birds, composing a symphony of spring's morning song. Even in the early hours, the duel arena of the White Luomin is already abuzz with excitement, filled with the sounds of animated chatter. This vast circular ground is a magnificent arena of competition, evoking admiration at first sight. The stands are overflowing with spectators, each seat occupied. The seating is arranged in a descending order from high to low, and the disciples of White Luomin don matching white attire, appearing from afar like cascading waves of white. The disciples are brimming with enthusiasm, their spirits soaring. Some stand atop their seats, fervently waving banners that flutter in the breeze. Others shout encouragement with voices that echo through the air. Bathed in the morning light, the white garments of the disciples reflect a radiant glow, rendering the entire scene even more dazzling. The interplay of light and shadow dances at their feet, heightening the tension of this fervent gathering. After 3 long years, the grand competition is finally set to commence once more. An excited voice calls out, unable to contain the exhilaration within. Indeed, we eagerly anticipate the remarkable performances our fellow disciples will showcase in this event. Another responds promptly. I dare assert that the champion of this competition will undoubtedly be senior sister Lin Qian. A disciple declares confidently. This may not be the case, for I have heard that the sect master recently rescued a man and a woman from Mongfing Mountain, and their prowess is said to be quite formidable. Someone interjects with a differing viewpoint. The crowd engages in lively debate, each expressing their opinions on the anticipated outcome of the competition, relishing the spirited discourse. At the high vantage point of the duel arena, Bai Xianzhao sits regally upon a white stone chair. Flanking her on either side are 4 elders of White Luomin, each seated upon their own white chairs. Their gazes are sharp, their expressions solemn, as they intently observe the duel arena below. Yan Qing announced the commencement. Bai Xianzhao's voice rings clear, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, resonating softly in the stands. Hearing this, Yan Qing immediately rises from beside her, facing Bai Xianzhao with a respectful bow. He then strides confidently to the forefront of the platform, standing firm, draped in a cloud-colored robe that billows gently with the breeze. Yan Qing lowers his gaze momentarily, then suddenly sweeps his sleeve with a flourish. Disciples, silence. Though his voice is not deliberately raised, it carries the force of a chilling gale, sweeping across the entire duel arena, instantly silencing the previously boisterous disciples to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Yan Qing nods slightly, clears his throat, and proclaims in a resonant voice. This competition will differ from those of the past. The round system will be abolished, and we shall adopt the arena format instead. The ultimate victor will be awarded 100,000 spirit stones, 10 second-grade swords of superior quality, 1 exquisite second-grade sword, and a flowing cloud battle robe. Moreover, the opportunity to enter the Baiwa Cave for 3 days of profound comprehension has been granted. As Yan Qing's words resonated, the disciples below erupted in exuberance. Cheers and applause harmoniously intertwined, their excitement palpable, for the chance to delve into the Baiwa Cave is a coveted dream for countless individuals. The Baiwa Cave serves as the burial ground for the innate swords of those ancestors of the Bailuo sect who made remarkable contributions. Within its depths, a rich aura of swordsmanship pervades, offering immense benefits for the disciples' understanding and advancement in the art of the sword, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for practitioners of the sword path. However, just as the crowd reveled in jubilation, a white figure suddenly shot forth from the throng, akin to a comet streaking across the sky, and landed steadily at the center of the arena. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was a youth clad in white. With head held high and an imposing demeanor, he surveyed the gathered disciples with piercing eyes before clasping his fists and bowing. I am Wei Shuxian, at the mid-second level, and I humbly request guidance from my esteemed fellow disciples. His voice rang clear, echoing throughout the arena. Before his words had fully settled, a deep voice emerged from the crowd. Su Qichuan, eager to learn from your expertise. Instantly, another figure in white descended gracefully into the arena, standing opposite Wei Shuxian. This individual, also dressed in white, stood tall like a pine, wielding a jade-green longsword that shimmered with a chilling brilliance, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. As Su Qichuan made his entrance, Wei Shuxian wasted no words and did not hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he summoned his innate sword. The blade, a mesmerizing blend of black and white, flickered with a warm yet strange radiance. Gripping the hilt tightly, Wei Shuxian propelled himself forward with explosive force, transforming into a streak of white lightning, charging directly at Su Qichuan. Seeing this, Su Qichuan was not one to show any signs of complacency. With a swift motion, he swung his jade-green longsword, cutting through the air with a hissing sound, akin to a fierce gale, meeting Wei Shuxian's assault head-on. In an instant, the arena was a flurry of intertwining sword shadows, dazzling flashes of cold light, both combatants equally matched in vigor. Yet, just as their clash reached a critical juncture, Wei Shuxian's gaze darkened, and he let out a cold snort. With a mere thought, countless auxiliary swords materialized like a swarm of locusts, overwhelming the arena. These auxiliary swords, swirling in shades of dark and white, buzzed through the air before swiftly merging with Wei Shuxian's innate sword. Light and darkness, unite. With this commanding shout, Wei Shuxian halted abruptly, then executed a swift spin. His longsword surged upward like a dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with immense power. In an instant, 5 colossal crescent-shaped sword energies erupted from his blade, resembling lightning that tore through the heavens. Each wave of sword energy melded shades of ink and white, rending the air as they passed, emitting a piercing sound. Faced with such a formidable technique, Su Qichuan dared not underestimate it. He quickly recalibrated his energy, employing the same method of merging auxiliary swords with his primary blade, snowflakes and azure waves. As Su Qichuan let out a furious shout, he swung his emerald sword with a fierce flourish. Suddenly, a colossal wave materialized from thin air, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it surged toward Wei Shuxian's sword chi. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as the massive wave collided with Wei Shuxian's 5 streams of sword energy. In that moment, where their strikes met, an explosion of dazzling light erupted, radiating brilliance in all directions. The force generated by this clash was immense, allowing even the disciples seated in the audience to distinctly feel the powerful impact, their garments billowing in the aftermath. Yet, the confrontation between the two did not conclude there. Their figures darted swiftly amidst the flickering sword light and shadow, each collision sparking fire and producing crisp, resonant sounds. Just as all eyes were fixated on the duelists, Linju and Luo Tuming slowly stepped through the gates of the arena. With a casual glance, Luo Tuming surveyed all the disciples present, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, revealing his disdain. Here, none could surpass him. Chapter 75, The Great Sect Competition, Part 2, 2 figures clad in white, akin to ethereal specters, gracefully entered the arena, as if the entire world were distant from them, unnoticed by all. However, at that moment, a clear and crisp voice suddenly rang out. Sister Yueshi, come quickly. We are over here. Hearing this, Lin Ju gradually came to a halt, lifting his gaze toward the source of the sound. There, on the third tier of the stands, 3 female disciples dressed in white gowns stood with radiant smiles, waving enthusiastically and beckoning Lin Ju. Oh, are those not your dear friends? Remarked Luo Tuming, who witnessed the scene with a sly smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Why are you just standing there? Shouldn't you hurry over and greet them? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with frivolity and mockery, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. In response, Lin Ju merely shrugged nonchalantly and scoffed. They are nothing but human intelligence stations. Why are you so excited? With that, he disregarded Luo Tuming and walked toward the 3 female disciples, instantly adopting a demeanor of meekness and charm. As Lin Ju navigated through the crowd and approached the trio, he slightly bowed and softly greeted, Good morning, sisters. Haha, we just arrived not long ago. One of the young women replied with a beaming smile. Indeed, the competition has only just begun, another chimed in eagerly. Perfect timing. Lin Ju nodded with a smile before turning his attention to the duel arena below. In the arena, glimmers of cold light flashed as sword shadows crisscrossed. Wei Shuxian and Su Qichuan engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, their various sword techniques blossoming like flowers, captivating the onlookers with the intensity of their battle. Sister Yueshi, who do you think will emerge victorious? One of the girls suddenly turned to Lin Ju, curiosity dancing in her eyes. However, before Lin Ju could respond, Luo Tuming, standing beside him, let out a derisive snort. With arms casually crossed over his chest, he stood tall, his eyes narrowed, and a sneer playing on his lips. Such a conflict is no more than a child's game, akin to crickets fighting. Are they merely competing to see who is weaker? Luo Tuming's words ignited a firestorm of indignation within the hearts of the 3 young women from the Bailuo sect. Luo Tuming, what do you mean by that? How dare you belittle the disciples of Bailuo sect? If you have the ability, step into the arena yourself. They retorted in unison, their voices laced with outrage. Despite their furious inquiries, the smile on Luo Tuming's lips remained unabated, his demeanor even more audacious, entirely unfazed by their anger. Suddenly, he withdrew his body, adopting a bow stance, as if his legs were powerful springs ready to unleash their force. With a resounding thud, Luo Tuming's figure vanished from his original position, leaving behind only 2 deep footprints on the ground. The 3 young women were left in astonishment, bewildered at how he could disappear in an instant. Only Lin Zhu maintained a smile, though it carried a hint of intrigue. The 3 sisters have vanished, and there stands Luo Tuming. Lin Zhu's melodious voice resonated as she gently raised her jade-like hand and pointed. The gazes of the maidens followed the direction of her finger. In the center of the duel arena, an unfamiliar figure had unexpectedly appeared. It was indeed Luo Tuming. His abrupt emergence divided the 2 combatants, who were locked in a fierce struggle. Who is this stranger? Are they unaware of the rule that prohibits a third party from intervening in a duel? Wei Shuxian frowned deeply, his face contorted with anger as he bellowed. Regardless of your identity, step aside at once. Su Qichuan's tone was equally filled with ire. Both were evidently displeased with Luo Tuming's reckless intrusion. However, Luo Tuming remained indifferent to their reprimands, not even casting a glance their way, as he languidly proclaimed. A third party? Do not misunderstand. It is you 2 who have come to battle me alone. Before his words could fully settle, Luo Tuming abruptly lifted his right foot and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, causing the duel arena to tremble. The might of that stomp was unparalleled. Instantly, the ground fractured, splintering like a spider's web and rapidly extending outward, accompanied by the ground's collapse. Countless fragments of stone and clouds of dust surged skyward, obscuring the sun. The violent impact of that single stomp resembled a tidal wave, sending Wei Shuxian and Su Qichuan hurtling backward, utterly defenseless. Their bodies, like kites with severed strings, soared from the billowing dust, tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground outside the arena. Lying on the ground, they remained motionless, clearly unconscious and oblivious to their surroundings. Witnessing the sheer power of Luo Tuming's strike sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. Who is this formidable individual? Why have we never seen him before? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. To dispatch 2 mid-stage sword masters with a single blow, what immense skill is this? Another voiced their awe. Goodness, how powerful! The disciples of the White Luo sect were effusive in their admiration for Luo Tuming's astounding display. Gasps of astonishment and praises rose in a cacophony, echoing across the duel arena. Such a remarkable spectacle naturally drew the attention of the elders of the White Luo sect. A late-stage cultivator. Could he be one of those 2 youths? Quite impressive indeed, observed an elderly elder in white robes, stroking his white beard, his gaze profound and contemplative. The reason for his assessment of Luo Tuming as a late-stage cultivator stemmed from the fact that he and Lin Zhu had previously consumed concealing pills. Otherwise, given their true strengths, one at the peak of the 3rd stage and the other at mid-3rd stage, were they fleeing or harboring ulterior motives to assault the White Luo sect? Upon hearing the elder's appraisal, Bai Xianzhao offered a faint smile. However, in comparison to Luo Tuming, she evidently held greater anticipation for Inuxi's performance. Just then, Luo Tuming within the arena suddenly made another move. He raised his right arm like a towering pillar, high above, with his index finger extended straight. Gradually, his arm began to rotate, his fingertip pointing sequentially at each disciple of the Bai Luo sect present. Listen well, I am Luo Tuming. Each one of you, without exception. If you believe you possess the capability to surpass me, feel free to step forward. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, entirely dismissing the disciples of Bai Luo sect. Upon finishing his declaration, a scornful smile curled at the corner of his mouth, as if he reveled in mocking the crowd. However, before his words could fully dissipate, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. The initial praises and gasps of astonishment seemed to be swept away by a sudden tempest, vanishing without a trace. In their place arose a chorus of furious roars and accusations. In an instant, dozens of figures shot forth like lightning, encircling Luo Tuming in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the crowd could no longer tolerate his brazen arrogance and sought to overwhelm him with numbers, intending to deliver a severe lesson. Yin Qing, witnessing this, felt a sudden shock and wished to intervene. However, Bai Xianzhao raised a hand to stop him. Do not rush. Let him bask in his arrogance for a moment longer. Bai Xuanzhao's expression remained calm. I am curious to see just how capable this lad truly is. Surrounded by adversaries, Luo Tuming faced their onslaught without a trace of fear. He cast a cold glance around, his smirk growing more pronounced. You dare challenge me, Luo Tuming, without comprehending the disparity in strength? You have not even a 10,000th of a chance. As his words fell, he waved his arm, summoning a common second-tier silver sword. Immediately, he grasped the hilt with both hands, the sword tip pointing downward. Silver Tempest. With this mighty shout, he crouched slightly and thrust the silver sword into the ground. Boom. With a thunderous sound, a torrent of silver wind erupted from the sword, akin to a roaring beast, sweeping wildly in all directions. The onlookers attempted to resist the assault of this silver tempest. Yet, Luo Tuming would not grant them even a fleeting chance to struggle. With a mere thought, 100 auxiliary swords shot forth like meteors, tracing brilliant arcs in the air, resembling agile fish, madly diving into the main sword he wielded. The already formidable storm was thus greatly intensified. With a resounding explosion, the silver tempest erupted like a volcanic blast. The disciples of Bai Luo sect were like withered branches before this overwhelming force, instantly engulfed by the storm. Their bodies were hurled high into the air, only to crash heavily to the ground. Gush, 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 almost everyone coughed up crimson blood, severely injured and unable to rise. Luo Tuming gazed down at them impassively before shifting his attention to the spectators. He observed their transition from initial shock to fury, now completely shrouded in fear. A cold smile crept into Luo Tuming's heart. He knew he had achieved the effect he desired. Deep within his mind, the system's notifications chimed consecutively. Congratulations, host. Fear value 3, congratulations, host, fear value 5. Each notification resonated like a melodious note, further elevating Luo Tuming's spirits. Suddenly, a delicate yet commanding voice echoed through the crowd. Rogue, I have come to meet you. The sound was crisp and resonant, standing out starkly amidst the clamor of the surroundings. Luo Tuming abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing, directed towards the source of the voice. Who could it be? Chapter 76, The Grand Competition of the Sect, Part 3. Upon hearing the sound, Luo Tuming turned his gaze toward its source. Suddenly, a sharp, icy light sliced through the heavens like lightning, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air. A white crane sword, akin to a shooting star plummeting to the ground, surged toward him with immense force. The ferocity of this strike was astonishing, its sharpness breathtaking, causing the surrounding air to churn violently in response to its overwhelming might. Yet, in the face of this fierce onslaught, Luo Tuming remained unperturbed. He could have effortlessly stepped back to evade the blow, but a true man never retreats. With a glint in his eyes, a powerful aura erupted from Luo Tuming's being. He swung his silver sword with great vigor, and in an instant, the blade shimmered, scattering light like remnants of a fading star. As the air around him was rent asunder with a hissing sound, in the next moment, their swords clashed with a thunderous boom, resonating like a celestial roar, sending sparks flying in all directions. With a cold snort, Luo Tuming exerted force through his arm, transmitting a tremendous power along the blade. A crisp sound echoed as the white crane sword was forcefully sent flying, spinning wildly through the air like an uncontrolled top. With a muffled thud, it firmly lodged itself into the ground, its body still trembling slightly. With a flick of his wrist, Luo Tuming arced his silver sword in the air, his gaze fixed above. Who dares to challenge him? However, before he could finish his thought, a flurry of pristine white feathers descended gracefully, akin to butterflies dancing through the air, landing delicately in Luo Tuming's hand. As he gazed down at the pure object, he pondered silently. Suddenly, a series of sharp, whistling sounds pierced his ears, reminiscent of a flock of birds soaring past. He abruptly lifted his head, only to witness a multitude of white feathers cascading from the sky like a torrential downpour, dense and abundant, glistening with a frosty light under the sun, resembling meteors streaking across the firmament, resplendent and radiant. Faced with this unexpected assault of sword strikes, Luo Tuming exhibited no hesitation. In an instant, his eyes flashed with fierce determination, and his silver sword danced through the air like a dragon emerging from the sea, wielding it with wild abandon. His swordsmanship was swift as lightning, leaving spectators breathless. Each stroke of his sword summoned a howling gale, etching arcs in the air, as every swiftly approaching white feather was effortlessly shattered beneath his blade. Feathers and swords collided with a continuous, clear clinking sound, sparks erupting like brilliant fireworks illuminating the night sky. Amidst the dazzling display of sword light, Luo Tuming's figure flickered in and out of focus, at times clear and discernible, at other times elusive and indistinct, his afterimages ghostly and ephemeral. The fierce dance of sword and feather transpired in an ephemeral moment, as all the white feathers crumbled to dust beneath Luo Tuming's sword. However, this apparent victory was merely a figment of his imagination. Just as he gradually raised his head, a scornful expression adorning his face as he sought to identify the audacious challenger. He was suddenly met with the sharp sounds of 2 strikes. Luo Tuming was wholly unprepared for the abrupt onslaught. One white feather zipped past his face like lightning, instantly delivering a sharp sting. His pupils suddenly constricted. A look of astonishment etched across his face. Instinctively, he reached up to caress his cheek, the warm, sticky sensation from his fingers tightening his heart with unease. Upon closer inspection, a streak of vivid crimson caught his eye. A long, slender gash now marred his visage. At that very moment, the individual who had previously issued a commanding call, the wielder of the white feathered sword, finally revealed her true identity. Above in the sky, a white silhouette descended gracefully like a celestial being, gradually gliding downwards. She unfurled a pair of snow-white wings, the feathers shimmering in harmony with her flowing garments, embodying an ethereal elegance. Her stature was tall and slender, her figure enchanting and curvaceous, evoking an involuntary admiration from all who beheld her. Cascading hair flowed down her back, dancing with the breeze alongside her attire, further enhancing her enchanting beauty. Her visage was extraordinarily lovely, rivaling that of Linju. The moment this woman appeared, she stirred a tempest of excitement among the crowd. Look, it's senior sister Lin Qian. Indeed, it is truly senior sister Lin Qian. Oh my goddess has finally appeared. Huh, that lad is doomed. Amidst the chorus of gasps, Lin Qian descended gracefully to the ground, resembling a white crane. With a delicate flutter of her wings, she transformed into a stream of luminous white light, dissipating into the ether. She elegantly extended her jade-like hand to withdraw the white crane sword, previously embedded in the ground. Then, with measured steps, she approached Luo Tuming. Raising her hand, the long sword pointed like a venomous serpent's tongue toward Luo Tuming. Her ruby lips parting as she spoke with a cold yet authoritative tone. Did you not boast of extraordinary strength? Why then? Do you bear such a mark upon your face? Her words served as an open rebuke to Luo Tuming's earlier claims, a blatant provocation that was unmistakable. Coupled with the jeers and mockery from those around, anyone would surmise that Luo Tuming would surely be engulfed by fury, thrown into disarray. However, Luo Tuming merely smiled nonchalantly. Lin Qian, you are indeed beautiful, yet your adversary is not me, but her. With that, he extended his arm, pointing towards Lin Ju seated in the stands. All eyes followed the direction of his finger, instantly captivated by Lin Ju. Gazes of all kinds, fervent, skeptical, and even admiring, were directed towards her. Prior to this moment, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming had meticulously orchestrated their strategy. Luo Tuming initiated the proceedings, employing both words and actions to conjure a storm of fear, thus amassing the dread he sought. Next, he drew forth the strongest among the young disciples of the White Lattice sect, crafting a splendid opportunity for Lin Ju. Should she vanquish this opponent, she would earn the right to enter the White Blossom celestial realm. Luo Tuming flickered like a wraith, leaping back to his previous position in the stands, still wearing that hint of a disdainful smile. Lin Ju stood quietly, her gaze placidly fixed upon Lin Qian. Lin Qian also gradually raised her eyes, locking them with Lin Ju's. In that fleeting moment, she pondered quietly. My master mentioned a few days prior that there might be someone who would become my junior sister. Could this individual before me be she? With a slight furrow of her brow and a moment's contemplation, she resolutely spoke. This young lady seems rather unfamiliar. Earlier, that rogue proclaimed you to be my rival. I wonder if you would be inclined to engage in a duel with me? As soon as Lin Qian's words fell, Lin Ju's figure flickered and, as if by instantaneous movement, she appeared directly in the arena. The two stood facing each other, while a gentle spring breeze swept by, which should have brought a wave of tender comfort. Yet, as it passed between them, it suddenly turned scorching hot. Truly, it was as if, when beauty meets beauty, intent sharpens like a blade, and as their gazes intertwine, a frosty elegance emerges. In the display of their graceful forms, regardless of victory or defeat, dreams of splendor linger on. Chapter 77. The Enchanting Twin Blossoms. A duel awaits. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 108th Sect Competition's climactic duel. This highly anticipated event is graciously sponsored by Luomen's leader, by Xian Zhao, along with esteemed elders, promising an exhilarating exhibition of swordsmanship. At this moment, the camera focuses on the center of the duel arena. Two captivating female contestants stand face to face, their fierce gazes radiating an intensity akin to raging waves. Ready to erupt at any moment, the highly awaited clash of titans is about to commence. Rest assured, dear friends, that we will provide an uninterrupted live broadcast. offering the smoothest perspective and most immersive experience to capture every thrilling instant. Now, let us raise our voices in fervent cheers to support them. Oh, such beauty! May I ask for your name? Lin Qian inquires softly, her expression adorned with a gentle smile. I am Inueshi. Since you have called me sister, might I request a favor from you, elder sister? Lin Ju's enchanting eyes shimmer with mischief as she gazes at Lin Qian with a playful smile. Lin Qian is momentarily taken aback by her words. What do you mean by a favor? Let us settle this without sword techniques or formations, but rather through pure swordsmanship. What say you, elder sister? Lin Qian ponders for a moment, calculating in her mind. Having devoted herself to the sword since childhood and having received meticulous training from Bai Xianzhao after joining Bai Luomin, her skills have reached an impressive level. The girl before her is a few years her junior, and in terms of swordsmanship, she is confident she will not falter. With this thought, Lin Qian nods in agreement. Very well, I shall abide by your request. However, unbeknownst to her, Lin Ju's proposal stems from a place of desperation. Although she conceals her true strength at the peak of the second stage, she lacks any second-tier sword techniques. Should she resort to sword moves or formations, it would likely reveal her true capabilities, inviting unnecessary complications. Thus, she opted for this seemingly fair yet advantageous method of competition. Do not underestimate Lin Ju as a mere young girl. She is, in truth, a formidable being with 5 centuries of experience. Thank you for your understanding, elder sister. Before Lin Ju's words fade, she swiftly swings her right arm, conjuring a refreshing breeze. Simultaneously, her fingers extend, emanating a sharp, imposing presence. As she moves, her inner energy surges like a mighty river, converging at her fingertips, where a radiant white light begins to take the form of a sword, almost tangible. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qian comprehends the gravity of the situation. With a subtle smile, she channels her thoughts, summoning her Bai's sword, which transforms into a streak of light, vanishing into her forehead. Then, Lin Qian extends her 2 fingers with a grace reminiscent of a dancing fairy. Be cautious, dear sister. Before her words fully escape, a clear sound akin to a plucked string resonates through the air. Like a phantom, Lin Qian darts forward, her sword pointing like lightning, aiming directly at Lin Ju's vital points. Lin Ju's expression sharpens. With a light step, she retreats swiftly, her form as agile as a swallow in flight. In the same breath, she positions her 2 fingers before her, colliding forcefully with Lin Qian's sword point. In an instant, a crisp sound reverberated, and a dazzling light erupted, sending forth a powerful wave that swept across the dueling arena, lifting the scattered stones and dust into the air. Lin Qian's assault surged forth like a relentless tide, unceasingly advancing towards Lin Ju. With deft wrist movements, her sword traced enigmatic arcs in the air, seemingly chaotic, each stroke concealed profound mysteries, targeting Lin Ju's vital points without granting her a moment's respite. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Lin Ju moved with the grace of a swallow, skillfully evading Lin Qian's fierce strikes, each defensive maneuver executed with pinpoint accuracy. The air was filled with a series of sharp metallic clashes, while the ground beneath them bore deep, uneven sword marks. Lin Ju's expression was grave, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Qian, meticulously observing her every move, leaving no detail overlooked. Understanding the principle that even a mighty eagle exerts its utmost to catch a rabbit, Lin Ju was acutely aware of the stakes. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from Lin Qian's sword tip, and with a swift motion, she unleashed 5 formidable sword energies that shot forth like arrows in a fan formation. These 5 energies moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Ju in the blink of an eye. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Ju's expression darkened. She lightly tapped her toes against the ground and soared into the air. In mid-flight, she deftly twisted her body, her sword tip carving out a crescent-shaped energy. With a resounding crash, the 2 energies collided violently in the air. The 2 combatants exchanged blows, their swords flashing and garments billowing, the battle escalating with fervor. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of strikes, yet neither could claim victory. As Lin Qian grew increasingly impatient from her inability to break through, a flicker of agitation crossed her beautiful eyes. Taking a deep breath, her aura suddenly surged dramatically. Her hair billowed and her garments fluttered fiercely. In an instant, Lin Qian's hands danced with rapid precision, and suddenly, both hands struck out simultaneously, releasing countless sword energies that shot forth like meteors from her fingertips. These energies intertwined and merged in the air, ultimately coalescing into a colossal white dragon. The dragon writhed and roared as it charged towards Lin Ju, seemingly intent on devouring her whole. Seeing this, Lin Ju's gaze sharpened. She slowly extended her palms, her arms gracefully weaving in the air to form a perfect Tai Chi symbol. Within this symbol, a gentle force intertwined with a fierce power, merging to coalesce into a formidable sword energy before her. Swiftly, her right hand thrust forward like a flash of lightning, and the powerful energy shot straight towards the white dragon, while numerous smaller sword energies surged from all directions to engage in a fierce clash with the dragon. In the midst of this tumultuous confrontation, Lin Ju's sword energies gradually gained the upper hand. The white dragon emitted mournful cries under the relentless assault, ultimately dissipating in a thunderous explosion. Lin Xian's complexion paled instantly, her body involuntarily retreating several steps due to the overwhelming backlash. Seizing this opportune moment, Lin Ju moved like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant, her two fingers poised against Lin Xian's delicate neck. "You have lost," Lin Ju declared, her voice ringing clear and bright. Lin Xian gazed intently at the sword's point that loomed before her, though a sense of reluctance stirred within her. She ultimately resigned herself to the inescapable reality of her defeat. With a gentle sigh, her hands fell slowly to her sides, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. "I was perhaps too hasty," Lin Xian murmured, her voice laced with a hint of regret. "Congratulations to you. I concede." As Lin Ju's words faded, she gradually withdrew her sword. A soft spring breeze caressed the air, lifting the white fabric of their garments. Sunlight cascaded upon them, enveloping their figures in a golden glow. Despite the brilliance of the scene, an inexplicable chill lingered in the atmosphere. Chapter 78, The White Bone Sword Immortal, by Zhu Jiwen. Sister Lin Xian has lost? How can this be believed? On the spectator stand, a disciple exclaimed in shock, unable to contain his voice, not daring to open his eyes. He hoped it was merely an illusion. "No, please no." Another disciple clutched his head, his face filled with disbelief, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. His body trembled uncontrollably, and with a thud, he knelt down. But do not rush to despair, although this woman has triumphed over Sister Lin Xian. Her unparalleled beauty is indeed a rarity in this world. Perhaps we might find some unique opportunities through her. In an instant, the stand erupted into a cacophony of noise, various voices intertwining. The disciples held differing opinions, their expressions a myriad of emotions, their actions equally diverse. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, Lin Xian's figure suddenly soared like a swift swallow, gracefully leaping upward. With a whoosh, she had arrived atop the high spectator platform. Lin Xian moved with delicate steps, her silhouette enchanting, her white skirt billowing gently in the breeze. Approaching Bai Xuanzhao's side, she slightly bent her body, clasped her hands in salute, her expression betraying a hint of discouragement. Seeing this, Bai Xuanzhao gradually rose, extending her jade-like hand to gently assist her. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. Losing this time is of no consequence. You shall win back your honor in the future. Her voice was like a spring breeze caressing flowers and grasses, enveloping Lin Xian in warmth and comfort. After speaking, Bai Xuanzhao strode forward with her long legs, and Lin Xian followed closely in her footsteps. Their footsteps fell in a harmonious rhythm, akin to a melodious tune, as they arrived at the front of the platform and came to a halt. Bai Xuanzhao cast her gaze towards the arena, where Lin Ju stood, and a smile of delight surfaced on her face. "This girl, I must keep her." Having triumphed over Lin Xian, Lin Ju became the sole challenger no one dared to confront thereafter. Thus, he naturally ascended to the esteemed position of champion in this sect's grand competition. According to the regulations of the Bailuo sect, the one who claims first place must be celebrated with a grand ceremony lasting 3 days to honor and recognize the achievement. As the sun slowly sank in the west, its last rays quietly vanished beyond the horizon. The sky appeared like crumpled orange and purple silk. The twilight resembled an elegant ink-wash painting, gently diffusing across the rice paper, gradually enveloping the horizon from afar. The outlines of the green mountains became increasingly blurred in the dusk. A gentle evening breeze swept through the treetops, seemingly carrying the clamor of the day slowly away. "Come. Today, we brothers shall not rest until we are intoxicated. Haha. You rascal, secretly poking a hole at the bottom of the cup. What, trying to play tricks? All right, brothers share a heart, and you play mind games with me." Within the Bailuo sect, laughter and joyous voices rose and fell, saturating the atmosphere with festivity. In the majestic great hall, Bai Xuanzhao gathered with the elders and a host of talented youths from the sect, sharing a sumptuous feast. Due to Lin Ju and Luo Tuming's unique status, and Lin Ju's recent victory, they were honored as distinguished guests, seated prominently at the table. As the wine circulated thrice and the dishes were savored, the banquet reached its peak of merriment. Yanqing could no longer contain his excitement. He lifted his wine cup first, rising with a smile, and said, "Come, my esteemed nephews, this old man raises a toast to you." Having spoken, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Thereafter, gazing at Linju and Luo Tuming with a cheerful expression, gently inquiring, "Might I ask what plans you two noble nephews have for the future?" The moment the question was posed, it was as though a sharp blade had cut to the heart of the matter, instantly clarifying the conversation. Concurrently, Bai Xianzhao's gaze seemed to casually sweep over Linju and Luo Tuming. Even though Linju had emerged as the victor of the grand competition and Bai Xianzhao held him in high esteem, should he prove to be of no use to the Bai Luo sect, he would ultimately be deemed a liability, perhaps even a threat that must be eliminated. Linju, fully aware of the implications, replied in a measured tone, "Both of us indeed wish to remain within the Bai Luo sect. However, we are uncertain of the sect master's intentions." As he concluded, his eyes lingered on Bai Xianzhao, a knowing smile gracing his lips, imbued with deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, Bai Xianzhao felt a stirring within her heart, her lips curling into a subtle smile as she replied softly, "It pleases me that you both harbor such intentions." She then shifted the topic, stating, "The prize for the champion will be granted after the banquet." As for the Bai Hua Cave, however, her words were abruptly interrupted by a clear, ringing shout. "Mother!" The exclamation resonated sharply within the somewhat noisy hall, drawing the attention of all present. They turned towards the entrance to see a young boy, around 10 years of age, making his way slowly into the hall. Gazing upon the boy, Lin Ju felt as if tumultuous waves were crashing within him, overwhelming him with astonishment. The boy's hair was a striking white, and his eyes shone with a snowy hue. Where ordinary people would have black, he possessed a pure white. Though still young, his face bore an innate regal aura, embodying the presence of one destined to rule. Bai Zujun. Lin Ju could not help but exclaim silently within his mind. This boy was yet another legendary figure from the ancestral texts, a future titan of the demonic path, the White Bone Sword Immortal. The Bone Sword King. Bai Zujun. The Bone Sword King was previously mentioned in Chapter 11, Bone Sword Baizhua. That day, when Lin Ju heard Luo Tuming utter the name Bai Xianzhao, a flash of enlightenment struck him, recalling the tome he had perused in his past life, the White Bone autobiography. One particular phrase lingered in his memory, "My mother." Bai Xianzhao met her demise at the hands of the righteous. And this White Bone autobiography was indeed penned by Bai Zujun himself. He was precisely the target Lin Ju had come here to seek. As he watched Bai Zujun approach step by step, Lin Ju's gaze intensified, his eyes unblinking, fixated upon him. Navigating through the crowd, Bai Zujun, surrounded by the adoration of the young masters, approached Bai Xianzhao as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. Bai Xianzhao beamed with a tender smile, her eyes filled with affection. She gently extended her hands, wrapping them around Bai Zujun, and carefully seated him upon her lap. Bai Xianzhao gently nodded, her voice soft and delicate as she inquired, "Juner, did I not instruct you to practice your swordplay in the training room? Why have you ventured out?" Bai Zujun lifted her head, her bright and clear eyes gazing intently at Bai Xianzhao. "Mother, I have already mastered it," she replied with unwavering confidence, a glimmer of brilliance shining in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Xianzhao's smile deepened, and she tenderly remarked, "Well done, my Juner. You are truly remarkable." With that, she raised her hand to gently caress Bai Zujun's head. Feeling the warmth emanating from her mother's palm, Bai Zujun was overwhelmed with happiness and contentment, her face blossoming into a joyful smile. At that moment, Bai Zujun seemed to sense a gaze directed towards them. Casually glancing over, her eyes landed on Lin Ju. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, and a flicker of authority flashed in her eyes as she solemnly demanded, "Who are you?" Chapter 79. Infatuation. Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Ju's eyes flickered slightly, and he swiftly emerged from his reverie. However, before he could respond, Bai Xianzhao smiled and said, "Silly child, this is Sister Yueshi. She is the champion of this sect's grand competition." Upon hearing his mother's words, Bai Zujun's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to his mother with a look of incredulity, muttering, "Champion? How could it be her? I thought it would be Sister Lin Qian." As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Lin Qian, who, sensing his scrutiny, wore a faint, helpless smile. Suddenly, with a soft thud, Bai Zujun leaped down from Bai Xianzhao's lap. He resembled a lively little rabbit, bounding a few steps forward before halting in front of Lin Ju. Standing still, he fixated on Lin Ju with his large eyes, scrutinizing her as if attempting to see through her. Lin Ju, unperturbed, met Bai Zujun's gaze with serene composure. Even if you will one day become the formidable Bone Sword King, so what? At present, you are merely a child with an innocent spirit. In an unexpected gesture, Bai Zujuan suddenly bowed deeply, addressing Lin Ju, sister in Yueshi. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you will not hold it against me. This act revealed the strict upbringing and refined manners instilled in him. Witnessing this, Lin Ju's lips curled into a slight smile, and she gracefully rose from her seat. Extending her delicate hand, she assisted Bai Zujuan to his feet and gently spoke. Sister would never blame her younger brother, would she? Her voice, melodious and clear, flowed like a mountain stream and resonated like the song of a golden oriole, captivating and enchanting all who heard it. As they stood close, Bai Zujuan slowly lifted his head, his gaze meeting Lin Ju's. In that moment, he felt as if he beheld a celestial being descending from the heavens. Lin Ju's exquisite beauty resembled a masterpiece, each glance striking a chord within his heart. What caused Bai Zujuan's heart to race even more was the playful tilt of Lin Ju's head, her enchanting eyes narrowing slightly as she bestowed upon him a smile that radiated sweetness. That smile blossomed like spring flowers in full bloom and caressed him like a gentle summer breeze, leaving him feeling as though his heart was tenderly grasped by an invisible hand, rhythmically forgetting its beat. The captivating voice, gentle tone, breathtaking beauty, and playful demeanor created a cascade of beauty that left Bai Zujuan momentarily flustered. A blush crept onto his youthful face, and a torrent of indescribable emotions surged within him. Flushed with shyness, Bai Zujuan hurriedly lowered his head and turned away, retreating to Bai Xianzhao's side amidst a flurry of footsteps. Yet, his gaze remained magnetically drawn to Lin Ju, peeking out occasionally from behind Bai Xianzhao to steal glances at her. Evidently, Lin Ju's recent actions have left an indelible mark on Bai Zujuan's heart, even kindling a sense of affection towards Lin Ju. This, precisely, is the outcome Lin Ju had eagerly anticipated. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how to approach Bai Zujuan. Yet he did not foresee that this young lad would come knocking at his door. Ah, indeed, possessing a strikingly handsome visage invariably makes one more appealing and favored. Bai Xianzhao observed this scene with keen interest, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. She understood all too well that none in attendance were oblivious to the unfolding drama. Everyone was merely exchanging knowing glances and stifled laughter. Only Luo Tuming felt a sense of unease rising within him, accompanied by a wave of nausea. In the night sky, countless stars twinkled like a myriad of dazzling gemstones embedded in the vast azure expanse. The moonlight, gentle as flowing water, cast a serene glow upon the earth, draping the stone-paved path in a cool silver sheen. The trees by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, their branches and leaves rustling, casting dappled shadows. The night was thick as ink, a viscous hue that seemed to congeal, enveloping the world in profound tranquility. As the evening banquet quietly drew to a close, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming embarked on their journey back to the courtyard. Their footsteps echoed distinctly in the stillness of the night, each step resonating softly against the stones. Walking side by side, Luo Tuming cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ju, his expression betraying annoyance as he remarked, I truly did not expect you to make advances towards such a young child. Look at how you have enticed him. Lin Ju, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, his demeanor cooling as he gently shook his head. This matter is of no concern to you. Just know that in 5 days, we shall depart from this place. Really? Luo Tuming exclaimed, abruptly turning to face Lin Ju, surprise and excitement illuminating his features, his voice rising involuntarily. Lin Ju nodded slightly. Trust me, on that day, you shall witness expressions on their faces that are nothing short of spectacular. With that, a hint of mischief flickered across his face. The two figures gradually faded into the night, ultimately disappearing into the vast darkness, where even the silvery moonlight could not trace their path. In the days that followed the banquet, Bai Zujuan was consistently drawn to Lin Ju. After each sword practice, he would dash eagerly to Lin Ju's side. Lin Ju welcomed his presence with open arms. Bai Zujuan would enthusiastically share insights from his sword training, recounting his minor progress, the newly acquired techniques, and his aspirations for the future of his swordsmanship. Lin Ju maintained a gentle smile, listening attentively and offering timely words of encouragement and affirmation. Whenever Bai Zujuan finished his practice, drenched in sweat, Lin Ju would tenderly extend the sleeve of his robe to wipe the perspiration from his brow. His gentle demeanor and refined grace were indeed captivating. Each of her soft smiles and every word she spoke was imbued with genuine care, causing Bai Zhujuan to become increasingly ensnared in his feelings. At last, the 5th day arrived, the day when Baihua Cave would be unveiled. What unforeseen events would this day bring? Let us await the dissection of the next installment. Chapter 80, The Manifestation of Enchantment at the Break of Dawn. The sky appeared as if it were made of crumpled silver foil, delicately permeating the ink-like depths of the night. In the distance, the mountains and fields, gently shrouded in a thin mist, revealed their contours, resembling a long-lasting ink-wash painting that exuded poetic charm amidst the haze. The orange glow intertwined with the pale light of dawn, sketching the unique haziness of the morning, dreamlike and ethereal. Today marks the moment when Lin Zhu is to step into the Baihua Cave heaven. On the back mountain of the Bai Luo sect, a group of individuals ascended the pristine white stairs at a leisurely pace. Their footsteps echoed softly on the stone steps, the rhythmic sound resonating clearly in the tranquil morning. Dozens of figures flickered in and out of the mist, appearing as mysterious phantoms. The morning dew, condensed upon the blades of grass, fell silently, brushed by the gentle breeze stirred by their passage, leaving a refreshing touch upon their garments. Lin Qian led the procession at the forefront with graceful and steady strides, demonstrating her familiarity with the path. Close behind her were Lin Zhu and Luo Tuming. Among the group was a diminutive figure. Indeed, it was Bai Zhujuan. He held Lin Zhu's delicate hand tightly, insisting on accompanying her. He had risen early, eager to see Lin Zhu off in person. Following their quartet was an essential member for the opening of the Baihua Cave heaven. As they gazed ahead, the pristine white stairs seemed endless, winding into the depths of the clouds and mist, as though leading to an enigmatic realm unknown. Lin Zhu furrowed her brow and gently inquired, "Senior sister Lin Qian, how much farther to the Baihua Cave heaven?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qian turned to glance back, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she softly replied, "Do not be anxious, Sister Yueshi. The Baihua heavenly stairs number as many as 50,000 steps, and we have only just traversed half the journey." At this, Lin Zhu let out a soft sigh, a hint of fatigue shadowing her features, as if the seemingly endless staircase had begun to wear her down. Observing this, Bai Zhujuan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Sister Yueshi, are you weary? If you feel fatigued, we may take a brief respite." Upon hearing his concern, Lin Zhu gradually turned her head, lowering her gaze, and blossomed into a sweet smile as she gently replied, "Sister is not weary. I am merely concerned that you may tire." Her voice was soft and melodious, utterly enchanting. This simple utterance struck Bai Zhujuan's heart like a swift arrow, sending ripples of emotion through him, leaving him unsettled, his eyes shimmering with light. Yet, Lin Zhu's inquiry about the distance was not born of true fatigue. There was a deeper significance. Although her expression remained calm, a tempest brewed within her. If she did not feign a hint of weariness, would it not reveal her ulterior motives regarding the Baihua Cave heaven? In this journey to the Baihua Cave heaven, Lin Zhu harbored only two pressing matters. The mist, like a delicate veil, seemed to be gently lifted by an invisible hand, gradually dispersing to unveil a clear azure sky, adorned with drifting white clouds. The sunlight cascades like a golden waterfall, penetrating the lush trees and verdant grass flanking the white stone steps, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon the stairway. As the crowd traverses this enchanting scene, their own shadows intertwine with those of the trees and grass, flickering in and out of sight, as if they were ensconced in a realm that blurs the line between reality and illusion. "Here we are," Lin Qian's voice rang out, clear and bright. With this proclamation, her delicate figure seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell. The others halted, captivated by the spectacle before them. Before them rose two towering white stone doors, soaring over 10 zhang in height, exuding a magnificent grandeur. The surface of the stone doors was adorned with exquisite relief carvings of swirling clouds, which appeared to drift lazily in the sunlight, evoking a dreamlike quality. Above the doorframe, the eaves were shaped like the outstretched wings of a white crane, with strings of snow-white wind chimes hanging from the edges. As the gentle breeze caressed them, the chimes emitted a clear and melodious sound. Witnessing this magnificent sight, Lin Zhu feigned astonishment, taking an involuntary step forward as she sincerely exclaimed, "Is this truly the Baihua Cave? It is even more spectacular than I had imagined. Indeed, it is nature's masterpiece." Bai Zhujuan, standing nearby, wore an expression of triumph, his voice tinged with undeniable pride. Lin Zhu smiled gently and reached out, tenderly ruffling Bai Zhujuan's hair. Yes, indeed." At this, Lin Qian chuckled lightly and promptly reminded them, "All right, time is of the essence. We should proceed to open the cave." Heeding her words, Lin Ju and the others instinctively stepped aside. Lin Xian took a deep breath, her gaze suddenly turning as frosty as winter. With a flicker of thought, a beam of white light shot forth from her forehead, transforming into a snow-white longsword, her Baihe sword. Grasping the sword, Lin Xian traced an elegant arc in the air, the blade shimmering with a cold light, pointing skyward. Simultaneously, the other 10 followed suit, each summoning their own longsword. In an instant, streams of white sword light converged beneath them, connecting and merging, ultimately forming a colossal sword formation. Within this formation, the swords hummed with energy, their cold glimmers intertwining to create a flowing star map, ancient runes bursting forth from the sword tips, coalescing in the air into a swirling seal. With a commanding shout, Lin Xian declared go. As her voice echoed, her body spun rapidly, as if the Baihe sword had been imbued with life, dancing gracefully in accordance with her movements. The sword surged forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed directly at the stone doors, the seal following closely behind. With a resounding thud, the seal collided fiercely with the stone doors, merging with them in an instant. The doors erupted with blinding white light, dazzling and overwhelming. Suddenly, a cacophony of thunderous roars resonated. Dust cascaded down like snowflakes as the long-slumbering stone doors began to awaken slowly. With a final resonant boom, the doors swung open, releasing a chill mist laced with a scent of decay, crashing towards them like waves. Lin Xian stood before the stone doors, a faint smile gracing her lips. She gently waved the longsword in her hand, drawing it into the spiritual sea, and then spoke with delight. Sister Yueshi, you have merely 3 days to comprehend this. However, before she could finish her sentence, a cold light sliced through the air like lightning. With a sudden jolt, Lin Xian's vision skewed, her body losing balance and plummeting from her original standing position. Thud. Another muffled sound echoed as Lin Xian fell heavily to the ground, a spray of crimson blood erupting around her. This sudden turn of events struck the onlookers like a heavy hammer, leaving them in a state of disbelief as they witnessed the unfolding horror. At that moment, Luo Tuming stood drenched in blood, his face devoid of expression, exuding only an air of indifference. He was the one who had drawn his sword, severing Lin Xian's head. He looked down from his elevated position at Lin Xian, her severed neck gushing forth blood, and an unexpected sense of exhilaration surged within him. Before anyone could react or utter a cry, Luo Tuming stomped his foot, accompanied by a thunderous roar, boom. In an instant, a powerful silver-white sword intent erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. Those who had just formed the sword array found themselves utterly defenseless against this overwhelming force. A series of muffled thuds rang out as they were instantaneously slaughtered by this immense power. Heads flew through the air, blood poured down like a torrential rain, and bodies collapsed one after another into the crimson pool. The warm blood gushed from the severed necks, emitting a pungent, metallic odor, gradually seeping into the ground. The intertwining of white and red painted a scene of distorted beauty. Amidst this gruesome spectacle, Bai Zujuan somehow survived. Yet, he had never encountered such a terrifying scene before. Paralyzed by fear, his eyes widened in shock. He was unable to even cry out. He had intended to seek help from what he had always believed to be his kind sister, Linju, but when he turned to her, he was astonished to find that her gentle demeanor had been replaced by a chilling coldness. Slowly bending down, Linju picked up Lin Xian's head. Blood dripped onto her hands, the warm, viscous sensation jolting her nerves, while the expression on the severed head's face remained eternally tender. Gazing at this beautiful head, Linju, with a blank expression, coldly stated, Lin Xian, you need not have died. You held no place in my plans. It is a pity, however, that on that day you marred this fellow's face, and he harbors a grudge. At that moment, Luo Tuming, with a look of suspicion, approached Lin Ju. Did you intentionally leave one alive? What is your intention? Lin Ju smiled faintly, casually tossing the severed head aside. Thud, the head rolled on the ground. And as Lin Ju gazed at it, she slowly remarked, if I do not let someone return to deliver the news, how could I witness such splendid expressions? Upon hearing Lin Ju's words, Luo Tuming suddenly understood and could not help but exclaim, you are truly wicked. Lin Ju, however, remained unfazed. A villain never perceives their deeds as evil. Having spoken, he abruptly extended his hand and firmly grasped Bai Zujuan's head. In an instant, Bai Zujuan's body succumbed to a loss of control, being forcefully dragged by Lin Ju, step by step, into the realm of the cave. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tuming hastily followed suit, stepping into that abyss of darkness alongside them. Chapter 81. Entering the Baiwa Caves. Continuing from the previous text. Luo Tuming deliberately chose to release one individual. This person's visage was etched with terror and stupor, tears streaming down his face, his appearance utterly disheveled. He stumbled and crawled forward in a frantic manner, occasionally collapsing to the ground, only to spring back up as if jolted by electricity, continuing his desperate dash forward. At that moment, his body seemed to be beyond his control, driven solely by instinct. Inside the grand hall of the Bailuo sect, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Bai Xianzhao was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the elders of the sect, their faces radiating joy. The master's act of saving those two was indeed a display of remarkable foresight. Elder Yin Qing exclaimed with admiration, the first to voice his praise. Indeed, indeed. With this, our Bailuo sect has added 2 more talented youths, haha. Another elder quickly chimed in. Upon hearing such commendations, Bai Xianzhao felt a swell of pride. With a smile, she graciously acknowledged the elder's praises, her demeanor exuding confidence. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted as the hall's door was violently thrust open, and a frenzied figure burst in like a wild horse set free. The momentum was so intense that he tumbled onto the floor. The onlookers beheld a disheveled individual, blood-soaked, his once pristine white garments now stained crimson. Elder Yin Qing, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the uninvited guest and hurriedly rose, exclaiming, Zhang Huan, weren't you assigned to open the cave? How have you ended up like this? At this moment, Zhang Huan could scarcely consider responding to Elder Yin Qing's inquiries. He crawled forward a few steps, his face a mask of terror, and in his state of panic. He stammered, Master, esteemed elders, something has gone awry in the cave. Should a common person find themselves in such a situation, they would undoubtedly be flustered. Hastily grasping the individual and urgently imploring, calm down. What has happened? Please, elucidate. However, upon hearing his words, Bai Xianzhao made a swift decision, rising immediately, her sword merging with her being. With a swift whoosh, her white sword shot forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, instantly exiting the hall. Simultaneously, the other 4 elders sprang into action, each summoning their own life swords. The blades gleamed brilliantly as the group soared into the air, following Bai Xianzhao towards the Baiwa caves. In an instant, 5 blinding white lights streaked across the sky like lightning, tearing through the heavens with astonishing speed. Leaving all in awe, the disciples of the Bailuo sect, witnessing this spectacle, were irresistibly drawn in, pausing to observe. All disciples of the Bailuo sect, heed the command, immediately converge upon the Baiwa caves, without fail. Bai Xianzhao's voice resonated through the air like a mighty bell, exuding an undeniable authority and gravitas. In the face of their leader's command, the disciples showed no hesitation or doubt. In their hearts, the words of their master were the ultimate decree, not to be defied. One by one, the disciples unleashed the sect's unique movement technique, Phantom Cloud Extreme. Their figures resembled phantoms, elusive and unsteady, akin to clouds swirling in a tempest, racing at an astonishing speed toward the White Blossom Cave. These silhouettes, akin to a flock of agile white eagles, left behind ephemeral traces in the vast expanse, creating a scene of remarkable grandeur. Upon entering this celestial realm, a chilling aura, laced with a piercing sword intent, enveloped the atmosphere. As one gazed around, the expansive space was suffused with a pristine whiteness. The stalactites hanging from the cave's apex resembled lustrous pearls, emanating a gentle radiance. They harmoniously reflected upon the smooth, mirror-like ground, vividly mirroring the cave's enchanting scenery, while perfectly blending with the surrounding alabaster rock walls, collectively conjuring a surreal and dreamlike world. Within this realm of pure white, countless stones, each with unique forms, stood in an artful arrangement, each adorned with several blades. These swords varied in length and style. Some were ancient and hefty, others exquisite and intricate. Some gleamed with a chilling, menacing light, while others bore the rust of time's relentless passage. The lingering sword intent danced gracefully within this immaculate cave, accompanied by an ethereal hum that resonated in the air. As one's gaze shifted slightly, 3 figures materialized amidst this extraordinary landscape. Let me go? Let me go? Bai Zujuan's cries echoed within the serene cave, imbued with fear and despair. At that moment, his head was firmly grasped by Linju, and despite his desperate struggles, all efforts proved futile. Linju's expression was as frosty as ice, cold and unyielding. Indifferent to Bai Zujuan's pleas, her hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of something of utmost importance. Let me go. Quickly let me go. or my mother will surely have you two wicked thieves killed. Bai Zujuan's voice rang out once more. Yet, beside him, Luo Tuming had reached the limit of his patience. He moved like lightning, lunging forward to seize Bai Zujuan from Lin Ju's grasp, and then tightly gripped his neck, lifting him up. In an instant, Bai Zujuan's complexion turned ashen, his throat constricted, struggling for breath, nearly choking, while his hands instinctively clawed at his neck in a futile attempt to escape this lethal hold. If you do not calm down, I shall end your life right now. Luo Tuming glared at him, his expression dark and his voice harsh. The murderous intent palpable and chilling. Bai Zujuan trembled in fear, his coughs growing more violent. Just as he felt he was on the brink of death, Lin Ju's icy voice drifted from the front. Do not kill him yet. We have not found what we seek. Upon hearing this, Luo Tuming slightly relaxed his grip but continued to hold Bai Zujuan's neck firmly to prevent him from escaping. What is it? Luo Tuming inquired, his face a mask of skepticism. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zujuan gasped for air, his complexion gradually regaining some color. Could it be that you have an interest in these dead swords? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tuming spoke, his eyes surveying the surroundings. Once found, the truth would reveal itself naturally. Lin Ju's tone remained devoid of warmth. In the autobiography of the White Bones, it was mentioned that at the age of 13, I emerged victorious in the sect's grand competition and obtained the bone sword Baizhuo within the White Hua Cave. Chapter 82. The Methods of the Familiar. Where lies the position of Baizhuo? In the depths of his contemplation, Lin Ju pondered the whereabouts of Baizhuo, his keen gaze, reminiscent of a falcon, scanned every inch of the cave with relentless precision. At that moment, Bai Zujuan, under the imposing presence of Luo Tuming, had fallen utterly silent, not daring to utter a single breath. The sound of footsteps echoed in the tranquil space, resembling a somber drumbeat that reverberated within the hearts of those present. Suddenly, Lin Ju halted, his figure becoming rigid, a flash of malevolence crossing his eyes. In an instant, he spun around with a ghostly swiftness, and before Luo Tuming could react, Lin Ju had seized Bai Zujuan from his grasp. What is happening? Luo Tuming inquired, halting his movements in confusion. Yet, Lin Ju paid no heed to his question. His next action served as the most eloquent response. With an expression as still as water, devoid of emotion, he concentrated all his attention on Bai Zujuan. In a heartbeat, Lin Ju extended his right hand, gripping Bai Zujuan's pinky with the ferocity of a vice. Before Bai Zujuan could even emit a cry of anguish, Lin Ju exerted a sudden forceful tug. The sound of flesh tearing pierced the air, followed by the soft plop of crimson blood, resembling scattered beads, cascading to the ground, splattering a small bloom of red. Bai Zujuan's finger had been viciously severed by Lin Ju. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of pain crashed upon Bai Zujuan's nerves, electrifying his body and causing him to convulse violently, tears streaming down his face like a torrential flood, his eyes wide with terror, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Bai Zujuan watched in horror as blood gushed from the severed digit, the pungent scent invading his nostrils, inducing waves of nausea and dizziness. The excruciating agony was unbearable, compelling him to writhe on the ground, unleashing cries of despair that echoed in the stillness. Witnessing Bai Zujuan's pitiful state, Luo Tuming's brows furrowed sharply. Evidently incensed by the shrill cries, he stepped forward, lifting Bai Zujuan as effortlessly as one might a chick. He then raised his right hand high before delivering a swift chop to the back of Bai Zujuan's neck. With a dull thud, Bai Zujuan's body collapsed like a noodle. His wails abruptly silenced. His limbs and head fell limply, devoid of support. Ah, the world has fallen into tranquility. And what of Lin Ju? He squinted slightly, fixated on the bloodied severed finger in his hand. A cold smirk curved his lips as he nonchalantly tossed the digit aside, as if it were nothing more than inconsequential refuse, sending it flying toward a nearby thicket of swords. A severed finger traced an arc through the air, droplets of blood falling like rain, splattering upon several swords, before hitting the ground with a soft thud. The finger rolled a few times on the earth, ultimately coming to a standstill. Lin Ju observed this scene with a cold gaze, pondering to himself, if this truly is the resting place of the so-called heroes of the Bai Luo sect, it is rather disconcerting to witness a descendant of the Bai family injured, brazenly provoking others. These heroes, one might assume they would not remain indifferent. After all, what parent would turn a blind eye to their child as suffering? Indeed, how audacious! Which malevolent wretch dares to harm one of our kin? A thunderous shout reverberated throughout the space, striking the eardrums with a painful force. Luo Tuming. Upon hearing this voice, suddenly darkened in expression, his demeanor grave, as he summoned his silver weapon, gripping it tightly, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, ready for confrontation. In stark contrast, Lin Ju's expression remained remarkably composed. At the precise moment the voice echoed, a low humming ensued. Within the cave, the swords began to tremble violently, the sound of their quaking resonating incessantly. Following this, wisps of ethereal white energy, akin to curling smoke, slowly emanated from the swords, converging into the air. This energy intertwined and transformed, and in an instant, coalesced into the image of a translucent young man, clad in white. His eyes flared with fury. Appearing as if ready to unleash fire, his right arm extending suddenly, two fingers pointing like a sharp blade directly at Lin Ju. In that moment, as if receiving an unspoken command, the swords within the cave broke free from their constraints with a cacophony of sounds, soaring freely in the air. Swiftly, they surged forward with a fierce wind, akin to a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, bearing down upon Lin Ju, their blades glinting ominously, an overwhelming tide of power. Yet, in the face of such ferocity, Lin Ju merely smiled, unafraid. A remnant soul of a fifth-tier sword master transformed into a sword spirit is quite impressive, but, With a shift of thought, a flicker of grayish-white flames ignited quietly upon his forehead. In the next instant, the oncoming swords approached Lin Ju. Strangely, they seemed to collide with an invisible, solid barrier. Sparks erupted in dazzling displays, and after a series of crisp sounds, they were all deflected, scattering in all directions. Consequently, the stalactites above were shattered by the flurry of swords, debris raining down. The ground and walls suffered as well, marred by deep and shallow cuts, transforming the once ethereal cave into utter chaos. The young man, witnessing this scene, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Before he could utter another word, Lin Ju raised his right hand, his long, elegant fingers pointing towards him from afar, coldly uttering two words, suppress. As soon as the words fell, a spark of grayish-white flame shot forth from his fingertip like a meteor. With a whoosh, the young man was engulfed in flames, ignited in an instant. A pained wail escaped the man as he plummeted from midair, landing in a disheveled heap at Lin Ju's feet. His face contorted in agony, and with terror etched across his features, he hoarsely inquired, "What kind of flame is this?" Upon hearing his words, Lin Ju slightly lowered his gaze, his eyes cold as ice, looking down upon the wretched figure below. "This is of no concern to you," he replied. "You need only understand that the souls of all beings in this world are under my dominion." After a brief pause, he continued, "Now, I ask you, where is the Baizhua sword?" What Baizhua sword? I have never heard of it. Is that so?" As soon as Lin Ju's words fell, the white ash flames engulfing the man surged violently, the blaze becoming increasingly ferocious. The man let out a heart-wrenching scream, rolling and thrashing on the ground. His previous composure utterly vanished. Yet, despite his torment, he clenched his jaw defiantly, resolute in his silence. "Even if you burn me to death, I will not divulge anything." With a faint sigh, Lin Ju remarked languidly, "You are truly obstinate. However, I possess means to extract the truth from you." With that, he cast a subtle glance behind him, and Luo Tu Ming comprehended his intent, promptly handing Bai Zhu Jun to Lin Ju. Lin Ju grasped Bai Zhu Jun by the neck, leaning in slightly, a mocking smile dancing upon his lips. "This one, I trust you recognize his extraordinary talent. He is, without a doubt, a once-in-a-century genius within the Bai Luo sect. Tell me, what if he were to perish?" As he spoke, he slowly tightened his grip, chuckling softly. "The sword can be replaced. It is merely a matter of searching anew. But should such a talent vanish, it would be a true loss." With that, he exerted more force, causing Bai Zhu Jun to turn crimson. The man gritted his teeth, his eyes seething with resentment as he glared at Lin Ju. Yet a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze. Lin Ju keenly seized upon that moment, unleashing a thunderous shout, "Will you speak or not?" At that instant, Bai Zhu Jun, caught in Lin Ju's grasp, coughed violently. I'll tell you. The sword you seek is behind that white wall." The man hastily pointed to his right, ultimately yielding for the sake of his sect's future. "Thank you," Lin Ju replied with a smirk, snapping his fingers. In an instant, the man let out a final scream as the flames consumed him, leaving not even a trace of ash. With a turn of his heel, Lin Ju strode directly toward the white wall. Chapter 83. The primary objective of the superior white jade. In a swift and blinding flash, 5 piercing beams of white light, reminiscent of thunderbolts, tore through the sky, their sharp and resonant sounds echoing as they descended rapidly toward the entrance of Baihua Cave. With a series of dull thuds, the 5 rays of light landed firmly, stirring up clouds of dust. As the haze dissipated, 4 figures holding swords came into view. At the forefront, the white sword spun abruptly, and amidst the flickering brilliance, transformed into the graceful Bai Xianjiao. The stench of blood was overwhelming, striking at her very core. Upon gazing at the scattered corpses lying amidst the pools of blood, a jolt of anguish surged within her. These bodies belonged to the most distinguished disciples of the sect, now laid to rest in such a tragic manner. However, as her gaze fell upon the most distinctive, severed head on the ground, an overwhelming wave of sorrow engulfed her spirit. Bai Xuanjiao's body trembled involuntarily, her feet propelled forward in a frantic rush, each step resonating with a heavy thud against the stone surface. Approaching the side, she quivered as she cradled Lin Qian's head. The chilling temperature and rigid texture caused her eyes to redden instantly, tears swirling within them. Lin Qian had devoted herself to the Bailuo sect since the tender age of 6. Her extraordinary talent and diligence in the path of the sword had garnered Bai Xuanjiao's deep affection. Bai Xianjiao regarded her as a beloved daughter, imparting exquisite sword techniques and teaching her the essence of righteousness and morality. Watching Lin Qian grow and refine her skills filled Bai Xianjiao with immense pride and satisfaction. Yet now, with Lin Qian's tragic demise, how could she bear such a burden? Behind her, Yin Qing and the elders gazed at her trembling form, their hearts a tumult of emotions. They yearned to offer comfort, yet found words woefully inadequate in this moment. And whom could they blame for this tragedy? Alas, it could only be attributed to Lin Ju's masterful deception, her seemingly harmless facade making it impossible to question her true nature. Disciples of Bailuo's sect arrived in succession, their faces mirroring shock and sorrow as they beheld the horrific scene before them. Some began to carefully lift the bodies from the ground, preparing for a proper burial. This fleeting grief did not equate to despair. It was akin to the calm before a tempest, soon to be followed by an inferno of rage. Bai Xuanjiao's eyes suddenly hardened, transforming a brilliant crimson, and an aura of icy menace emanated from her, palpable and piercing. Disciples, heed my command. Her voice resonated like a thunderous bell, summoning a storm of fury. Gather your strength. The disciples responded in unison, their voices brimming with seething anger and fierce determination. Esteemed elders, accompany me to vanquish the demons. Before her words faded, a resounding crash echoed as Bai Xianjiao propelled herself like a meteor into the depths of the cave, leaving behind a whirlwind of dust and a fragmented, deeply indented ground. The ferocity of her departure spoke volumes. The 4 elders were equally formidable, their veins bulging as they pursued Bai Xianjiao like fierce tigers descending a mountain. Within the cave, the white stone wall was besieged by a torrent of attacks. The sharp sound of swords clashing echoed, accompanied by flickering silver lights, resembling dancing silver serpents. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous roar erupted as the white wall collapsed under countless fierce strikes. At that moment, fragments of stone flew like hail, raising a choking cloud of white dust. Amidst this enveloping atmosphere, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming slowly emerged. Their hair and garments fluttered gently with each step, swaying in the currents of air. Suddenly, a blinding white light captured their attention. Upon closer examination, they beheld a massive piece of white jade with a sword embedded within it. The blade twisted grotesquely, forged entirely from white bone, and at its hilt was a human hand, fingers curled ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Undoubtedly, this was the white Jua sword. Its appearance remained as exquisite and captivating as ever. Lin Ju, isn't that yours? Luo Tuming's voice trembled slightly, with a subtle lowering of his eyelids. Lin Ju handed the white ancestor sword he held to Luo Tuming. Then, with a shift of thought, a stream of white energy surged from between his brows, cascading into his hand and instantly transforming into a white Jua sword. The moment the 2 white Jua swords met, an overwhelming surge of battle intent erupted from the very essence of the blades. 2 identical swords inherently ignited a fierce conflict. Such was the nature of swords, immutable and inevitable. In this clash, the weaker party would invariably be consumed by the stronger, an unavoidable rule. Suddenly, the white Jua sword embedded in the white stone broke free from its constraints. It traced a chilling arc through the air, accompanied by a crisp sound as it lunged toward Lin Ju. Unfazed, Lin Ju gripped the sword with hands as white as jade, resolutely facing the oncoming assault. In an instant, a colossal explosion reverberated, akin to thunderous detonation, as the 2 swords collided violently. The shockwave that erupted surged forth like tumultuous waves, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding walls, under the impact of this formidable force, instantly bore countless sword marks, and tiny fragments of stone cascaded like raindrops. The sword light shimmered, akin to a silver dragon stirring the sea, as Lin Ju's figure darted through the air with electric speed, deftly wielding the white Jua sword. Each swing unleashed a fierce and unmatched sword aura, sharp enough to seem tangible, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space. The air rushed through the bone sword, creating a unique sound from the minuscule gaps between bones, reminiscent of ghostly wails that sent chills down one's spine. The other sword, too, was relentless, dancing swiftly in the air. The crisp sounds of bone colliding intertwined with the eerie wails of the swords, resonating throughout the space, composing a symphony of death. As long as I can defeat and devour you, my white Jua will ascend from exquisite to transcendent. Lin Ju pondered silently, a flame of desire igniting within his eyes. The term superior grade inherently signifies a realm that transcends existing qualities. Should the white jade evolve into a third-tier superior grade, the destructive and offensive power it would unleash would rival that of a fourth tier. This is indeed one of Lin Ju's two objectives. Unclaimed weapon, submit to me. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lin Ju shouted in a melodic yet furious tone, simultaneously channeling an immense force through his hand, akin to a volcanic eruption. The other white jade was abruptly hurled forth as if by an invisible giant hand, tracing a sharp arc of lethal intent in the air before soaring away. Following closely, Lin Ju's figure darted like a specter, his movement swift as lightning, merging seamlessly with his sword. The long sword sliced through the air with remarkable speed, emitting dazzling beams of light, reminiscent of meteors streaking across the night sky, leaving onlookers entranced and bewildered. Each beam of light encapsulated formidable power and murderous intent. Under the tempestuous assault, the other white jade began to struggle, its surface gradually revealing fine cracks. As Lin Ju's attacks intensified, these fissures rapidly expanded like a spider's web. At last, Lin Ju gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, exerting all his strength, and struck downwards with immense force. With a thunderous boom, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, the other white jade was crushed as if by a colossal mountain, crashing heavily to the ground and sending dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, the other white jade lay quietly on the ground, its blade marred by a multitude of cracks, having lost its luster and vitality. Victory was his. Chapter 84. How intriguing, how utterly captivating. Ha! Lin Ju lightly tapped her toes, like a startled swan gracefully alighting, her white jade sword vibrating with a resonant hum. Subsequently, a pair of fair, elegantly shaped legs alternately stepped forward, her delicate footwork gliding over the jagged stones, producing a sound akin to shattered jade. Crack, crack, upon reaching another white jade sword. Her slender hand descended gently, as if plucking fallen blossoms, and lifted it with finesse. With both swords in hand, Lin Ju's gaze turned as cold as frost, her crimson lips parting to whisper, "Devour." In that instant, the sword she wielded erupted with a multitude of white threads, akin to the ethereal silk woven by a celestial maiden from the heavens, entwining and ensnaring the other sword. A chilling wail echoed, reminiscent of a ghostly lament, as the sword transformed, akin to a winter plum melting into snow, forcefully drawn into Lin Ju's possession. A series of crackling sounds emerged, reminiscent of bones being crushed, as though malevolent spirits from the underworld were gnawing at a delicate soul. Yet, this eerie symphony resonated within Lin Ju like celestial music. After a brief moment, the unsettling sound subsided. The white jade sword suddenly erupted with a brilliance that pierced the heavens, the surrounding air distorting as if time and space were being rent asunder. In this blinding radiance, the sword's body seemed to be manipulated by an unseen master, at times cascading like flowing white silk, at others solidifying into a frost-covered blade, repeatedly reshaping itself between reality and illusion. Lin Ju squinted her eyes slightly, and abruptly, she positioned the sword horizontally across her chest, her jade palm sweeping through the air along its blade. A powerful gust surged forth, sweeping up the dazzling white light like a colossal white dragon, carrying it away as the dust and stones danced in its wake. A brand new white jade sword materialized before her. The 4-foot blade shimmered like mutton-fat jade. Yet within its flowing luster lay concealed the promise of death, its joints twisted like interlocking fangs, with gruesome scarlet grooves winding along its length. The blade's end shaped into claw-like fingers, as if forged in the depths of a hellish realm. Such exquisite craftsmanship truly embodied beauty. A third-tier extraordinary weapon complete. With a lift of her arm, the bone sword stood tall. Lin Ju gazed upon it, a surge of joy swelling within her heart. The sword's surface reflected her visage, the upward curve of her lips unmistakably visible. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light reflected from within the sword. And as her gaze flickered back, she beheld a white sword hurtling towards her from the celestial realm, its velocity akin to a shooting star streaking across the sky. Its formidable momentum distorting the surrounding air into spirals. Lin Jue's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet fear eluded her, just as she contemplated her response. Luo Tuming, beside her, had already cast aside by Zhu Juan, darting forth like lightning. With a fierce flourish of her silver weapon, a thunderous clap erupted, resounding deafeningly in the air. In an instant, the two swords clashed, sparks flying like a dazzling display of fireworks, the explosive force generating a tempestuous wave that surged in all directions. Stalactites above trembled precariously under the onslaught, crumbling and plummeting from the weight of the impact. White stones cascaded down, producing a cacophony of sound, as the ground beneath them was instantaneously ground into powder. Demonic scoundrel, perish! The white sword hummed, its voice ringing like thunder, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that descended with overwhelming force. Wherever the sword passed, the air boiled, and the surrounding rock walls fractured inch by inch. The pupils of Luo Tuming constricted sharply, and the spine of the silver deep sword was unexpectedly bent slightly under immense pressure. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his arms like coiled dragons, yet he found it difficult to withstand the mountain-like oppression. With a sharp clang, the fierce sword intent of the silver deep sword instantly waned, and the arm that wielded it involuntarily retreated a couple of inches. In that critical moment, a cold sneer pierced the air. By Xianzhao, is your precious son's head still dangling beneath my sword? Lin Ju had, unbeknownst to them, seized Bai Zhujuan. Standing behind Luo Tuming, the bony fingers of Bai Zhu were pressed against Bai Zhujuan's throat, gripping the back of the boy's neck like a hawk capturing a fledgling. The blood groove on the sword shimmered with a red glow, casting a pallor upon the boy's face. Bai Xuanzhao's heart trembled violently, as the manifestation of the unity of man and sword twisted drastically. The momentum of the white sword receded like a tide, and its ringing sound grew faint and powerless. The fleeting opportunity was slipping away. Luo Tuming clasped the sword hilt tightly, lifting it upward with great force. The silver deep, enveloped in chilling radiance, soared into the sky. And at the intersection of the blades, a blinding white light erupted. With a clear clang, the white sword flew back like a cold crow with broken wings, spiraling in the air several times before transforming into Bai Xianzhao. Dirt stained his dark robes as he stumbled backward, regaining his balance only after a few steps. While the four elders behind him quickly formed a protective circle, Lin Ju, holding Bai Zhujuan hostage, slowly stepped out of the stone cave, closely followed by Luo Tuming. Both bore expressions that instilled fear, cold and sinister. With a nonchalant glance at Bai Xianzhao, Lin Ju slightly parted his lips, his voice echoing languidly in the air. Imbued with a sense of careless audacity, Bai Xianzhao, do not question me on why I act thus. His tone paused, growing even colder. For this is what I desire in my heart, what I wish to do, and what I must accomplish. Seeing this, Luo Tuming, unwilling to show weakness, raised his hand and struck. A crisp slap echoed. Instantly, a vivid red handprint appeared on Bai Zhujuan's face, his eyes widening in shock, as if awakening abruptly from a nightmarish dream. Boy, it is time to wake up. Your esteemed relative has arrived. Luo Tuming's voice brimmed with mockery, akin to the hooting of an owl in the night. Bai Zhujuan's gaze fell upon his mother, his eyes instantly welling with tears, cascading down like a flood bursting through a dam. Juner, Bai Xuanzhao's heart ached profoundly. Her voice choked, tears cascading like a string of pearls severed from their strand. Without an ounce of mercy, Luo Tuming delivered several more resounding slaps to Bai Zhujuan's face, each strike crisp and sharp. No crying, Luo Tuming barked. He then turned around. Raising his hand, fingers pointed disdainfully at the five before him. Bai Xianzhao, listen well. We are indeed practitioners of the demonic path. What of it? Lin Xian's head was severed by my own hand. Come, kill me. Seek your vengeance. Are you not a fourth-level sword master? Are you not formidable? Then unleash your unity of man and sword. Summon your sword soul into your body, and let us see who perishes first, me or this boy. Upon hearing these words, Bai Xianzhao trembled violently, her teeth grinding together, and her lips drew blood from the pressure of her bite. You fiends. Bai Xianzhao was consumed by an uncontrollable fury, her heart heavy with sorrow and resentment. Her voice, strained by intense anger, became hoarse, while her body trembled uncontrollably. The meticulously styled locks of her hair cascaded chaotically, a stark contrast to their previous elegance. Suddenly, she expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, clearly overwhelmed by her rage. Her complexion turned as pale as parchment, and she swayed precariously, as if a mere breeze could topple her. Mother! Master! Bai Zujun and the four elders exclaimed in unison. Observing this, Linju and Luo Tuming found immense relief, particularly Luo Tuming, who, with a thumbs up directed at Linju, burst into hearty laughter, nearly moved to tears. Ha! Is this the unparalleled expression you spoke of earlier? Desiring to act yet hesitating. Yearning for bloodshed yet refraining. How utterly fascinating. Truly magnificent. Haha. Chapter 85. The second objective. Living bone extraction. Linju cast a cold, disdainful gaze upon Bai Xianjiao. Witnessing her transformation from a gentle, beautiful woman into a wretched figure, there was not a trace of pity in his eyes as he slowly surveyed the other four elders, who appeared pale, their faces contorted with rage, yet rendered helpless. Their impotent fury struck him as utterly ludicrous. Having savored their remarkable expressions, it was now time to unveil the most exquisite scene. In a voice as chilling as a hidden spring, Linju spoke, and as his words fell, his right hand, which gripped the sword, abruptly withdrew, his wrist twisting with the grace of a serpent. The bony claw at the end of the white zhuang sword gleamed menacingly, aimed directly at Bai Zujun's back. In an instant, his arm shot forward like a released arrow. A dull thud echoed, reminiscent of tearing fabric, as blood erupted violently from Bai Zujun's mouth, blossoming in the air like a bewitching red plum. His eyes widened in horror, nearly popping from their sockets, while his pupils constricted to pinpricks. The entire bony claw of the white zhuang sword penetrated his body, his flesh curling back like a withered lotus. Excruciating pain surged through him like a tidal wave. The agony was unbearable. Bai Zujun distinctly felt as if his spine were gripped tightly by the hands of death. The shadows of mortality swiftly enveloping his heart. Behind him, Linju was already splattered with blood, his face a crimson mask, droplets cascading down, pooling on the ground like vibrant crimson flowers. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, a fragrance that tantalized the senses, recalling the past. In the previous life chronicled in the autobiography of White Bones, Bai Zujun had broken through the sevenfold celestial realm in a dire situation, only to be besieged by many. At that time, without a celestial sword at his side, he resolutely sacrificed one of his ribs, allowing the white zhuang's sword to consume it, and in that moment, its brilliant sword transforming into a celestial sword. His bone was exceedingly rare, made of azure sky and white jade. To extract this bone was Linju's second objective. Suddenly, Linju's eyes glinted like cold stars as he leaned close to Bai Zujun's ear, his voice flowing like a chilling spring. Do not fear death. This is merely another beginning. Before his words could fully resonate, Linju exerted tremendous force with his right hand, as if he intended to tear Bai Zujun's body asunder. In that moment, Bai Zujun, whose bones were still in a stage of development, fragile and tender, could hardly withstand such terrifying power. His spine bent backward under the pressure, resembling a branch that could no longer endure the weight. Simultaneously, the meridians within him snapped like frayed ropes, and a heart-wrenching wail escaped his throat, akin to a cuckoo lamenting in blood. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably under the assault of pain. Then came two sharp cracks, reminiscent of distant thunder, the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. One segment of bone was brutally extracted, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering onto the ground. The sweet metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses once again. Ah! Bai Zujun let out a soul-piercing scream, his voice echoing throughout the cave. Suddenly, his head drooped, his limbs fell limp, and the flicker of life extinguished in an instant. The white bone sword Immortal had fallen. However, when viewed from a different perspective, despite the gruesome and savage scene before him, Linju had indeed performed a commendable act. After all, he had granted Bai Zujun the opportunity to meet the beloved in Yueshi, whose presence lingered in his thoughts. How benevolent, indeed, Linju was excessively virtuous. With a cold demeanor, Linju's gaze fixated on the blood-dripping white jade head nestled within the bone claws of Bai Zhujian, still smeared with remnants of flesh. Nonchalantly, he cast aside Bai Zujun's lifeless body, as though it were a mere discarded object, towards Bai Xianjiao. The corpse arced through the air, landing with a thud before Bai Xianjiao, splattering a pool of blood and even sprinkling a few droplets upon her face. Wait, why does this scene seem so familiar? Naturally, it was because when he and Luo Tuming first arrived at this place, they had slaughtered the Baihu family, and the scene then mirrored the present moment. His desire to depart now seemed to bring the narrative full circle. Truly, what a remarkable tableau. Bai Xianjiao's complexion turned ashen, akin to parchment. She gasped and rushed forward, enveloping Bai Zujun's body in her embrace, and then she broke down in sorrowful weeping. Her crystalline tears gradually transformed into vivid crimson streams, cascading down her cheeks. All of this unfolded under Lin Ju's watchful gaze. He had awaited this very moment. After all, when a parent witnesses the tragic demise of their child, a father is often consumed by rage, while a mother frequently succumbs to overwhelming grief, falling into a momentary silence. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Ju unleashed the overwhelming aura of his third-tier peak cultivation, his figure darting upward with lightning speed. Upon witnessing this, Luo Tuming replicated his actions. With a thunderous roar, fragments of white stone plummeted, sunlight pouring in as the two surged forth like wild stallions, bursting out of the cave. The four elders, alarmed by the unfolding events, swiftly drew their swords to pursue. Yet, a flicker of fear lingered in their hearts. After all, their cultivation level was merely mid-third tier, and apart from Bai Xianzhao, none present could match them. Two white figures streaked forth like shooting stars, racing out from the cave's apex. The brilliant sunlight pierced through like golden needles, directly assaulting Lin Ju's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his left hand to shield himself from the blinding glare. This departure truly felt like soaring high in the sky or plunging into the vast sea. Luo Tuming's calm voice resonated clearly in Lin Ju's ears. Yet, Lin Ju dared not relax. First, he secured the jade bone into his storage ring before fully channeling his flying sword. A slight furrow creased his brow as he pondered. When would Bai Xianzhao regain her composure? If they did not escape swiftly. Even with the exceptional Bai Zhuojin in hand, they would still be at a disadvantage compared to genuine fourth-tier powerhouses, likely facing a perilous battle for their lives. At that moment, a furious shout reverberated through the sky. It is the Demon Path scoundrel. Fellow disciples, activate the formation. In an instant, a deafening boom erupted, akin to the roar of the heavens, as a colossal formation awakened abruptly from its slumber, manifesting to obstruct Lin Ju and Luo Tuming's path. Lin Ju's heart sank, and he hastily came to a sharp halt. He gazed upwards, only to behold countless figures standing above, each with eyes wide and filled with wrath, fixated upon them like ferocious wolves. Beneath these individuals, a colossal formation of white clouds was slowly rotating, its radiant symbols shimmering with an enchanting brilliance, nearly enveloping the entirety of the White Flower Cave. Lin Ju cast a glance back, noticing that the four elders, including Yin Qing, had also arrived, positioning themselves firmly behind the two. It appeared that today's battle was unavoidable. Chapter 86. One against four surrounded by formidable foes, the atmosphere was rife with tension. Above, the formation churned like a tempest, resembling dense, billowing white clouds that ensnared Lin Luo and his companion, suppressing their powers as if a mighty tiger were confined in a cage, unable to unleash its full strength. Behind them, the four elders stood resolute, akin to towering mountains, their gazes piercing, imbued with vigilance and lethal intent. Suspended in midair, Lin Luo and his companion stood back to back, their expressions composed and resolute, surveying the tenfold threat before them. Luo Tuming, you must find a way to break the formation. I will hold off the four of them. Lin Ju's voice was low and serious, his eyes sharp as an eagle, fixating intently on Elder Yanqing and the others. Since when did you become so benevolent? At this remark, Luo Tuming turned slightly, a bemused expression gracing his features, clearly taken aback by Lin Ju's suggestion. We have no more than 15 minutes. We must dismantle the formation, or we shall surely perish. Lin Ju's tone was grave, devoid of any jest. Understood, Luo Tuming replied casually, his demeanor surprisingly relaxed. Before turning away, a fierce glint igniting in his handsome visage. In an instant, Lin Ju and Luo Tuming surged forth like lightning, bursting apart with a resounding clash, akin to two meteors streaking through the heavens, racing towards divergent paths, clad in snowy garments, with dark hair billowing wildly in the wind. Lin Ju's figure was a sight to behold, his silhouette outlined by the gusts that surged behind him. A glimmer of frosty light flickered in his eyes as he commanded, "White bone sword spirit, enter my body." As the words fell, the white jade sword in Lin Ju's grasp trembled violently. Suddenly, from the sword's blade, an eruption of countless bones surged forth, each unique in shape and size. Arms, legs, ribs, and skulls, whistling through the air, spiraling as if granted life. In the blink of an eye, these bones began to swiftly assemble, manipulated by an unseen force, intertwining and colliding, producing a crisp symphony of sounds. With a sharp crack, the bones connected seamlessly, forming a colossal bone dragon. Its body was as white as snow, exuding a chilling luminescence, with fierce, azure eyes glinting with savage ferocity. Roaring, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar. The bone dragon writhed, its immense form resembling a train racing at breakneck speed, barreling toward Linju. As the dragon's claws swept through the air, it seemed to slice the atmosphere, producing a series of hissing sounds. White rainbow strike. Just as the dragon's head collided with Linju, it shattered like a dream. Countless bone shards glimmered in the sunlight, scattering like snowflakes in all directions. However, this was not the conclusion. It was merely the beginning. The bone fragments appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, rapidly converging towards Linju. With a sharp and piercing sound that sliced through the air, fragments of bone adhered to Linju's graceful figure, like meteors pursuing the moon. In an instant, he was enveloped from head to toe, encased in an impenetrable suit of bone dragon armor. The armor, fierce and menacing in design, boasted claws resembling dragon's talons, emanated wisps of dark mist, and swayed with a resonant clangor. A pair of immense bony wings sprouted from his back, casting shadows that blotted out the sun. And when they unfurled, they stirred up a tempest. Behind him, a small dragon formed of bone, coiled in an endless loop, revolved quietly, serving as a protective totem. Simultaneously, the white jade sword in his hand was also augmented, its blade expanding to a colossal size, compelling him to shift from a traditional sword-holding stance to one of dragging the weapon. At this moment, Linju exuded an aura of unparalleled might, radiating a chilling pressure as if he were an ancient demonic deity descending upon the mortal realm. Observing the advancing, formidable bone armor, the expressions of the four elders, including Yanqing, turned grave as frost. They promptly invoked the sword spirit incorporation technique. In an instant, their bodies radiated a brilliant light, dazzling in its intensity. Their flowing white garments billowed fiercely, hair resembling clouds, and behind them, a wheel of clouds rotated slowly, casting a halo. Swift as lightning, the four figures grasped their cloud swords and boldly charged forward. The storm cloud suppression formation was a wondrous array, capable of repressing foes while simultaneously enhancing the user's prowess. At this moment, influenced by the formation, Linju and the four elders' cultivations fluctuated, one descending and the other ascending, both reaching the late stage of the third level. As they rapidly closed the distance, on the verge of collision, Linju bellowed thunderously, swinging the massive sword he was dragging with fierce momentum. The next moment, a resounding boom erupted, akin to a thunderous explosion, as the white jade sword clashed violently against the four cloud swords. Following that, another deafening roar reverberated, the point of contact resembling the detonation of a bomb. The shockwave generated by the explosive force surged outward with terrifying speed, like sparks from fireworks, and the turbulent airflow resembled a relentless tide, unstoppable in its advance. Yet, this was merely the commencement of the battle. Without hesitation, Linju vigorously wielded his colossal sword, propelling himself forward with relentless strikes. The enormous blade sliced through the air with ease, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. The white sword energy surged forth like a roaring dragon, enveloped in an imposing sword intent. With a crisp thud, a single strike sent one of the elders flying as if they were an ant, blood gushing from their mouth like a fallen meteor. However, seizing the moment when Linju's previous strength waned and his new strength had yet to manifest, Yanqing and the other two elders exploited the opportunity to execute the auxiliary sword technique, launching attacks aimed at Linju's throat, back of the head, and waist. This strategy was insidiously clever, with the three-pronged assault synchronizing perfectly, leaving Linju momentarily unable to defend against all fronts. Yet, Linju was no ordinary adversary. With keen eyes and swift hands, he angled his sword, producing two crisp sounds of impact as he deflected the strikes targeting his throat and waist. In that instant, he decisively released the sword grip, his form shifting like a wraith as he agilely spun backward, raising his right leg and delivering a kick like a whirlwind. Bang! A dull thud echoed as his foot struck the face of the elder behind him. The tremendous force sent the elder soaring like a kite with its string severed. But that was not the end. In swift succession, Linju swung his left arm violently, sending the two bone blades that had been poised above him whistling through the air, spinning rapidly before transforming into a whirling bone blade that traced a white arc immediately. Linju pivoted, seizing the hilt of the white jade sword with both hands, and with a powerful swing, unleashed an unparalleled horizontal slash. In an instant, an invincible sword aura erupted, accompanied by a massive wave of white sword energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. A resounding boom echoed as Yin Qing and another elder were forcefully repelled by this terrifying sword force, their bodies staggering in an utter disarray. At the same moment, the elder behind was struck by the whirling bone blade, causing a spray of blood from his mouth. Without a backward glance, Lin Zhu gazed proudly at the surroundings, slightly raising his left arm as the whirling bone blade traced an arc in the air, landing with a crisp thud back into his left arm. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Zhu single-handedly repelled the 4 elders of the Bailuo sect. Chapter 87. Shadows. Endless shadows. Beneath the bone armor. Lin Zhu's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, a glimmer of cold light flashing within them. He would grant no respite to the 4 before him. In an instant, the pair of bone wings on his back unfurled violently, resembling a great rock taking flight, stirring up a tempestuous gale. With that, Lin Zhu grasped his colossal sword, his figure shooting forth like a meteor in pursuit of the moon. Simultaneously, he unleashed the ethereal technique of drifting clouds, rendering his form illusory and elusive, akin to a specter, making it nearly impossible to track his movements. The only visible trace was the sword tip slicing through the air at breakneck speed, leaving behind a jagged white trajectory that sent a shiver down one's spine. Yin Qing's eyes widened in shock, an overwhelming dread surging within him. For Lin Zhu had, in the blink of an eye, appeared before him. The chilling aura emanating from the massive sword blade bore down upon Yin Qing's neck, causing every nerve in his body to tingle with alarm. However, as an elder of the sect, Yin Qing possessed considerable strength. At that critical moment, his mind raced, and he instantly transformed into an ephemeral wisp of mist. With a thunderous sound, Lin Zhu's colossal sword descended like lightning, the fierce wind generated scattering the cloud of mist. Alas, this formidable strike ultimately met with nothing but air. Slightly turning his head, Lin Zhu discovered that Yin Qing and the other 3 elders had somehow gathered behind him, merely a few dozen meters away. Yin Qing's expression darkened, his demeanor becoming stern as he coldly commanded, "Elders 2, 3, and 4, unite as one." Yes. The 3 responded in unison. Without hesitation, the 4 raised their cloud swords high, intertwining the blades in the air with a series of crisp clangs. Their sword tips pointed towards the heavens. The once warm sunlight that bathed the swords now turned frigid. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhu felt a jolt of alarm and, without delay, his form flickered rapidly as he swung his colossal sword towards the 4 with all his might. This strike was grand in momentum and unmatched in power, the cold light flickering across the blade carving a fierce mark in the air. Yet, just as the blade was about to connect, the figures of the 4 seemingly dissolved into ethereal mist. Despite the unmatched might of the white-bladed sword, it was as ineffective as a stone cast into the sea against the elusive and ever-shifting clouds, rendering Lin Zhu's fierce strike fruitless once more. Furrowing his brow, Lin Zhu silently cursed. This cloud transformation technique is truly insidious. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a tremendous aura rapidly coalescing above him. He looked up and beheld the 4 wisps of cloud merging instantaneously into a massive dark cloud, pressing down heavily. Devil spawn, today, you shall have no chance of survival. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the dark cloud. In the next heartbeat, a hand burst forth from the cloud, sweeping through the air, conjuring a violent gale that scattered the dark clouds. Upon closer inspection, Yin Qing had transformed into a young man with long, ink-black hair. The cloud wall behind him darkening ominously, and a fierce, murderous intent etched across his handsome face. Moreover, the formidable aura emanating from him unmistakably reached the 4th level of mastery. Without a hint of hesitation, Yin Qing's form flickered, and in an instant, he appeared above Lin Zhu, casting a shadow over her vision. Immediately, he raised his right arm, clenched his fist tightly, and struck with tremendous force. Boom. The power contained within this punch was incredibly terrifying, the fist wind fierce and torrential, crashing directly into the armor on Lin Zhu's left cheek, causing her body to lose balance instantly. In the sky, a white line streaked across, plummeting rapidly. Lin Zhu hastily unfurled her bone wings behind her, and a whirlwind surged forth, colliding with the force of Yin Qing's punch, just managing to neutralize it and stabilize her form. Breathing slightly heavier, her chest heaving, she slowly lifted her gaze. Bang! With a sharp sound, the spot where she was struck by Yin Qing erupted, armor debris scattering in all directions. The left side of Lin Zhu's head was laid bare amidst the shattered armor, her delicate face stained with a hint of crimson, and a few strands of hair danced wildly in the wind, adding an air of disarray and defiance. Yet, Lin Zhu seemed utterly unfazed. Her gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, remained fixed on Yin Qing, her mind racing. It has been 6 minutes since the battle began. I wonder how Luo Tuming is faring with the array? With this thought, Linju tilted her head back, her eyes drifting beyond Yanqing to the distance. The figure of Luo Tuming came into view. Bare-chested, his physique sculpted like cold jade, his wrists adorned with dense silver feathers. His silvery long hair cascaded down to his heels, tips adorned with feathers that trembled in the fierce wind, reflecting the sunlight into a dazzling brilliance. Behind him, the silver phoenix totem hovered in midair, its feathers unfurling as if resonating with a melodious sound. In that moment, he moved like the wind. Wielding a silver weapon that transformed into lightning, wildly striking, the silver light flashing and exploding as he attacked the array with all his might. The embodiment of the silver phoenix sword soul was indeed noble, yet his temperament was ineffably elusive. Witnessing this scene, Linju felt a slight sense of relief. However, just as she momentarily lost focus, Yanqing astutely seized the opportunity, his body dissolving like ephemeral mist once more. Linju suddenly sensed a chilling aura surging from behind her, her nerves instantly tensing as her body instinctively darted to the side. Sure enough, at the very moment she evaded, a sword, formed of condensed mist, appeared unexpectedly where she had just stood. Linju narrowly avoided Yanqing's treacherous strike. Yet without a moment's hesitation, she firmly grasped the hilt of her exquisite white jade sword, pivoted sharply, and unleashed all her strength towards Yanqing in a fierce slash. However, as anticipated, Yanqing once again employed his technique of cloud transformation, causing Linju's fierce strike to once more miss its mark. Deceitful, deceptively cunning to the extreme. Throughout the ensuing battle, Linju found herself in a predicament where her strength was rendered ineffective. Though her superlative white jade sword possessed great power, facing Yanqing, who was as elusive as mist, hitting her target became a mere fantasy. Linju had no choice but to rely on her 500 years of accumulated combat instincts, continuously dodging to the left and right to evade Yanqing's relentless attacks, rendering the situation increasingly passive. At this moment, high above, Luo Tuming slightly turned his gaze, absorbing every detail of the unfolding scene below. His mind raced with thoughts, and he hurriedly inquired of the system, "Is there a way to break this formation?" The system's voice promptly replied, "A solution has indeed been found. This formation is called the Frenzied Cloud Concealment Formation, since it is based on clouds. It must be shattered by wind." Upon hearing the system's response, Luo Tuming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Wind? Of course, he possessed it. Moreover, it was the most magnificent and grand wind in all the world. Chapter 88, The Destruction of Silver Radiance Cloud? Await your demise. With a voice laced with disdain, Luo Tuming deftly rotated his right wrist, positioning the silver sword horizontally across his chest. Simultaneously, he extended 2 fingers of his left hand, lightly brushing along the sword's blade. He then raised the sword high, its tip pointing unwaveringly towards the cloud formation above. The disciples above, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. This young man dared to attempt to break the formation. Fearful of the implications, they hastily formed hand seals, reciting incantations, and summoned their respective life swords. A flurry of whooshing sounds ensued as the swords transformed into streaks of light, akin to meteors streaking across the heavens, brilliant and swift, merging into the formation beneath their feet. Empowered by this infusion of strength, the cloud formation erupted in blinding white light. Subsequently, layers upon layers of clouds surged forth from the array, rolling like tumultuous ocean waves, enveloping Luo Tuming with relentless ferocity. The once gentle and ethereal clouds now exuded a chilling intent, sharp and formidable, resembling countless glistening blades that pricked at the nerves. Yet, undaunted by the impending onslaught of white clouds, Luo Tuming maintained a composed demeanor. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he uttered calmly, "The wind rises." As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. A gale reminiscent of a roaring dragon surged from behind Luo Tuming, carrying an overwhelming force that swept against the tide of white clouds. In an instant, a resounding bang echoed as the cloud wave shattered, scattering into myriad fragments that danced in the wind. However, the wind did not relent. It surged forth like a ferocious beast, howling and rampaging, causing Luo Tuming's silver hair to whip about like a flock of startled silver serpents. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, he swung his arm forcefully, propelling the silver sword from his grasp. The sword spun rapidly in the air, resembling an uncontrollable top. Emitting a high-pitched whine, Luo Tuming's eyes sparkled with determination as he seized the moment, swiftly summoning his auxiliary sword, which darted forth like bolts of silver lightning, instantly merging with the main sword. Empowered by this newfound force, the silver sword spun with increasing ferocity, embodying a frenzied dancer. The surrounding air currents drawn into its chaotic vortex, forming an unparalleled silver whirlwind that surged skyward, clawing fiercely towards the cloud formation. Bang! 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 The cloud formation trembled under the relentless assault of the silver whirlwind, emitting deep, resounding echoes as if strained to its limits. Yet, this was merely the beginning. How could such winds destroy the formation? Suddenly, Luo Tumming's expression hardened, and he slowly raised his right hand, extending 2 fingers. Coldly, he commanded, "Go, sweep them away clean." As his words resonated, the silver phoenix totem behind him shimmered with emerald light, akin to a fleeting meteor piercing the darkness of the night. Then, a wondrous event transpired. The silver phoenix totem sprang to life, flapping its resplendent wings, soaring forth from behind Luo Tumming. In the beginning, the silver phoenix appeared diminutive and exquisite. Yet as it soared through the winds, its form grew increasingly grand, reminiscent of a divine bird stepping forth from ancient myth, unfurling its colossal wings to obscure the sun, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. A crisp cry resonated through the heavens. The silver phoenix extended its posture, ascended high into the air, and circled gracefully, its tail feathers gliding like delicate silk, leaving arcs in the atmosphere, its entire body cloaked in shimmering silver plumage that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's embrace. Suddenly, a flash of emerald light flickered in its eyes, and in an instant, it darted toward the towering silver tempest. Above the sky, the silver phoenix glided swiftly, stirring the surrounding air currents with its wingtips, producing a series of howling gusts. Then, with a muffled thud, it dove into the raging silver hurricane. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tumming's expression tightened, and he commanded in a deep voice, "Disperse the silver wind. Rise." At his command, the phoenix instantly opened its sharp beak, deftly seizing the swiftly spinning hilt of the silver sword. However, unexpectedly, the silver tempest did not cease. Instead, it seemed to be endowed with life, rapidly transforming to envelop the exterior of the silver sword, swiftly morphing into a gigantic wind blade. Soon after, the emerald light in the phoenix's eyes flickered once more, and it exerted tremendous force, spinning rapidly in the air, causing the wind blade in its beak to dance in unison. Accompanied by a roar as the blade tore through the air, a series of thunderous booms echoed, and the entire space shrouded in clouds was engulfed by an overwhelming silver wind. Every inch of land and every crevice was ensnared. Even the 2 combatants entangled in struggle were forcibly separated by this colossal force. Lin Zhu struggled to flap his bone wings behind him to barely maintain his balance, while Yan Qing was blown apart entirely. Amidst the fury of the silver wind, flora and stones were swept into the air, disintegrating into fragments of varying sizes. The once sturdy cloud formation was brutally assaulted by the gale, sustaining numerous cracks. The disciples above the formation suffered grievously due to these fissures, each spitting blood, their bodies contorting in excruciating pain, unable to stand upright. Again, a commanding voice resounded, obeying Luo Tumming's directive. The silver phoenix did not hesitate and turned its body once more. With its movement, the wind blade followed suit. This time, the power contained was even more formidable, the momentum increasingly ferocious, as the silver wind seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path. Meanwhile, the debris of stones and wood caught in the tempest appeared to gain sentience, transforming into countless silver feathers. Under the sun's illumination, they radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, rendering the entire cloud formation dreamlike. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing, and the entire cave trembled violently. The cloud formation shattered like fragile glass, obliterated by the tempest conjured by the wind blade, scattering into remnants of cloud. The disciples on the formation immediately lost their balance, tumbling downward like kites with severed strings. As the formation shattered, a torrent of silver wind surged forth like a deluge, swirling with countless silver feathers that danced frantically in the air, resembling a multitude of sharp swords glinting with a deadly light. Under the horrified gazes of the disciples, the silver feathers sliced through the void with lightning speed, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. Immediately thereafter, a series of muffled thuds echoed as the feathers pierced through their necks, causing blood to spout forth like a fountain. The crimson liquid permeated the air, and soon it began to snow. However, even after this bloody massacre, the silver feathers did not cease their dance. They continued to swirl with the wind, gradually transforming into a myriad of colorful specks, red, rainbow, and silver intertwined, dancing with the breeze, while sunlight cascaded down. bestowing upon them a unique radiance, both magnificent and eerily beautiful. Luo Tuming, bathed in the wind, stood out strikingly. With a faint smile, he gently waved his right arm. As if taming a raging beast, the tempest gradually subsided. The bodies of the disciples from the Bai Luo sect fell one after another, thudding to the ground and becoming pools of flesh that stained the white stones. The scent of blood mingled with the remnants of the wind in the air, a fragrance that, seeped into the lungs.